It was clear that she was trying to find out the way of opening up these paths, but unless she became a rune mage or a runesmith, she would be unable to. At least not with the conventional means that Roland was going with. I'll have to make some kind of remote for these entrances. I can't guide each adventurer party there by myself every time. His secret was out and probably soon the other hidden entrances would be discovered. It wouldn't be hard to create a magical device to open these pathways as he had already figured them out. It would only require him to send a signal to trigger the mechanism. This brought another problem to the forefront. However, people will know that entrances behind runic magic existed, and they would probably go around searching for them. He might have been the only runesmith in town, but this didn't mean that there weren't other options. Some of them were runic gadgets made by other runesmiths that were capable of detecting such hidden entrances. Now that they were discovered, some people might bite the bullet and start investing in them. There was also a possibility of discovering these through other magical means. While runic language was peculiar, it wasn't undetectable by other means. Faint traces of mana could be spotted by some people or monsters, and it was also possible to brute force openings through the dungeon walls. He had been drilling holes for a while, and there was a bunch of dwarfs with mining skills ready to attack these potential gold mines. But perhaps this won't be such a bad thing. I won't have to hide when going through the shortcuts. It's already a miracle that no one had noticed me going in and out of the lava pool already. It also won't happen immediately, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone figured things out after the mining area is opened. Roland's ploy had somewhat worked out in the end. While he had unleashed an angry lick on the dungeon, he had somehow come on top of this whole fiasco. The only downside was his now closer engagement with Arthur Valerian. He had become his official runesmith and perhaps something more. There were a few clauses in the contract that he needed to agree to, otherwise, his life could have been in jeopardy. That is, if nothing happened to him on this half-assed expedition that Arthur and he thought up. It was a good thing that the Platinum adventurers were in on it, but he would have hoped to have a few weeks to prepare before going into the belly of the beast again. Roland still wasn't sure why his mana resonated with that lick monster in that way. Luckily his job was not to go into the dungeon, but just to install the door and then later the encampment together with Bernier. We are here. Oh, this is really interesting. Myrtle's eyes opened wide as she saw the shiny crystals illuminating the inside of the large cavern. The whole place was also radiating mana thanks to all the various Elekins crystals that were stuck to the walls. As a mage with a high degree of mana sense, she could tell the worth of this fuel. Such a mine really existed here. Maybe we should have bartered more before signing that contract. You think so? I told you that this was fishy. We should have taken a percentage instead of a flat rate. Perhaps, but we couldn't have known that it would be this big. I expected a tiny mine with some marginal materials, but the archer and the mage seemed to be the brains of the party. They started bickering a bit after arriving here. Roland wasn't there during the contract signing, but after the comments, he was sure that Arthur had managed to not give them a percentage of the sold loot. No one could have really known what this delve into the dungeon would unearth. It seemed that the Platinum adventurers were more concerned about minimizing their current losses than looking into the future. If they had known, they would have probably taken part of the monthly earnings of this mine as a reward instead, but perhaps Arthur would have dismissed something like that. While getting this place under wraps is important, giving away so much money wouldn't be wise. There are probably more Platinum adventurers out there than places like this. Let's hope this dungeon is worth it. Runesmith, get to work. Roland nodded at the Sun Elf that was less and less cordial with him. For the time being, he would need to stomach the behavior as he was in no position to complain. Thus both he and Bernier moved in to set up the temporary encampment while the usual lone salamander was one shot by the archer's arrow. How about we rest for the night? We spent many hours getting here and it will take some time to create an opening. You want to take a break? Why not? I could use a drink. We agree. Auburn was quickly voted down 4-1 as the two warrior dwarfs and the druid wanted to instead drink some alcohol and eat. Their party leader was still a mage type, so her stamina wasn't up to par with the others. Bernier wasn't quite there yet. Luckily his physique had improved due to all that smithing work he did. This didn't mean he was good at carrying heavy objects for so long. From everyone here, he was the one most affected by the heat and had to stick close to Roland that utilized a chilling spell. Feels like we went back in time. The way the adventurers treat you like you owe them something is still the same. I guess even veterans see porters this way. Banir and Roland made their way to a separate spot while the team of 5 started going through the mining area. The two reminisced together about the good old days. For a moment the two went into the dungeon together and had their little adventures. Later on, Banir became a full-time smith while Roland moonlighted between 2 jobs to keep his business afloat. But we should get a move on. How about you start with the tents and I'll get the mining gear? Sure thing, boss. The two got a few minutes of rest before getting back to work. The tents that Banir tended to were the same ones that he used during the expedition that ended in this mining area. If nobles and knights could spend days in them, then they were good enough for a platinum adventurer party. Even though they acted important, they weren't as bad as actual nobles. Going through many tiring adventures had made them resistant, and they would probably be able to sleep on these rocks on the ground if they had to. There wasn't much to do here in this space, and only one tunnel leading to the chasm which the adventurers checked out. The time that they spent exploring was used by both Roland and Banir to set up the encampment. What remained from his mining tools were the magical ones that he used to tunnel through the upper tunnel from his home into the dungeon. The large drill he pulled out of the spatial bag made Myrtle look over as she just couldn't keep her eyes off the quirky designs he produced. She really likes to look. Doesn't she? Roland could feel the woman's piercing gaze on his back. Even when they were traveling through the upper levels, he could feel her glancing at the armor he was wearing. He didn't have that much experience with people with magical classes, but she reminded him of Lucille de Vere, who was also an ice mage. Considering he was only working with Tier 2 runes, he couldn't really offer anything that interesting for a Tier 3 mage. The gear he could make for the group would be inferior to the ones that they were wearing. I guess there is nothing else to do here though. The tents were soon set up and the 5 adventurers split 2 between each other while Banir and Roland got the smallest one to themselves. That is after their job was finished, as while the fighters rested the two started drilling a hole in the wall. First came a rough outline that was a bit smaller than what the door would be. The measurements were crucial and it was always easier to shave off a bit at the end than to wait for the dungeon to regenerate itself. Roland only had one heavy-duty runic drill that was operational. He connected it to his runic armor, which helped him control the speed and intensity. Banir on the other hand was left with a regular pickaxe that he had some skills with. Most of the time he just helped with moving away the loose rocks and dirt that was produced in the drilling. Luckily the wall wasn't that thick and within a few hours, the opening started showing itself. This would be a lot faster if I had some golems. I think we also need to get those guys in motion. Never tried making the opening this big. Ms. Myrtle, I think you should get ready, we are through. Ho, there really is something on the other side. Yeah, it's really a Tier 3 monster and it really can't see us at all. A head-sized hole was made through which the group could peek through. Instantly on the other side, they could see a skeletal monster wandering about. Banir was quite shocked when he first saw one of the large skeletons. It was quite different from the ones that were on the upper floors. Boss, is it really safe? Yes, don't worry, as you can see they can't see us on the other side. Take a look. Infernal Skeleton Guardian L-157. What they were looking at was a lot bigger than the lick that he faced. It was a monster that was as large as one of those black skeletal minions. Its bones were even thicker, and in its left hand, it was lugging around a massive tower shield that looked like a door. For a moment the monster reacted to some of the rubble coming to that part of the dungeon, but was now retiring. That is before it got hit in the back of its head with a rock that was thrown by Roland. Hey, what are you doing, Runesmith? Calm down and look. Aubryn was a bit shaken by the unexpected throw that Roland performed and was quick to notch an arrow into his bow. The rest of his party also moved forward as if they expected the monster to charge through this wall. The only one that remained there without averting her gaze from the monster was their party leader. Fascinating. It really can't see us and it is already turning around as if the rock never hit it to begin with. I'm not sure what Lord Arthur explained, but even when we uncover this wall here, the monsters won't see us nor will they attack unless something crosses through the threshold. I thought that noble was full of shit. Hey Aubryn, can you do it? Huh? Who do you take me for, Braum? Of course, I can do it. Roland wanted to get back to work while this group just stood guard over them. Aubryn had another idea though as he raised his weapon and used the previously notched arrow to take aim. A strange glow appeared on the tip that was certainly not made up of mana particles. It was some kind of different energy that this class had access to. Roland wanted to inspect it with his runic eye, but with the woman mage around, He didn't want to show off too much as he was convinced that she would have noticed something. Both Benier and Roland backed away from the hole right before the attack went off. A strange high-pitched noise escaped from the arrow before it turned into a slither of silver light and flew through the hole. The monster on the other side was in the process of turning around, and even though it noticed that something appeared from behind, it was not able to react in time. The arrow connected with the monster's head, which instantly shattered. Right from the start, it was clear that this archer's attack was a lot faster than his mana cannon, and the power was a lot more concentrated. To his surprise, the monster's large shield fell right after, and probably if he was part of that party he would have received a prompt that the monster had been slain. It only took one precise hit from this tier 3 archer to defeat a monster like this. While it wasn't ready, Auburn had hit its weak point that this time around had been in its head. When these undead creatures were considered, these monster cores tended to pop in random locations. They were mostly inside of the rib cage or in the head. Either he had been lucky or he used some type of skill to pinpoint it. See? That was a lucky shot, and you know it. Lucky shot my ass. Hey Runesmith, hurry up and make this hole wider, I need to go get my arrow. The arrow that delivered the finishing blow had traveled all the way to the intersection leading out of this chamber. It actually burrowed itself quite deep into the rocks that Roland previously had trouble leaving a dent in. This was a true tier 3 party, and it seemed that they would be able to clear out this dungeon. While the order was somewhat disrespectful, he ignored it and nodded. With these people around, he felt that even if a group of those high-level undead charged out, they would be able to handle them. Thus the drilling continued, and in around 30 minutes there was enough space for a person to make it through. The group didn't wait for it to be enlarged even further, and to Roland's surprise, they all started going into the dungeon on the other side. He could see that there was something in their eyes. It was either the call for adventure and exploration or just greed, he wasn't sure, but the group was really motivated. Ha, it's time to get rich. Let's go. Continue with the good work, Master Runesmith, we will see you later. Do be careful, I have no idea what lies beyond that corner. If he could, he would like to peek around, but the door had to be shoved in place first. He would like the group to wait before continuing, but not as they would listen to him. As he saw the backs of them disappearing into the corner, he could only hope that they wouldn't overdo it, and get themselves killed before this venture could prosper. Chapter 299. They really went in there, that they did. We do have to go in there to assemble the door, that we do, great. Benier and Roland were standing in an empty mining area. The bubbling sounds from the middle lava pool filled the area while the two remained silent. There was a small problem with this situation: the adventurers were supposed to stay with them. It was possible for some unknown tier 3 monster to appear out of the blue. Roland, who was actually at a higher level than these monsters, still wouldn't be able to outright contend with them in a one-on-one battle. Maybe if I could develop that runic emulator it would be possible. Due to playing a lot of emulated games in his youth, he kind of went with that naming scheme. Emulation in a gaming sense was imitating a console's hardware and software to allow a person to play games on a computer. In his case, he wanted to imitate divine spells with his runes to help him kill undead creatures. Even at tier 2 level, he would be able to kill a tier 3 skeleton champion with relative ease. The monsters can't cross to this side, and the passage is wide enough for us to remain in it for now, but someone will have to go check if everyone is in order on the other side. He gave out a sigh as he knew that Benier was unfit to get into the tier 3 dungeon. If a tier 3 monster appeared, Roland was the only one with the reflexes to flee in time. While he wasn't that bothered by the slow warrior types of skeletons, there were some that he was wary of. There was a possibility of an assassin type to appear, and those could hide their presence even from his magical devices. It would be possible for such a monster to sneak up on him. It could even be on the ceiling now. Don't worry, I'll do it. Those adventurers might get back by then, so we shouldn't panic. Let's just start and see. Boss, but first, what are we going to do about that? Benier whipped the sweat from his brow while pointing at the bubbling lava pool. There from within, a lone tier 2 salamander emerged. It was not something that could threaten Roland's life, but on the other hand, his assistant was different. Even though his level was around 100, he did not have a battle class. What came with this was a lack in certain stats and no combat skills. One bite from this monster would probably be enough to kill him, that is if it could get closer. Is that thing on your side just for show? Roland answered while looking at the runic gun that he had made for Benier. This model didn't come with a cable like the last large weapon his assistant used to combat the swarm of skeletons. Instead, in the middle, there was a replaceable magazine part. It didn't have any bullets inside of it, just a rechargeable runic battery instead. The design in itself looked like a sawed-off shotgun that was quite angular. There was no need for a long barrel as there weren't any bullets traveling through it. Instead, it looked like a pipe with a runic structure at the end. The mana bolt would come out at the end while being powered by the battery within it. Thanks to this design, this weapon would last a lot longer than the traditional magical products with set charges. Banir wouldn't need Roland to constantly recharge his weapon as he could just replace the battery on the fly. It added a lot of weight to the device and would be unfit for any kind of bladed or conventional weapon, but for a magical staff that needed to shoot out spells, it was enough. The added weight didn't mean much to a blacksmith that had a lot of strength either, which made it the perfect tool for protection. Fine, I'll do it. Banir took out the weapon and after turning a dial at the side that acted like a gun's safety, it was ready to go. The monster wasn't that close to the two, which gave him ample time to aim his weapon. The trigger on this weapon on the outside was a copy of the designs he saw in his old world. The simplicity of it all was enough to keep it, even though it just shifted some metal around to generate a small pulse of mana instead of setting off a bullet's casing. It completed the runic structure for a moment, and activated the armament that produced a charged mana bolt. This lump of blue light flew toward the monster that was just now noticing the humans near a wall. On shot, 1 kill, the blue mana connected with the low-level 50 monster and took it out within an instant. Haha, got it. Did you see that? Yeah, nice shot. How is the laser sight? It's great. Banir held up his weapon while cheering. The magical weapon he was using also came equipped with a laser sight replica that would point out the target with precision. This was somewhat of a game changer for people that lacked battle classes, but it had its limitations. For instance, magical shields could be able to counter the gun's output. Then there were monsters that were quick on their toes and also humans with superhuman abilities. Nevertheless, it gave people with no battle experience something that could kill tier 2 monsters, which couldn't be ignored. Perhaps with high enough numbers of these runic guns, they could be used in larger scale warfare. But perhaps it would be better to just create a golem capable of defending itself against such weaponry, while also having an arsenal of its own. Quantity or quality, it's easier to make one runic gun than one spider golem. Training people with common classes with them would also increase the potential of this weapon, but with those monsters existing in this world, this might not even matter. Roland went towards the spatial bag and started removing the parts for the door while thinking about this world's wars. More than likely a battalion with runic guns of this type would probably be eradicated by one tier 3 person. A simple tier 3 warrior would decimate it after getting in range. They could defend against most of the hits with a good enough magical shield or perhaps even dodge them with their heightened reflexes. But what if I could put tier 3 runes on it? Could I even make a small gun like that? And the mana cost would be astronomical. The current models needed to be equipped with large batteries to work. It was the design's weakest point and required a lot of resources. The weapons also tended to overheat if used for too long, just like the turrets. As it stood now, they were probably at most effective against mindless monsters, but would lose their effectiveness against people that had some strategic thinking. Maybe I should become an adventurer. With one of these, even the monsters on this level stand no chance. Ha, stop smiling and help me. Go measure the wall and see if we have to adjust it. UPS, coming boss. Finally, the two craftsmen got to work. After taking out the base of the door, they started comparing it to the hole they dug out. As Roland expected, it was still too small to fit the metal foundation. The height would be at 3 meters with the width at 2 meters, then they also needed to account for the thickness of the walls that were slightly above a meter. After all of it was in place, he hoped that it wouldn't break on itself after the dungeon tried to repair itself. Luckily for them, this wasn't such a difficult task. It only consisted of placing the outer parts on the dug-up sections and seeing if they fit. They could even drill outside of the limits as the walls would push back into them with time. It was actually faster to do it this way and a lot easier to fit all the parts in when there was more wiggle room. First came the bottom part, to which the two side walls were connected and magically welded to. The welding job was similar to the modern counterpart, but instead of using a welder, Roland used his own finger to focus the magical heat. Most of it was done on the outer edges as the door was measured from the inside part, and if the dwarfs saw the welds performed by him, it could rouse their suspicion. They needed to make sure that this iron door they were leaving here didn't look out of place. It didn't need to last forever, but before Arthur gained some real power the act needed to stick. As long as people thought that this dungeon was only part of the original one and that it was where the lick came from, they would be safe. If people found out that it was a separate dungeon, or that if it was actually another entrance to the super dungeon, all sorts of things could happen. Are those 5 really not coming back? Could something have happened to them? An hour had already passed since the 5 vanished into the dungeon. The moment they vanished through the corner, there was a sound of battle, but after that, dead silence. The voices of the group slowly vanished as they probably went further into the dungeon. At this moment, the base of their creation was finished and Roland along with Banir wanted to start assembling the hinges. To fit in a massive door like this he decided to go with 3 on each side, but this would require them to at least get onto the frame of this door and perhaps into the dungeon. What is it, boss? Having to watch over their own backs and putting this thing in place was annoying. Working in these conditions and with the adventurers gone was quite a hassle. While he didn't believe they were dead, it could be a while until they returned to this safe spot. Thus it was time to see what was on the other side of the dungeon. Previously he had thrown a few rocks to see if a monster would have reacted, but now he was actually wondering if he could just go inside himself. Are you going in, boss? Are you sure? Maybe we should wait for them to get back. Don't worry, I'm not going to go far. Just like before, he first threw in a small rock to see if something reacted. For the second attempt, he produced a radiant ball of mana. Some monsters reacted to movement, others to energy like the lick. If there was something hiding there it should have made its presence known. Nothing. Only after the first few tests, he decided to make a plunge. From his satchel, he pulled out a few tennis ball-sized orbs. After rolling them down into the wide corridor did he decide to take a step in. Be careful, boss. Banir that was standing by the unfinished entrance started pointing with his gun at the passage leading out of this corridor. Roland focused his senses at several locations thanks to his multiple mind trait, but luckily for him, there didn't seem to be a problem. The orbs that he rolled were runic explosives that he could set off at any time, and now they were slowly filling out the room. If a monster suddenly appeared he would be able to set them off with his more recent skill. I should probably do the same to the ceiling. It was a strange feeling to be inside a tier 3 dungeon. When passing through the threshold he was trying to use his magic sensing skills to feel for a change, but he couldn't really tell the difference. He would need to ask the other mage for confirmation, but as it stood now, other people would probably not be able to tell that a new dungeon was behind this door. It seems to be fine. I'm not picking up any monsters in range either. His radar spread in all directions and now he could actually use it after passing through the opening he made. Almost instantly he also decided to bury one of his monitoring devices into the wall to help him in the future. With one of them being on this side, he would actually be able to see the dots of the tier 3 monsters lurking inside. He was not willing to go more than a few steps in though. It wouldn't be strange for a monster to appear from within the corridor leading into this chamber. There was a fork there leading in 2 directions and the adventurers only went into the right one, through which the lick and most of the monsters appeared from. This didn't mean that he never saw them come out of the left one. For the time being, this place was safe and both of them went back to work. The hinges were large and sturdy and were attached by quite large bolts. The door wouldn't be easily broken down even by a tier 3 monster when it was finished, and the tier 2 ones on this side would certainly not be able to budge it. Things were looking great up to when they didn't. After another 30 minutes of work a dot appeared on the screen and it was coming from the left side corridor. Roland was in the middle of screwing in the large bolt on the last hinge when he saw this monster appear. Instantly he retreated to the other side of the dungeon. Now with the huge hole that they created, it looked a lot scarier when the skeleton with a large build appeared before them. Infernal Skeleton Berserker L153-inch. Whoa, it's big. Should we run? No, we are safe on this side. Banir looked quite pale when he witnessed the monster peeking out of the corner. It actually entered the wider corridor that they were assembling the door on the other end, but as Roland expected, it couldn't see through it. This was actually a good opportunity for a test. Around 10 centimeters of the frame was sticking out into the higher-ranked dungeon. The monster should be able to see it, but just as they rised, it didn't react to an inanimate object even when it didn't belong to the dungeon it lived in. How much am I behind? It's not much above level 150, this monster was not a mage. It did not seem to care about the magical bombs close to its feet or the ones on the walls. It was clear that only a monster that was magically inclined could detect the traps even though they were at a base of tier 2. This made Roland think, while he did not have his mana cannon here, he was quite high in levels, even above this monster. It would probably not be possible to kill the monster in one shot, but with it just standing there like always, he felt somewhat confident in a more traditional approach working as well. Banir, could you move away for a moment? Boss? Why are you placing the power crystal on your chest? He knew what the answer was, and thus he started to move away toward the secret passage they came from. It was clear that Roland was going to shoot his most powerful beam out. Banir was not as convinced as Roland about the whole situation, as he had not been here training for months, and had gotten used to seeing tier 3 monsters be training dummies, WOAH. Banir's runic gun almost fell to the ground as he felt the mining area rumble a bit. The flash of light that happened before it was Roland's chest beam flying towards the infernal skeleton berserker, and connecting with its ugly face. The monster was just standing there, and even though its enemy was standing in the middle of a large metallic frame, it couldn't see him. However, one blast was not enough. Half the monster's face crumbled down to the ground as the mana burned through the bones. The monster became enraged and charged toward the location where the attack came from. Roland did step back a bit, but the trust he had in this location was already ingrained in his mind. The infernal skeleton ended up at the end of the corridor but stopped right before the door. It stared at the person that dealt it the attack and promptly turned around. This was what Roland was waiting for, and when the monster made some space, another large quantity of mana flew forward, and this time collided with the monster's chest cavity. Now, this hit was different, the skeletal being grasped its chest as if it was missing something. It was not dead yet, but the core inside of it had been damaged. Only after the third shot to the spot that Roland identified as the monster core, did the skeleton fall. Infernal Skeleton Berserker has been slain, almost another level. Getting to tier 3 might not be that difficult, and I didn't even need to use any of the charges. He smiled under his helmet while moving into the corridor where the monster had been defeated. It took a few hits, but also proved that if he managed to pinpoint the undead monster's core, a critical hit was a possibility. With this thought in mind, he decided to grab the loot and place it in the large spatial bag before the adventurers returned. Considering that there were 5 dots representing people on his map, he would need to be fast. Chapter 300. So you killed one of them yourself? What tricks did you use? Aubryn, it's not nice to ask. Well, sorry for trying to confirm this guy's strength. What if he was sent by that noble to take care of us after the job is done? You sure have a vivid imagination as always. Roland was eyed by the Sun Elf after the party of 5 finally returned to the entrance. The bones that the monster was composed of weren't that easily removed. Some tiny fractured bits remained even after he got most of them into the spatial bag. The tier 3 archer couldn't be easily fooled as he realized a battle had occurred. Myrtle on the other hand probably noticed the concentration of mana, so there was no use hiding the fact. As you might remember, the monsters can't see outside the entrance. It's not difficult to defeat them with enough firepower, and magic offers a lot of it. His level and classes were still hidden away thanks to the necklace he was given. However, he wasn't sure if the high-level mage here couldn't use some sort of means of peeking through the veil. Even with his high level, he didn't pose much of a threat to these people, and even if he was able to take out one person with his magical attacks, the other 4 would quickly get to him, worn out. The 2 dwarven warriors ignored the conversation while looking at the metallic frame that was created in the hours they were gone. Now that Roland had some time to look at the group, he could see signs of combat. Some scratches and small dents appeared on the new-looking armor. While they weren't carrying any monster remains, he was sure that they had probably stuck all the monster bones into their satchels. Isn't this great though? If this runesmith can protect himself, then we don't need to be here. Braun commented while looking at the Sun Elf that was still somewhat suspicious of the whole situation. In theory, there shouldn't be a way of Roland being able to produce enough power to defeat a tier 3 monster. Even with magic it would be quite a difficult feat. That is true, we only came back because Myrtle was complaining. We could have easily gone further. We were hired to help them. We can't have the master runesmith just perish under our noses. See, I told you we should have stayed for longer. I bet there were some chests hidden in the next room. perhaps, but we don't need to rush. Let us use this safe room and slowly map out the new dungeon. If you really have to." The woman laughed while slowly walking out of the other dungeon into the mine. For the time being this was a safe zone, but this didn't mean that monsters didn't appear. Probably in the future people would start guarding it due to all the precious minerals and metals in the mine. Roland wasn't sure what would happen to this mine after they officially opened up the dungeon. She was a mana scribe, so she probably can draw up maps. Roland waited for the group to go to their tents before going back to work. One thing caught his attention, and that was the large parchment the woman was scribbling on. She was a mage with high intelligence, so she probably remembered the topography of the dungeon. It was only natural for her to create a map for further investigation. With it they would be able to comb through every nook and cranny before advancing to the next level or into a boss chamber. "Want to take a peek?" Myrtle, who was drawing up the map, noticed that he was secretly glancing over in her direction. He wasn't sure how she did that as he was wearing a helmet that didn't allow anyone to see his eyes. Roland was quite interested in what the inside of the new dungeon looked like, so he couldn't help himself from staring. Luckily all of them were in the same boat here, and the cryomancer didn't seem to mind. "If you don't mind." Normally he would have just shaken his head at the preposition, but his curiosity got the better of him. There wasn't that much work left on the metallic door, so it wouldn't hurt if they took a break too. As he was the driving force of this operation, he could also decide on when they took a rest, and attaching the door wouldn't take that much time anymore. Something wrong? That chamber is a little bit bigger. Oh, is it now? Care to explain how you know this? The map was well made, and he was already a pro at making ones himself. It took only a few glances for him to tell that something was off with the dimensions. It wasn't Myrtle's fault, nor was it really that important, as the shape of the room was the same. However, thanks to his mapping device that did the calculations for him, he could see that she was off by a little bit when drawing this map spot. Actually, Roland stopped himself for a moment, but then realized that this was a good chance. The woman could probably put the map to paper, but this didn't mean that they could go further than that. The mapping orbs that he usually stuck to walls were easy to produce and survived the Licker's assault. With the help of this party of adventurers, he could actually map out the new area and also keep check of the monsters inside. He was actually hoping to bring it up before they entered, but then they vanished inside the new dungeon. Now was a good time to show his hand. "I think you could use this during your exploration. Give me a second." Without waiting for a reply, he moved toward the large backpack that Banir left on the side. In one of the side pockets, he deposited a hastily created holographic device, similar to the one he made for Arthur during the siege. Its square shape and lack of any significant parts was very characteristic of his minimalistic designs. "Oh, that's the first tunnel, and here we have the first chamber where we encountered the skeletal mage." Myrtle looked at the image that was produced by Roland's runic map. Most of it showed the mining area, but it also went into the other dungeon. The right side path was the one that the 5 adventurers took, while from the left one the monster Roland defeated came from. "Oh, what are those green dots?" "Those represent us. I can change the color, but for now anything that is green is a human, red a monster, and blue a non-human animal." "This is quite interesting, Master Runesmith, but can we see more of the dungeon? I remember that first room here, it was really a dead end." Myrtle pointed to the first room that appeared when a person went with the right path. His mapping devices weren't picking up any paths that went out from it, so the party probably continued north to the next one. That was also the area where his Lick friend came from. "It might be, but this map isn't perfect. Some hidden areas won't show up as they are blocked by magical means. I'd have to place a sensor next to it to enhance the signal, and then it could reveal any hidden areas." "A sensor?" she asked, just as Roland had planned. His reason to show the woman this map was not to show off his invention, but it was to make her help him map the dungeon. These people were going at their own pace and later could even give Arthur a fake map if they wanted to hide something. However, if he could get them to place his sensors all over the place, then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything. Even if they destroyed the sensors after arriving at a spot they wanted to hide. As long as he recorded everything with his runic armor, he could then redraw his map later. "This little thing? Interesting." The magician looked over the round object. From the outside it didn't look like much, and it also lacked a lot of runic inscriptions that were usually seen on the surface. He wanted to minimize the damage to the traces that sticking the sensors into hard rock could produce. The gold-sized sensor was now in Myrtle's hand and it seemed that she was intrigued. So, what do I do with this? Just place them into a wall, at least 30 centimeters deep. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, look at this, I think we can use it. No, we should definitely use it. The Sun Elf finally peeked his head in and the decision would probably depend on his word. From the outside, it looked like the woman was the leader of this group, but it was more of a joint venture. The three warriors didn't talk too much or raise any ideas of their own, but Auburn did cut in a lot. It was clear that his word carried a lot of weight in this team and probably only if he agreed to it would they take these with them. Are you sure this is safe? It won't blow up or anything, right? No, they don't carry enough magical energy to cause us any harm. Auburn narrowed his eyes while looking at the sensor Roland gave to Myrtle. It wasn't wrong for him to be careful, this was a dog-eat-dog world. People that reached Tier 3 were mostly part of two categories. Either they were extremely talented or they were careful with their decisions. An element of luck always existed, but knowing when to call it quits was a large part of survival. Then there was also the third group, which reached this level with the influence of others. If you say it's safe and can help us then it's fine, but, finally, the man made a decision and tossed the sensor back into Roland's hand. He approached him while exuding a killing intent that was almost palpable. It was a very reminiscent feeling that he always got whenever facing strong enemies. I'll be holding you responsible if anything goes wrong, Runesmith. So you better watch it. The message was sent, but Roland wasn't really planning anything nefarious. There was no way that he could actually stand up to 5 Tier 3 class holders in a dungeon like this. Then there was Banir, who would probably be used as a hostage if he tried anything funny. In the end, a satchel of sensors made its way into Myrtle's hand. When their exploration of the dungeon continued, he would have a detailed map ready. Time continued to pass as Roland and Banir worked on the door. The construction was embedded into the hard bedrock of the dungeon with several bolts sticking out to the sides and out of sight. Even if a large monster rammed into this thick slab of metal, it wouldn't budge. Unless someone drilled up the support bolts on all the sides, it would probably be easier to bend the metal on the construction. Hey boss, it seemed to have stopped just like you assumed. Good, it's finished then. He opened the large door and then closed it back again a few times to see if everything was in order. The biggest issue with the dungeon closing itself onto the metal was non-existent. Previously he had done a few tests on the other dungeon when drilling through it. Through this research, he concluded that all dungeon walls had some type of maximal thickness. If he made the metallic parts even a millimeter wider than that limit, the dungeon would not push itself over it. It's like a restraint in the game, as if the walls had some kind of invisible wall collider that couldn't be broken. Well then, there is just one last test we need to go through. I hope that you could assist me with it. I guess this was part of the deal. Who wants to do it? Can't you do it, Auburn? You always say that you're the fastest from us. Let M do it. You're just lazy, isn't it? Auburn looked at the bottles in the hands of the dwarfs while spitting on the ground. The last test consisted of getting one of the monsters on the other side involved. It came to the Sun Elf to lure it over to the door before it could be used as a proper safe spot barrier. Thus, as a red dot was spotted on the map, Auburn moved into the dungeon to lure the skeletal monster over. Hey ugly, what are you staring at? To make it more realistic, he fired off his arrow and hit the monster on the shoulder. It was another berserker that this area was crawling with, and the injury worked. The monster was enraged and charged after the Sun Elf, who bolted towards the newly made door. It didn't take him much to push the closed doors apart and duck into the mine. The important part came now, as they needed to see what the monster would do. It stopped, boss. Yeah, and it's not hitting the door frame either. It should be fine. It was a success. The monster couldn't follow the escaping Auburn, that then finished it off with another arrow to the heart area. It seemed that the moment the elf went through the door, the monster lost sight of him and started to instantly slow down. When it came up to the end of the corridor, it just started turning away as if the aggro it built up had been reset. Another job well done, boss. It seems so, but let us wait a few more days before making a conclusion. It needs to last for a while for this to work. Aye. Banir and Roland nodded while looking at the door they created. The dungeon walls covered all the spots where they were drilling and moving the rocks. It looked like any other dungeon door that existed and seemed to not be budging at all. This part of the job was done, but this didn't mean it was over. Well then, take care. We will master Runesmith. The group of adventurers wasn't going to stop, they only started exploring the new dungeon. This time around they also agreed to place Roland's sensors around the area for an easier time. With them delving into the dungeon, there wasn't much left for Banir and Roland to do besides examining the door, which looked to be standing the trial of time. Hours turned to days, and soon the whole floor had been explored by the Platinum Party. With the help of the mapping device, it was very easy to go around. Each spot had been checked and the monster variants had been checked throughout. To Roland's surprise, there was not a single Lick-type monster on the level, just a high mage similar to the one that the Lick had summoned. After going through the area, no boss chamber was discovered. A room with a chest was there, and it even took the party of 5 some trouble to get the tier 3 magical item that was in it. This was not the end of this dungeon, a staircase existed and it actually went in 2 directions. Monsters from this level couldn't follow people onto the stairs, and it led to 2 similar-looking zones. Everyone took into consideration that they were quite deep underground. The dungeon could have multiple levels leading up and down that were waiting to be discovered. It was really the gold mine that Arthur was looking for and would probably prove as a good training ground for new tier 3 adventurers. However, even the first level was large enough to take a party of 5 experienced adventurers almost a week to explore. Considering that there were other levels and a potential boss chamber somewhere, it would take a lot longer to examine. This time Roland wanted to use it. The door was finished, but probably many more trips back and forth needed to be made. He could use an excuse to travel with this group of 5 to this dungeon, not for monetary reasons, but to level up. It's time to go, but this door needs to be monitored and I can use this excuse to defeat the monsters. I've even managed to gain another level. Roland couldn't really join the 5 on the expedition and didn't really want to. Lone tier 3 monsters still wandered towards the entrance, and these he could take care of even with only his armor. Perhaps it would take longer, but sooner or later he would hit that threshold and reach his goal. Chapter 301. Lord Arthur, how come you've been ignoring us? I am sure you're aware mine's in dungeon, how come you've been denying us entrance to it? Ah, was there a mine like that? Think the guild master did say something about it? But shouldn't you visit him first? The Adventurers Guild is responsible for anything that involves the dungeon. Now, I'm kind of busy with work, I'm sure everything will work itself out with time. Work itself out? Which are ye planning? The Lord has another appointment and will be busy for the entire week. A maid with cat ears approached an angry-looking dwarf that was trying to hold in his anger. His face was red, and not the kind of red that he usually got from drinking. Nevertheless, he was talking with a noble, there was no way for him to raise his voice or complain. His experience was telling him that if he didn't tread carefully, that things could turn sour. Ken, what you're doing? I will report this to Union. The maid just smiled while pointing her palm toward the door. The dwarf slowly got up from the chair he was sitting in, took one last glance at both the smiling maid and the man behind the large desk before leaving. A sound of a slammed door was heard by both the people inside the office as well as the 3 standing outside of it. You? Junan, was it? Could you move? You're in my way. Not far from the office entrance stood a tall man. His face would be considered handsome and his frame more than athletic. It was the city's only Runesmith, and to Junan it was someone that he didn't get along with. Though, without any retorts in mind, he just gave out a snort before charging out through the corridor instead, while leaving the 3 people there wondering what all of this was about. Why did they have to call me at this moment? Did they want me to bump into one of the Union dwarfs or something? Roland was the man in the corridor, and the other 2 were the usual guards, Sir Gareth and Sir Morian. The 2 had proven themselves to the city guards in the last monster siege and were on the path of becoming an important element in Arthur's army. They were already teaching the basics to the recruits, and more people came to sign up as business was booming. Or to be exact, it was about to really take off. The Lord is waiting for you, Master Wayland. He just nodded at the 2 knights that seemed to have changed their view of him. Previously he could see a sort of disdain in their eyes, but now it was gone for some reason. Roland wasn't sure what the reason for this was. Perhaps after killing the Lick he had gained some respect. The 2 actually knew that he slew it himself without help from any outside sources. His potential of becoming someone influential and powerful was steadily increasing. It didn't happen often, but other people had managed to defeat tier 3 monsters while a tier lower. It wasn't bad to assume that such a person was on the way up, and holding someone like that in contempt was never a good idea. I guess I'll have to get used to this newfound respect, Master Wayland, huh? Naturally, after becoming part of the Valerian noble entourage, people in the city started treating him differently. Even though from the outside he was nothing more than a servant, he was still a servant to someone that carried a noble title. It was even scarier when that title belonged to the Valerian house that ruled this island. They were the law, and everyone knew that they took their name very seriously. Even going against a servant wouldn't be taken lightly, as from the noble's perspective, it was going against their brand. If it isn't Master Wayland, I'm sure you've already seen the angry dwarf from the Union when leaving. Yes, I did, but won't they become even more suspicious of us if they see me? Suspicious? We are past that part. Arthur shrugged while smiling. Roland wasn't sure how to reply while taking a seat before the large desk. On it he could see various documents and contracts, some new and ready to be signed by some merchants. It was clear to him from glancing that Arthur was busy in preparing his shipping enterprise. He needed to sign contracts with merchants, and now, while the dungeon's worth was underplayed, was the best time to do so. Isn't this like playing on the stock market with insider information? The dwarfs knew that the mine existed there but had no idea of the bigger picture, the dungeon with Tier 3 monsters in it. Along with others, they decided to wait while the dungeons was being cleared out, otherwise, they would probably already be preparing for the major influx of business. When a dungeon with Tier 3 monsters and materials was revealed, the status of this area would skyrocket. Many people would kill for a chance to have an early start in such a region, and Arthur knew this. Before more eyes were placed on Albrook, he needed to close all possible deals. Roland knew by now that Arthur wasn't just interested in managing this city like a normal noble. He could just get the usual taxes and let the place grow by itself while he relaxed. This was, however, not his main goal. The young man was interested in gaining power and prestige. For this, he needed more capital than taxing the city, and in this case, trading was the way to go. Massive amounts of resources would be moved from the dungeon in the form of monster parts and minerals from the mine. He was the city lord and could make things a lot easier or harder for any merchant company. Roland wasn't sure if he would go with a more symbiotic approach or if he forced bribes from them. Either way had its pros and cons, but money would be gained eventually. What he was more interested in was not how Arthur would be gaining his riches, but on what he would be spending them on. To this day, he had no idea what the noble was after. It didn't seem that he was that interested in competing with the other heirs to the Valerian household, but perhaps with this lucky break, he was finally ready to get his hands dirty. For Roland, that had signed a contract, this wasn't that welcome of a revelation, as he could end up against some influential opponents. I see that you have been busy. Ha, probably not as busy as you, Master Wayland. I've gotten a report from the adventurers, but I would also like to hear it from you. How does it look down there? Nevertheless, he was only a runesmith and not something like a knight or even a butler. Perhaps those two knights and the maid would be considered problematic by his siblings, but he was only a craftsman. At most, he could see Arthur getting replaced by someone while he just switched to another boss. However, the further their cooperation continued, the tougher it would be to break those bonds that were forged. That dungeon is a lot larger than I've expected. Please look at this. Is this a map? Yes, they have managed to fully explore 3 floors for now, and there are more of them, but I think you probably received a copy of the map. Indeed, but it wasn't as detailed as this one. Could you make me a copy? I've already made one, here. Arthur nodded while smiling as if he expected to receive this parchment. On it were 3 dungeon levels that the team of 5 platinum adventurers had explored within a week of being inside of the dungeon. They had decided to retreat afterward as they had not prepared for anything longer. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that the upper floors contain easier monsters. Yes. The monster levels were lower and so were their numbers. Each floor had one chest being guarded by a smaller group of them. After exploring 2 of the upper levels, they had attempted the lower floor and found the levels of the monsters going past 160. Yes, this makes sense. Both of the men nodded. This dungeon was structured in a similar fashion as the starting area of the lesser one. The upper levels were easier, while the lower a person traveled it became harder. Probably at the end, a boss chamber waited for them and perhaps a path toward a new, more difficult section. Is it an open dungeon, or? Arthur started pondering this fact while looking at Roland. He had kind of thought through the fact and came to his own conclusion. If I may. Please speak out. Thank you. First of all, it's possible that another entrance exists to this dungeon. If we follow the stairs leading up, we might discover a new entrance that had not yet been discovered. A new entrance? That sounds troubling. Arthur frowned at the mention of a separate entrance. If such an opening existed, there was a high probability that it was outside his area of influence. It would be possible for someone else to claim the rights to this dungeon, or at least siphon away a large chunk of its resources that he would not be able to tax. However, the entrance might not exist. Do you mean? Yes, if it's connected to the super dungeon, then it would make sense, but we won't truly know until we explore everything. That's why I would propose exploring the upper floors first to see where the dungeon ends. I'll consider your words when I talk to the adventurers, but perhaps it would be better if the guild master took care of that part. Roland raised his eyebrow a bit as he noticed something off in Arthur's tone. He didn't seem that cheery when talking about the group. Perhaps they weren't inclined to follow his orders, as he was still a kid with no actual power. It wouldn't be strange if they refused his proposal and just continued at their own pace. Having a fellow Tier 3 class holder talk to them instead was probably a better choice. The guild master was invested in this new venture and would probably do his utmost to make it work. With a staggering amount of money on the line and his propensity for greed, Roland wasn't worried. It seems that everything is progressing well, but you must hurry. The dungeon can't remain closed for too long. I can probably give you another week before we have to open it up. A week? Yes, but even if the dungeon is open, it doesn't mean that people will reach that area, so you will have some time to explore it. However, I'm sure many eyes will be on you, and sooner or later someone might discover our little secret. Roland nodded and was sure that the Union dwarfs would probably begin their search for the mine that Arthur was trying to deny. It wouldn't be strange if they acquired some runic devices for this purpose. His involvement was already identified, and hidden chambers behind runic doors wasn't anything new. There were already ways of getting in, and hiring another runesmith or rune mage for such a task was costly but not out of the question, so they didn't lie. At least, I'll have to look through these maps and will inform the guild master about exploring the upper floors first. Is there anything more? Yes, I wanted to bring up one more project. A project? He nodded while moving a hand into his pocket to take out a round object. It looked like a marble with some faint runic traces and symbols over them. This is? I call it a sensor. A sensor? Does it have anything to do with those magical maps? Yes, I was thinking of using them in the dungeon on a larger scale. Well, he was at least interested in my idea, but first, we have to get the dungeon sorted out. Between his thumb and index finger was the same sensor that he showed Arthur. This little device was going to allow him to make some extra money and also make the dungeon a lot safer in the future. It was, however, only a side project that he thought about while stuck in the dungeon with that group of 5, and would take some time to come to fruition. First, I'll have to get my workshop up and running. That one in the tower isn't worth investing into. At least Banir doesn't need to come with me anymore, so he can take care of that while I'm down there. Roland still needed to go down there together with the group of 5 for at least another week. After that, the dungeon would be opened up and people would probably be following after him. It wouldn't be strange if the dwarfs were already spending money to hire some competent personnel. Luckily, they would only spend enough for a mine's worth and not realize that a potential A-rank dungeon was waiting down there. I don't have much time and nothing else to do down there anyway. Soon he arrived at his destroyed home, where he was greeted by a loud howl. The place had been worked on by his magic, but there was still a lot of work left to do. It was the middle of the day and he could hear some hammering. Banir along with his own little assistant were busy repairing the shed that used to be a secondary workshop. His home's door had already been replaced, but there was still more work to do. For the time being, he decided to close the shop, but this didn't stop Elodia from showing up and helping them tidy up the place. The sight of her raking the rubble towards another area just brought a little smile on his face. Luckily, soon some hired workers would show up to get things done faster. His mind wasn't on the repairs though, as another quick expedition into the dungeon awaited him, and this time around his focus would be different. Well then, Master Wayland, we will be off. Have a safe trip. Roland waited for the group of 5 to disappear into one of the tunnels before moving toward his own backpack. On the surface, it looked like he was stuck opening the magical corridors for this group, but in reality, he had his own motives. If he wanted, it wouldn't be hard to design a device to do it for him, but instead he wanted to be here. Luckily it wasn't that hard to restore. From the large spatial bag, he pulled out 2 items. One looked like a large cannon with some cables connected to it, and the other was a spider drone. He had used his free time to assemble a working model from the parts available at his workshop. His new salvaging skill was actually handy, as it would produce working legs and parts from the melted remains of his spider golems. Well then, they are far enough, I should get started. The cables on the cannon were connected to his suit, but also to an exterior power source. The mana crystals that were in this mine were a free source of energy that he intended to use up as much as he could. Time was against him and his level needed to rise higher. His plan was quite simple: kill skeletal monsters from a range like before. Only one thing changed from his old approaches this time around: he would have some bait. There is one, bring it over here. The golem reacted by entering the dungeon and going toward the red dot on the map. Soon enough a skeletal berserker was rushing after the small spider golem that was enhanced for speed. Just like with the tests, after the drone vanished through the door, the monster stopped. This was his cue to act. When it turned around, the large cannon was used to deliver a devastating blow to the monster's back. Infernal skeleton berserker has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Roland smiled at the prompt, but then quickly looked to the map for other red dots. The range of his map had become quite massive. He could see the entire floor and every monster that was on it. With the help of his drone that would lure them here, he intended to grind them out for all they were worth. While the group of 5 were gone, he would use his time here well. Chapter 302. There they go. A large group of people pushed towards the dungeon entrance as if there had never been a tier 3 monster there. Roland was looking at the people pushing each other out of the way in an almost frantic frenzy. Arthur and Auden ran out of excuses to make the people wait. There was also the problem of many adventurers running out of money along with people in the city. No one could afford to let the dungeon sit there without adventurers in it. The whole city depended on the materials coming from it. At least, they won't allow everyone to enter into the lower levels, for now. This will keep the city afloat and give us more time. But it won't take long for people to find out. His gaze was drawn to a dwarf that he remembered. It was Wedemir, the party member that he encountered along with Armand during the Lick crisis. He was the one that probably spilled the beans about the hidden mining area. Together with him, he could see many other dwarfs. One, in particular, was the enchantsmith belonging to the Union. If he was there, then they were probably attempting to find the hidden entrance. Considering that Roland found the entrance as a runesmith, bringing an enchantsmith along wasn't a bad idea. I'm not sure about enchantsmith. He shouldn't be able to get through runes, but the class isn't that much different. If he can actually see the traces of the runes, will be enough for them to figure it out. While the dwarf there would probably not be able to open up the runic passages, he might be able to pinpoint where they were. Afterward, it would be as simple as bringing a proper runesmith over to do the work for them. It wouldn't be strange for them to have already called for backup from their Union headquarters branch. One such existed in the main city on this large volcanic island. They might even have other means of getting in there that I'm not aware of. I can't rule out that possibility. Roland turned away from the swarm of people entering the dungeon as he had just come out of it a few hours ago. The day that he had to give up the mine was something he had come to terms with. His plan was to turn it over to the authorities after reaching Tier 3, but he wasn't that far off now. There was still some time left for his grind. Before the announcement was made official, he had some more time. Things are going to get bothersome from now on, but I need to continue. It will become a lot harder after other Tier 3 adventurers come to the city. At the time, the most danger found in the dungeon were the Tier 3 skeletons. However, without being able to pass through the opening he created, killing them was rather easy. This would change after people capable of slaying them started arriving in the city. The monsters inside the dungeon were easy to predict. This wasn't the same for actual people who could stab him in the back. When they formed a group of Tier 3 adventurers, the danger became very real. At the time being, he was a big fish in a small pond, but soon things might change. Before this city was overrun by these powerful individuals, he needed to become one of them. It was something required for his own survival. It wasn't strange for people to vanish from dungeons, it was quite common. He had first-hand experience with this as he had left the fencer to be absorbed by the dungeon all those years ago. It was the perfect spot to clear out old grudges. Name: Roland Arden. L169 Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord. L50 Secondary: T2 Runic Engineer. L44 Primary: T1 Mage. L25 Tertiary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, just 6 more levels. I really hope that last skill is worth it. One of the reasons he was waiting to max out his Tier 2 Runic Engineer class was to get the last skill. At the moment he had actually gotten some handy class-specific skills, some were better than others. The Region skill, for instance, was quite handy and did point him toward one specific battle path. If he could control multiple machines from a range, he might as well create some minions to aid him in battle. Even the Salvage skill isn't that bad, it even works on rusted and mangled items, just need to level it up to not lose so many materials. If I could get down to the lower levels it would be faster, but, at this point in time, Roland had a more complete map of the dungeon. There weren't that many levels to discover when going up. Just like he had theorized, there was no connection to the outside world. There were only 4 floors leading up from the one he started from, and the top one was a lot smaller than the rest. So this confirms it then? Yes. The dungeon is probably expanding upwards and perhaps with some time will create a pathway, but how long that will take is anyone's guess. This is good, Roland nodded as he found himself back in Arthur's office. They were discussing the situation in the dungeon and he was delivering the maps he created to confirm the adventurer's claim. Thanks to them placing his sensors all over the place, he was now able to monitor everything that was happening in there, as long as he was in range. This he hoped to alleviate with time and more sensors. That is true. It's deep underground and is competing with the Albrook dungeon for space, but this also means that there is a new possibility to this dungeon equation. Another possibility than it being connected to the super dungeon? Yes. Both Roland and Arthur had gone through literature concerning dungeons. Usually, a new baby dungeon just like the Albrook one would connect to the outside before being discovered. It came equipped with pre-built floors and everything, but sometimes they could also expand further. In this case, it seemed that this dungeon was expanding upwards. More floors were being built, and if it continued to go up it could have a similar structure to the Albrook one. What they could have encountered was an incomplete dungeon that was still in the process of growing. The harder monsters were closer to its core and end, while the weaker ones would spread to the upper floors. In both cases, this isn't bad news. At least it will take some time until it can expand upwards, or it might never actually do it. We need to focus on exploring the lower floors, but regretfully our friends need to return. Yes, their weapons weren't looking that great after 2 weeks. Those monsters at the lower floors aren't a joke. After the party of 5 reached a dead end on the upper floors, they quickly began going down. The monster levels started to increase and more of them began to appear. They could only partially explore the floor below the initial one as the monsters there were close to level 170. Further down the enemies started traveling in small groups and could probably reach close to level 180. Yes, but, with those levels, we won't have trouble in attracting aspiring young veterans of the trade. I guess if you look at it that way, that will be all unless you wish to discuss something else. No, I already handed Mary the package, I'm sure your people can handle it. There shouldn't be a problem with the first 10 floors, it might take some more time on the lower one. But be sure to have enough products to carry out your little scheme by then. If it works it could earn us quite the sum. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. I'll hold you to your word, but don't forget, I need to make the announcement soon. The city is practically broke even with those skeletal bones. Arthur gave out a sigh while glancing at some booklets that probably contained the city finances. Roland wasn't an expert at managing a city, but there were probably various costs involved. A developing city needed a lot of funds, and it wouldn't be strange if Arthur had borrowed some money from outside sources. Getting those things sorted out in time would be paramount, or he spent it all on bribing merchants to get them all on board. While new merchants would probably be arriving after hearing the news, it wouldn't be that easy for them to establish themselves in this city. Many other smaller companies had already cemented their place here and had figured out their trading routes. Before any more could get here to make business, the ones residing here would be ahead. Have a good day, Master Wayland. After leaving Arthur's office he was sent off by Mary. He noticed some bags under the young woman's eyes as well as under her boss's. Both of them were working tirelessly through these weeks. He wasn't doing better either, as he spent over 2 weeks down in the dungeon with tiny amounts of sleep just killing monsters. Will I be able to do it at this pace? Time was running out and his leveling drive was stagnating. This had all to do with the 25 levels that he needed to go over. The monsters he was fighting were between levels 150 and 160. With the ever-increasing demand for more experience points, monsters that were more than 10 levels below weren't cutting it. There wasn't an option to change it up though. Building golems of the Tier 2 variety wasn't that great for leveling either. Luckily, this also gave him another option. At this point in time, there was no way around it. He needed to suck it up and forego his basic human needs. If he wanted to achieve his goal before this place was jam-packed with scary platinum adventurers and their unsavory Thieves Guild counterparts, he needed to turn it up a notch. I guess going with no sleep for a few days won't kill me. With that thought in mind, he made a detour to the Church of Celeria. They were in possession of various divine elixirs that could aid him in his current endeavor. His body was strong and he was young, so in theory, it would be possible to push himself without retaining any bad side effects in the future. Probably the only thing that would suffer in this case was his social life, as he wouldn't be able to visit nor talk to Elodia much during this period. I'll just have to explain it to her. I guess it's better to come clean, she will worry either way. He had already decided to be more truthful to his partner, and not like he was doing anything nefarious, just putting his body at some health risks that he could downplay a little bit to make her worry less. Later on, the decision he made came out to be the right one, as many stamina-boosting delicacies were offered to him to keep him going. Thus his leveling drive was started. Sleeping was now only an option that was taken when it was necessary. With people still searching for the runic passages, he had some time to lure the Tier 3 skeletons towards the exit and kill them just like before. More golems were used to lure in the monsters faster and more efficiently. When the time came to wait for the monsters to respawn, he continued to grind for experience, inscribing runes on metal pieces only to quickly destroy them and do the process again gave him some side resources for leveling. He engrossed himself in his work. When he was not down in the dungeon, he continued with the golem restoration project. With his current stats and resources, it wasn't hard to reproduce them back even during this chaotic period. The time of the announcement finally came and the dwarfs were finally able to uncover the secret of the hidden chambers. With the knowledge of a potential B-rank dungeon and the hidden passages that were present, people were in a rush to find out if it was true. Rumors started spreading and people started sending out scouting parties to confirm the information, which gave Roland the bit of time that he needed. Luckily for him, people were quite skeptical in this world. Even when the city lord made the announcement about the discovery, most people didn't believe it. His brothers would think of it as some kind of trick and would be wary of it. Everyone needed to confirm this claim through their own means before investing. However, some that decided to risk it would be the ones that were able to profit the most, as first adapters always had a leg up. When going back and forth from the dungeon, he could see the increase in people. The discovery of the first hidden chambers didn't take that long after the dwarfs activated some of their specialists. Although they used their pickaxes to make the pathways, they were probably working on other ways of getting in there. This was a sign that he should hurry. The more time passed, the better they would become at accessing the hidden pathways. For the time being, the guild master had ordered to withhold the information about the passage from anyone below the platinum adventurer level. The excuse was that the monsters were far too deadly for anyone below tier 3 to engage. It won't take long now, but I'm almost there. Just a little more and it's all going to be over. His head was on fire, but after drinking a potion he bought for far too much, the migraine subsided. It had been a week since he had a good night's rest. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still continued to push forward. He could already see the light at the end of the tunnel, and he could barely contain himself from smiling as the promised next tier was already around the corner. My lord. What is it? The Black Ravens have sent a report. Bring it over. As you wish, my lord. A nicely dressed old man walked into a room that was dimly illuminated by the light of a fireplace. His gaze landed on a man sitting by a lone lamp that didn't do a good job of showing the content of the papers he was going through. From his hand, a grey envelope appeared donning a black seal with a depiction of a black bird on it. The man behind the desk looked at the envelope. Before picking it up, he stretched his hand out. A matching ring with an identical bird on it was on his middle finger. The moment this accessory came close to the seal, both the ring and it began to flash. Within a matter of seconds, the wax melted away to reveal the contents of this message. Is this from the Fallen region? Ah, right, it was that bastard's territory, almost forgot about it. Is this true, a B-rank dungeon? The Ravens have confirmed it, so the information must be correct. This complicates things, but not like that idiot will be able to profit from it. Send one of the hunting dogs to check it out. We can't be too careful at a time like this. After dear brother Ivan's demise, the path forward had become clear. I bet my dear brothers will send out their dogs as well. As you wish, my lord. But this is still only the bastard that we are talking about. Don't overdo it, our resources are limited. Send one of the puppies. They should be more than enough to handle it. Yes, my lord. Good, now go, report to me after it's done. The old man quickly left the room while the envelope was disposed of in the fireplace. On the other side, he was greeted by the sound of clunky metal as the two knights saluted him. Soon the man vanished into the corridor, illuminated by various torches to carry out the order he was given by his lord. The mission was simple and didn't seem like a problem, but it was still up to him to pick the right people for the job. That young captain's group should be a good fit. With a name on his mind and the details of the mission already laid out, he continued towards his next destination. More and more soldiers in full plate armor appeared before him, which signaled that he was closer to his goal. Finally, after a good 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at a door with a shiny new plaque on it. It contained the name of a man and his title, which the butler was quick to call out after a knock. Knight Commander Emerson, I would like to have a word with you. Chapter 303. This wall, it opens up. Use TH device. Asterisk click asterisk, T's opening up. This smell, it must be TH mines, we did it. A wall was slowly sliding open to reveal a large cavern. There was no sun above them as they were deep underground, but the place was brightly illuminated by various sources. One was the lava pit in the middle, while many other glowing crystals in the walls added the rest. The group of 7 dwarven adventurers started rushing through, their eyes almost turning into golden coins as they gawked at everything in there. Greetings, took you long enough to get here. Suddenly their bright grins started turning sour as they saw that there was already a person inside. It was just one person wearing silvery armor covered in various runic inscriptions that were glowing. At the moment he was walking through a passage and dragging something behind him. This caused everyone to pay attention and go for their weapons as the thing being dragged looked to be a skeletal monster. Don't worry, it's dead, but if I were you, I wouldn't set foot in that dungeon. The monsters inside it aren't a joke. With your levels you'll not be able to last a minute in there. Isn't that TH human Runesmith? That's him. What's in that bag? Are ye mining TH resources, eh? Do ye know that they belong to TH Union? Oh, they do now? Regretfully, news doesn't reach all the way down here. Plus, I think you are lying, so, finders keepers? 6 of the 7 dwarfs raised their weapons, while looking at the armored man that was in the process of putting the skeletal remains into a large backpack. He was alone here and there were 7 of them. In their eyes, they could beat him. While he was a high-level runesmith, it didn't mean that he was a capable fighter. They were all warriors hired by the Union. If they managed to get the human runesmith that their bosses disliked, then they would surely be given a reward. Oh, are you sure about this? I'm a bit tired, so I'm not sure I'll be able to pull my punches if you continue. The runes on Wayland's armor started glowing brighter, which made these men curious. They knew that he was wearing some type of magical armor, but surely it wouldn't pose a problem for them. In a flash, they could surround him and beat him down. Wit a ye idiot stain, pat down your weapons if ye'll want to live. Wedemir? Do it now. Step to TH side, let him through. But, shut your trap. You're the dwarf from that time, you've made a wise decision. The man in armor commented while the brightness of the room subsided. The dwarfs that had been gathered here were quick to notice that their comrade was sweating. It was instantly clear to them that he was afraid of the human runesmith, and that perhaps the rumors about him lying about his level weren't exaggerated. They had also seen him drag away a tier 3 monster from a hidden chamber. Everything added up and suddenly they all started to back away. I guess that's it for my monster farm. They took some time to get here. Soon this place will be crowded, might as well finish up away from all this trouble. Roland peeked behind his shoulder as he looked at the panicked dwarfs. They were all high-level tier 2 class holders. For a moment he thought that he would have more blood on his hands, but luckily one of the people here was an acquaintance. Wedemir was the dwarf that he rescued from the lick, and during the escape, he had seen him perform some feats. Thanks to this he was able to avoid a struggle with the 7 individuals that he wasn't actually sure if he would win that easily. While his level had gone over 170, he had spent a lot of time here without sleeping or resting. His mana reserves were low and his armor had thinned out. It was better to not push his luck, even though his opponents were far below his level. It wasn't worth risking his life over nothing. I thought the Union didn't do things like this, but perhaps the dwarven adventurers aren't really part of it, they are just hired swords. Maybe they thought they would get a raise if they dealt with the human runesmith. While speculating, he increased his pace and continued to look at his runic map. He had already seen the dwarfs approach this location several hours ago. The dead Tier 3 skeletal berserker was left there on standby. He wanted to use it as a deterrent, but his little bluff didn't seem to work. Luckily Wedemir was there to pick up the slack. Roland could already see multiple green dots outside of the secret chamber before they arrived and prepared accordingly. His range extended further away, so he also noticed other details that pushed him into not engaging with the dwarven adventurers. Thus he picked up the pace and continued walking through the now emptied-out corridors. He quickly arrived at the lava lake where the exit was. The dwarfs had constructed a magical device to get through, which meant that the chamber didn't become flooded by lava. However, it looked a bit different, which made him come to the conclusion that they attempted that approach. His assumption was that they probably placed some explosives in the area the entrance was. Perhaps they even rushed inside and had run away from the lava that flooded in. Probably in time, this lava would be removed by the dungeon itself and give them some time to examine the magical door. I wonder if anyone died here. He could not spot any bones or remains of dead dwarfs or any other people, but it wouldn't be strange that someone had to pay the ultimate price. The Union was dead set on getting to the secret mining spot before anyone else. Roland wouldn't be surprised if they tried going in through the chasm in some way. Perhaps it would be possible to build some kind of platform that worked like an elevator there. It was possible to go straight down and arrive at the other entrance where he caught Armand and his party. Maybe a pulley system could work there, but the problem of getting attacked by worms was still there. They wouldn't be able to put enough workers there along with guards to make such a construction possible. However, in the future, if they spend enough time and money, it could become a reality. I don't think I can sneak past them anymore. Hey, I see movement. Are they coming out? No, there was no one wearing armor like that with them. Who is it? Could it be a monster? After the lake started parting, Roland decided to pop his head out. This time around there were a lot of people gathered here. He could even see flame-resistant tents set up close to the lake on both sides. The 7 dwarfs that went in were just the first, but more adventurers were waiting here. They weren't only of the dwarven variety either. So did they send the dwarven unit that is on the Union side first, while these guys keep anyone from going in? Both sides of the lake had people guarding it. They were probably keeping all the other adventurers away from snooping on their expedition. Nothing out of the ordinary, but now he was placed in another situation. What if they thought that he had killed their comrades and started attacking? Hey, that's no monster, that's just Wayland. The Runesmith? Now that you mention it. I can see some runes on that armor. Luck was on his side today, as his favorite martial artist was in the small crowd of people. He was on the side of the lake that he was going towards and continued to wave at him as he was getting out of the hidden chamber. Now that he got a better look at the people there, they were all various adventurers that he had seen before. Some of them were even using weapons from his store, but what happened to the dwarfs? We were supposed to wait for them? Asked one of the adventurers in the group as Roland arrived at the shore. Why don't we just ask Wayland here? Use your brain for once. Armand laughed at another adventurer that Roland wasn't that familiar with. The man looked to be in his early 30s and was around level 100. All of the people here were around the same number and were gold rank adventurers. They weren't a tight-knit group though, so escaping them wouldn't be a problem if he had to. Those 7 are fine. They arrived at the mine. Wait, 7? I'm sure there were 8 of them. One of them died in the boss chamber. Roland had seen 8 dots approach the room with the dinosaur boss, but only 7 left it. The monster was still over level 120 and powerful. Even 8 people had some trouble with it. The lack of information was also part of the untimely demise, and during the escape, the boss room had been already cleared out, so Wedemir had no information on it either. Hey, are we going to believe him? What if he killed all of them? So? Huh? As one of the adventurers commented about the possibility of murder, a familiar woman's voice emerged from behind a large rock. Soon a silhouette of an elven adventurer he knew appeared. What if he killed them? Do you want us to go against someone that could kill those 8 and walk out without any injuries? It was the second person from the duo, Lobelia. It seemed that she and Armand were here to pick up some easy change. This was just the job they loved to take. Flexing their muscles and scaring off other adventurers was easier than battling monsters. The other people that were here were similar and started backing away at the thought of having to fight someone that strong. There were around 10 of them here, but there was also a possibility of sides being switched. Lobelia and Armand were known to have ties with the city Runesmith and would surely take his side if something transpired. Even now the two were slowly placing themselves behind Roland as if they were trying to protect his flanks. Is that so? It is what it is. Then you leave me no choice. The other adventurers started preparing for the worst as they were listening to the conversation. Some already had their weapons raised and were probably thinking if it was wise to attack or flee instead. Before anything could happen, however, the man Lobelia was conversing with stepped to the side while laughing. Ha ha, put them down. Who in their right mind would go against the city Runesmith? Do you want to get hanged by those Valerian bastards together with your families? I knew you were a man of wisdom. Screw you. Lobelia grinned toward the gold-rank adventurer that looked as if he wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing. To Roland this was a nice way of resolving the situation. Having a reputation wasn't bad, and with Arthur backing him up, unless it was a noble, no one could really seek trouble with him or anyone related to his camp, so one of those idiots died. Was it that one with the earring in his nostril perhaps? I don't know, didn't really check. A shame. Armand burst out laughing while going back to his post. He gave Roland a smack to his shoulder which was followed up by another smack from Lobelia. The girl aimed it a lot lower and got his shiny behind. While he wanted to deck both of them for it, he decided to just move along. The faster he got out of this dungeon, the faster he could get to the more important issue. After nodding at the two, he left the lava lake and continued on his journey back up. The dungeon had gone through a change as it was close to a month since the lick incident had ended. He spent the entirety of it trying to frantically level up and still came up a bit short. This didn't mean that needed to return down here again. His plan was to only do this after achieving his tier 3 class change. Time had run out for him as he didn't think that it was safe to continue with this approach anymore. When looking around, people had come back in full swing. There were even more adventurers here now than before, and his contacts at the Adventurer Guild had informed him about a wave that was coming soon. This dungeon was a great chance for early platinum rank adventurers to shine. They would be appearing here soon, and after the run-ins with others he had today, it was better to stay away from this place for a while. The city would be going through a shift. The power base had been established after the initial settlers and adventurers arrived. Now on the other hand, more powerful people would be trying to sink their claws into this location. It wouldn't be strange for a lot of turmoil to transpire within the next few months. I don't think the veterans will make a move. This is still only a B-rank dungeon for now. They will remain at the S-rank dungeon as it still will offer better rewards. Roland believed that only upstart tier 3 adventurers would make the move here, and there shouldn't be that many at first. This place was still a backwater city that lacked any facilities that platinum rank adventurers liked. The stores needed to be updated with better weapons and materials for them to use. As it stood, the city wasn't equipped to support a high-level dungeon. Just like the party that was mapping out the new dungeon, they would be forced to travel to another location to repair their gear. What was important for him was to quickly reach tier 3 and prepare his own shop for the influx in the future. Things like this did take time, but sooner or later, the Union would move some of their assets here, and before that happened he needed to expand his repertoire. Now that they confirmed the mine and the skeletal monsters, they will finally start making their move. Though convincing high-level smiths to change locations won't be that easy, so it will give me some time. The tunnel that he made to sneak into the dungeon was not discovered, but the chamber it led into was. For the time being he wouldn't be able to use it, as anyone that entered it would be able to see the path leading to his workshop. Without any magical signs on the walls, it had not been discovered, and the lack of anything worthwhile inside didn't really make it worthwhile to use the pricey magical items required to enter it. This didn't stop him from filling out the passage with rocks to keep people from discovering the pathway if they decided to dig into the walls even more. Soon he made his way back to his home, which was quite busy. Some people lowered their heads at him as he was a known magical craftsman. In their hands, he spotted some runic items and even bags that had his little copyrighted symbol. Business was booming, and he was quickly making back the money that he had lost from his home being destroyed by the lick. Bernier and his little assistant had managed to repair the walls as well as the structures inside the compound. All the wind generators had been destroyed and everything had been patched out within the month of the licker's demise. Life returned to normal, but this was no time to rest. Even when Elodia and Benir were urging him to take sleep, he could not stop yet. Go to bed. I will, soon. Did anything arrive for me? I don't believe you. Here, one of those green birds left it. Thank you. Elodia grumbled after handing Roland a tiny piece of parchment that was attached to a magical bird's leg. This he did not open until he found himself back in his office. His clothes were changed into something more casual and less metallic. While his eyes were quite bloodshot, he decided to infuse his mana into the tiny scroll to unveil his next plan. The moment the blue energy from his finger connected with the magical paper, it started to grow. From a little scroll, it turned into something that was larger than an encyclopedia tome. When opening up the seal, he could see various runic structures. Good, he sent them over. If I can debug these faulty runes into something workable, I'll be able to level up without fighting those monsters. It was the last part of his plan, runic scrolls containing various runic spells. He had practically begged the cat to send them over, as with his debugging skill he would be able to fix the faulty designs. Perhaps some of them would repeat themselves, but he didn't need that much, just enough to give him a level and a half, as that was what he was missing, until he hit level 175. Chapter 304. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained a new skill. Rapid Machine Reassembly L1 skill active, an almost instantaneous reassembly of destroyed, broken, or damaged machinery. Finally, Roland gave out a sigh of relief while also putting down the pencil in his hand. When looking around his office area, he could see parchments and papers everywhere. He had spent the last 2 weeks scribbling down Tier 3 schematics without really knowing what he was doing. Greater runes that were produced by Tier 3 runesmiths were still above him. The only thing he was capable of was correcting already existing patterns. A problem arose after just a few days, as he had gone through the entirety of the material that he was given by the professor. To alleviate this problem, he started assembling more golems while also trying to construct brand new Tier 3 schematics without really working out the language yet. It felt like he was back to 10 years ago when he was stuck in a small room discovering Tier 1 runes. Back then he also needed to section off the runic components into larger parts and assemble them together to get something that worked. Luckily he had already worked on such designs before, so even the faulty schematics added some ammunition to his research. Finally, his relentlessness paid off and the level up message appeared before him. He was now level 175, name, Roland Arden L175, classes, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, secondary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, primary, T1 Mage L25, tertiary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, Strength 227, Agility 183, Dexterity 271, Vitality 239, Endurance 269, Intelligence. Glancing over the new numbers, he recalled getting a new skill. His eyes were already almost ready to close as all adrenaline was draining from his system. At this point in time, he hadn't slept in 5 days and the backlash from drinking potions was starting to affect his body. His mind was willing, but his body wasn't, as his vision became blurry, and the only thing that he was capable of doing was to drag his tired body to his bed to finally pass out in his clothes. I guess I must have passed out. What time is it? When he achieved his level up, it was about 5 in the morning and the sun was still down. Now the moon was high up, which was an indication that it was close to midnight. When he put things together, he must have been out for close to 20 hours. When looking at this world system Windows, it was always strange for him that it didn't have a clock anywhere. It seemed it wouldn't be hard to have a tab somewhere to show him the month and hour. This he could only attribute to time being a more arbitrary number, as well as the months having different names in different cultures. Even here there was no month of January or December, and the year was divided into 13 months instead of 12 like in his old world. However, this was no time to think about the time he needed to get his act together. What's this? As he was about to look over the new skill he spotted a piece of paper on the side. The handwriting was quite nice and telling of the person who left this small letter behind. I left some food behind in the icebox. A smile crept onto his face as his stomach started rumbling. Quickly he decided to go to the kitchen while almost tripping over Agni that had decided to sleep beside his bed. After letting him out of the house, he was back at the kitchen table and eating a prepared meal. The moment of rest and silence was quite refreshing and also gave him time to finally go over his new skill. Rapid machine reassembly? It's probably different than the rune mending skill. The description was short, but it gave him an idea about what he was working with. It wouldn't be hard to test it out. Thus, with a piece of bread in his mouth, he headed down into his workshop that he was intending to go to anyway. There he picked up a hammer along with a golem that he had assembled during the level rush. Previously he would not dare to damage pricey equipment like this, but now he had gotten the hang of assembling these. His mana reserves and skills allowed him to breeze through the runecrafting process as well. With that in mind, the large hammer connected with the metallic body and produced a nasty dent. The blows started raining down on his creation until at least a few legs were broken. Some were hanging off on a piece of metal while others were cleanly broken off at the joints. This should do it. Before him was a destroyed golem that would normally sell for a large number of golden coins. Now it was nothing more than a mangled mess of parts, and even the runic traces to its runic brain had been cut off. It was the perfect test for this new skill that would probably come in handy if it did what he thought it was doing. Oh, it's taking quite a bit, but this isn't bad. Roland had a lot of mending skills already, but they were all focused on repairing runes that had been overloaded or deteriorated. This skill, on the other hand, seemed to work on a wider scale as it was able to restore this destroyed golem. What he only needed to do was activate the skill and point at the golem with his hand. A circle appeared around the object in question before it started to be mended. The process was rather quick. He could see in real time as the dents he just created to be leveled out. The broken joints were assembling themselves back into place, and even the legs that were broken were on the move. It slowly slid back into the socket it was pulled out from, and by magical means, it seemed as if time was reversed. Is it actually rewinding the damage caused to the material, or does it work in some other way? At first, it did look like time was winding back, but when thinking about the spots he first destroyed, the sequence wasn't in order. One thing was clear: this skill was quite the mana hog, as after a good night's rest he was back to having 100% of his energy. Now it had almost been halved and went below it when finally the drone had been restored. Rapid machine reassembly leveled up. HM. That was fast, maybe because it's a complicated piece of equipment? Usually, skills took a bit of time to level up, but this one went up after the first attempt. There were always some hidden bonuses to leveling, and this was probably the case here as well. The Runic Engineer class was still a Tier 2 class that started out at level 50. Though in this case, it was impossible to get this one without previously gaining the Runesmith class. Nevertheless, a person at level 50 would not have enough mana to actually use this skill on something like this spider golem. Perhaps the world system took this into account and rewarded him with a lot of experience for this fact. This actually informed him that it wouldn't take that long to level up this skill. Having the skill level up by only this one attempt indicated the difficulty for the future. The only real roadblock would be the staggering mana requirement. This could be alleviated by mana potions, but as it stood now he didn't really want to get near those anymore. After his recent leveling drive, he had been drinking more potions than he did water. If he didn't get the recent rest, he would probably not have enough energy to activate this skill at its full capacity. I can decide if it's worth leveling up this skill after I see the classes. The most important fact was that his Runic Eye of Truth skill had reached level 9. It was probably the most important skill that he had, and perhaps would help him unlock the Tier 3 version of his Runesmith Lord class. This was what he was going for, a prestigious version of this class. The stat multiplier it gave him put him in a league above regular people, and if he could achieve the same for Tier 3 then he would be set for life. The regular multiplier is 3. Perhaps I could get a 4-time multiplier this time around. This was his main wish, but he wouldn't really know if it was possible until he received his new class. The world only gave him hints in the class names or in the tiny sprites on the PC screen he could see. This would be a decision that he couldn't go back on. A Tier 3 class went up to 100 levels and couldn't be changed until a person gained 50 levels in it. Leveling past this point would become even harder than before, and would either require risking his life or spending time working on runic equipment for more than 10 hours each day. A blunder here would set him back for years and would severely impact his future prospect. However, he still had some time to think things over. There was no rush when it came to money, but for some reason, he had a bad premonition. Things were progressing fast, and with the arrival of various other players in the city his standing was shaky. While Arthur Valerian's name offered him a semblance of protection, it wouldn't protect him from his siblings. Now that the word of the B-rank dungeon was out, they would certainly start making moves. He was one of his people and would be an easy target to send a message that one brother is the closest, so he might try something first. Roland had done his homework on the other brothers before and was sure that they would at least try to make Arthur part of their retainers. He didn't actually care which brother became the next duke, nor was he interested in gaining more prestige or money. If there was a peaceful resolution to their fight, then he would urge Arthur to take it. He could only hope that the young man would know his place and made a deal instead of trying to fight. Well, I'll worry about that when the time arrives. I can only get this out of the way and prepare as much as I can. Before anything happened, spies and scouts would probably be sent to prod for all possibilities. Then some time would be wasted trying to make some kind of deal. Perhaps Arthur already had the plan to be taken under the wing of one of his brothers, and this was just something to make himself worthy of their help. They still are brothers, maybe their relations aren't all that bad. The face of his own older brother popped into his head. While their relationship when they were younger was bumpy, they had managed to squash it. Now he could even contact his brother from time to time and have him fill him in on his father's whereabouts. Due to some tensions at the borders, he was usually forced to be stationed there, and this was perhaps part of the reason that he wasn't found yet. Though at this point Roland was convinced that he was nothing more than an afterthought in his family's mind. It functions, but some of the parts weren't fully restored. The spider drone was ordered to perform a few movements. It could move and operate at about 80% capacity. The dents that looked to be smoothed out weren't quite as smooth as previously. There were some cracks here and there which indicated that the skill needed more levels. After performing a few more tests, he came to another conclusion: he could not activate this skill on multiple targets at once. This would be a lot more useful if it had a wider range, but it did increase after the level up. In his mind, he could see this skill being quite handy in a pinch. The scenario he was thinking about involved multiple battle golems. When one went down, he could just restore them without even having to be involved in the battle. With this skill involved, he could see a change to his battle repertoire that could change him into a one-man army. That is if he could ever get the mana usage down. As it stood now, he would pass out after restoring 2 Tier 2 spider drones. I guess this is it. Finally, after the testing of the new skill was done, he decided to give the Ascension ritual a go. The previous ones he had stored for this occasion had been destroyed during the Lick incident, so he had to go get some new ones from the church. Luckily they had a few lying around that he could procure, but he also needed to pay a little extra. With the crystal in his hand, he decided to sit down near his workbench. There was no need to go up into his office or check up on Agni. Even when he spent months in the previous trial, only a few seconds passed in the real world. Thus finally, after all these years, the journey he set on was coming to an end. He had left on a mission to join the upper echelons of power, and with this step, he would finally have his foot past the door. There he was again, in his old apartment. At the time he was looking in the mirror that was in his old toilet. Even some of the dust was there that he was either too tired or too lazy to clean up in his previous life. After looking at his face, he was having a hard time remembering the one that he used to wear. While his intelligence rating should have given him impeccable memory, for some reason he was slowly forgetting his previous life and the people he left behind. It would be funny if this is all some kind of dream and I'll just eventually wake up from a coma after being hit by that truck. But anyway, he slapped his face with both his hands and the pain was very real. This strange place lowered his stats as he felt more like a regular human here than a superhuman runesmith in the real world. Soon enough he was sitting at the screen and going over the sprites and possible classes. To no surprise of his, there were actually more options than the last time he came here. 25 levels ago, when he hit level 150, he glanced over all the options and now there was a lot more to go through. Let's see. Master Runic Engineer, that one is new, and what is this one, Runic Machinist? A strange class appeared on his screen which was closely related to the Master Runic Engineer. While the Engineer one was easy to decipher, this one was a bit more unique. He noticed that the 2D sprite was holding something that looked like a handgun in one hand while a wrench in the other. Perhaps blasting all those Tier 3 monsters with ranged weaponry was some kind of way of unlocking this class, as he had never heard of it before. Interesting. Judging by the name, he expected it to be something that helped construct machineries like golems or flying ships. On the other hand, the gun on the sprite indicated that it would get some perks with ranged weaponry. Perhaps it would give his cannons, even the one he mounted on his armor's shoulder, more perks. It could increase their damage and perhaps even allow him to auto-aim with them through the use of skills. There existed ones that archers used that allowed their projectiles to always hit a target. Where is the Runesmith tree? It should be somewhere there. While the class was intriguing, it wasn't really something that he was interested in at the moment. Maybe it would be a good secondary choice in the future if he decided to focus on the power of cannon fire. Next in line were the Runesmith variants, Advanced Runesmith, followed by Master Runesmith, and then something that he was looking for. Master Runesmith High Lord, huh? There it was, an advanced version of the Runesmith Lord class, a High Lord variant. It was probably what he was looking for and almost had him clicking the sprite instantly. However, he managed to stop himself as there was something else there. A class on the same side of the tree, but one that was slightly ahead of the High Lord one. What is this one? Runesmith Overlord? Chapter 305. PND No 10 Runesmith Overlord? Is this because I defeated that lick, but it doesn't look that insidious? Also, what is with this naming sense again? Master Runesmith High Lord? Roland was stuck looking at the sprite that was ahead of the lengthily named Master Runesmith High Lord class. Though it made sense that if the Master Runesmith was the base class, then the Prestige variant had to keep the Master part of the name. Then there was the Runesmith Overlord class that lacked this title and seemed to be in an even greater position. There were creatures that were called overlords in this world. They were high-level tier 4 undead that towered over their own kind. The lick that he faced came from the same family of monsters and could evolve into an overlord. An overlord was a high-tier undead that could actually summon other liches to do their bidding. If a lick was a city-level threat, then an overlord would be a kingdom-level threat. The number of undead soldiers he and his minions could produce was staggering. There were records of smaller countries being overrun by such undead monsters who then were only defeated by a joint effort that arrived from outside. Was there some kind of hidden prerequisite that I managed to reach? Was it defeating the lick by myself or just slaying large numbers of tier 3 undead monsters? This was a curious conundrum. If the Runesmith Overlord class wasn't there, he would have instantly gone for the High Lord variant instead. It was probably more of the same, a greater version of the Master Runesmith class. That probably added a greater multiplier than before while also allowing him to get greater rune mage-related knowledge. Normally a regular runesmith wasn't that great at adjusting the runic operating system that was hidden away within the runes. In reality, there weren't that many runesmiths like him that were able to adjust everything by themselves. It wasn't strange for others to get some help from a rune mage to adjust some settings before just copying the changed rune afterward. Thanks to his Runesmith Lord class that somewhat combined the two classes, he could easily learn the rune mage part. Wait, I've been stuck thinking about the undead for too long. An overlord doesn't have to be an undead monster. There were mentions of elite monsters appearing with this title. When thinking of an overlord, the undead type popped into most people's heads. It was one of the most known stories in this world, so his mind drifted in that direction. However, something like an orc overlord evolution was also possible. It seemed that it was a very powerful evolutionary variant that wasn't limited to summoning undead creatures. There was that one orc overlord terrorizing a region in another kingdom in the past. Roland tried to recall any information that he had about the overlord monster variants. There was a handful in the past and all caused a stir in the countries where they appeared. The undead variant was a confirmed tier 4 monster, but there was nothing to verify the other ones. Then when it came to classes with this title, just as the Lord and High Lord variants, there was no knowledge known to him. As always, this was a secret that most families kept to themselves and handed out on a need-to-know basis. Perhaps if he spent a lot of money at an information broker he could gain some snippets of data, but Roland didn't expect there to be anything worthwhile. All the best bits would either be locked away behind a vault or sold off at an underground auction for a price even he wouldn't be able to afford. Doing more research won't help me much and just waste more time that I don't have. Knowing of the Overlord evolutionary monster variants, which were known for their ferocity, did imply its prestige. Going by the sprites on the screen, this Runesmith Overlord class was superior to the Master Runesmith High Lord class that he was actually trying to get. After maxing out on all the skills related to the previous Runesmith Lord class and maxing out his second tier 2 class, he was finally able to unlock all the requirements for it. This always went the same. The tips for the class were on the screen before him. One of them was the name, which was quite obvious. Two choices were before him, the High Lord class or the Overlord one seemed to be the way to go. While he did have the option to go with an upgraded version of a runic engineer, it didn't seem to be better than a Master Runesmith. class. Perhaps if he managed to level up all of the various skills he received from the Tier 2 variant, a more prestige version could appear. However, time was running out and there were various other aspects of this change that he was worrying about. He needed to go with the best class he possibly could, and those two would probably give him what he wanted. The second tip was the way the sprite looked. It told a story of its own when the class was ambiguous. When he went with the Runesmith Lord class over the regular Runesmith variant, it was the same. The sprite was wearing better armor, and besides a hammer, also holding a sword to indicate that the class was meant for battle. The Master Runesmith High Lord upgraded version for it looked similar. The armor looked a bit more intricate and the sprite was also more defined. Both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 class sprites looked like 8-bit, while the classes that were Tier 3 were 16-bit. They were slightly larger and showed a bit more detail in them. This was probably to symbolize the large change a person was taking when going from Tier 2 to 3. It was a chasm that many people failed at crossing. A whole new world was waiting for them on the other side, and now it was Roland's time to make that leap. Both of the sprites were somewhat similar. Both of them were wearing some nice full-plate armor that was also equipped with a very lordly-looking cape. The High Lord one had a blue one, while the Overlord had a red one. Each sprite was equipped with a nice-looking helmet with a comb at the top. They reflected the colors of the capes, but the Overlord came with something that looked like wings on the sides. In general, it was clear that the High Lord sprite was copied over and then given some upgrades to create the Overlord variant. Judging by how things work here, the Overlord class might have the exact same bonuses and skills as the High Lord class and come with some minor bonuses. While the sprites were walking, he could see a faint glow on the pixelated armor that probably were supposed to be runes or magic effects. In the right hand, they were holding a large sword, while in the other a hammer, similar to the Runesmith Lord class. Everything was just larger and more intricate to imply the upgrade. Then the third and last tip that swayed him in the direction of the class of his choosing was the location on the screen. The further to the right of the evolution tree that the sprite was, the better the class was. He wasn't sure what this trial area used to judge the rarity or power of the class, but it was something that usually worked out for him. Last time the Runesmith Lord class was in that location, and now the Overlord one was there. It might be similar to the difference between a regular class and an advanced one at Tier 2. His last acquaintance Myrtle the Cryomancer had one of those classes. One was an Ice Mage while another was an Advanced Ice Mage. Both were on the same tier, but the second one allowed a person to obtain greater bonuses to ice spells than the previous ones. The gain was around 25%, and it could be similar in this case. Didn't expect a change to the plan at this point, but here it is. When thinking back to the Runesmith Lord trial, it was a combination of battling and crafting. Usually when a person chose a similar class, then the trial was also more of the same. When going for a direct upgrade, it was even more probable that it would be just a more advanced version of the previous text. The only problem was that he wasn't going with a direct advanced class, but some kind of superior side variant. I won't know unless I try, but there might be a price to pay. Roland leaned back into the gaming chair that he spent too much of his previous life in. The choice was made, but there was always a detrimental factor. The higher the class on the evolution tree, the harder the trial would become. He went from scribing one lesser rune onto some paper all the way to battling a swarm of monsters in an arena, and then spending months building contraptions. This one would be the hardest yet, and he needed to mentally prepare himself for the task at hand. If he had some time to spare, he would love to do more research and perhaps upgrade all of his engineer-related skills. However, with the dawn of the new dungeon, power was something he needed. For a moment he stood up from his seat and started looking around the small apartment he used to live in. There was nothing here to ease his mind, just a reminder of a life once lived and not fully appreciated. Probably if he was able to return to his old home now, he would do his best to quit a job where he wasn't appreciated, or at least give his boss an ultimatum. While working towards a new endeavor instead of playing video games, working for 8 hours, 5 days a week doesn't sound so bad anymore. After some pacing back and forth, he sat back down and finally gave the Runesmith Overlord class a click. The virtual reality headset popped up just as always, and he put it on quickly. His vision was overtaken by white light before he was taken to his new Tier 3 trial area. At first, it was dark, but in a moment a torch lit up on the side and was followed by many others. What is this? An underground warehouse? Torches on the walls started to illuminate the place he found himself in to reveal some items he was familiar with, like iron spears and swords. Their quality wasn't all that great though, and after taking one of the swords he could feel the dullness of the blade by just touching it. It's too small to be a warehouse, looks like an old garage where someone dumped off some unnecessary stuff. Besides the weapons, there were some old leather robes, boots, and various other low-quality items that would be seen used by bronze adventurers. Could the trial be to restore these items to be graded? This would make sense if it was a pure crafting profession, but somewhere he expected combat to play a role. Wait, what am I even wearing? These trials tended to give him new clothes, and this time around he was wearing some kind of noble getup. The motif was red and the materials used would sell for quite a penny on the market. The shoes were also high quality, even above what he was used to wearing in real life. On his chest, he also noticed some initials that implied his name. R.A. Roland Arden? I guess the trial would know my real name and that I'm a noble. Perhaps only a noble could even get this far. This world was quite unfair as it segregated people into castes even when it came to trials like this. It made things easier for the rich that had their forefathers pave the way for them, while making it a lot harder for any upstarts. It's not strange for nobles to have their initials embroiled into their clothes, but what is this for? After looking over this limited space, he finally decided to go towards the thick wooden door at the end. There didn't seem to be any type of locking mechanism or keyhole that he could look through. Roland wasn't the most trusting person around, so after grabbing the least dull sword around he injected it with his mana. This place lacked any sort of smithing tools to help him out, but this didn't mean that he couldn't inscribe some runes on this piece of metal. His level was quite high and so was his mana output. Depending on the material, producing runes became easier. While iron was one of the worst when it came to retaining runes, it was easy to work with. This wasn't all, some knives and daggers were also here. With the help of his rune copy skill they quickly turned into throwable bombs. If any monsters waited for him outside, he would at least have something to fight them with. Normally he wouldn't be this cautious before a trial had started, but this was a tier 3 test. From what he heard, these were a lot more serious than the previous one. He had read of some people failing within the first few minutes because they walked into some type of trap. Not all trials gave specific instructions, and sometimes a person needed to find it out the hard way. Thus, when going towards the door that didn't possess any locking mechanism or a keyhole, he kept his distance. One of the spears was used to pry the door open just enough so he could peek to the other side. From the angle he was standing, he only saw a corridor that began lighting up with torches. There didn't seem to be any traps there, and even when he threw one of the daggers to see if something was activated, there was no reaction. There was nothing there to kill him, and his debugging skill didn't show any hidden runic traps either. Without dropping his guard, he went into the corridor only to realize that it was incredibly short and narrow. Within a few steps, he arrived at a row of stairs that were leading up to another door. This one made his eyebrow go up as he noticed some light going through its cracks. Is that daylight? There was a stark difference between light from a torch and from the sun. The brightness there implied that if he went through this door he would end up outside. This was quite surprising as all the previous tests took part in enclosed spaces, but perhaps it was just a more modern light source, or some magic at play. His last trial placed him in a modern warehouse, so this wouldn't be strange if his old world and new one became mixed. Besides the light, he also began hearing some faint noises. It sounded as if there was something out there. This might have been his first enemy, so he started slowly approaching the exit. Luckily, the cracks in the wood allowed him to look through this one to see something that he didn't expect. Huh? What is this place? At first, he was studied to see the scenery before him. Quickly he pushed the door open without being fearful of anything attacking him. On the outside, he was met with the sound of birds chirping and the annoying sound of annoying beetles that usually appeared during summer. The moment he stepped through the door he felt the air becoming clear and warm. A blue sky with just a few clouds greeted him, and he could feel the sun's rays hit his face. He was not in an underground dungeon or a giant warehouse. This time around he was in a vast world that looked similar to the real one. It was clear that this world was some kind of illusion, but it felt so real. However, there was one big difference that quickly became apparent. The sound of the chirping bird drew his attention to it, and the moment he saw this creature he knew that he was still in the trial. The bird was made of wood. It looked like a puppet. It was very similar to one of those popular drinking birds that gamers like to use to press the spacebar. It just also had a set of wings on the side and actual moving feet. It was somehow moving around and giving out a chirping sound. Some others were even flying around the place he was in. It's the Lord. He has come to save us. Huh? While being stumped by the fake animals around the place, something even more bizarre appeared before him. A wooden person shouted at him from a distance. It looked similar to the puppets he saw during his last trial and was now running towards his location. It was not the only one there, as behind it 2 other slightly larger ones appeared who were wearing some rusted over armor pieces and old, leather armor that was hanging on a thread. What this was about he wasn't sure, but after looking around the place he found himself in, he was quickly getting an idea about what his task would be. Chapter 306. My liege, you have finally arrived. Thank the gods, you are our only hope. Roland was still processing the thing that he was seeing. He had found himself in some kind of wooden fort. He came out on a slightly elevated spot and was surrounded by a wooden wall. From here he could see down towards a bailey. It seemed he was in some kind of old fort on top of a motte. It was an outdated design even in this world, and would usually be used only in some villages that didn't have enough money to create stone walls. This was not the only problem, as the strange 3 puppets that were coming his way were a lot more eye-catching. First of all, the one that was shouting was dressed in a nice tunic and actually had a whole wooden face. The mouth could only move up and down like on ventriloquist puppets, but its eyes and eyebrows were shifting around as well. Then there were 2 larger ones behind it that were wearing old decrepit armor. In their hands, they were holding wooden spears with iron tips, just like the ones he found in the room he appeared in. Besides that, the lack of any moving facial features was apparent. All they had was a drawn-in face that made it look very uncanny. Quite similar to a nutcracker wooden doll that Roland was familiar with. When using his identification skill on the puppets, he was actually able to gain some information about them. Name: Wooden Soldier L35. Classes: Wooden Warrior L25. Wooden Soldier L10. Name: Wooden Lord's Aid L25. Classes: Lord's Aid L25. This was sort of strange, as these puppets were clearly not real people. Instead of getting their levels and classes, he should have gotten the materials they were made from. These should be more similar to golems, which didn't possess any classes when made by him. Monster golems, on the other hand, were identified with levels for some reason. This didn't mean that all constructs made by craftsmen weren't assigned levels. It was possible to create a golem with a level assigned to it, similar to a monster construct. Roland didn't know the process behind this and was hoping to learn it when getting through this Tier 3. This was the moment craftsmen were rumored to be able to create these more advanced variants that were accepted by this world's leveling system. He theorized that it had probably something to do with the golem core and how it was created. Perhaps he needed to make his own from scratch without using monster cores that he erased. It could also require more intricate artificial intelligence to be made, as the monster versions tended to be a bit more advanced than the spider drones that could only carry out simple tasks. My lord, there is no time to waste, we must prepare. Prepare? Prepare for what exactly? After seeing the puppets coming his way and identifying their levels, he started relaxing. At this point in time, a slap from him would turn them into splinters. There was no danger in interacting with them. The moment they arrived at his side, the 2 wooden soldiers went down to their knees while the Lord's Aid just gave him a bow. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they were part of the new trial, and this aid here would probably explain everything to him. I heard that Tier 3 trials could be quite complicated and sometimes take place at huge locations. This is probably similar. Before attempting this Tier 3 trial, he had read up on other high-tier trials like this one. There were many rumors and hearsays, but the more information he gained, the better of an idea he could form. Most of the time these tests wouldn't be that complex. For instance, a Shieldmaster class would need to fend off monsters while protecting something inside their trial space. Most of the time they seemed to have to defend a passage, but sometimes it became more detailed. A Guardian was a Tier 3 class that required a person to possess similar classes to that of a Shieldmaster, but also have a Knight class. One recorded trial had the future Guardian protect a group of NPCs that acted like people. It was recorded that they repeated a few sentences and reacted to some prompts and orders. The person needed to protect this group through a dangerous path that went through a dark forest, then a narrow bridge at a chasm, then through a mountain range, and finally arrive at a safe spot at the end. It wasn't said that the whole illusory world was real. Perhaps straying from the path would take them to an invisible wall, just like in the fake apartment complex his trials started at. Other records were similar. One particular assassination class had its test taker sneak around a whole small city and a castle. They needed to sneak into the sleeping chambers of the city lord and perform an assassination while evading the guards. It was possible to create various scenarios in these places and pit people against intelligent beings, and not only mindless enraged monsters. Even when it came to crafting classes, he had read up on tournaments inside the trial grounds. They were placed against NPC competition that they could even sabotage if they were able to get away with it. It gave people a lot of wiggle room to be creative in passing, and underhanded methods were allowed. There were no morals in these fake words. If a person could achieve victory, they would pass. If these worlds can create human-like NPCs with intelligence, why do I get wooden puppets? Roland wasn't sure why the wooden people had appeared again. The one that was the Lord's aide was a lot more animated, and thanks to the moving eyebrows it was easy to understand what emotions he was going through. Perhaps his own understanding of the human mind was so rudimentary that the trial that was rumored to be a reflection of his own being had trouble creating real people. Nevertheless, this was not time to think about his own disinterest in understanding others. He needed to get some information about this place. It was clear that he needed to prepare for something, and this wooden puppet would need to fill him in on the details. My lord, did you already forget? The enemy stronghold has declared war on us. We need to fortify our fortress to defend our people. Defend our fortress, huh? Roland almost made a snarky remark about the claim that this was a fortress after not seeing much more than 2 meters of wooden walls. This place didn't look great, and these wooden soldiers were certainly not strong. It seemed that he would need to defend this area from these attackers. He needed more information that probably this Lord's aid puppet was here to give him. Tell me, who is attacking us? How many soldiers do they have? How many soldiers does our fortress have? Don't leave out any details about their equipment either. Tell me everything you know. As you wish, my lord. Do you wish to have the soldiers gather for an inspection? Gather? Yes, have them assembled and ready for battle. You heard the lord. Carry out the order. One of the wooden soldiers saluted by hitting his chest with his fist on the spot where a human's heart would be before storming away. Roland wanted to actually see his whole army together if he was to command it. It was better to investigate their weapons and gear to then come up with some kind of plan. The scenario seemed to be pushing toward a defensive battle, but this didn't mean that it would end at it, nor if only one wave of enemies would arrive. Thanks to his noble heritage and not much to do in his younger life, he went through various books related to strategy. He was the sole lord of this place, so it would make it easier to command the troops. There were ways of defending a castle or a fortress that he was knowledgeable about. First, he needed to learn about the topography of this location. If this fortress was built into a mountain, it would have made defending it a lot easier for him. This isn't that good. There are multiple places that we can get attacked from. The wooden puppet stuck close to him while he went around the whole compound. Everything looked like this place was stuck in the iron era of metallurgy. All that they had to work with was pig iron, which was used for tools, and regular iron they outfitted their army with. Though Roland wasn't sure if he could call the wooden puppets he had an army yet, this area had no real natural fortifications. The only thing keeping the invaders out would be the waist-deep moat and the 2-meter or so wall that was made from logs that were tied together with some low-quality rope. If he gave it a punch with his current stats, he would probably be able to make a hole in the wood, or just directly push it down with one hard charge. There was a lot of wiggle room in this place as it was quite spacious. Many empty plots of land stood everywhere as if waiting to be built. For the time being there was a handful of buildings that he had access to. First off, there was a town center that, as the name implied, was placed in the middle of this city fort. Inside there was even a wooden villager that was just mindlessly standing around without doing anything interesting. There was something that looked like a market, but only a single wooden merchant was there peddling some wares. When looking at the laid-out items, he spotted some crafting materials and even better weaponry. After approaching the merchant, a system prompt appeared before him, similar to the one that he was used to but with actual options that he could interact with. Aid, how much money do we have? 100 coins, my lord. I see. Can I purchase the items from this merchant? Certainly, my lord. I'm sure you'll make the right decision when investing our limited funds. It seemed that he had entered some type of strategy game this time around. He could see an icon of a sack filled with gold in the upper right screen when interacting with this merchant. There were items like longswords made from steel and iron here, and he could buy them in bulk. However, there were also crafting materials that when put together ended up being cheaper than buying a fully made weapon. Let's go to the blacksmith. Besides the town center and the market, there were the barracks where all the soldiers were stationed. It was the only military building in this place that he would be visiting at the end to check up on his soldiers. Before that, he wanted to look through the building that was closest to his specialty, smithing. There is one blacksmith here, but do they expect me to automate everything? Roland was a bit confused by the setting of this whole trial. It was as if the overlord part of the class was taking over the scenario here and left the runesmith in a ditch. Normally, he expected to be at least crafting some of the weapons, but after checking some things he finally found his answer. I see, so that's how it is. The smithy had its own window where he could just tell the blacksmith to create weapons and armor. However, this wooden blacksmith was more like a factory robot. It only took an existing item designed and produced a copy of it. After fiddling around with the settings, he managed to discover that he could design his own weapons and armor, so I can either automate this by buying steel weapons and resources from the merchant or create better weaponry myself. I bet everything I buy at the merchant will be of inferior quality to what I can make, or it will cost a lot more to manufacture a store-bought sword. The world ranked its items from lowest to highest, it even gave runes their own ranking from lesser to legendary. He was still a runesmith, and it didn't seem that this assistant blacksmith was capable of inscribing runes either. From his perspective, there were two ways he could go about this to achieve victory. Either he made all of it himself, or he automated part of the process while spending his time on other things instead. I guess this is the hard part. How should I spend the limited time I have here? It seemed that he would have to inscribe runes on any of the swords by himself before his army could use it. He could also do the same with the weapons, but it was clear that it was better to let the wooden blacksmith perform this task instead. It could copy a design he produced, and with his current smithing skills he should be able to at least produce a high-quality sword from the materials that he could obtain. I won't be able to make anything more than steel weapons. Would it be possible to equip those wooden soldiers with runic wands? This reminded him of the first smithy that he was using after achieving his runic blacksmith class all those years ago. It wouldn't be hard to use the tools here, but before he got to work he needed to take care of other things. The trial was forcing him on multiple fronts, and he would need to find out the best ratio for it. One was being the city lord here and taking a similar position to Arthur. Then he would need to craft the best possible weapons and armor for his troops if he had enough time. Finally, when the time to defend these walls came, he would probably also need to join the battle. The wooden soldiers that he saw were quite low-leveled and weak. It wouldn't be strange if they got instantly massacred by whatever attacked them, so this is it. Yes, the finest soldiers that the wooden stronghold can offer. Please give them your orders, my liege. He finally arrived at the barracks. Behind it, there was a large training ground where he could see some of the wooden soldiers training against dummies made of straw. It didn't look that great. There were 50 wooden soldiers on the field, with only one of them over the level of 50. Name: Wooden Soldier Captain L55. Classes: Wooden Warrior L25, Wooden Soldier L25, Wooden Soldier Captain L5. Roland was also greeted by another window that presented him with the levels for his soldiers. There was no need to even use his identification skill when going through this transparent console. The soldiers varied in levels and experience. Some of them didn't even go through their second Tier 1 class. When scrolling through the various panels, he also noticed that he could assign them training, so I can choose their evolutionary path. To his surprise, there was one wooden warrior at level 25 that had a plus sign next to its name. After clicking on it, he was given an option to upgrade it into a wooden soldier. This wasn't all, as there were other options. Some were grayed out. One of them was a wooden sword soldier, and another was a spear soldier that probably specialized in those weapon types. Wait, there was a training window there. I can actually assign them a training regiment. Without asking for help from the aide, he managed to figure out what was going on here. All the wooden soldiers had their own skills and even talents. There was a sub-window that would show him their aptitude for certain weapons. At the moment he could only see 3 variables: swords, spears, and bows. Where the 3 things he was given and their aptitude were shown in letters, so F is probably the worst, and if it goes up it gets better. Probably similar to dungeon ranks. Perhaps A or S is the best aptitude. I was never that good at strategy games. It became clear to him that this would not be an easy task. He was not someone that worked that well with others, and now he would have to become a commander of a fort. It was up to him to decide on the path his soldiers needed to take and also give them the best equipment for the job. What would be the best ratio of spearmen to bowmen? He wasn't sure, but he would need to decide before the enemy attackers got here. I still need to check out that wooden fort I came from. I think there was something like a lord's chamber. Perhaps there is something to tie all of these things together. If I have to walk between all of these areas on foot, it will take forever to get things done. Roland decided to postpone upgrading the one wooden warrior to another class. He needed more information about this system. Before leaving, he assigned training regiments to each soldier depending on the aptitude for each weapon. Time was of the essence, and he hadn't even fully explored this place yet. Becoming an overlord seemed like it would force him out of his comfort zone, but at this point in his life, he was used to it. Chapter 307. So, is this supposed to be the Lord's throne room or something? Roland spoke to himself while entering the shoddy-looking fort. It was on a motte, which was a mound formed to house it. The elevation wasn't that high up, and the wooden walls consisted of the same sharpened logs tied together by rope. These fortifications wouldn't really stop anyone. Perhaps people below level 25 would have to scamper around him, but besides that, it would go down quickly. It was not much of a fort, as there weren't any watchtowers outside and only one building directly in the middle. The size of this building was comparable to a small house, but there was a lot of space around it. This wide open space gave him the impression that it was supposed to be filled out by something, and the answers he found on the inside. The inside of this almost hut was primarily empty. A long brown carpet made out of some sort of animal hide led up to a large chair, which was probably supposed to be his throne room. The position of the throne was slightly elevated, and on the sides there were several windows that let some sunlight in. Besides the large chair, there were also some torches that could probably be lit when the space needed to be used during the night. When entering this place, he had the Lord's Aid puppet trailing behind him, but the moment he entered this area, the automaton stopped in place. It didn't seem that it wasn't able to enter the area by itself, but waited to be allowed inside instead. It seemed that the wooden people really saw him as their leader and would follow some rules concerning this role play here. Roland decided to go around this place, and after reaching the throne, his gaze landed on it. The thing was made all out of wood and lacked any type of soft cushioning for his behind. Perhaps he would need to use it for something later, but for now, he discovered a door to the side. When going through it, he was taken to what looked to be the Lord's bed chamber. A large bed with a mattress filled with something was there for his use. To the side, he also spotted a chair at a desk with some parchments and notebooks, nothing to actually read, just empty pages to write things in. How long do they expect me to be in this trial? There was a quill along with some ink that he was very familiar with. It was just like the first one that he used when he went through his runic mana scribe phase. When looking at this place, he had a premonition that it could take a few months before he gets out. The pages here were probably to take notes and maybe to plan things out for the future. His first task was to defend this place, which he needed to prepare for. The 50 soldiers I have wouldn't pose much of a threat to the current me. The enemies are supposed to arrive in around a week's time. What should I do in the meantime? Is there anything in here that I can use? Roland had hoped to at least find a map of the area somewhere in here, but it wasn't there. Perhaps he would need to draw it up himself while exploring the areas around the castle. As it stood, he had some time to allocate to everything. The soldiers had their orders to train up as he had gone to the barracks, but he had yet to decide on the resource allocation. I just wanted to be a shop owner. This whole trial was making him want to cancel and go pick up the Master Runesmith pathway. While he was fine fighting monsters and crafting gear, leading troops wasn't something he was familiar with. When going down into dungeons, he was also a solo adventurer, with only Agni being his only companion. When joining other groups, he was never really part of them and never cared about working as a team player. Now he needed to somehow lead these puppets to victory. Well, these automatons might be more like golems than people, so it will make things a lot easier. They also don't seem to question me in any way. While contemplating his next step and gathering more information, he finally decided to sit down on the throne made for him. It would be quite tiresome to go around this place on foot, as it wasn't that small. Luckily, to his surprise, when he sat down, another system panel popped out before him. Wait, this looks similar to one of those games. Roland came from the modern world and had gone through all sorts of types of games. Role-playing games and strategy games were some of the ones that he enjoyed. The interface before him was quite low on the graphical spectrum, but it was similar to some of the strategy games. That he played. In the upper right corner, he could see the same gold icon that he witnessed when interacting with the merchant. To the right side of the icon was the number corresponding to his current gold level. When he tried tapping on the gold to get more information, he saw the letter 1 with a plus sign next to it. Could this be how much gold I gain per day, or per hour? Everything started making more sense as this whole trial was shaping up to be some sort of game. The +1 gold was probably how much of it he would gain per cycle, but he would only know after some time passed. At the moment he had exactly 100 gold, but it wasn't the only resource that was there. After going through various other screens filled with pixel art, he found that there was a lot more to this thing than met the eye. It is a Runesmith-related trial, so it's normal for it to have all those various materials. The screen gave him a very intricate list of materials which were also separated by quality. There were metals like iron, bronze, and mithril. Some of them came in ingot form while others in raw ore form. They had quantity numbers assigned to them, but as it stood now he only had simple metals at his disposal. There is an actual map, but most of it is covered by dark fog. This is really just like a strategy game map. Does this mean I have to send a scout out to look for other resources? It didn't take him that long to grasp the situation here, and the controls were easy to understand. The trials were said to be created to suit the people taking them and also adapt to their life experiences. In his previous life, Roland spent countless hours playing games that shaped this test that could create a whole world within itself. Probably if a denizen of this world took the same trial, the parameters would change to suit their understanding of things around them. He wasn't quite sure if this was a blessing or a curse just yet. Thanks to this system within a system, it was possible for him to automate a lot of things and quickly order his troops around. However, if the trial wanted to remain fair, it would need to turn up the difficulty of it all. It wouldn't be strange if the added information would cause the opponents to become stronger, either by the size of their troops increasing or their tactics becoming more intricate. Okay, first I need to send someone out to scout for more resources. This small encampment is generating 1 gold, but everything costs at least 1 gold. This throne room allowed some conveniences as he didn't need to directly go to the barracks to assign the training regiment to the soldiers. The one wooden warrior that he didn't give a new class was also there. Now that he was here, he began thinking about the future. All of the lower-level soldiers had numbers attached to them that corresponded to their levels, but also how much they leveled up from training. Roland needed to wait for a day until he calculated all the numbers, but perhaps before the enemies arrived in a week's time he could advance every one of his wooden men to another class. When thinking of this and the mapping problem, he realized that he could assign a wooden scout class. Each of the classes had a small description to go along with it, which made the choice a lot easier. Wooden Scout. This unit has gained skills in discovery. It can see farther than other classes and discover hidden treasures or enemies. It's even showing me some of its stats and also the weapons it can use: Strength E plus Agility D, Dexterity D, Vitality E, Endurance E plus Intelligence F, Willpower F. The Scout was a light unit and couldn't wear heavy armor. It was good at handling short swords, daggers, and bows. It also got a skill in horse riding which would allow it to scout out the areas around his fort a lot faster. It was not much of a question, he needed at least 1 scouting unit to see what was around him. After clicking the option, he was given a loading screen that slowly started to fill up. At this rate, it seems that it will take a day to upgrade a unit to the second Tier 1 class. It wouldn't be strange if it took longer when going to Tier 2. Aide, come here. Yes, my lord. How could I be of service? Tell me about our enemies. Where is their headquarters located and where will they be coming from? Do you have any information about their numbers? Don't leave anything out. Yes, my lord. The kindlings will arrive here in a week. They hail from the northern stronghold. Wait, they are called the kindlings. Yes, my lord, truly a despicable name, isn't it? Despicable? How are our people called? Why, we are the Great Timberlings. What is it with these names? Why is it all about wood? Roland started wondering if he had some kind of fascination with wood in the past that could have brought this type of setting. Maybe after seeing Benier perform some nice carpentry he wanted to become one himself, but was already locked into the Runesmith class? Yes, continue. The wooden aide started speaking and giving him some basic information about the whole situation. While there, he also was able to look through available structures that he could build. One of them was a stable that would allow him to give his scout a mount. It didn't cost that much, and more information about the location was something that he needed to gain as fast as possible. If this worked like a strategy game, then there were probably all sorts of resources scattered across the region he was in. Usually, in those games, a person would begin close to some kind of resource-generating mine, but he didn't have anything like that here. If there were some iron ore mines close, he could start producing steel and have better weapons to meet his enemies. However, if this was doable in a week was questionable, but it would only take a day for the stables to be built. The same was the case for some other buildings like the mill and lumber camp, they all only took one day to assemble. This was one of the decisions he needed to make. Was it better to quickly expand the range of his base camp or bunker himself up and wait for his enemies to come? Time was also a resource, and this was a sort of game. Even wasting one day could be disastrous. It could snowball into him not being able to gain enough resources in time for another problem that arose. Roland was also not sure if this was only a defensive trial. There were far too many red flags pointing to another option. An overlord seems like someone that wouldn't shy away from battle or conquering others. This throne allowed him to monitor his entire base of operations. With it, he could probably also manage other territories that he conquered. It wouldn't be strange that he had some wiggle room in this scenario. There was always more than one way of getting through these. He might be able to create a massive bastion that couldn't be captured by anything here, or spread out his armies to conquer the other denizens of this world before they become an obstacle. I need to know what my footing is before attempting to blitz everyone around me. I don't even know who my enemies are. Maybe diplomacy is also an option. Roland gave out a sigh while thinking about this troublesome test he was in. There were just too many factors for him to account for. This was probably why this class was a prestigious one. He would really need to work for it this time. When thinking back to his old Runesmith Lord class, the test then felt quite trivial. Here he would probably have to strain both his brain and muscles. After being filled in on the situation around him, he began drawing up a plan. The notebooks came in handy as he wrote in the most important parts like the enemy kingdoms. In this case, it seemed that they weren't much bigger than the little city fort that he found himself in, but even having an idea where they were coming from made things easier. While his scout unit and stables that cost 25 gold units were being assembled, he decided to visit the city blacksmith. It was clear to him that his troops needed better weapons and better armor. There was no use for the city lord to run around outside to endanger his life while scouting for things. Instead, he would spend his time here while using the limited troops he was given. For a skilled craftsman like him, it was child's play to assemble an iron sword of the highest rank. It was the same thing for the iron spears and iron arrows, which he decided to augment with some runes. While a weapon made from iron was abysmal for holding runic charges and would actually melt the weapon after a few uses, they were fine on arrows. When the tip connected with something, it would just explode and didn't need to do much more than that. It was quite a busy day for him. Besides all the crafting, he began exploring the surroundings. There were a lot of empty spots to place buildings in, and he took some time to draw up a plan of the whole wooden fortress that looked more like a village surrounded by wooden logs. Roland needed to decide on the structure placement as his current funds allowed him to start generating some resources. First of all, it looked like he needed to build a mill and a farm to produce crops. With farms up there, he would be given some villages that would actually generate more gold, and the surplus of the produce they generated could be sold for profit or maybe even traded for something else. After going through all the various panels, Roland figured out the gameplay loop this place had. First of all, he needed to generate resources that could be used for various things, which culminated in upgrading the town center and his fort. The first upgrade required a set number of lumber and stones that he could gain by creating buildings like a quarry and lumber mill. There was a large forest right next to his fort which would make it easy to generate lumber, and a good location was soon discovered by his scout not far from the forest. The nearby mountain area had a lot of stone and also iron ore that could be mined. Creating a mining camp would take care of both of those resources, but there was another loop to create workers. First, he needed to create some residential buildings for people to live in. Then he needed to assign jobs to them and also have enough food to keep them fed through their working days. Luckily, the croplands that were created by the farms produced wheat and then bread with the help of the mills rather quickly. All the components were there, but the trial world took some liberties with how things worked to hasten some of the activities that didn't seem to matter as much. Soon he had something that looked like an actual proper town as the week winded down. However, this was only the beginning, as the people from the opposing faction finally appeared. The way they looked was a bit surprising. But after getting used to his own citizens that were made of wood, the sight of wooden men with burning heads didn't move him anymore. "My lord, the enemies are here, we must defend the fort." A horn sounded to signal the appearance of an enemy faction that was dead set on taking over their lands and taking all of their resources. Chapter 308. They look really similar to the puppet soldiers on my side. It's like a palette swap in a game, or a rare skin. Roland was looking at the kindling forces that arrived from the north side where his fort was. Their appearance was close to the Timberling soldiers that were on his side, but with a few changes. The wood they were made of was a bit darker and they had some flames coming out of their wooden heads. He was not sure if they were purely cosmetic or a source of some sort of magical attack, but this would become apparent in the coming battle. "My lord, the enemy numbers in the hundreds, what are your orders?" "Just stick to the plan for now. As expected they have more soldiers than us, but it shouldn't be a problem if they stick to the route." His aide was standing right next to him and only was capable to give him an arbitrary number of the enemy forces. On the side of the Timberlings there were 50 soldiers, all of them able to gain their second Tier 1 class enhancement. Considering he took their talents into consideration, he ended up with 20 spearmen, 20 swordsmen, and 10 archers. Then within them, they had a subset of spearmen using shields with shorter spears while others used longer ones. From a glance, it seemed that the kindling forces had about 4 times as many people as they did. If they met each other on an open field, then the result would be an obvious loss of all his soldiers. However, this was a defensive battle, and even though the walls of this settlement weren't that high, they would still need to be destroyed before they were able to directly attack his forces. "The enemy is approaching, archers, raise your bows." The wooden soldier captain that had leveled up to level 60 this week started giving out commands. The archers that were equipped with exploding arrows would be the center point of this defensive strategy. If they did their job well, then he expected the small enemy army to be eradicated before they reached the gateway inside. North was where his Mott and Bailey fort was facing and where the entrance gateway was built. It was slightly more robust than the walls on the sides, and a bridge made of logs could be extended over the moat. At this moment it had been pulled back inside the castle so that the enemy forces would have to contend with the shallow waters and mud. Roland would have loved to have some time to expand his defenses, but he didn't have enough funds for it. After creating the bare-bones facilities for his villagers, he didn't have much to spend on the defenses. He was able to scrunch enough to build a wooden rampart for the 10 archers to stand on. From there they could use their ranged attacks against the opposition. Next to the 10 archers stood 10 shield swordsmen that would protect them from any enemy fire that was coming. Down on the ground, the spearmen waited. There were some small holes in the log walls that could be used by them. If the enemies arrived and tried scaling them, they would get poked to death. Roland wasn't sure if it would come to this part though. This was not a normal wave of mindless monsters, but something that was simulating human behavior. If everything went as he planned it out, then a huge blow would be dealt to the invaders. Normally after suffering big losses, a commander should decide to pull out. Perhaps their forces would lose enough morale to even flee by themselves. It was an interesting factor in this trial that also affected his own forces. Back in the throne room where he could command everything, there was a morale counting for the army. The wooden captain would raise this stat of the troops that was giving them a buff to their numbers. The same was with him. He was considered a special unit, like a hero, and whenever he was close to his troops, they would be stronger. Just standing here on the rampart with the archers would boost their stats by a few levels. "My lord, please take shelter in the fort and leave this to the soldiers. What if something happens to you?" "Nothing will happen to me. Now order the archers to begin." "Yes, lord." Roland also noticed that his role as the lord was somewhat special. While he was increasing the stats of his soldiers when standing here, the buff might be lost and turn into a debuff if he wasn't careful. When he actually engaged in battle and got injured himself, it would probably affect the soldiers in a negative way, just like in the real world. Most of the time nobles hung out behind strong defense lines where they continued to give orders. If they were killed or captured, the fighting was usually over. If he looked at it as a strategy game, then he was a special unit with unique abilities and worth. He could probably give out a moral boost that was of a higher degree than any of his commander units, but if he was defeated in battle, or even injured, it could adversely affect his troops. This was the same for the opposition. If their leader was defeated, then if they didn't have anyone to take over, the battle would be over. Finally, the charge was started and signaled by a toot of a war horn. The enemy wooden soldiers started charging with spears raised. Their composition was very simple and consisted mostly of spearmen and archers. The only mounted unit was their leader that was giving out orders on top of a wooden horse, which made the whole scene quite bizarre to the only human here. Not much of a formation there, they are just diving towards the main gate where the archers are stationed. Is this because this is just the beginning of the trial, or because they are low-leveled and it limits their strategy? The enemy had the number advantage, which gave them the edge. The wooden walls made from logs wouldn't last for long, and from afar he also spotted some wooden ladders being carried behind the troops that were charging. They intended to just scale the short walls and jump over before continuing with the assault. The archers that were visible were probably their main target of this rush, as they could have attempted to get in from the sides instead. Well, maybe he doesn't want to thin out his troops, there aren't that many of them and this is a small-scale battle. Roland had prepared some tactical mines which were placed on the south, west, and east sides of his city. They were spread out to signal them if anyone attempted to sneak in an attack. During this maddened rush it would have been an opportunity to sneak in from the back or from the sides, but nothing went off. Neither did the scout unit that was hiding outside activate the specially made runic device. It was time to move into phase first of the plan that was hastily prepared by him and his one and only aide. The archers took aim and started attacking the troops on the outer edges. The arrows didn't even need to collide with their bodies, as connecting with the ground was enough to produce a magical explosion. Roland wanted to cry a bit on the inside after seeing the first arrow go up in smoke. There was not even a full week for him to prepare the ammunition, as the blacksmith NPC couldn't copy his runic designs. He was forced to inscribe each arrow tip by himself and without the possibility of drinking any mana potions. With the lack of any magical parchment at his disposal, he needed to use the little iron that was given to him. Even though the iron ore mine had been discovered and was already operational, it didn't have enough output to keep up with the demand. He needed to burn through all the resources he was given, and now the enemy troops were being guided toward some of his creations. While the arrows packed a lot of power and were able to kill a wooden soldier in one hit, they weren't hitting the target constantly. They had a large assortment of ammunition that their glorious lord had stayed up almost the entire week making. Even though some of them missed, they did their job of funneling them toward a certain location. It's working, they are getting onto it. Roland had a lot of experience with explosives and earth magic. It wasn't a new tactic to lure opponents into a more favorable location while acting meek. The archers on top of the walls didn't look that strong, and the flimsy walls that could be easily broken down or scaled were just a distraction. The true force was packed underground in small pockets that wouldn't be discovered even by an experienced mage. The moment the wooden soldiers crossed a point, the trap started activating. It was set up on a delay so that there was enough time for each and every mine to go off while someone was in the vicinity. Only the set planted directly in front of their moat would explode instantly, and finally, the fireworks started. *boom*. A group of wooden people was thrown into the air by an explosive rune. It was inscribed onto a thin plate made from pig iron and had enough power to produce a Tier 2 explosive spell. Soon, like dominoes, each and every magical explosive that was in the vicinity was going off. The troops' charge was halted and they were all going up in flames without Roland needing to engage them in battle. Will they retreat or continue? More than half of the enemy forces had gone up in flames, and the ones that survived were starting to backpedal. They had lost their morale and started deserting. Even when their commander was there, a loss of more than half their troops in one go was devastating. Perhaps if their leader was better he would be able to rally his men once again, but instead, he started attacking some of the retreating soldiers. This worked to an extent, as he was able to halt some from escaping, but several had scattered to the sides where he couldn't reach. From a force that numbered about 200 strong, they were now closer to his forces. They had not even been able to breach their walls or placed any of their ladders and temporary bridges to get through the moat. It didn't take a genius to realize that the battle was over and they wouldn't have enough troops to get inside. Cowards. All you can do is hide behind your walls and use vile magic. I challenge your leader to a duel. Does he dare to face me in single combat? To Roland's surprise, an unforeseen element emerged in the trial. His forces had managed to push back the enemy by just guiding them into a trap. He had lost none of his troops while the enemy had suffered a loss of 70%. Normally this would be enough to end this encounter, but this commander wanted to take him on as an individual. Interesting. Could this give me a better grade for the trial if I accept it, or will it worsen it? Roland had not forgotten that this place was only a trial. Everything here was fake and was made for a reason. This was just the first part of it, and even now he didn't ignore the possibility of there being levels to it. His choice of not entering the fray was also dependent on what he thought the trial expected from him. The basis for this conclusion was due to reading up on other Tier 3 trials. If it wasn't something plain like defeating monsters or gaining an item from a castle, it could have hidden checkpoints. Roland thought about what he was trying to be, an overlord, someone that was supposed to lead a city while also crafting up a storm. The latter part he performed by designing all the weapons for his army and also by making all the explosives. The first part was different. A lord couldn't just put himself in danger without a good cause, and his people depended on him to survive and perform his tasks. It wouldn't be hard for him to jump into the swarm of low-level puppets and kill them all himself. Putting himself in unnecessary danger if there were other ways to protect his lands would probably lower the hidden grade. If he was wrong, then it would be fine as well. The only thing that he would lose was some sleep, and all of his troops were still alive. How dare he call our liege a coward? Our lord is not scared of anyone. He is the strongest of all the lords, not like yours that send out a foot soldier instead of coming to face us. Roland noticed that the aide that was with him started getting mad and slinging insults at the enemy commander. At first, he thought the wooden man would tell him to not engage with the enemy leader, but it didn't seem that way. During the shouting, it was becoming clear that he actually wanted him to see his lord battle this man on the horse. To simplify things even further, after stepping forward and meeting the gaze of the wooden commander, he was given a message. Will you accept the duel from the enemy commander? The trial was pushing him towards this confrontation. At the time he was given the option to refuse as his forces were winning, but perhaps this was something that he could use to his advantage later. It was also an opportunity to see where this went, and considering that his opponent wasn't that strong, there was no reason to refuse the challenge. I accept your challenge. The moment he spoke those words, a strange phenomenon started taking place. Outside his wooden fortress, a ring of around 30 meters in diameter started forming on the ground. Where before there were chunks of fallen wooden men, a flat surface was being formed. All the bodies and mangled weapons were pushed outside. The ring started flashing a bit as if it was trying to send some kind of signal, and this prompted the enemy commander to move toward it and dismount. After grabbing his weapon of choice, which was a large halberd, he entered the ring, where he began standing without moving a muscle. I guess that's the battle arena. It doesn't look like the other soldiers will attack me while I'm in there. During this week Roland had worked without rest to create a lesser version of his armor. There wasn't much to work with, as what he was left with was just a pair of steel gauntlets, reinforced steel boots, and an old iron breastplate that had already been there before. It allowed him to use some lesser spells, but should be more than enough for his coming battle. They all are acting a bit strange. His own forces opened up the gate for him without Roland even needing to order them. It was as if he was inside a cinematic that he couldn't interact with after accepting the challenge. The ring began to flash a bit faster, which made him believe that he only had limited time to get to it. Perhaps if he waited for too long the duel would be halted and it would look as if he got cold feet. Foolish lord, this will be your resting ground. Your head will be proof of my loyalty to the true lord of these lands. Ho, is that so? You really think you can beat me with those stats? Name: Wooden Commander L105, Classes: Wooden Warrior L25, Wooden Soldier L25, Wooden Soldier Captain L50. Wooden Commander L5. His opponent raised his large halberd and was ready to charge. Roland took a moment to look at the levels and realized that this would be the next upgrade to his own captain. The wooden puppet before him was close to his height and a lot more robust looking. He was even wearing a full set of half-plate armor made of steel. One of the reasons that he accepted this challenge was the gear this unit was wearing, which would let him enhance his fighting capabilities even further. Have at you. Become my stepping stone. Yes, yes, Roland pointed out with his hand at the large wooden soldier that started charging at him. Before he could come anywhere near the new lord of the fort, a blue bolt of energy shot forward, and even though a deflection was attempted with the large halberd, the weapon buckled under the pressure before being slammed back. It wasn't much of a battle really. The level difference was too high and Roland never intended to let the wooden puppet get near him. In a battle of brawn against magic, magic usually came out on top when a mage was able to cast their spell. In Roland's case, where he could circumvent chanting, this battle became target practice. In under a minute the duel was over and the puppet's head exploded from a well-placed mana arrow to the face. Congratulations on your victory, the rewards will be presented to you now. Chapter 309. Congratulations on your victory, the rewards will be presented to you now. Rewards? A pop-up message appeared before him out of nowhere. It looked similar to the usual world message, but the usual white text over the black bar was changed to a green bar. The moment it appeared, a strange occurrence took place. His opponent's body, which had been turned into wood chippings, started to flicker before vanishing. The ring of fire that had been around them was also gone, and the enemy army, which still had around 50 soldiers, started to run away. Apparently, without an officer or leader-type unit, they would lose all will to fight. In Roland's mind, this was something that would only work in a small-scale battle like this. Probably if there was another unit like the wooden commander present, then it would have taken over. Those tooltips did say something about the wooden captain being able to command a small force. Perhaps there is a proper number for it, maybe 50 soldiers at most. He wasn't sure, but all of the wooden soldiers and their variants had some type of description. Roland needed to read between the lines in some cases, as the trial wouldn't offer him all the information outright. Perhaps if he wanted to send out his own troops, he would need to split them out into smaller battalions. At least the commander was able to lead a small army of troops of around 250 HM. It dropped the armor and the halberd. While thinking about his future, a strange occurrence was taking place. The leader unit that he had defeated in single combat, or at least what was left of its mangled wooden body, started to flash. Within a few seconds, the flashing started to turn into a rapid flickering. Then in a flash, the body of the one he slew vanished, and like in a game left some loot behind. Roland picked up the large halberd and quickly noticed that it was made from a slightly better alloy than regular steel. The half-plate armor that the commander was wearing wasn't much better than what he had on, but when analyzing one of the parts with the help of this world system, he was given some more information. Commander's half-plate chest piece, intermediate, grade, C bonuses, increases the number of units a leader can command into battle by 50. Interesting, that just confirms my previous guess, and it actually gave me the whole number now. If he assumed that his captain could control around 50 units, this chest piece would double his ability to lead. The other pieces didn't really have any bonuses and were all made from regular steel. The grade was at an intermediate level, which was below something he could make by himself. Normally he would replace the breastplate he made himself, but considering the bonuses, it would probably be better to give it to his captain unit. I'm probably seen as a special unit by the system controlling this trial. Wouldn't be strange if I was only limited by the number of units my settlements can contain. Usually, in strategy games, each base had a limit of residents that it could contain. This was usually a limitation brought by the game system itself, as there wouldn't be enough computing power to manage thousands or hundreds of thousands of moving components on a screen. He wasn't sure if the same thing could be said about this simulated world he was in now. My lord, the enemy is retreating. Should we pursue them? No, we don't have the manpower for that quite yet. Just have them take the weapons of the ones we managed to defeat. Of course, my lord. At first, it might have seemed that it would be a good thing to chase after them. They would not be able to gain that much from taking their equipment. After the battle was over, the bodies of the defeated soldiers started flashing just like the commander did. They had already enough that dropped here. There was no reason to endanger the troops or his encampment. This might be a lot more complicated than I assumed, but I also still need more information. Creating more scout units and establishing a proper army is my top priority now. After the battle was over, Roland was sitting in his throne room, which had slightly shifted to a more robust-looking one. There was still no padding for his behind, but at least there was some fuzzy hide for his back. Some time had passed since he won the duel with the enemy commander, and received the rewards. He continued expanding his economic empire, as he realized that everything that he was making required resources. As he saw it, there was probably a way to win this scenario by just out-earning his opponents. If his army had enough time to grow, and if he could equip it with the best gear around, then no one could destroy his fortress. Since the small skirmish, his town center and the fort had been upgraded to the next level. After gathering enough stone resources and wood, he was able to progress. It was quite a sight to behold when he clicked the button, as the whole place went through a fast change. More flicking occurred and the buildings just changed shape and expanded in scope slightly. The market building didn't need upgrading. After the center leveled up, the number of merchants was doubled and he was also able to buy more stock. Iron weapons decreased in cost and steel ones became more prevalent. Some deep steel ones even appear on the market, which he was tempted to stock up on. These were the type that he had a lot of practice with, and could potentially change into game-changing weapons with his runes. A few new buildings appeared after the upgrade, including a chapel. It would allow him to train cleric units, which informed him that he was getting more magic into the mix. There was no way to produce mags yet, but it wouldn't be strange if there was a way to get them later. Then there was also an academy building that appeared. It was a research building focused on queuing in new technologies. At the moment it didn't have much besides a few options. One of them was masonry while the other one was a guard tower. It didn't show what this would produce after finishing, but the name gave him an idea. Masonry would probably allow him to change out the palisade walls made of tied-together logs into proper stone walls. Then the guard tower would probably be a palace to store his archers and give him a way to defend his fort even better. With the dawn of the academy, he also realized that the blacksmith's building served a similar purpose. It was actually a research building in disguise, as creating better weapons and armor would boost his new units. The moment a new unit was built, it would come equipped with some default gear, and this would depend on the level of the smithy. Previously the units he encountered only had thin leather or fur armor on. After being able to produce half-plate iron armor and even steel armor, the new recruits started coming out pre-equipped with metal armor parts. Archers that wore light armor came out with hide variants, so it was enough to produce heavy armor to have the light and medium counterparts appear. I guess to sum it up, I need regular houses for civilians to increase my population. I can then assign jobs to those people, either send them off to be regular workers or turn them into soldiers. I won't be able to assign them to anything if there isn't enough food being generated. The same goes for water. Roland had to keep tabs on a lot of things during this trial. The previous one, where he just needed to focus on fighting and crafting, seemed like a breeze compared to this one. The thing didn't even start, but he was already not sure what he should invest into. Building up stone walls and guard towers felt like the obvious thing to do, but he could also spend the resources on other things. Defending isn't the only option. His scouting unit had gone around this whole area and discovered a few locations that were worth looking into. There were other settlements out there that didn't belong to his current opponents, the Kindlings. They were similar forts comparable to the one he just started in, but with fewer defenses. This gave him a choice to invade and take their resources. These settlements all had town centers and markets that could store resources. They also had basic smithing buildings that could have some raw materials and weapons for him to take. This gave him the choice to focus on building a strong army before the fortifications were up. If they were successful in taking over those places and he gained all of their resources, he would be profiting heavily. Being the aggressor wasn't really Roland's style of strategy. Even back in his home, the way he won was by luring stronger opponents into traps or using his runic weapons at the right time. Here he would have to go a bit out of his comfort zone if he decided to become a warlord. Is there anyone else trying to invade our lands? Our scouts haven't detected any movement from our enemies, but we expect the Kindlings to return. It might not be wise to focus on one strategy, but Roland's life success mostly came from his work ethic and bunkering down. He did have some experience in managing things like his smithy and store, but this didn't necessarily translate well to this trial. A choice had to be made. Would he go on the offensive and spread out his armies through these lands and perhaps even join them? Or was it better to do what he was good at, which was creating a fortress protected by mechanical golems and turrets? It's probably better to stick to my guns. Splitting his forces and resources was not the way to go. In his mind, he could already see this palace turning into a giant fortress that could not be captured by anything. With deep steel already at his disposal, there wouldn't be much trouble in creating actual turrets. After designing one working model, the blacksmith could create it. He had all the schematics in his mind, and another NPC appeared in the upgraded smithy, which made things go even faster. In all honesty, Roland felt that he didn't prepare for this trial, but at the moment it didn't feel like it would be a problem. The first enemy that he faced wasn't all that strong, and if he continued to outfit his small army with better weapons, victory awaited him on the other side. It was always like that. Quality won over quantity, and one magical turret would be able to take out multiple enemies easily in a defensive battle. Yeah, most of my designs are better at defensive battles or at complementing my runic armor. His mind was made up. He would turn this into a base defense mission, as the trial didn't state that he had to actually attack anyone to win. The winning conditions had not been announced yet, but after establishing an impenetrable fortress surrounded by magical defenses, he expected to get an answer. Days started flying by as he continued to establish his defensive measures. Soon the wooden walls turned to ones made from stone and large towers started to appear between them. From a Motte and Bailey fort it changed into a stone keep surrounded by higher walls, a deeper moat, and even long-range defenses that could be fired through slits in the walls. Just as he expected, the enemy nation came back after around a month's time to attack him again. The army that consisted of a bit above 200 wooden soldiers doubled in numbers. Their weapons had been enhanced and multiple commander units appeared as well. However, even if Roland's army only consisted of 100 soldiers, they had something that the enemy didn't have: runic magic. The turrets that he designed to protect his own home were able to rain down magical bolts on the approaching enemy. Even though the walls suffered some damage, the siege failed again. This only boosted Roland's faith in his current strategy. Even without attacking other settlements or meeting armies out at the field, he could win. There was also a way to fast forward through some of the events. His bedchamber was a bit unique, as before going to bed he could put in a slumber period. It was possible to automate through a few events that would normally take days or weeks to be created. It was like hastening the speed in some games to have buildings be assembled faster, and he sometimes used the option for buildings to be assembled. The blacksmiths could copy his designs faster, but it also took some time, and thanks to this option, he could hasten the time frame of this trial. Nevertheless, as time continued to tick down and weeks turned into months, he noticed that something was off. Even though his stone keeps turned into a concentric castle with 2 layers of defensive walls, there was no sign of the trial ending. The nation of Timberlings had actually fallen after a couple of months and was replaced by a stronger faction with actual siege weapons. Defending against them had become a lot harder, and even after assembling a full runic armor similar to his back home, he was starting to lose more. Usually, the weapons and armor that were gained from a victory could be sold on the market to gain better material. There was even an option to trade them out in bulk for something else, like deep steel or better materials to construct his defenses. Even though his units had gained special skills in handling his runic devices similar to the ones Banir used, they were not able to hold on. This was not something that he could predict, as the trial didn't seem to have an end. It was not that his defenses were bad or that he was managing his castle badly, but due to it not being possible to complete this trial in this way, the moment he made the decision to turn this into solely a defensive game was the moment he lost it. There was no end to the waves of invaders, and he had quickly become surrounded by one large empire that conquered everything and everyone. So, this was not about defense, but about defeating all of the other groups. Now that he was surrounded from all sides, it didn't really matter that his castle was an impervious fortress. He would not be able to continue this trial without defeating his opponent, and as it stood, his strategy wouldn't allow his forces to win. They had access to all the resources now and would slowly whittle him down. Even if he managed to continuously win over his enemies, without capturing all of their bases, there was no end to this. With how he had focused on defense, there was no room to switch. If he started assembling siege weapons, he would not have enough resources to repair the damaged walls, turrets, and golems that he assembled. Yet he couldn't just give up. It wasn't over yet. Perhaps there was a way to victory. Shit, what's that? The answer to his question came in the form of a massive army that was led by a strange-looking puppet. It was not made of wood though, it was fully composed of some sort of metal and looked more human than any of the others. It stood like a last boss on top of the hill while his castle was being bombarded by catapults from all sides. It didn't offer him even an option of a duel, as it charged together with a bunch of heavy armored mounted units towards the main gate. I actually failed? Roland was jolted from the chair he sat on while remembering the metallic puppet's weapon smashing his head. A familiar ceiling and tools greeted him as he was now in his workshop, where he activated the class change crystal. The same crystal had now turned to powder right in his hand. The time he spent in that trial was longer than back when he was getting his engineering class, but in the real world, only a few seconds had gone by. His mind was still foggy as the hit to the head that had delivered the killing blow felt quite real. The monster he needed to face was just too strong. It was even more troublesome than the lick he had to face, and there was nothing he could do during that last siege. I need to calm down. While he had failed, this wasn't over yet. There were more crystals to go through, but even when he held a new one in his hand, there was no way of activating it yet. There was also another big problem. Considering that he failed a Tier 3 trial, the usual period of waiting for only 1 day would be increased by some number. Then if he continued to fail his trial, it would keep increasing even further. It was possible for a person to continue failing these tests continuously until the period became so large that they wouldn't actually be able to retake the test ever again. To not allow something like this to happen again, Roland needed to decide on a new tactic and also put more thought into leading an army. Chapter 310. Shit, what was it again? I can't remember. Is this ascension-induced amnesia? So that's how it feels like. Roland grasped his head while trying to remember some of the knowledge he gained related to his new class. There were holes in his memory whenever he tried to remember some of the specifics that transpired during the Ascension trial into the Overlord class. This was something that he expected after failing in his transformation, but it was still a strange feeling. First of all, he only remembered some parts, but mostly the beginning. It was kind of a blur after defeating the first commander unit and getting past the tutorial phase of the whole trial. After that he couldn't really remember anything specific. The path that he took was defensive in nature, but he couldn't remember which specific upgrades he went with first. Everything specific that could be seen as an advantage was being forgotten, but some partial events were still there. This wasn't anything new to him, as he had read up on situations where people had failed their trials. In some situations, people would be left with nothing and could only recall activating a trial before appearing back in the real world with no recollection of anything. However, sometimes bits and pieces would be left behind, and some theories floated around proclaiming that a high enough resistance to mind-related effects could help alleviate this disadvantage. He could recall the monster that he was fighting and its huge mace going toward his head. It was like waking up from a nightmare, as he was also covered in a cold sweat. If he didn't have the crumbled pieces of the Ascension crystal in his hands, he could even believe that. Even though he had forgotten a lot, there was some information that would allow him to probably go into the next one. With more preparation, I guess bunkering up in a fortress won't work. How much time did I even spend there? It's like a blur, but it must have been multiple months. Could it have been close to a year? Roland had lost his perception of time. It was like waking up from a fever dream. Luckily, he knew what to do to keep some of his memories intact. When straining his brain on the dreamlike experience, he could recall some of the key events that led to his downfall as an overlord. Through this method, he could collect bits and pieces of the puzzle, which he could then try to assemble later. The main one was his decision to stick to his comfort zone. After managing to defend his own home through turrets, mines, and other traps, he tried to do the same. While it took less to defend a reinforced position like a castle, there was a limit. If the invading armies were too large in number or were equipped with state-of-the-art siege weaponry, there was no chance of him winning. I think I put on a good defense. I remember lasting out for a while, but that won't work if the victory conditions are different. Through his blunder, he recalled his worst mistake. There was no winning by only defending in this trial. It became clear that only by dominating everything would he gain the title of Overlord. Considering that this title presented itself as a lord towering over all the other lords, it was obvious that he needed to take them all out to achieve victory. Perhaps this is the difference between the two classes. While getting up from his chair, he recalled the High Lord variant of his class. It wouldn't be strange to assume that that class version would have a similar trial. It happened often when the classes came from the same source and had a similar naming scheme. Considering that his High Lord class was lower on the totem pole, it might have been more lenient with him, and his approach of defending could have garnered him a passing grade. Now on the other hand, he was left wondering how much time he would lose due to his blunder. It was 24 hours for a regular class change, but considering that this was a special Tier 3 Ascension trial, this could take longer. This was something that Roland didn't want to happen. Failing a trial wasn't the end of the world, and it could be retaken later. However, there was one problem. There was always a waiting period that continuously grew the more a person failed. The time he entered the Ascension zone when he hit level 150 didn't count, as he left before activating the test, but now he had actually gone through it all. The period usually doubles after each failure, but sometimes it could go over that. It will all depend on how much I have to wait now. There was no way for him to tell how long the cooldown for the crystal would take. There was no problem in getting new ones, and he had one already stashed away for this location. Resources weren't the problem. The only thing he was worried about was time. Usually, a person that failed a class up would need to wait for a day for the next one to become unlocked to him. Then if they failed again, it would take 2 days, then 4, and so on. He had heard of some cases where people were unable to get through their trials no matter how much they tried. Tier 3 class tests were a notch above the rest and usually had a longer cooldown period than just one day. Some people would remain without a new class even for years without an option to switch to something easier. Others would quickly change to something lesser after realizing that they did not have the skills required to progress in a more prestigious class. I just hope nothing happens before I change classes. Roland had to take into consideration that he was ill-prepared to take the Overlord test. Perhaps even if the trial unlocked tomorrow, it would have been better to continue leveling the skills that weren't maxed. There was also an option to gain some new skills through skill books before the second or third attempt. While this was the better way to approach things, in his mind, there was no time. With the emergence of the higher-ranked dungeon, the place would start to swarm with people that could make life difficult for him. The reason he chose to come here was that the dungeon was a mid-rank dungeon that lacked anything to attract Tier 3 class holders. His only cover was his engagement with Arthur Valerian, which made him somewhat untouchable inside the city, that is if no other nobles were involved. Now that this place had become an investment opportunity, he wasn't sure if some troublesome people would arrive. What should I do to prepare? After cleaning up the crystal dust from the workbench and looking over the other class change crystal, he decided to return to his house. There he was greeted by Agni, who didn't really know why his master was in such a depressing mood. Maybe I didn't go through those strategy books thoroughly enough? Considering that when he was going through all the books at the Arden estate when he was a small child, it was already a wonder that he remembered this much. His intelligence value that allowed his memory to be boosted only started to really help after he gained his mage class. It wasn't strange that he wasn't able to read into the crux of the strategy from books. Gaining knowledge through books also had its limit, and he certainly did not have any teachers explaining anything. The only thing he gained from back then was basic battle training and an idea of how to survive in the world. The next years were mostly used to study his craft as a runic blacksmith and then runesmith. There was no time to waste on learning obscure war techniques that he had no use of. Even if he was sent off into war, his role would probably consist of making runic weapons and not directing troops, or taking part in the battle. There was just no point in time that he would have required that data, and it was probably one of the reasons that he failed. Where could I get information on how to lead a fort or command troops? Wait, I think there were books about that in his office. Roland frowned a bit as he realized where his next destination was. Arthur Valerian was a noble, and he had an excessive library in his own office and now new home. There were books on all sorts of things when it came to running a city. When he visited him from time to time, he was left looking at bookshelves filled with books. Some of them were related to combat out on the field. If he wanted to actually go out and conquer others, then he would need the basic tactics to go along with them. It wouldn't hurt to refresh my knowledge. Maybe I'll find the things that I missed. There was no reason not to go there and go through the written information. The only uncomfortable part would be his explanation. Arthur could start asking questions, and telling him the details of his Tier 3 class-up test was off the table. They weren't really friends either, so perhaps a trade needed to be struck. There was also a library in the city that could have some historical records or tips. I guess I'll go to the library first and then try to think of a way to get Arthur to lend me those books. After groaning a bit, he decided to return to his workshop. Once there, after grabbing a hammer, he started destroying the same golem that he used his new skill on. It was the middle of the night and he was not tired at all. Using this time to level up his skills was the best way to prepare. Once dawn came, he was quick to pack up and head to the library where some new knowledge could be gained. When he arrived at the building that he had never really visited before, he was greeted by an old lady inside. This reminded him of some places he used to study back in college. Compared to the modern library in his old world, this one was rather small. After asking for books about warfare or old records of battles, he was met with mostly silence. Considering that knowledge was power, nobles did their best at hiding things that could make the populace rowdy. Thus, instead of getting some precise information, he was only left with some old historical records that he would need to interpret in his own way. Good that I learned this skill beforehand. Hastened reading L9 skill passive allows a person to read through text at an increased pace. While dropping a few old historical books at an old wooden table, he glanced at this skill. The reason he picked it up was to quickly go through contracts, but it also allowed him to read books at a rapid pace. From the outside, it seemed like he was skimming through the pages, but in reality, He was able to remember and then recall everything he went through. This was the max level version of the skill for Tier 2 class holders. It could be learned by anyone with a high enough intelligence rating, and it had no class restrictions. Thanks to him going through various runic books that he received from his friend at the academy, he was able to level the skill up rather fast. The harder the theme that a person was going through, the faster would this skill level up. Even with the skill working and his reading being quick, it would take some time to get through the books here. Considering that a lot of information here was things that he already knew, there was no use in spending more than a few hours going through it. Without anything specific, he could only take in old battle records that would require him to recreate the tactics himself. Thank you. Please come again. Lending out books wasn't really a thing here, as no one had any time to monitor lent out books. A person could either stay in the library to read a book for a few coins or just write out by it if they wanted. With this just being a small-scale undertaking in a rather backwater city, it wasn't strange that it was mostly a waste of time. The things that were written down here weren't anything new, and thus his next stop would be at the Valerian Villa. Should I give them a heads up? This was actually the first time he was there without Arthur assigning some type of work to him. Usually, he would get a commission of some sort which he either delivered himself if there was something to explain, or just gave it to one of the delivery boys. Roland was not one to ask for favors, so this encounter was becoming quite stressful. Should I just talk to Mary instead? Arthur does seem to suspect that I'm some kind of noble, though. He might be okay if I just ask him. It didn't go unnoticed that Arthur was very lenient with him. Other nobles would have probably reprimanded him whenever he used unflattering language or performed the usual greeting in the wrong fashion. This didn't help him with the problem at hand. How should he ask for the books without making it sound strange and suspicious? While he sent a quick message to the villa, he continued about a good way of bringing it up. Master Wayland, please come in. He nodded at the guards at the gate that let him through without complicating things. This time around it wasn't Mary, but the butler that was once the mayor of the city that was the one greeting him. Considering that he was a competent craftsman with a lot of potentials, this was the proper way to handle him. Probably if Arthur knew that he was at the cusp of reaching Tier 3, he would have offered him a bigger greeting. Is Mary here? No, she has other things to tend to. Would you like me to pass a message to her, Master Wayland? No, that's fine. His first plan of having Mary go ask the question for him was shot down by the butler. He didn't know the man too well and felt more relaxed around the assassin maid. For some reason, he couldn't get himself to trust this man, so he would need to go with Plan B. Is Lord Arthur present? And he is. Would a meeting be possible? Yes, the Lord is in his office. Please wait a moment and I'll go ask. To his surprise, he wasn't rejected outright. Instead, the butler just told him to wait. After only 5 minutes of waiting, he was then asked to go to Arthur's office where the Lord was going through some papers. It seemed that Arthur had told his retainers and villa staff to treat him as a VIP. There were no roadblocks for him, and even without having made a proper appointment, he was greeted with open arms. Could he be aware of my true level? This would make more sense if his new partner knew of him being close to Tier 3. Perhaps the Platinum Party had given him a report on the situation in the dungeon where he was able to clear out some Tier 3 monsters, without their help. This could have been enough for Arthur to assume that Roland was in fact stronger than he seemed. There were also no witnesses back at his home to recount how the Lick had died. It wouldn't be strange to assume that he was strong. Mr. Wayland, come in. You'll have to excuse me for this mess, but I didn't expect you to visit me today. I'll have to apologize for coming at a moment's notice. Soon he found himself walking into the office, which looked quite chaotic. Arthur's whole desk had a pile of books and papers on it which allowed Roland to only see the top of his head. It was clear that he was busy with something which would perhaps make things easier to explain. No need to apologize, but what is the purpose of your visit today? I came to ask for a favor. For a favor? Arthur quickly replied while continuing to focus not on Roland but on the parchments in his hand. Yes, I've been working on a new runic operating system for a new golem design. If it wouldn't be a bother, could I borrow some books related to warfare? Warfare? Yes, I'm working on golems that could work together with soldiers out on the field, but I'm just a runesmith, so knowing about the tactics the current armies use would be a lot of help. It was the thing he came up with which was only partially a lie. In the trial area, he was building golems, and if he could program a few battle strategies into their operating systems, then it could help him. Yeah, sure, Ferdinand. Yes, my lord? Help Master Wayland get the research material that he needs, and oh right, there might be some books that catch his eye here, so help him out. Of course. To Roland's surprise, Arthur didn't mind him borrowing books, and he was actually quick to catch on. The books in his office were the usual ones that were printed at the Knight Academy, which some nobles frequented. It wasn't strange for Arthur to have them, and lending them out wouldn't be a problem, as most knights in commanding positions had gone through them as well as other nobles. Why did he want those books? I wonder why. Did he figure something out? I'm not sure it's related. It might actually just be research material for a new golem design, Lord Arthur. Yes, we should not worry about Master Wayland. If he knew what was coming, he might have actually left the city. After Roland's visit, Mary and Arthur were the only two people left in his office. The untidy desk had been cleaned out by the maid, and both of them were looking at an opened letter. The crest of the Valerian household had been imprinted on the seal that was opened. They will arrive here in 2 weeks, and I'm not sure what my dear brother is planning to do. Have you found some capable allies? Regretfully, the team of adventurers we recently hired might not arrive in time again. They have been delayed, and I'm not sure if that guild master will be of much help either. Ha! No worries, we'll just have to hold up long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Both of them remained silent while looking at the opened letter. It wasn't something that they could ignore, nor did they know who the people arriving would be. They could only hope that the preparations that they went through would be enough, but as it stood now, things were looking bleak. Chapter 3:11. Time continued to tick as Roland gathered all the books about warfare that he could find in the city. He had even made a trip to the black market and the auction house to see if there was something interesting to be gotten there. To no surprise, the only worthwhile material was at Arthur's mansion, and with his help, he was able to acquire all the basics and some more intricate books. There was a lot to go through, and not everything was correct. Even though something was made into a book, it didn't mean that no mistakes were made during its creation. When going through all this knowledge, he started recalling some strategies from the scriptures he unearthed in the old Arden Estate library. It wasn't that he had forgotten it all, he just needed a little jolt to help him gain it back. Even with the stress-resistant skill, it wasn't that easy to recall what people before him went through. Now he felt slightly more confident in tackling the trial again. It's taking a while, it has already been more than a week. While sitting at his research table, he looked at the crystal in his hand. Even though he was ready to give it another try, it wasn't activating. This didn't bode well for him, as the longer the first reset period was, the harder it would become to retake the test again. To his knowledge, doubling the time between tries was what usually happened, but there were exceptions. It was possible for it to triple or perhaps even quadruple. This had already taken more than a week, 9 days to be precise. I can feel something. Wouldn't this make it 10 days on the clock? Roland finally noticed that the crystal was resonating with his touch. He had stayed up till late at night, as this was the exact same hour that he had come back from the trial space. This meant that it took precisely 240 hours for the reset to occur, so if it doubles for the next one, I'll have to wait for 20 days? If it triples for 40, and then, his mind was filled with a long time frame, a setback that he didn't want to imagine. It was possible that it could even take 1 or 2 months for his third try, or perhaps even longer. He wouldn't really know unless he tried, but it was clear that if he failed for the third time, the time frame would start to become troubling, and at that point, it wouldn't be strange to pick the lesser option, that was the High Lord class. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Most people that attempted Tier 3 class changes failed on the first attempt. They failed even with the easier classes, so Roland's first failure could be excused by his inexperience. Time was a resource that he had painfully learned in the current trial. If it continued for too long and he was unable to clear this hurdle, it would have been better to lower the difficulty. I'd have to take into account that the High Lord class could have an entirely different trial, and that I might also fail it at first. Roland wasn't sure what the cutoff point would be, but he needed to calculate everything. If the reset period started to turn into multiple months, it would get incredibly dangerous. Even though he wasn't focusing on it for now, there was something in the air. Arthur didn't say anything, but it was obvious that there was something happening in the background. It wouldn't be strange if he didn't have more than a month to perform this change if he wanted to safeguard this home that he built for himself. I just won't fail again. He was not really a stranger to failure. It actually happened on almost a daily basis. His craftsmanship was still not the best, and he was still deficient in some segments of his craft. The situation he was in now was practically due to multiple deficiencies. One of the main ones being his propensity to run away when things started going wrong. It was a miracle that he was able to keep himself from leaving this place already. Without becoming used to the people around, and growing some tighter bonds, he would have probably left a long time ago. In his right hand, he had the crystal that would let him back into the trial area. In his left hand, he had a large mug filled with some leftover tea that he had just drunk. On the side, it had his name on it, and while the mug didn't look all too great, it had a lot more sentimental value to Roland. It had been given to him by Elodia, as he had continued to use her set whenever she started hanging around his house. Now it was a part of their history that he was unwilling to throw away. Let's go, I've learned all that I can. It was time to go back to it. All the books about leading troops that he could find were read, and all the skills that were useful continued to be leveled up. Perhaps it would have been better to wait a few months and do more research, but the foreboding feeling didn't go away. Roland felt that if he failed this trial again, that there would be terrible repercussions. His vision quickly faded and he appeared back in the old apartment complex. Without waiting, he made his way up to activate the trial that he had failed. It's still there. He dreaded the moment of opening up the PC, as there was a chance that the class could have vanished. While he didn't have anything to base his fears on, when he saw the Runesmith Overlord class there, he let out a sigh of relief. In this fake space, Roland had a bit more time to think everything over, as time worked differently. It took a few moments for him to gather the courage, but soon enough he found himself in a familiar storage area like before. Will it be the same? From the information that he had gathered, usually, the trials remained quite similar after failing them once. Some were identical while others changed a few things around. After going up through a similar set of stairs, he realized that he was in the former type, my lord. It's close to the previous one, but the layout is slightly off. The puppet aide looked the same as he remembered him. Luckily, his memories of the beginning part of this test were still vivid in his mind. He could recall all that he did and also his decision of going with the defensive strategy. The fort was quite similar to the old one, but there were some minor differences. The wooden log walls appeared to be wider on one side than what he remembered. There was also a change in the topography of the region, with the forest area changing with the mountain region where he found the iron mine and built the quarry. My lord, there is no time to waste, we must prepare. Yes, the kindlings are coming. Kindlings? No, my lord. Oh. Not the kindlings. What is our enemy called this time around? It's the dreaded lumberlings. While the name of his opponents changed, the scenario was playing out the same. He had the exact same time left before they would be arriving, and this time this group would be coming from a different location. His faction retained its Timberling naming sense, but it seemed that the map was procedurally generated by this trial system, just like in some strategy games. Roland theorized that this was done so that the person taking the trial wouldn't be able to keep to the old strategies if they retained some information from their previous test. The name Lumberlings sounded familiar, and it was a faction that he encountered later in his previous attempt. After hearing their name uttered by the aide, some of the past flashed in his mind. Before the aide could continue talking, Roland quickly ran into the fort throne room where he couldn't be followed. The console on the big wooden chair was still there, and he could quickly select the production of the stable along with scout units. Perhaps he had lost the previous trial, but it didn't mean that he had been mistaken about every tactic. Getting together more information about the area around his fort was paramount to his victory. Then there was his small army of 50 men. This was probably the most mismanaged part of his previous tactic. He wasn't sure what he had done with them, but he had some flashes of having a lot of archers. Considering that he was going for a defensive bastion, ranged weaponry would have been the way to go. Together with the magic turrets, it would have been quite a difficult formation to break. He was at least sure that he managed to hold out all the way until one faction conquered all the others. This was the crux of his failure and needed to be taken into consideration. First of all, he could not let his men remain stationary in this fort. The moment the scouting unit was made, they needed to be ready to move. At the start of this trial existed many smaller settlements with their own population and fortifications. They needed to be conquered by him in some way to not allow them to fall into the hands of the enemies. Sooner or later one of his enemies would tip the scale and become undefeatable by the other NPCs. There were ways for tackling this issue. The basic one would be to just meet them in battle out on the field. If he managed to defeat their armies, then it would be over. However, the biggest issue with that plan was leaving himself up to being invaded by others. In his previous attempt, he overused all his defensive strategy knowledge and had been defeated. If he put everything into the offense this time around, failure would probably be right around the corner. Everything needs a balance. I need to capture new settlements, make them into my own and protect them so they can generate more resources. I just need to find a good balance between the two. This was the key to his victory, equilibrium. His first mission, which would be identical to the trial from beforehand, was a good example. He had used up a week's time just to walk all over the weak troops of the kindlings. There was no need for him to make all those explosive traps or that many runic arrow tips. There was so much more he could have done with that time instead, and this was his current objective, winning the first defensive battle with minimal effort and with a lesser engagement of his troops. Now that the time came, he needed to make his first big decision. His soldiers needed their weapons, and certain ones were better than others. In this world where people could be divided by classes, a person obviously went for the weapon they had skills in. Giving spears to swordsmen would do them no good, but was a swordsman even a good class in a war setting? In Roland's opinion, there were a few types of soldiers that excelled in this type of setting, and they were ones proficient in using polearms. There were several types of pole weapons, like a poleaxe or the more famous halberd. However, in the current state of his army, he decided to go for something that was cheaper to manufacture as it could be hammered out of just one piece of metal. His weapon of choice for his soldiers would be the gizarm or a billhook, which were similar to each other. It was possible to evolve his soldiers into polearm users that covered a plethora of these weapons that varied in shapes and sizes. It was possible to go with a specialized class like a gizarmier or halberdier, but they would become locked into these roles. These would be better suited for his commander units that would level up faster than the others. Polearms are better than swords in an open field and are easy to make. Great swords aren't bad either though, so I can equip a few swordsmen with those. After gaining enough resources, I can switch the bills into poleaxes, or what was that thing's name? Oh right, bec de corbin. Think they don't call it like this here though. Transporting them through the field won't be hard either. When I get enough resources I can start making shields and bows too. While a lot of names aligned with the one back at his home, some didn't pass over. The bec de corbin was also a polearm, but could also work as a war hammer on one side. It could pierce through things like a spear, had a spike in the back and a hammer in the front, a true multi-purpose weapon that could go very well with his polearm regiment. It even came equipped with a disc guard. That was quite good for defensive purposes. A polearm like a poleaxe was still designed to work along armor and against armor. In the beginning stages, perhaps going with something like a spear would have been better, as they were even easier to manufacture. Considering that he needed to plan for the future, it was better to invest in something that would elevate his soldiers in future fights. Considering later on it would become harder and harder to level the army, it was better to start out now while his enemies were still weak. The store and the blacksmith only offered very basic designs of the spear. This meant that Roland would have to use his time in fashioning the new weapon type by himself. Previously he would have thrown the notion of making new weapons away quickly. Instead, he would create more mines or exploding arrows for the coming siege. This time around, he decided to focus on preparing some better weapons for the future. His soldiers could gain skills and levels in two ways. One was training at the barracks and the other going into battle. The former was the faster option, but it also carried a risk with it. The moment a unit died, it would never be recovered, and he would need to train a new soldier just like in real life. This was, however, when this shifted into a slightly more game-like system. If he met some conditions, he could train better soldiers to suit the new weapons. This was also one of the reasons he was going to make a billhook and other pole weapons. This I at least remember. After a while I should be able to train soldiers from level 50 and they will be able to use weapons that had been previously made. This trial really just sees the soldiers as another resource, and I guess to win this thing, I might have to do the same. A general couldn't fear losing his forces, and luckily for Roland, his people looked like wooden puppets. Perhaps if he had to send actual people to die for him, he would not be able to make the hard decisions. Luckily, in this kind of setting where the people were replaced by wooden men, he would not get any nightmares even if they got slaughtered by his enemies. Thus time continued to fly as he got to work. The scout was used to examine the surrounding lands around the wooden fort. As before, the quarry was established along with all the other basic buildings. The time that he had previously spent on making all the exploding arrows was minimized, as he intended to deal with the attack in a different way. Most of the resources were instead pushed into equipping 40 of his soldiers. These were sent to the nearest settlement that was easy pickings. Roland had realized that the first tutorial siege was nothing more than a distraction. There was no need to over-prepare for it. Wasting time on making all those explosive arrows and mining the entire area could have been avoided. Making good use of the army he had was paramount and would help him achieve victory. He was the focus of the enemy invaders, and together with 10 archers, he was enough to defend against this cannon fodder army. Those lumberlings had a slightly different shade, but the composition of their forces is about the same. Good, my lord, please reconsider. It's fine, I'm more than enough to take them on. This will actually be quite educational. I have not faced so many enemies at once before. Just have the archers pick off the stragglers and leave the main gate to me. But my lord, the wooden aide was almost crying as Roland grabbed a shield and something that looked like a reinforced club. This was his current plan. With the difference in the levels of his opponents, there was no reason not to just battle them by himself. Even though it was 200 against 1, he was much stronger than his enemies, and besides his physical stats, there was also runic magic involved. I hope those guys will be enough to capture that settlement while I deal with these training dummies. It all starts now. Chapter 3:12. They are susceptible to flames at least. Roland had decided to face the small army of lumberlings that had replaced the kindlings that were in the first trial. The only flames coming from these wooden puppets were the ones that he had fashioned himself. By foregoing the old strategy of placing mines everywhere and spending days crafting explosive arrows, he was able to be a boss-level threat out on the field. First of all, he saved a lot of time by not needing to bumble around the settlement and just staying in the throne chamber. There, like a proper lord, he could give out orders by clicking the interactive menu, while previously he even visited all the buildings to see what they were for. All the resources were now allocated and his city was growing just like before, but with his spare time, he was able to gather more iron and actually prepare a better set of armor for himself. Thanks to it, he was able to blast the approaching enemies with a cone of flames that were quite potent. This battle allowed him to confirm one theory: the enemies didn't really care that much about the base if he was out of it. The moment he went in front of the walls, the enemy switched their tactic. Instead of trying to conquer the fort, they decided to kill the lord first. These puppet soldiers were quite weak. The vast majority of them were on the levels of his own soldiers that were comparable to the level 9 or 10 monsters in the Albrook dungeon. Their approach also wasn't different, as they tried to swarm him from the front, and this was the worst possible tactic against a magic user like him. All of the attackers were blasted by AoE-type spells. Killing 10 of the puppets at once was as easy as throwing a flame blast into their group. With the difference in stats, there was no way of them surviving the spreading magical flames. However, they still posed a threat, considering that his armor was only made of steel. The more he used, the more the runes continued to deteriorate. Fighting out on an open field is different than in a dungeon, but it isn't necessarily more difficult. As a couple of arrows were bounced away by the magical shield that was around his body, another group of around 20 soldiers attacked him from all sides. Before they could get to him, however, the earth under their feet started becoming soft. The sprint was interrupted by an area of effect that turned everything around him into a pool of mud. With them all being stuck, he just needed to harden the ground back and blast away with a torrent of flames to finish them off. This was one of the bonuses of fighting alone. He did not need to worry about hitting his own men. The archers behind the fort gave him some support as well. Roland just needed to point out with his hand to generate a magical blast. The tight-knit formations were a detriment to fighting him, and it was impossible for them to get into close range. Fighting from outside was also not possible, as his mana shield could not be pierced by the flimsy arrows shot by low tier 2 archers. Nevertheless, after getting rid of around 100 of the wooden soldiers, his armor started becoming undone. The metal that he made it from could not handle the constant use of spells and had burned right through it. Luckily, to counter this effect, he had one new very helpful skill. Rapid machine reassembly was activated on the armor he was wearing. The holes that had been created by the magical symbols started to get filled back by more steel. For some reason, this skill worked not only on golems but also on runic armor like this. He had no idea how it created more steel out of nothing, but it didn't matter. With the armor mended back into its original state, he could take care of the next batch of soldiers without much of a problem, which only left their commander. This time around there was no challenge, as their leader just charged along with their troops at Roland. Perhaps if he had noticed the danger beforehand he could have offered a better fight, but after suffering So many deaths, the enemy troops' morale was too low. It didn't help that their leader wasn't equipped with any magic countering items. Even a simple mana shield necklace could have given him some options during the last confrontation. Congratulations on your victory, the enemy forces tremble before your might and have lost the will to fight. Huh, what is this? I don't remember this part. The battle was won and he expected the enemy combatants to run with their tails between their legs. Instead of running, they started dropping their weapons and looking in his direction. It seemed if the enemy troops were overwhelmed they would just toss their weapons and give up. This wasn't all, however, as they just remained there without moving. Are they waiting for something? Could it be possible? An idea popped into his head after seeing the demoralized troops of the lumberlings. This trial was similar to a strategy game and it could also have a diplomacy mechanic behind it. Perhaps it was possible to convert the units of the opposition to his own side. This happened in real life. After the enemy leaders were dealt with, a takeover took place. Some madmen did kill all opposition without taking any prisoners, but usually, a lot of people would be spared and then used as a resource. Think they are waiting for me to say something? What would a lord say in a time like this? Roland was aiming to become an overlord, but he had not really gone through any proper noble training. His manners weren't all that refined, as no one had bothered to teach him when he was young. A noble was supposed to lead people, even though that usually wasn't true. A proper one was supposed to be a leader. They needed to either inspire respect or ingrain enough fear in people to force them to obey. Your leader is dead, surrender to me and I promise to spare your lives. If you try to run away, none of you will be spared, this I promise you. After picking up the large halberd that the enemy commander dropped, he pointed at the enemy troops. When he raised his voice he could actually see the wooden soldiers trembling out of fright. Then after a moment, they started dropping down to their knees in defeat. No one actually dared to make a run for it. There were about 30 of them left on the battlefield. If they spread in all directions, even Roland wouldn't be able to get to all of them in time. You have successfully dominated the demoralized lumberling troops, but they are not yet ready to join your faction, huh? Roland noticed a new message pop up before him. By the looks of it, there was a possibility of turning the opposing soldiers into his own. The hidden requirements weren't met though, but this gave him a few tips toward them. First of all, the key element was the lack of morale and any leader unit present on the battlefield. This sounds about right. Usually, soldiers would need to go through some kind of re-educating process or even get tortured to renounce their pledge to the old leader. Wait, could there be an option for this? Previously he bunkered up in a fortress and didn't really take into consideration that there were other choices to gain power. If it was possible to take over other settlements, it wasn't strange that he would gain their resources, and the wooden people were also part of them. This could save him a lot of gold that he would need to spend on training soldiers, but first he needed to go check back in his throne room for any new options that appeared. It wasn't strange for options to be hidden in tests like this, and it wouldn't be strange if new ones appeared in the research building. First, I need to do something with these soldiers. I don't think they'll just wait out here and wait for me. The enemy soldiers were down on their knees and not moving. They were probably affected by something like a hidden leader's aura. It would of course vanish the moment he removed himself from the battlefield, and they could potentially start fleeing. Luckily, there was one place where he could place these 30 soldiers. Good, gather up. If you don't resist you will not be killed. This I promise you as the Lord. Soldiers, detain them and take them to our underground dungeon. He still had the 10 leftover archers that didn't leave the fort along with the other troops. Even though it was 10 against 30 with Roland around, the enemy combatants would not dare to resist. The place came equipped with a small dungeon that had a few cells. It would be cramped for these 30 wooden puppets, but it was a place they could be kept until he found a way of dealing with them. It went quite smoothly as the archers descended from the makeshift battlements. With Roland at the helm of the group, they all walked into the wooden fort where all of them were stuffed into the underground dungeon that was under the barracks building. After it was all done, he ordered his remaining troops to gather up the spoils of war while he checked the throne room. There is an actual re-education camp for this purpose. Re-educational camp building, a prison camp for the purpose of indoctrinating enemy soldiers. Indoctrinating? They really aren't beating around the bush in this trial, huh? But when speaking about indoctrination, Roland had unlocked the chapel building and he knew that religion was a big part of indoctrinating people in the real world. If what he assumed was correct, then perhaps a new unit besides a battle cleric was possible. To no surprise, An option appeared that required its own research to unlock. Clergyman civilian unit can convert others to your religion and heal. Units inside temple buildings can be placed in the re-educational camp to speed up the indoctrination process. It can't be used outside of the city, which is a shame, but I can use it to convert enemy units. Perhaps there will be a better unit that will be able to convert units out on the field. This was a possibility that couldn't be discounted. Religion was a thing that brought people together, and after building his first chapel he established his own. There had to be some common ground when trying to team up with old enemies, and religion was one of them. After seeing the new options popping up, Roland also realized that this was probably one of the big reasons that the Solarian Church had such power in the whole kingdom. Even though they could perhaps be a danger to the king's rule, they were necessary to hold the reins on the citizens in the kingdom. Something needed to connect people that were living together. In the beginning, it was easy as tribes stayed relatively small, but the more everything grew, those close ties began to matter more and more. He wasn't sure if this trial would have anything similar, but at least the option to convert others to his side was there. If used right, it could save him a lot of military costs. It might have been good that I couldn't just convert them instantly onto the battlefield. I don't think my current settlement can even support those 30 soldiers. Right next to the gold counter was the population number. While in strategy games it was impossible to go over this number, it wasn't the same here. It was slightly more intricate, as he would suffer a debuff if the number went into the red. Starvation didn't happen in just one day, so this could also be used to his advantage. Even if he went over the threshold, he would have some time to work things out before a serious problem arose. Did they capture that settlement? While setting up his educational system, he noticed that the number representing his current population shot up. It wasn't just that the limit went up, he had also gained more people in general. This could only mean one thing: his attacking force had managed to capture the nearest fort to his OWN. To his surprise, there was an update to the system window. Only after a few seconds the population cap increased. Instead of the white text on a black screen that he was used to, he was taken to some kind of graphical interface. There he could see a map of the area that looked like a generic overworld minimap in some games he used to play. He could see his main settlement that was in the middle, and in the northern east region the new one he acquired. The population limit on his current fort was 100 people. When counting in the 50 or so soldiers and over 40 civilians and workers, he had been almost at the limit. This new one had added a further 50 to the cap, and it was also possible to build more village buildings and farms there. That settlement is behind mine, and they only had around 20 combatants without a captain unit around. I lost 3 from the 40 soldiers that went there. After going through the console again, he managed to find a recap of the battle. It really was like in a game, as he saw a small recap of what had happened. The soldiers that died were the first ones that scaled the wooden fortification, but soon after the whole place was overrun and victory was achieved. No one had surrendered, and the faction that was placed there had disappeared from the map entirely. What are the losing conditions, to be exact? Roland wasn't sure what he needed to watch out for yet. Considering that he was playing the role of a noble leader, he needed to survive. Last time his head was turned into paste by some type of enemy that he couldn't really remember well. What made up a lord were his subjects and his territory. Probably if he lost all his strongholds, then it would be over. Without an army and followers, there was nothing to lord over. This was a test of being a lord, and losing all of his forces and terrain would probably make him a bad one. However, this could mean that I don't necessarily need to keep this location. As long as I retain at least one settlement, it shouldn't trigger the losing condition. At the moment he was in the black, as he didn't recall much past this point. After killing the first commander and building up his defensive structures, it became a giant hole in his memory. One of the reasons that he had lost the defensive battle was due to the location of this fort. It had no natural defenses to safeguard him from being attacked. This meant that he needed to equally build up an impenetrable fortress from all sides. If he at least had one side that was safe, he would be able to save a lot of gold, and perhaps lasting out for longer would have been possible. Could this be a dead end created by the trial? What if I was never supposed to stay in this fortress, to begin with? Hey Aide, bring me all the information about those lumberlings. Send out the scouts too. I want to know the specs of their fortress. Specs, my lord? All the details, the number of their troops, but more importantly if there are any natural defenses around them. Roland started wondering. Probably to be victorious in this test he couldn't just go to the next extreme that was attacking. Sooner or later, while his army was out conquering, he would be attacked by an enemy faction. To not lose important strategic locations, he would need to at least have enough time to call back the troops. Instead of a full offensive, he needed to settle somewhere in the middle. If this fortress was meant to fall from the start, he just needed to find another one that would allow him to save on some expenses in the long run. Chapter 3:13. Shields up, don't let the enemy archers hit you. Protect the battering ram with your life, it has to arrive at the enemy walls. Archers, fire! A plethora of somewhat generic-sounding voices echoed through a large battlefield. The source was a varied group of puppet soldiers that were wearing more intricate armor than the regular foot soldiers. The former were bunched up in various formations, performing the acts that these captains and commanders were ordering. It looks like I can watch for now, the golems should be enough. Their leader was right in the back and the only person on horseback. His body was clad in full body armor that was covered in runic symbols. Some of them were glowing in a pale blue light which easily illuminated the darkness of the night. This was a stark contrast to the wooden animal he was sitting on. Just like all the wooden men around, it was not made up of flesh and bones, but lumber instead. From behind him, around 4 mechanical contraptions emerged that took on the form of spiders. They were made out of pure metal and were quite eye-catching in this field of battle. Their legs continued to speed through the grassy plain with their cannons pointed upward. Just like their creator, they possessed a plethora of runic symbols on their metallic bodies. Each time they activated their cannons that were attached to their abdomens, they would glow in a similar pale blue hue. These cannons were constantly firing concentrated orbs of mana toward the rocky ramparts of this fort. The archers that were stationed them were unable to do much about it due to being outranged by the mechanical contraptions. Even when an arrow collided with the metallic body, it was bounced back by a thin layer of mana that was protecting the golem's body. There were only 4 of those spider contraptions on the battlefield, but the magical attacks they were capable of were a real game changer. I should be able to get more deep steel to make more spider drones after I capture this fortress. It's good that I was able to bring my own technology into this place. While the siege continued, Roland, who was sitting on the strange-looking wooden horse, thought back to the time he drove the lumberlings back. These were the same ones he was sieging now after he was able to recreate the spider drones that he had grown accustomed to. It took some time, but he was able to recreate, which might have been the most important component of winning this trial, a month earlier. It's all fine and dandy that I have decided to put more resources into conquering, but how will I get an edge against the enemy encampments? Can I really win against someone that was put in a location with a strategic advantage over me just with lousy war tactics? A somewhat annoyed Roland was sitting on his throne while looking through all the various window screens. On one he could see his new encampment that had been conquered by his forces. Even though he had gained a new one, it came at the price of a few soldiers and the need of leaving a small force behind for its protection. Currently with himself in this fort, he didn't really need protection for it, but in the future this would change. His next point of interest was gaining a new safer location to spread his influence on. This main base, that was given to him as his first headquarters, was probably a dead end. It was open to attacks from all sides. When concentrating on defensive measures, it was possible to counter this placement. However, with his past knowledge in his head, it was obviously the wrong tactic. My lord, the scouts have come back from their mission. Good. His aide was waiting outside and would shout out to him from time to time. The information he relayed would then be presented to him in one of the windows as an update. Normally in real life, a scout would need to give this information to some kind of administrator. They would then either draw up a map with the information or directly give it to the Lord. Here on the other hand, the process was pushed onto the world map in the system to which he had access. This actually looks promising. From all the other forts, this one looks the best. It had been a few days since he was able to defeat the lumberlings. The soldiers that had been placed in the dungeon were about to go through the process of conversion, which would bolster his forces. This didn't mean that he wasn't turning some of his villagers into new soldiers either. His army was steadily growing each day as he just needed to create new residential buildings to increase the population limit. His scouting unit had increased and he was able to discover 2 other forts in the area. Their population wasn't large, but not all of them seemed to be as aggressive as the lumberlings were. Roland theorized that this was part of the test. It simulated different factions with varied abilities and characteristics. Ones would bunker up just like he did before, while others would continue to attack until either they were dead or their enemies were. This had to be taken into consideration as he would know where to allocate his resources to. If for instance the fort that had appeared in the west was primed for defense, it could actually act as a buffer zone. Anyone arriving from that side would have to go through them first before arriving in his lands. It might have actually been even better to leave such a faction alone, as they would not attack him without a reason. I wonder if the winning conditions really need me to conquer everything I see, or if it's something vaguer. Would it be enough if the people in the lands think of me as their lord even if they aren't necessarily part of my faction? Roland had not tried it yet, but perhaps there was an option of a diplomatic resolution. What if it was possible to create trade routes with other forts and get better deals on things? In real life, not every kingdom was the enemy. Some even formed pacts to combat dangerous empires that started threatening others on a larger scale. What if this would be his fate if he was too aggressive? If that is the case, then if I start threatening everyone, they might attack me together, but that won't be a problem if my forces are just stronger, or if I could get them to be a vassal. Creating vassal states might have been a possibility. There were many types, and it depended on the one in power on the exact rules. Most of the time a vassal in this sense would offer some kind of tribute in the form of some resources. For that, they would be exempt from getting raided by the ones in power, and even helped by them if they were being attacked by an outside kingdom. There were pros and cons to these relationships, but they could be positive for both sides in some cases. Should I sacrifice a scout to figure it out? This was still in the beginning stages of the trial, and he didn't have all the information. The hole in his memory had expanded as he had no idea what had happened before. In his mind, he could only see a few blurs and then the last enemy boss smacking his head with a giant mace. If it was truly possible to do business and ally himself with other factions, then he needed to give it a try. Aid. Yes, my lord? The small settlement to the southwest, have one of the scouts go there and offer them a treaty. A treaty? What will the details of the treaty entail? The details? They were around a lot of pastures, have them donate their grain to us and also meat. The wooden aide started nodding his head while Roland listed down some terms of the accord. If he could get a settlement with fertile land to take care of the food side, then he would be able to develop his armies more. It was normal in a kingdom to shift production to better suited regions. If he were to conquer these lands and become their king, then that area would be part of his kingdom and run by another noble. They would supply them with food and he would give them some soldiers, which would allow him to specialize more in warfare. Good. Now I need to think about the Runesmith part of this test. What can I create to give my troops an edge? Roland was still mostly a crafter. Even if this new class would give him some better warfare and leading options, he still wasn't there. Getting political with other forts would not be possible if he didn't have any leverage. It wouldn't be strange if there was some kind of hidden notoriety value hidden somewhere. If he continued to capture settlements and win battles, others might surrender to him without the need for him to lose more forces. To get a better grasp on the situation, he headed outside. Sitting on the cramped throne with nothing but a large empty space around him wasn't good for his mind. Roland had grown accustomed to working, but this didn't mean that getting a breath of fresh air wouldn't help him get a good idea. When outside in the distance he could see a windmill being assembled by the wooden puppets. It was very reminiscent of old video games, as the wooden craftsmen would not perform all the actions of their human counterparts. Instead, they would hammer away at the walls that for some reason started expanding up. From time to time they would stop to grab some materials from the side and then continue while the pile of resources vanished into thin air. While this phenomenon was interesting, he wasn't really looking at it. Instead, he was focusing on the large blades meant to be pushed by wind. The main source of food in this place was grain that was made into flour and then bread. To make flour, people needed to grind the grain, and that was done by large windmills. The models that he was using were wind ones, but it was also possible to create them next to running water and use that to turn the wheel. Why didn't I think of that yet? I must have been too busy thinking about the tactics. Wind power was his bread and butter, but for some reason, this left his mind as he was focused on battle tactics and expanding his fort. Now that he had some time, it was obvious to him what he should build next. What he was missing was the energy required to run his creations. Normally other craftsmen would need to use mana fluid as fuel. This was a resource also found in this world, but for that, he would either need to get lucky, spend a lot of money to import it, or capture a place that had it as a resource. Roland didn't really need that. Everything that was here would be enough to generate power. It wouldn't be hard to create a generator inside of the windmill that was only using its huge wings to grind down grains for flour. It was also possible to use them to pump water or even cut wood after probably advancing further with his progression tree. I need to make a generator and runic batteries. With those around I'll be able to power golems. This old hack that he created still didn't truly make sense to him. For some reason this world identified electricity as a higher type of mana with the lightning attribute. It was something that only people of Tier 2 and up could produce. With a full-blown wind turbine it had enough charge to support multiple defensive turrets. The excess could also be stored in batteries that were cheap to manufacture. Did the trial block out this idea because I used it in the old defensive strategy? Or was I too focused on the army side of things this time? Roland asked himself this question as he found it hard to believe that he would forget about his wind generators. They had helped him through most of his struggles and were probably something he would reach to for help. It wouldn't be strange that during his first trial attempt, he created the generators to power all the runic torrents. It was also possible that the trial-imposed amnesia had interfered in some way. Could this be a side effect of remembering some other parts? Maybe it balances out the test by making people forget some things when they focus on others? This was a nice theory, but he didn't have time to confirm any of this. Instead, he needed to head to the already created windmills to get some measurements. In short, a windmill's blades pushed something similar to a large cogwheel that then transferred the rotation force to more moving parts. He would just need to produce something to catch all that force with a gearbox and then let it move the generator. A bit loud in here. When he got inside and climbed up he could see a large cogwheel turning and transferring power to a vertical axis in the middle of the mill. When looking at this huge spinning log in the middle he knew that attaching another large wooden wheel to power a generator would be possible without interrupting the flour-making process. Generating electricity would be more of a side effect that he could use to protect this city from invaders. Now will I have to make these separately each time, or is there a way to create a modified building instead? Making even one generator and then magical turrets would take some time. This trial was still a war against time. The more he focused on one thing too much the more likely he would be deficient in another. First, he needed to try. If some luck was on his side then he would be able to automate some of the processes. After going back to an older generator design he had everything ready. Attaching it to the windmill went smoothly and to his joy there was a possibility of modifying the whole building setup. It can copy the schematic but it still can't copy the runes. Either I need to upgrade the blacksmith building into a runesmith's building, or the trial wants me to make everything that concerns runes myself. Perhaps just like it went with classes there were some hidden options when it came to research. The moment he created the generator at the smithy it was possible for the wooden blacksmith there to create it himself. Then he was able to create an updated version of the windmill with the generator in it. After bumbling around some more he realized that he could introduce schematics into the system where buildings were concerned. What he needed to do was to have his aide bring him the original plan that he could then copy and add changes to. This was not something that was specific to his class, but after working with Bernier on his house he had taken some lessons related to carpentry and architecture. Is this really something that a lord should do? He wasn't sure if becoming an overlord had anything to do with being a good architect, but it probably didn't hurt for the leader to be aware of the stronghold's layout. To him, it might have been a shortcut to victory as he only needed to inscribe runes on the runic generators while his wooden puppets created the parts for him instead. Just like before, making the original was the only thing he needed to worry about. Thus after allocating some time to the runic generators he was able to create some batteries. These made their way into 4 new golemic units that would later be used for siege purposes. They came equipped with the usual runic cannons and focused on only ranged spells. While his plans to take over the Lumberling territory were being created he also made sure to prepare some defensive turrets. With the windmill generators in his main city, they would bolster his defensive capabilities by quite a bit. This would give him some wiggle room with the troops that needed to stay at his main base. During his first major attack that came after preparing, within a month's time, he had a small force of around 150 men at his disposal. Together with them, they had managed to scrunch for some siege machines like the large battering ram that was with them. To his surprise, the Lumberling fortress was not in possession of a moat. Instead, all they did was focus on maintaining a larger army and soldier production. This would allow them to push in even through the side walls where the defenses were thin and the archers were far away. Everyone, move out. Yes, my lord. After giving his order, his first major battle would be underway. Even though this was just a test with something that looked like crash test dummies on his side, it was still nerve-wracking. This was all not in his comfort zone. Usually defense and running away were his main two tactics. Going for the first strike where he wasn't sure if any traps awaited him wasn't his thing, but he needed to push through this part of himself if he ever hoped to become a lord that towered over the other lords. Chapter 3:14. Name: Wooden Lord Commander L140. Classes: Wooden Warrior L25, Wooden Soldier L25, Wooden Soldier Captain L50, Wooden Lord Commander L40. So this is their leader. Doesn't look too tough. Do you dare accept my, yeah, let us get this over with, get into the glowy circle, Pinocchio, I don't have the whole day. Roland was the one to initiate the challenge this time around in a similar fashion as the wooden commander he faced during his first trial attempt. This time around he was challenging the lord of this fort that he had bashed through the side wall. Even though this place looked a bit closer to a stone keep, it wasn't finished. It was easy to move from one side that didn't have as many towers, and archers protecting it. To do this he used an old siege ram design. It was a mobile frame with a reinforced wooden roof made of several layers of planks. The iron arrows were not able to pierce through it, and after coating it with some special concoction, it wouldn't catch on fire. It had 3 large wheels on each side, and on the inside, there were several wooden soldiers pushing it. In the middle was the main piece, which was a huge log with a large metallic ram head at the end. Normally he would have given it a more basic shape, but this item could be bought from the market to hasten the process of his first siege. Thanks to this faction not having a moat, he could use this old tool to bust down their wall. Soon after, his soldiers with him in the front were able to just push inside. He made sure to give them the order to leave the civilians alone and not chase after other soldiers that decided to flee. This was about to become his new base of operations, so he needed to keep the damages to a minimum. Challenging the enemy leader to single combat was a bit part of this plan. The man in question was a high-level Tier 2 wooden puppet made of pale wood. It had a special class that might have been similar to his Runesmith Lord 1. This could indicate the same multiplier of 2 instead of the regular one that Tier 2 classes had. Nevertheless, he wasn't that fearful. He was still 30 levels over this wooden man and also had all his magical runes to help him win this. The Lord Commander puppet was using an arming sword and shield combination. His body was covered by full plate armor, and he even had a helmet on. The only reason Roland could tell that he was a man made of wood was that his face was peeking through that helmet that lacked a visor that could be closed for some reason. It was a big weak point, but with the shield in his hand, it wouldn't be that easily pierced. This wooden Lord Commander would have probably been able to defeat any normal Tier 2 person, but he was going up against a very unique opponent. Roland's biggest strength came from his ability to make magical armor. It gave him the spells of an experienced mage that didn't require any in-battle preparation. Within a second he could call upon blasts of fire that could take a flame mage even 10 seconds to cast. A mage's biggest weakness was a close-range battle, and this weakness was not something he had. The moment the armored puppet charged in for a shield bash, his footing was broken by muddled water that then quickly turned into sharp spikes. Even though he was able to react in time to not sink in, even though the sharp spikes were deflected by the shield, the third attack that was composed of burning flames could not be evaded or protected against. The huge ball of flames was already forming when the Lord Commander was trying to not slip into the mud. It connected with the wooden man to generate a massive explosion. Though these wooden men were not composed of blood and flesh, they reacted in similar ways to heat as humans did. The metal armor that he was wearing turned red with the increase in the temperature and started cooking the owner alive. The simulated screams were quite realistic, but instead of flinching, Roland just increased the heat by ejecting a torrent of flames from his palm. Your lord has fallen. Throw away your weapons and surrender, and none of you or the residents in the city will be harmed. As his opponent was dying, he already started shouting to break up the fight. The more men he could keep alive from the opposition and his own army, the better for his future plans. With the Lord defeated, even the wooden captains started buckling under pressure. Just as he expected, whenever the lord of the faction was suffering a defeat, the debuff taken to the morale of the troops was increased. What are you waiting for? Surrender. This place belongs to us now. Long live the Lord of the Timberlings. While he was making his speech, one of his own commander units also started shouting out. It was his old first captain that had managed to reach level 100. The more the leader units leveled up, the better their speech became. At the level that the commander was on now, he could articulate like a normal person. He immediately started shouting at the other soldiers while waving the flag from his side. This was a faction banner that he actually had to unlock and design himself. Just by having them around his troops, it was possible to raise their morale further. The more of these symbols he put on their belongings, the more it worked. It really showed him that belonging to a side made a big difference. Now that his enemies had nowhere that they belonged to, their fate was to either fight until they all died or to become slaves. What will they do? Probably depending on their loyalty to their old leader, this could go both ways. He tried thinking back to some real-life examples of taking over strongholds and other kingdoms. If an area had a grand leader that they were all behind, it was always hard to integrate such lands. The people living there would give up on the surface, but behind the kingdom's backs, they would start plotting. If a chance arose that they could take back the power, then they would. On the other hand, if the leader was a tyrant, then the people living there would welcome them with open arms. This one might have actually been the latter. The tyrant is dead. Thank the gods. Soon the soldiers threw away their weapons and the civilians started cheering. They repeated the same two sentences over and over again, but he got the picture. When investigating this place, he figured out that the leader wasn't properly managing the region. There were a lot of residential buildings, but not enough farms to produce food. Most of the populace was also conscripted instantly and sent out to attack nearby settlements. This was a good example of someone that was too focused on the offensive and not on the defensive aspects of their army. Their main fort didn't even have a moat, and the walls weren't in good shape either. Congratulations on capturing a stronghold and defeating the Lumberling faction. Roland almost flinched as the message popped out in front of his face and was accompanied by a victory tune. The moment all the flags and banners that belonged to the Lumberlings started changing into his own. He had not been able to design the crest for his forces. Instead, it was a pre-made image of a bundle of logs next to a fireplace. In comparison, the Lumberlings had logs stacked next to what looked like a sawmill. Maybe I should cut down the forest around my home after this. The more he stayed in this place, the more he started to dislike anything related to wood. This was to the point of him wanting to reconstruct his entire home into one made from stone and metal. While these thoughts flooded his mind, he walked over to the new throne room. Compared to his old one, this had a lot more things going for them. It was still made from wood, but at least had a large pillow where he could sit. Let's see, this isn't the only place I was able to get. If you defeat the Lord and the main fortress, you get all of their lands. Oh, there is a condition, it seems. This Lord Commander managed to capture a port city and a few smaller settlements that weren't all that great. From how things looked, they had been raided by bandits. This simulation didn't only give him other faction leaders and armies to worry about. There was random monster spawning, and sometimes they attacked the villages. To combat this, he could establish an adventurer guild that also required a tavern to lure in the sell swords. Things like dungeons also existed, but it was impossible to get into them. Some things could only be executed by simulation. The adventurers would leave the city and vanish into the dungeons. They would have a hidden chance of coming out alive and bringing back materials that could be sold. Their main purpose was to keep monsters away from smaller villages and to generate tax revenue. Over a month had passed since he arrived in this trial, and now he had won his first siege. During this time he had done his utmost to organize his kingdom in a proper fashion. It wasn't that easy, but he was managing to keep the populace happy, while still being able to contend with unwanted advances from enemy encampments. After capturing this stone keep, he had become the most significant force in the area, and it wouldn't take much longer to make all the settlements his. The more my fame grows, the more likely it is for the small outpost to surrender without fighting. I just wanted to conserve the life of my soldiers and other potential soldiers, but it had a nice side effect. Due to his propensity to spare enemy combatants and civilians, he became famous as a benevolent and just leader. This title he could see in the system window or confirm with one of his aides that had multiplied since his first appearance here. There wasn't a proper explanation, but he theorized that this gave him a hidden buff to negotiating after a battle was won, and even before it made sense, knowing the opposing leaders were more likely to join up if they knew that they wouldn't be slaughtered. Perhaps if he was more forceful, he would be given a different hidden buff. It wouldn't be strange if fear was also an option here. The leaders would abandon their posts and flee instead of joining his forces, or instead crumble on the battlefield. Has its pros and cons. If they flee, I can't integrate them into my forces, but also don't need to spend money on schools, churches, and indoctrination programs. Roland could see both processes being similar in the long run. If he had to choose, he would rather walk the path of someone benevolent. The people on the other side were usually in cahoots with forces that he had butted heads with. Becoming more aggressive and downright evil would be more aligned with something like the abyssal cult he had a falling out with. This didn't mean that he would be soft on his enemies, just that he wasn't really interested in performing vile acts or slaughtering people to get his way. I guess as a benevolent leader, I need to get this shit taken care of. This guy really didn't put any effort into managing his food. Luckily the farms that I have at the old place will be enough to cover it all, that is if they won't get captured. I need to start covering the borders with my troops. It seemed that the first part of this trial was coming to an end. He had captured one of the largest regions and driven his rivals out. With them gone, he would have time to take over all the smaller settlements that weren't too far from his main cities. This one he was in would become his new capital city, while the old fort would become the secondary stronghold. It was already equipped with some runic turrets and wind generators. While it would be nowhere near as potent as the old defensive structure he had, it didn't have to. His enemies would most likely focus their actions on his current position. The way to win this game was by defeating all the lords on the battle map. From the way it looked, there were still 4 other large domains that were still taking form. Thanks to his fast push, he was able to keep himself half a step in front of his enemies. First of all, I need to build a moat around this keep and finish those towers. A few archers and turrets should do the trick. I need to check out that port town, but considering the map range, naval battles won't be possible in this trial. It was possible to trade with others through the port. After taking it, he had been given access to a lot of exotic resources. Some were better metals that he would use to create a new runic armor that could carry him through the rest of this trial. Just like with the dungeons, trading with ships was a simulated process that was on a timer. After going through the console, he became aware that he couldn't build any warships. This meant that while he wouldn't be attacked by a naval force from outside, he could not transport his troops to a more favorable location either. Should I try forming a diplomatic agreement with one of the weaker sides? At the moment he had some general idea of who he was dealing with. The biggest problem, and perhaps his last opponent, would be the Woodlanders. They seemed to possess one of the best territories with a plethora of natural resources. Their borders were also surrounded by a natural barrier made up of mountains. To attack them, he would first need to scout out the area for any hidden passages, as going through the middle where a fortress was being built was not an option. Maybe if I had an overwhelming supply of forces, then I could get in, but they will probably conquer the nation right next to them and make it more difficult. The Woodlanders were to the northeast, while he was across from them to the southwest. Between them were 2 other nations that were slowly being created. Then to his east side was another one, and the last one was to the west of the Woodlanders. There were things outside of these 5 locations, but it was also outside the boundaries of this trial. He had confirmed this by trying to send his scouts in the other direction, but he was unable to cross through some mountains before coming back. His foes would probably take over the developing nation that was to their west side before moving down south towards the other regions. He wasn't sure if they would be the final opponent, but thanks to the natural defenses, they would at least be hard to conquer. Perhaps luring their leader out of their zone would be the appropriate tactic instead of forcing it through the mountain range. I don't think they would give me a trial that I can't pass. There might be some kind of passage through there that could work, and if there isn't one, then perhaps I could make one for myself. After clicking through the console and giving out various orders, Roland decided to walk out to his new stronghold. This one had a large mountain range from one side that wouldn't allow anyone to attack him from the other factions. They would need to go around and then go through the border region where he was already sending out troops and resources to reinforce. Things were moving along, but he had already spent over a month here. Even though he could fast forward through a lot of events, if he did, then he would lose precious time. Due to his first failure with his class ascension, he had become even more paranoid about the future. Each time when going to bed, he could only think about that large mace coming for his face. Sleeping more than 2 or 3 hours per day was already a miracle. Only thanks to his zombie-like fortitude was he able to keep his facilities together. This might take a while, half a year at least, maybe even more. His sigh was heard by one of the guards next to him. The wooden man didn't move, nor did he have a facial expression he could relate to. Roland could see the walls already being worked on by his men. Not to lose out, he decided to head to the city smithy to see how far this blacksmith was compared to the one he started with. Before his enemies could arrive, he needed to create more golems, and perhaps other types of weapons that with the dawn of the wind generators were a valid choice. Chapter 3:15. How long have I been in here? Was I able to get this far during the first attempt? Roland wasn't sure of the time frame anymore. Time worked strangely in this place, and his mind was becoming weary due to all the sleepless nights he had gone through. Even though there was a lot of the blacksmith NPC could automate, he was left inscribing runes on everything. The dream of a rune-powered army went out the door after it became clear that it was impossible to upgrade the smithing building into a runesmithing one. Due to this setback, he was forced to weigh the pros and cons of using his time. With 100 men at his disposal, he could pull a few all-nighters to inscribe some basic runes on their weapons. However, when his armies started growing and reaching the thousands, he could not continue this feat. Thus, he focused mostly on creating golems and equipment for his commanders. They were the most important units, and with the magical equipment, they could turn the tide of battle. At the moment he wasn't really worried about that, but at the length of this test, as it had been multiple months since he had arrived. Things weren't going that badly, but they weren't going exceptionally well either. He was able to build a large moat around his stone keep, expand the walls and finish all the guard towers. Due to the lack of runesmithing help, he only focused on creating enough generators to power the defensive turrets, and then focused on generating some armor for his battle units. Yet the life of a lord wasn't so easy. There were so many things only he could decide on. If he didn't make a decision, the wooden people in this world would start making their own choices. There was a type of randomized factor in all of this, as these NPCs had their own life. They needed things like taverns and pubs to keep them lively. Then they also needed guards to keep thieves in check and cloisters with clerics to heal the sick. All of these things affected his cities in many ways. If there weren't enough guards patrolling the streets, sooner or later a thieves' den could pop up. Such a city would bring in less gold in general, and some functions would be limited. Similar things would happen if they became sick or disgruntled. Even though there was a lot to manage, he was not supposed to do everything exactly himself. Just like in real life, he could give cities to retainers like a lesser lord or a higher-level soldier. If a city was located next to fertile land, it was good to send out someone that was versed in cultivating the land. If there was a danger of getting attacked, a unit that was more inclined for combat was the right choice. Then even if he made all the right choices, it didn't always work out, but the reverse was also possible. This randomization factor was ever present. It was as if the trial was telling him that there is nothing like over-preparing, and that he should be prepared for the worst-case scenario at any cost. This he kept in the back of his mind, but only for the locations with the most strategic value. Roland realized that he was doing the same thing the nobles did in the kingdom by ignoring most of the smaller settlements that didn't generate much income. Even when the residents there were overrun by monsters, it didn't affect his bottom line at all. Is it trying to tell me to be more ruthless? Would I be able to make these decisions as easily if the people were real? Roland asked himself while bringing down his hammer onto a piece of armor. His eyes were slightly bloodshot as he had finished his latest creation. It was a somewhat upgraded version of the armor he used for dungeon grinding. This one came equipped with 2 retractable shoulder cannons. With an updated code, they were able to quickly pick up any enemies on the battlefield even when he was moving. It was tricky for them to not clip his own body during speedy movement, and also to not aim at his allies. Luckily, each faction in this trial had a unique mana pattern that could be easily calibrated. Considering that at this point he would be going up against heavily armored enemies, he decided to use his old trusted hammer staff design. It looked more like a bulkier version of a pole hammer. It had an elongated tip on the front that could be used for piercing, and a slightly bent one on the other side of the hammer. With this, he would be able to pierce through heavy armor while also delivering blunt damage that it was more susceptible to than cutting. Though cutting weapons like swords and daggers weren't that great against heavy armor, they weren't useless. After tenderizing an armored combatant with a heavy war hammer, it was possible to deliver the final blow with a short sword or dagger. Stabbing through a visor in close range wasn't that rare, and he could also aim for the joints where usually the protection was thinner. Still, this weapon was meant to support ranged magical combat at first. With its thickness and implementation of more exotic metals, it would last through several battles and the runes would not deteriorate. The same thing could be said about his armor, which was an actual improvement from his real-life counterpart. I'll get to test this out pretty soon. That faction had fallen already while I was trying to expand my own influence. They will probably start conquering all the other nations before coming here. The Woodlanders had become rowdy in the north and conquered the western nation. The two middle ones were in a power struggle, but now with the north getting involved, they would probably start buckling under pressure. He had not remained passive through all of this, as he had already learned his lesson with the previous trial. While the Woodlanders were attacking their western neighbors, Roland's lands were invaded by the southeastern faction. To his surprise, it was the same kindlings that he had to compete against in his first trial attempt. They had gained new lands and were a lot better equipped than last time. Their first push was for one of the smaller settlements that they were able to easily capture. Before they arrived, he was sure to pull back most of his soldiers that then bunkered up at the fort that he first started in. It had been equipped with some runic turrets when he was there and had enough firepower to last through the first siege attempt. Soon after, he was able to arrive with his own army to push them back. Just like after all battles, he was sure to capture all the enemy soldiers and start his conversion tactics. If the defeat of the Lumberling faction was the first step, then attacking his own neighbors was a big leap. This was the beginning of the first struggle, and already months had passed since a few back-and-forth encounters with the kindlings. None of them he took part in, but instead it was up to his commanders and captain. Some fights were lost, but most of them were won. Now there was one last thing to do, and it was finally worthy of his time. I guess the Overlord should never appear until the last moment. Is that how it's supposed to work? Finishing his new runic armor was just the first step. Now he needed to test it out on the battlefield. While the largest faction was already looking at attacking their southern neighbors, he still needed to add the finishing touches. His own target had barricaded themselves out in the mountains in a similar stronghold to his own. Now there was a moat and actual towers with defenders. Is everything ready? Yes, my lord. Good, I'll leave the place to you. Manage it well, and follow the instructions that I laid out. A different aide bowed before him. This one was over level 100 and had actually advanced into a prestige class called the Lord's Hand. This wooden man was like a high-class noble and secondary commander. If this castle he established was attacked, he would be able to give the defenders an almost identical morale boost as him. The armor that he had made was already worn by him and felt quite natural. The runic symbols started gleaming, and the two turrets that were on his shoulders retracted back for the time they would be needed. On the outside, a wooden horse covered in armor was already waiting for him. After getting on, he looked at a large group of mounted knights that he was the leader of. After being here for close to half a year, it didn't feel so off to command them. But he wasn't sure if this place wasn't affecting his mental state. I need to go back as soon as I can, but I also can't rush it. Thanks to his various skills that allowed him to clear his head, he knew that if he pushed it too much that he would fail. Luckily, not everything had to be done in real time in this place. This army of his that was moving out would normally need several weeks to get to their destination. With the help of the trial's fast travel system, it would skip through it all the way until he arrived. Usually, he didn't use this method, as the skip time could have always been used to craft new items. A prompt appeared before him. It was asking him if he wished to fast travel to the enemy stronghold. Slowly, he moved his fingertips to confirm his choice, and instantly his vision started blurring. He could see his army moving through the lands at an increased rate. A window representing the progress of the army was on the upper right side. It was possible for him to stop their advance manually, and also for an unexpected event to occur. Previously, when he was going through the world with a smaller troop, he had encountered some monsters. It was also possible to skip through things like that and let his wooden men take care of it for him. However, it was always better to get involved in these things if he could, as skip time could never be taken back. It was a quality of life improvement, but it was an obvious trap for lazy people. No one that skipped through all the hard work could ever hope to become an overlord, and using this function for fast traveling was the only good thing about it. So we are here. Looks a bit gloomy. The scenery stopped moving rapidly past him, and a large black castle on top of a small mountain appeared. The sun had just gone down, so the whole thing was illuminated by torches. Compared to the first stone keep he attacked, this one would be a tougher nut to crack. First of all, there would not be a possibility of him pushing down the walls with a battering ram. A large moat was blocking the way and the bridge to the main gate was a type that could be raised. There aren't any infiltration units in this trial. The best move would be to have an assassin get in and lower the bridge during the siege. He wasn't sure why his scouts couldn't evolve into those sorts of units, but it seemed that this place didn't want him to use underhanded methods. Instead, only strategic approaches or pure might was allowed. In his case, he was trying to mix both together. His class was poised for intelligence, but thanks to his crafting skills he was able to make up for his deficiencies during combat. Usually, without battle skills and passives upgrading all those, it was impossible for a crafter to last out. At first, the higher multiplier might have seemed like a game changer, but it had its limits. In a battle of strength, he could potentially win against someone that possessed a warrior class, but if that class had any skills to enhance their power then it would be impossible. This chasm of skills that had hidden multipliers that could go against the tiers could only be scaled thanks to his runes. With his armor on he could mimic buffing spells and also produce magical attacks that were on if not over the level of proper skills. Then if coupled with exterior factors like runic batteries and golems, he could potentially become a one-man army. These golems were already getting ready for some action. Even though it was a grueling grind to achieve, he was able to enlarge the chassis of his spider drones. Instead of being the size of a middle-sized dog, these were closer to a horse. They weren't as mobile as their smaller counterparts, but their cannons were much bigger. Their job was not to dodge, but to damage, and soon they would be used to conquer this keep. Normally, what he would have to do would be to create multiple catapults or trebuchets to get those walls down. That is if this was just a regular world with normal rules. With magic being part of it, there was no reason to produce huge siege weaponry when he could just use something different. In this case, the enlarged spider golems would use their cannons and the reservoir of runic batteries to do the trick. Roland was doing most things by the book. In this case, there was no reason not to. First, he made sure to stay out of range of the archers and ballistas. The spider golems were automatons with a program to make their own measurements. They didn't require test fires and could quickly place themselves in the best spot for continuous fire. In a way, they were like mini tanks that could fire various magical projectiles. For the time being, he just needed to wait in the back while his army got ready. The enemy commander certainly didn't expect the large golems to be part of the siege. They had barricaded themselves inside due to losing multiple skirmishes with Roland's wooden forces. On the surface the two wooden kingdoms were about equal in most regards, the only variable was their leader. Thanks to the various golems and magical weaponry that was powered with runic batteries, most battles could be quickly shifted in his favor. This didn't mean that such things would last forever. The enemies he was facing had around 1,000 soldiers and he was the same. If the war continued and the number of troops kept increasing, keeping up with the runic weapons would become quite strenuous. At the moment a few spider cannons were enough to get through a castle's walls, but this would not be enough when going against 10 times the troops. They really have nothing to defend against these. Good that I kept them hidden away. Keeping an ace up a sleeve was something a good leader needed to have. This trial was changing with each day, and sometimes he would find the enemy commanders performing smart tricks. In the future, it wouldn't be strange if a way to counter his spider troops was discovered. From the information that his scouts started gathering, the woodlanders were in possession of some magical troops. If these kindlings had something like a magical shield to enhance their walls, the magical cannon fire would have been severely diminished. It would be even possible for them to launch a counterattack. As it stood now, it was becoming a slaughter. His faction had just advanced too quickly. They are certainly stuck in the old era of weaponry. They should have invested more into magic than only physical troops. It was obvious that his enemies had a lot of troops and the walls were quite sturdy. Their setup was robust, but it was also outdated. After the bulky spiders had dug into the ground, they commenced with the bombardment. It was quite a one-sided show as the enemy archers were sent flying all over the place by various magical explosions. Crimson flames filled the guard towers that were meant to fire large ballista bolts and arrows from afar. The walls were starting to buckle under the pressure after they were bombarded by heavy rocks made from earth magic. There was no reason to move, no reason to push until all of the defenses had been destroyed. Only after his golems blew a large enough hole in the wall would he decide to risk his troops. It's working, but these golems use up a lot of mana. If the walls were much thicker or had a second layer on the inside, while the siege had only begun, Roland was already thinking about the next big move. The damage to the castle and the troops inside would be best kept to a minimum as he needed those soldiers for the coming battles. After field testing the golems, he could finally decide to produce more units for future confrontations with his real opponent in the north. This was only a little side quest to get more leverage for the future encounters that would decide on the test results that he could not afford to fail. Chapter 3:16. Please show mercy, I surrender. Well, this was unexpected, it's deviating from the last scenario. Roland looked at the Lord Commander of this castle that was standing kneeling down. It would be as easy as taking candy from a child to deliver the killing blow to this enemy, but he was asking to spare his life. The duel between the faction leaders had started just like last time, but the opponent capitulated without them even going through one exchange of blows. Could this be due to the power differential or something else? The siege of the stone castle was now over. His heavy spiders were able to blast a hole in the wall while also keeping the archers and enemy ballistas at bay. Soon after, his army was able to rush inside with him right behind it. Inside they witnessed a moderate amount of resistance, but not as much as he expected. Now, instead of having a duel with the master of this castle, he was being surrendered to. Do you accept the surrender of the Kindling faction? He was given an option without much of an explanation. There was no way of knowing what would happen after he agreed. There were two possible events that could unfold if he agreed here. Either this whole place would just become his and join his side along with the NPCs, or they would become his vassals. Roland was more inclined to believe the latter to happen. Even when soldiers surrendered and were without a leader, they needed to go through indoctrination camps. If he killed this Lord Commander of theirs while he was kneeling, there was also a possibility of infamy. After staying here for a while, he was convinced that there was some type of hidden renown system in the background. Considering that he never had anyone from the Lord surrender to him, perhaps he would be considered a warmonger if he just beheaded him in this situation. But then if he left him alive, would this wooden lord truly listen to his orders? It was like taking another kingdom while leaving their old king some autonomy to direct it. Scenarios did play out like this, but it was always a risk to leave an old monarch in power. Usually, the old king and his line would be asked to step down. Then they would be replaced by another noble that had closer ties to whoever conquered the lands. This could be a noble from the faction that was conquered that had aided in the conquest, or a noble from the invaders' side. Should I take him up on the offer and replace him with one of the Lord's aides? But the support for a member of my court would probably be lower than the original monarch. There were a lot of pros and cons to each decision. Considering this test didn't like when he focused on one side too much, being too lenient wouldn't be a great idea. There was no reason for him to trust in the words of their leader. It wouldn't be strange that when the time came, he would be the first one to sink a dagger into his back. They capitulated due to the power difference. The moment I'm out of these lands, they might quickly revert to their old ways, or even worse. When the time to fight the Woodlanders comes and I start losing, they might just desert instantly. So, you wish to surrender? Yes, I do. I will allow it, but you shall no longer be the lord of these lands. You will need to relinquish your title to a person of my choosing and will be banished from these lands, but you may leave. Do you accept these terms? You want me to go into banishment? Yes. Accept these terms and you may leave. I will also promise not to harm your citizens or your soldiers. Roland made sure to talk loudly so the residents of the castle heard their conversation. Their lord was already acting in a cowardly fashion, but he could save some honor if it was known that he was doing it for the citizens, and not to just save his own skin. In a sense, he was giving him a way out but also keeping him away from any positions of power. It was a curious game-like event, with a lot of results depending on what he did. Considering that his aim was the conservation of resources, then it wasn't such a bad decision. I accept. The Lord has fallen. While the conversation was happening, he made sure to aim the runic shoulder cannons at his enemy for intimidation purposes. For a moment it sounded like he would fight back, but when his magical force was ramped up, the wooden man lost all semblance of resisting. To his surprise, the surrender was not the only boon from this confrontation, as he had gained a new skill too. You have gained a new skill. Runic suppression. Runic suppression skill allows the user to infuse their runic creations with a menacing aura that can intimidate lesser opponents. What's this skill? Menacing aura? Is this producing some type of killing intent or something? The description wasn't clear, but it seemed that when he tried to intimidate the Lord Commander here, he was simulating some type of killing intent. This allowed him to create a skill to suppress weaker opponents. Similar skills like this existed in the world and were produced by some monsters. Sometimes when encountering a dragon, people would freeze up and be unable to move. This was due to skills like this that were meant to disable weaker enemies. This could be useful in a large-scale fight, but I didn't know that I could learn new skills in this place. Could this be a Runesmith Overlord-related skill? This was quite strange, as usually in trials he would be given all the skills at the end and not in the middle. Perhaps it was possible when all the conditions were met to acquire the skill in question. The only downside is that I need runes to use it or it won't work. It felt like the skill was a lesser variant of the suppression skill. Without having some type of runic equipment, it would probably not activate. However, he was a runesmith, so this wouldn't be that much of a problem. While standing there, he activated the new skill that spread to the sides. Some of the close aids to the now fallen lord started trembling, which was quite an interesting display. The skill made all of the runes on his armor glow in a dark red light, and some type of aura escaped from his form. It was hard to describe, but the effect was real. It didn't seem to be affecting the actual soldiers as much. Perhaps the discrepancy in levels had to be a lot higher to make it work. Nevertheless, it could come in handy whenever he needed to intimidate someone for some information. In this case, he was able to get the Lord Commander to abdicate from his position, take him away. People of the Kindlings, if you don't resist, no one from you will be harmed. Put down your weapons and this will end now. His shout, backed by the intimidation skill, was a lot louder than he expected. The weaker soldiers trembled a bit, but they still looked to some of the captains and lesser commanders that were standing there. While their lord had decided to abandon them, there were still some units that could take his place. Luckily, this didn't happen, and they started throwing away their weapons. Congratulations on capturing a stronghold and accepting the Kindling faction as a vassal. The victory announcement was a bit different than the one during his victory over the Luimberlings. With this victory, he had gained a vassal nation, and after sitting down in their throne room he was given a new window. There he could decide who to place in the managing position. It seemed that the requirements were limited to commander units that belonged to his faction or aides. The system didn't state it, but there were probably pros and cons to each choice he made here. This was his first real victory in months. While defeating the Lumberlings took him a bit over a month, this one took close to half a year. Previously he expected the trial to come to a close when this time arrived, but as it stood, for large factions still remained. Luckily he had not stayed here truly for half a year. There were times that he skipped through some events. With this new land, he pushed himself to the forefront. The other two in the middle were dead set on killing each other. They had been at it from the start and were very equally matched. Probably only if Roland or the Woodlanders got involved would one side be victorious. If I consider that it is possible for them to surrender, then there could be a diplomatic way of resolving this dispute. What if I ally myself with one of these two factions and help them beat the other? There were various ways of allying the two kingdoms. War was not always the right choice. Information was needed on the two factions that were in the middle. Though he could not produce assassins, there was a way to evolve them into spies that could gather information. They had already been sent out on a mission before he left his main city. With the time dilation from fast traveling, they should have gathered all the required information. When he clicked on the console in this palace, he was able to see that after waiting a day, the news would be able to reach him along with some units ready to take this place over. For a few days, he took over this palace and was sure to assign all the available workers to city repairs. Around 30% of the soldiers had died in the siege, and while he was here they could start their conversion process. As long as he remained here, all such facilities would be given a buff. To his surprise, when the information came, it showed him a way to get through this scenario while conserving a lot of time. One of the factions was named the Foresters and the other Plankers. The names seemed to get even more ridiculous with time, but this wasn't the astonishing part. The Foresters were a more passive faction that allowed the smaller settlements to capitulate of their own volition. Their army was mostly focused on their borders, and they were focused on keeping people out. Their competitors were quite aggressive though, and their leader was described as a warmonger. The fact that he was given the rumored character of their leaders already was a tip on how to handle them. His new potential allies were apparently led by someone that was considered weak, but somehow managed to keep it together. There were rumors that their lord was wise and good at making trade deals with all the smaller factions that with time were all absorbed by his larger one. If he was good at making deals, then perhaps it would be beneficial to Roland to send in an envoy. If the unit came back intact, then there was a possibility of trading. I don't need them to join my faction. It will be fine if they just stay inside of their own little part of this zone. The two other factions will surely try to attack them, so they will need all the help they can get, and if I conquer those two, the tree people will have to become my vassal and I'll pass this damn trial. There was no need for him to go to war with everyone in these lands. If these people weren't as bloodthirsty as the others, perhaps they were intended as a potential ally. Sometimes trials like this gave people a certain path to follow that wasn't always too obvious. It was possible that not going through varied approaches would put him on a path of destruction. I don't see a reason not to at least try, but first I need to decide on some gifts. Normally, when you do things like this, you are supposed to give them some presents or other reasons to accept the offer. There were various ways of going through diplomatic means. Intimidation was also one of the possible ways of going about it. Perhaps if time wasn't so precious here, it would have been able to scare the kindlings into raising the white flag after surrounding their city. Cutting off their supply of food would make the citizens quite mad and also weaken the soldiers that required sustenance as well. Roland was thinking about a softer approach though. These foresters were already surrounded by two bloodthirsty nations. If he acted the same, they would not trust him. Thus his plan was formed and time began to pass. His sleeping schedule started becoming slightly better after gaining his second major victory. Things started to become a bit drawn out and the trial even began pushing him to end it. There were occasions when he was forced to turn in for the night even if he didn't want to. Time skips began to be more frequent and he was unable to work on as much runic equipment as he wished. Soon the days skipped along as managing his little kingdom became more automatic. He wasn't sure if this was a limitation of the test or it trying to tell him that kings had to learn to push work onto others. Nevertheless, he was able to push through with a diplomatic solution with the Forester faction. They had grown weary enough of the Woodlanders and their other neighbor to seek a truce with his faction that had proven itself to be somewhat merciful. This cost him a lot of gold and resources in bribes, but considering that he didn't have to lose any soldiers, the cost was worth it. Then to seal the deal, he was even able to marry off one of his own commanders that had become the lord of the previously captured Kindling Castle. This method was very popular among the nobility of any kingdom or empire. The bonds were supposed to tie families together and be a knot not easily untied. Here it gave him some hidden bonuses to trust, and his new allies even promised to lend them their armies if the time came. The months continued to tick as he tried to scrunch some time for further inventions. The Woodlanders had managed to invade the Plankers that were unable to conquer their neighbors that were being supported by Roland's own armies and finances. It was a proxy war from which he profited, and it allowed him to build up his armies while getting ready for the final trial. This came a lot sooner than he expected as the Woodlanders started pushing hard. After they had the lands of the Plankers, they had access to Roland's borders. A fight ensued along those lines and continued for several weeks until even he had to get involved. Even though he was able to protect his borders, his allies weren't as lucky. Their defensive line had to contend with their main forces while he defeated some leftovers from the previous conquest. Troops were sent from his other strongholds and the real war started. Many small and large skirmishes were fought with no clear winner being produced. Thankfully, thanks to his diplomatic approach, he was able to keep the fighting out of his side of the conflict. A proxy war where he sent to aid in the form of weapons and food was started while he just slowly built up a larger force. When the time was right, he finally plunged himself into the lands that were previously captured by the Woodlanders. His golems played a big role in sieging the cities, but soon enough he started encountering magical countermeasures. These could be countered whenever he was at the location, but some casualties to his runic equipment had become more common. The test was finally ramping up, and no more were the battles easily won by the application of his magic. Strategy and the use of the terrain had become more apparent and even luring in enemies. By sacrificing troops had become a reality, everything moved and he had to adapt, yet still he prevailed for multiple months. With time the conflict started escalating, with even the Woodlanders' fabled Lord Commander having to get involved. The time for the confrontation was fast approaching and he needed to prepare his troops and get his allies on the same page. One last final meeting would decide on the future of this battle and prove if he chose the right path or would have to take this trial once more. Chapter 3:17. My lord. Is it time? Yes, they are waiting. Good, let's get this over with. Roland looked at the large room with various decorations in which he wasn't alone in. Time continued to pass and everything moved towards the last confrontation with the Woodlanders. Everything would be over after the final battle was over, that is if this trial didn't throw any more wrenches to stop his plans. Even though this place wasn't as big as the real world, for one person it was gigantic. More than a year had already passed since he started this little game. Considering that he was forced to take several time skips, more than a couple of years in trial time had gone by. His faction had become a small country with an actual force that reached into the multiple thousands. With this army, he was now planning to head towards one location where the tides would shift. Things haven't been going too well lately and convincing those foresters took a while. If I knew I'd be forced to do those things I would have chosen violence instead. Roland wanted to save up on some resources by going into an alliance with one of the remaining nations, the foresters. This was a resounding success as after aiding them with some of his resources they were able to drive away their enemies and were actually grateful. A pact was formed between him and this nation to clear up the Woodlanders that soon had control over half of the map. There was one tiny thing that he didn't realize when he was forming a pact. He did not think through what an alliance entailed when he made it. His original preconceived notion was that he could automate everything as this had been a trial. However, he had been mistaken and his presence was actually required at a few venues where he had no idea how to act. Hear ye! Hear ye! Today in our nation and throughout the lands, we are celebrating the union with our lifelong allies, the great Timberlings. Lord Commander of the Timberling Nation has joined us on this grand and joyous occasion. How much longer is this guy going to announce my entrance? At this moment he was standing behind a closed door with two wooden soldiers on his side. His usual armor wasn't on as he was forced to switch to more traditional attire. This day he had to attend something that resembled a royal ball. Something like this was somewhat above him as he had never taken any training in noble affairs. His only reference was some conversations with his family members in the past he overheard or some of their own training. Most of his sisters were somewhat forced into attaining noble get-togethers where they were expected to look good and act as proper ladies. The men on the other hand usually had this mentioned somewhere during their night training. Even dancing lessons were a requirement as the noble sons and daughters had to take part in what to him was a diplomatic charade. Without further ado, let me present you the Lord Commander of the Timberlings. I guess this is my cue. The wooden people in this trial referred to him as Lord Commander just as the class of the leaders of each of the factions. It was the same for the foresters, their leader was just the Lord Commander of the foresters. The large door was opened for him and Roland took a few brazen steps outside into the large open ballroom where he was on top of the stairs. Greetings people of the foresters, I am honored that you would accept my presence. They are looking at me in a weird way. Roland was presenting his speech that he was forced to run through one of his aides. Luckily they were competent enough to write it out for him. With his heightened intelligence it didn't take much time to study it. The only hard part was presenting it in a competent way without stuttering or mispronouncing anything. He had even gained a new skill while he was practicing before it which made things easier. Lordly articulation skill passive betters the ability to physically move the tongue, lips, teeth, and jaw to produce sequences of speech in a more regal and noble fashion. The skill literally made him into a smooth talker. It even helped him come up with more posh-sounding words and replace the ones that he commonly used. He had previously heard of the regular articulation skill which a lot of public speakers leveled up. The lordly variant was probably due to his Lord Runesmith class or perhaps the overlord variant. This was also part of the trial. Becoming an overlord seemed to take noble diplomacy into account. By allying himself with another faction he was given more work. Just like this time he was waving at the people down below and shaking the hand of the forester commander. Something like this was certainly out of his comfort zone, but thanks to everyone appearing as a wooden person, it made things a lot more bearable. The speech didn't have to be the best and after finishing it everyone began clapping. Lord Commander, I must thank you for accepting the betrothal proposal. Make nothing of it, Lord Commander. It was required to tighten the bonds between our two nations. The leader of the foresters spoke out and the conversation between the leaders finally started. There was only one reason that he made the journey here. The war was upon them and he needed all the help that he could get. A treaty was already signed between their two factions, but this didn't mean that everything was set in stone. Roland was aware of the possibility of betrayal and this is what he was hoping to avoid by coming here. Not much had been explained to him besides all of the basics, but he was somewhat confident in figuring out how this place worked. There were some hidden numbers considering his approval rating with this foreign nation. If he was able to keep this number high, then the chance of betrayal was quite low. He had invested time in cultivating a relationship with this faction in several ways. One was the more basic one by sending in resources or aid in the form of soldiers against their enemies. Then there was the whole side with the nobility. One tried and true method was by marriage. Some of his commander units had been placed on the wedding table and been instructed to form bonds. Roland didn't like this way of functioning between nations, but at the moment he could not find a better alternative. The only way of keeping a healthy relationship with the foresters would be by offering even more resources instead. The marriage between wooden people didn't really concern him, as he could look past their fate of being forced into a political marriage. Perhaps this was how all the kings, emperors, and nobles saw their own people. Nothing more like wooden men and women that could be sold. This was beginning to be the reality of this world and this test that he was part of. While he didn't like it, this was the best way of getting through this trial. The ties in marriage would keep everyone together, and to make things even worse, he was actually offering himself to a similar fate. Will you accept those terms? Yes, if you aid me in defeating the Woodlanders, I promise to make this place into one nation with our two factions on the forefront. I see, then I will leave my daughter in your care. Roland had trouble keeping his face in check while shaking the hand of this wooden man. It wouldn't be strange if all the Lord Commanders had them on their side if the time for diplomacy came. To make a deal with this one nation and save up on resources, he had offered his own hand in a political marriage. If they were victorious, he had promised to make the Lord Commander's daughter the next queen of these lands with him as the king. This would make this nation dead set on winning this war and betrayal almost impossible. The Forester faction had no way of being victorious on their own and knew well that the Woodlanders would show no mercy. They had already conquered the faction that was directly opposed to them and was now pushing for world domination. Their best bet was this alliance, which would end with them all becoming one strong faction. They won't actually force me into going through the vows after it is all over, right? For the time being, the betrothal contract had only been signed away on paper. Only after the enemy troops were defeated and their leader was dead would the ceremony be taken. His hope was that at that point the trial would be over. If it was not, then he at least hoped to be able to fast forward through the wedding night. He did not want to even imagine being forced to go through with the deed in such a situation. The person he was promised to was still a wooden puppet with a drawn-on face that lacked most emotions. After putting his own head on the line for victory, the party had ended. Soon after, he was placed in a meeting room filled with various generals from his army and the ones that were aiding them. His vassals were also here, but they weren't getting as good as a deal. They were more a subservient state than a real partner, like the nation of the Foresters. My own forces number around 10,000. The Foresters have around 6,000 and 3,000 from the Kindlings. Will this be enough? Everyone crunched the numbers, and his side had almost 20,000 units at their disposal. The Woodlanders, on the other hand, had around 30,000, which put him at a disadvantage when it came to pure numbers. However, this was not the extent of his power, as the enemy faction didn't have a runesmith at their disposal. They were limited to equipment that could be purchased or crafted by regular blacksmiths and regular magical units like mags. The spider drones and tanks are crucial to our victory. I must not let them get damaged during the skirmishes. It seemed that a lot hinged on his creations that shifted into larger war weaponry. Battling monsters was a lot different than soldiers that were part of an army. When facing opponents in cramped dungeons, weapons needed to be more compact, but when out on the field of battle, this wasn't a necessity. When large numbers of soldiers clashed against each other, weapons that could cause widespread destruction were brought to the forefront. The few large metallic spiders that he outfitted with large cannons were part of it, but they were still hard to manufacture. Instead of using bulky golems, it was better to use all the manpower he was given. Gunpowder was non-existent in this setting, and usually, cannons were replaced by mags that could cast spells with similar destructive power. This was the case here, and even Roland had his own regiment of war mags at this point. This left the old archers in a bit of a bind, as their ranged skills paled in comparison. To alleviate this problem, he decided to create a cannoneer regiment that used his own runic cannon variants. Normally such weapons would require a lot of mana fluid to even operate, but with many of his generators creating batteries each day, He had built up quite the reserve. It did seem that the trial was giving him an advantage in the field of crafting. The equipment of the enemy was around the same level that his fully leveled blacksmith buildings could create. The only true difference was their numbers of 30 against 20,000, which didn't put the odds in his favor. During the conquest of the 3 territories, Roland paid as much attention to his main enemy. He calculated that if he went with the full conquest route he would have probably had fewer troops to command than he currently had. Only thanks to conferences with his new allies were he able to create a better chance for himself. It was as if the trial wanted him to follow this path of balance without swaying the pendulum too much into one side. While he wished to use his crafting advantage as much as possible, his enemies would not allow it. Soon they pulled together all of their forces and attacked the borders of the foresters. It was a massive push for their capital city which without Roland's help would not be able to hold out. Now, he had a final decision to make. Either he could keep to the contract and help his allies or he would offer them up on a silver platter to gain an advantage. It would have been possible to let the forester capital fall while he himself invaded the lands of the woodlanders. Normally this would force them to backtrack with their armies that would have been tired from the siege. There existed some spots that would be good for an ambush and even others for a guerrilla tactics approach. Then there was a secondary tactic that was somewhat more gruesome. While the woodlanders were invading the forester's main capital, he could rain magical attacks down on them all. With enough firepower, he could potentially bury the enemy leader in the ruins of their castle. That is if he took the bait which wasn't set in stone. However, there was one thing that he had to consider: the Lord Commander of the woodlanders was making the push. This trial put a focus on the commander units that when defeated would create chaos in the midst of the entire faction. If he managed to take this unit down, victory was more than assured. I can end it with one potential battle, but I'll have to meet them on the field myself. It would be the end of all of this. After spending so much time in this world, he was still surprised that he was managing to hold it together. This was certainly not for people without an iron will and persistence. It was as if he was stuck into another world entirely without another real living being by himself. He was alone against the world, somewhat similar to his arrival in this world of swords and magic. Perhaps thanks to his prior experience he had been fine with this place, but slowly it was becoming daunting to his very soul. The more he spent here, the more he wanted to return to the place he called home. The closer he got to the end of this test, the more Elodia's face showed itself in his dreams. Even Banir and Armand with his silly shenanigans made their appearance. At least when he spent time with that idiot it was never boring like it was here. The wooden people could hold conversations, but they were nothing more than cold automatons without any real feelings to speak of. The more he was forced to converse with them, the more he feared that he was becoming more like them. Perhaps this was what would have become of him if he didn't find some companionship, but now he felt like this fate would not be part of his future. I'm not sure that a proper lord would do a thing like betray his allies. It could be possible that if I do that, the trial will make it harder for me to finish it. Just like back when he bunkered up and made his first city into an almost impenetrable fortress, a similar result could transpire here. What if the Lord Commander of the Woodlanders made it back into their main faction region? Roland already examined that place and it was a natural fortress. Even if he could defeat the somewhat tired army, he would take a huge blow to his own forces as well. The more honorable thing to do would be to face the enemies out on the open field with all of his allies present. A word of an overlord should probably not be taken lightly, and breaking those words would perhaps disqualify him from the race. Sometimes these trials could be won by other means than force. Obscure ideas like honor and humility did appear in them from time to time. Should I risk it or not? Roland wasn't sure, but when thinking about what this trial was truly about, this path seemed like the one toward victory. Well, a proper lord should stay true to the word that they give and not betray his subjects. They are allied with me, so I should probably consider them as my own people too. A decision to take up arms formed in his head, and soon enough he was looking at where the main battle would take place. After spending so much time here, he didn't really even need to form a strategy. Everything was already set in stone, and the time for the final battle was upon him. Chapter 3:18. The scale is different when you see it up close. I can't imagine how this would look if the whole army from the kingdom went to battle. Roland was impressed by the sight of the wooden soldiers standing in formation. His side amounted to around 20,000 while the opposition 30. The enemy nation of the Woodlanders was slowly leaving a large forest area and gathering on a large plain where the final fight would be taking place. Most of the soldiers were wearing full plate armor which hid their wooden parts from showing. The mounted units were the most armored and to the sides of the formation, as he didn't want to impede their mobility by sticking them into the middle of the formation. In the front was a regiment of archers that were behind a temporary barricade. This was assembled by a row of carriages that carried a lot of rubble and would protect them from being rushed by cavalry. All the golems that he had created during this whole war were also here. This amounted to 10 spider tanks and 30 smaller spider drones. While their numbers weren't large, they could produce a lot of mayhem on an open field with so many enemy soldiers. Then besides these runic machines, some of the archers were equipped with portable cannons that were very similar to modern mortars. How much time did I spend making the ammunition for those? His eyes twitched a little bit as he saw his soldiers bringing out the mortars. They used proper ammunition that consisted of either regular cannonballs or mostly hollow runic variants. The latter were the ones that he forced himself to produce whenever he had the chance to. While both sides had mags to assist in ranged warfare, his side was somewhat more advanced. When looking at the numbers, the enemies seemed superior in many ways. The composition was similar and the formations they took were not that much different. What would normally be the deciding factor was the equipment or the strategy if there were no other advantages. Considering that they were going to battle out on an open field, the other side was more likely to be victorious. There wasn't much time to prepare, but we did manage to set a few surprises for them. But will they just take the bait? If there was an option, he would have liked to have several days to plant explosives all over the place, and then just have the enemies rush into them. This tactic had worked for him even back in the real world, where he could trap thieves and even a powerful lick. However, without being able to use the bunkering up method, he needed to think of something else. For this, he decided to use more modern ways and use the ranged advantage along with his ace in the hole, the runic batteries. It won't be long, I should start moving too. While he was the commanding officer of this whole army, it didn't mean that he would be passive. Roland was the most important part of this whole plan, as his job was to keep the enemy leader busy. His large form was coming into view, and was it something that gave him the shivers? Even though this was his first time really seeing the Woodlander Lord Commander, the large mace he was holding had left an impact. It was the last thing he remembered of the confrontation during his first trial attempt. The Lord Commander was still a wooden person, but the large black armor that he was wearing made him look like the end boss from a video game. He strutted out behind a large regiment of mounted units that he towered over. His steed looked a lot bigger than the rest and was also wearing armor over its black wooden figure. He must be at least as big as the guild master. The distance between the two was too great to do an identification check of his level. But considering that this was his last enemy, it wouldn't be strange if his level was over 150. His body was covered from head to toe by that menacing-looking armor, and his weapon of choice was a huge mace that would normally be used in 2 hands. On his left side, he also had a large tower shield that seemed to be engraved with some magical symbols. I guess he also has some form of magical armor. I should expect him to have some protective spells that might be able to reflect my own spells. This probably won't be easy. There were several things that he had to think about when facing this enemy leader. One was that in his previous attempt, he was able to defeat Roland already. It was probably not a fair duel, but this wasn't one either. If it was possible, then it would be best to isolate the Black Knight away from his aides to take him out. His armor was a Swiss Army knife of magical weapons that could adapt to most situations. Even if something had magical protection, it was possible to use outside means that went around such defenses. When looking at the form of his enemy, he glanced at his own steed. For some reason, he was able to level up his own riding skill. At first, he wondered if he should design his own golem that he could ride, but due to time constrictions he decided against it. Something like a bike or armored vehicle sounded nice, but designing it and making it with his current skills would take multiple months of work. Instead, he decided to just upgrade his horse's armoring into a runic one. While the horse was not capable of casting any spells, this didn't matter. Roland had the required skills to use runic devices from a distance. He could command his golems and also activate the small turrets on the horse armor he made. They were powered by runic battery packs that made his horse into a moving cannon. Some of his cavalry commanders were in possession of similar armoring which could aim at its own as a golem could. Just like with all of his creations, they were limited by his time here. Luckily, in the ending stages of this trial, Everything had become somewhat automated and he could focus on bolstering his runic war machines. If there was more time or some help from other runesmiths, he could see each and every soldier wearing armor with a runic battery and a shoulder-mounted cannon as a side weapon. There were many ways of integrating his magical weapons into an army, and if he reached tier 3 and was capable of miniaturizing the batteries, then he could see it as a change in magical warfare. As it stood now, there was no true renewable energy source, and using mana fluid out in the field wasn't that safe. Just like he once tried with his golem, the fluid or its crystallized form could get overloaded and explode. His batteries could be created in metallic form, and depended more on the quality of the runes, with no danger of an explosion happening even if they were struck during combat. I guess I'll think about that stuff when this is over. My lord, the enemy is on the move. I can see that. They won't even try to talk this through. Seems like they were really designed to just be a force of nature. Roland spoke out while one of his commanders informed him about the enemy moving forward. His allied commanders came from the Kindling faction that he conquered, and the foresters nodded at his words before moving to their own forces. Everything had been discussed beforehand within a lot of meetings, and it was up to him to decide on the right tactic. The trial didn't really force him to come up with his own, but instead gave him the power to decide on the right one for the occasion. Now it was up to his decision to decide the fate of all these soldiers and if he would be victorious. Wait for them to get in range of the cannons. Fire! He watched as the battle played out, and it was quite a sight to behold. First of all, the war mags were assembled in a standard military battle formation. They were constantly casting spells to produce protective veils of magic around their soldiers. This somewhat protected them from the magical blasts produced by his runic spider tanks, mortars, and battle mags, yet, these spells weren't meant to last for long. They were good at blocking simple arrows, but not large cannon blasts. Soon Roland was able to see some of the wooden men explode into large chunks and smaller splinters. If they were actual human beings made of flesh and bones, the sight would probably be something that would haunt him for the coming nights. This was true war. It wasn't pretty, and these wooden men were quite vocal about it. They aren't real, it's just a test made by magic. Nothing more than an illusion. This fake representation of war felt quite real. Some of the enemy combatants were quite loud in their moments of demise. Even though they were getting blasted, they continued to pour into the range of the archers and even the few explosive traps that his army managed to place around this open space. The battle was unfolding before him, but it was not yet time for him to get involved. As the strongest unit on the battlefield, he needed to wait for his true opponent to make his move. If the enemy Lord Commander decided to run away, then this whole move would have been for naught. Just as expected, he is going in. The rumors were true. He is supposed to be a battle maniac type. Before this whole scenario was played out, he made sure to analyze what he was going up against. The enemy leader was hyper-aggressive and always surrounded himself with many powerful units. He also seemed to love getting involved in the fights. He always steamrolled his opponents. Judging by his bulky size, it was obvious that he was some kind of special unit that was good at close-ranged combat. For someone like Roland that preferred his magical attacks to do most of the work, this was a troublesome opponent. If he managed to get in range, then he would be putting himself at a disadvantage. However, he had his own advantage over this brutish knight that was at this moment swatting soldiers away like flies with that big mace of his. Well then, here goes nothing. Let's end all of this. His army charged to meet the enemies, and he was right behind them. Roland wasn't sure why, but he didn't feel as much fear as he expected. The scenes of the soldiers battling for their lives just to carry out his orders were quite vivid. Perhaps he had gotten used to all of this after regularly going from one battlefield to another, or perhaps it was all due to his brain interpreting everything as an illusion. The reason didn't really matter, but without fear, his actions would not be impeded and he would be able to focus on the large black knight charging toward his location. To both his sides, two enemy wooden men with hook-like weapons attempted to forcefully dismount him from his horse. Yet before they were able to get in range, they were blasted away by the small runic turrets attached to his horse's barding. Even the ones that were able to deflect these blasts were pushed away by the thick magical shield that surrounded his entire body. The thick barding that covered the wooden horse was able to enhance its stats just like Roland's armor. While his speed advantage was apparent, this was not a race. With so many bodies lying around and wooden soldiers in combat, it was hard to maneuver around the place. Some of the spider drones surrounded him as a layer of defense. Their magical cannons rained down at anyone stupid enough to get too close to the Lord Commander. Yet even with this much support, soon enough he was swinging his pole weapon around to knock some of them away. The whole field had devolved into a massive melee, with the ranged troops having to hold back their bombardment in fear of hitting their own side. Their main goal thus became to keep the magical troops busy, thus the time for the final confrontation was also upon him. A group of armored wooden soldiers flew to the sides as the enemy commander finally appeared close to him. Roland instantly activated both of his shoulder-mounted cannons to shoot fire-type spells at his foe. To his dismay, the large wooden man clad in dark armor didn't react, as he didn't have to. The fire arrow spells that collided with his armor were absorbed by something without producing damage. Mana dispersing shield? Isn't that a borderline tier 3 spell? There were several types of elemental shield spells. They had their strong and weak points which forced their users to adapt during combat. With his custom runic armor, Roland was able to quickly switch between shielding effects depending on the situation. However, there existed a higher tier spell that did all of that on its own. The mana dispersing shield spell was able to break down the attack at its core. It was a universal shield that worked well against all elemental types. None of the spies reported on something like this. Did he upgrade into a better armor before this fight, or was he hiding it for this occasion? Maybe my presence was a trigger for it to appear? Roland did his best at handling the intelligence unit of his army, but even it wasn't perfect. It was possible for his enemy to have gained this special armor before this battle, or that the trial decided to throw a monkey wrench before the test ended. Nevertheless, he had to win it at all costs, and the shield was still beatable just like all the other spells. It would run out of mana to sustain it. If there is something I'm good at, then it's not running out of mana easily. First of all, came a bunch of marbles. One of his oldest classes, the runic mana scribe, came to the forefront. In each of the round orbs, there was a small parchment with an exploding rune in it. While it might have seemed cowardly from the outside, he didn't see himself winning an upfront fight with the monster he was fighting. As he examined his level, he made sure to toss a handful of these exploding marbles at him while also barely evading the large mace he was swinging around. Name: Wooden Lord Commander L. 200 Classes: Wooden Warrior L. 25 Wooden Soldier L. 25 Wooden Soldier Captain L. 50 Wooden Lord Commander L. 100. At first it looked like some kind of bug. The Lord Commander from the Woodlanders had 100 levels in a Tier 2 class, which allowed him to reach a level that was above Roland's. Something like that would not have been possible in the real world, or not even sought after. Yet his opponent was just created to be the last stepping stone for his trial. His stats were above Roland's and a direct approach was not possible, but with the help of his various weapons, he would be victorious. Thus the cat-and-mouse game between the two Lord Commanders had started. Which one was the cat and which one was the mouse was unclear, but no one from the soldiers could really be of much help. Wherever the two ran to, magical explosions and destruction followed suit. Roland's magic created small craters, while the giant mace from the Woodlander commander tore into anyone that was stupid enough to get in his way. Soon enough the two had pushed through their forces to the side where there was no ongoing carnage. Shit. Roland had exhausted his explosives and even had to abandon his mount. The moment he broke through the active battlefield to one side, a large mace came flying. It connected with the wooden horse and created a massive dent in the metallic armor it was wearing. The wooden creature was dead on the spot as various wooden parts of it just fell down to the ground along with its now motionless body. Luckily his enemy wasn't doing much better. The Dark Knight's own mount was not protected by the same mana-dispersing shield. It had also drawn its last breath and collapsed right as its master had thrown the mace forward. To Roland's surprise, this weapon wasn't a simple battle implement. The moment the enemy commander raised his hand, it was drawn to it. As if a big magnet was sucking it in, the mace flew back into his hand. With a stomp of his feet, he produced a spike of earth that shot toward his approaching enemy. Yet with one swing of that giant mace, he was able to crush the hard magical rock that he produced. Various other spells were activated, but the brute continued to take all of them without even flinching. The magical shield seemed to be still working, which gave Roland quite the scare. Suddenly, when the distance between them was less than 10 meters, he noticed something. His mana sense picked up on it the moment he saw some of the magical flames connecting with the dark metal the wooden soldier was encased in. Took long enough. He shouted out while seeing that his chance had finally come. The game around the battlefield was in place to slowly whittle down those magical defenses. Even the best magical gear had some type of limiting factor. Even his own runic equipment would burn through the metal or not work if his mana reserves ran out. His keen eye of the runesmith identified the material it was made of, and by his calculations, the charges for the defensive shields were now at critical levels. I'm glad that you aren't the smart type, otherwise luring you over here would have been impossible. After shouting out those words, he pointed out with his hand towards the large armored enemy who was already charging at his location. The mace was close to turning his head into meat paste just like before. Yet before it could reach it once more, a plethora of metallic cables shot out from the ground to entangle each and every limb along with the one holding onto the weapon that once killed him. Chapter 319. A large armored man was struggling against a large number of cables. They were all wrapped around his limbs along with the large mace he was holding in his hand. Even though there were many of them, he was still able to struggle. Little by little he could unearth the things these cables were attached to. Their bodies were made from metal and their form was similar to a spider's. Even though he was slowly able to yank these spider drones out, he could not do it instantaneously. This was what the master of these golems was waiting for. He had recreated a similar trap that he used to take down a massive dinosaur-like monster. His creations had laid dormant through the entire skirmish only to act when he called for them. Traps like these had aided him in his adventures, and this time again they would help him achieve victory. Even though the cables were already breaking, it didn't matter. The little time he was given for him to bring this home. Just as the golems were about to get fully yanked out of the ground, a beam of condensed energy collided with the armored man in the middle. A thin layer of mana momentarily appeared to shield him from this devastating attack. Yet, the suit of armor had already decayed throughout the duration of the fight. It was close to a tier 3 item, but even those had limits. With no magical protection to speak of, the spell drilled itself through his chest. This took a lot longer than it should have, but now it's time to end it. Roland was barely able to voice the sentence in what sounded to be a resolute voice. Thanks to his new skill that allowed him to articulate things better, it might have seemed that he was still in control, but the reality was different. After having to act as the bait for this massive Lord Commander through the entire battlefield, he was digging deep into his reserves. Most of his mana had been spent, and the golems that were hidden underground were almost out of commission too. Even when they shot support bolts into the ground, the enemy general's might was just too much. Their golemic appendages were all mangled and they would be unable to perform any of the tasks they were designed to. This didn't matter anymore though, as the battle had almost been won and they performed their duty. The ray of condensed energy, similar to the spell he used when farming the tier 3 skeletons, had done its job. It went through the right side of the Lord Commander and created a giant hole that he could see through. This was also the side on which he was holding that giant mace of his, the same weapon that caused Roland to have nightmares. Roland was not a stranger to death, as before arriving in this world of classes and skills he had been living on planet Earth. Even though the trial had forced him to forget most of what had transpired on this first attempt, the death continued to be very vivid in his memories. Sometimes he would even wake up at night with the feeling of his face being crushed by something. Back in the past when he was younger, a similar period existed which only time allowed him to mend. Now the source of his recent trauma was before him. A big chunk of his body was missing and the enemy Lord Commander was twitching on the ground. The hole revealed the wooden parts under that thick armor he was wearing. If this puppet man had been a real man from flesh and blood, the image would have been quite gruesome. Yet even without all the blood and charred flesh, his squirming was similar. I guess things are reversed now. Roland reached out for the large mace to pick it up. Even with his current enhanced strength, he could feel the weight being tremendous. The fact that this wooden person could fling it around with just one hand was a testament to his levels and stats. His level of 200 and Lord Commander class probably equipped him with similar power as a lesser tier 3 class holder. After adding a second hand to the large mace, he approached the enemy commander that was still trying to fight back. Yet his whole body was still wrapped around several metal wires. The golems that they were attached to still offered some resistance that in this weakened state the wooden person was unable to fight against. When looking around, he noticed that the fighting had momentarily halted. The forces from the enemy faction weren't rushing to their leader's help, instead, they were inching in the opposite direction. This was the obvious fate of a tyrant that only ruled people by his own power. If that might that brought him up to the top were in any way stripped away, then there was nothing left. It was a fast way to gain power, yet just as fast as it was achieved, It faded away even quicker. Crunch. The sound of the mace hitting the commander echoed through the now silenced battlefield. Roland made sure to swing as hard as his body allowed him to do. The force of the hit drove the mace into the ground along with the Woodlander commander's head. Finally, the enemy leader was dead, and his death brought an almost immediate change. The forces that were ruled by might started to retreat. Some wanted to continue, while others demanded that they became the new Lord Commander. Without the looming threat of the armored monster he slew, there was nothing holding these wooden people together. My liege, you have been victorious. You're the aide from the kindling side. While the enemy was in disarray, the battle resumed. Even though the enemy leader was gone, it didn't mean that everything would just end. Roland had expected something like this to transpire, as this was not the only enemy that he had been aware of. This trial would probably only end if his victory was more than assured. With another enemy standing before him, it would probably not be over unless he finished it all here. My liege, let us drive away the Woodlanders together. I've seen one of their commanders escaping towards the forest. We must chase after them. They are escaping? Then we should follow right after them. Just give me one of your horses. Yes, my liege. The aide looked towards one of the armored knights that were with him. The two exchanged a nod before he moved his wooden horse toward Roland's direction. This was not the only mounted soldier that appeared at this location, as there were 5 others. All of them shared one thing among themselves: they came from the side of his vassal. That's enough mana to take care of this. My liege? Did you really think that I wouldn't have noticed? Roland spoke out while delivering a magically enhanced punch toward the soldier that was handing over the horse. His level was slightly above 100, but with the difference in stats, he was unable to react in any fashion. The steel breastplate that was covering his chest instantly caved in from the impact. His body flew in the opposite direction while the other armored soldiers grabbed their weapons. Kill him. The Adi that was supposed to be one of his trusted followers shouted in anger while charging forward. The other soldiers knew that it was too late. They had been caught red-handed and their ploy was seen through. Their enemy was not easily defeated though, and the magic blasts from the shoulder-mounted cannons just exacerbated this fact. Before they could even approach their old Lord Commander, the magical blasts rained upon them. The discrepancy in levels was just too big for them. Their main plan included fighting a surprised and weakened Roland, not that he would be aware of their subterfuge. Even in his weakened state, he was more than they could handle, and with reinforcements coming from the side, they needed to either commit or abandon this endeavor. Treachery. Defend the Lord Commander. Kill them. A small group of armored units soon appeared to aid Roland in his fight. Even though he managed to blast some of the soldiers away, his mana reserves were low. Luckily, some of his trusted retainers were aware of this ploy and had been prepared to send aid when the time came. Roland's aid, that had been left behind in the kindling faction, had betrayed him. Even though he had replaced their leader, he had been left alive and exiled. This opened up a little side event in this trial which culminated in this assassination attempt. He was not sure when these people would try to implement their ploy, but he expected them to take it whenever the chance presented itself to them. While normally he expected his own aides to stay loyal, there was a risk involved in leaving them in enemy territory. Roland decided to send out a few spies to keep tabs on this retainer that was left behind. During his stay at this new vassal, some information was unearthed which led him to take some precautions. It seemed that the trial was trying to teach him about trust and that it could not be given lightly. This should have been enough to trigger the end, or could there be more to this trial than just war? Together with all the time skips, the war had already raged for over 2 years. Even though the enemy lord was dead, this didn't mean that the whole Woodlander faction was defeated. Perhaps the end of the trial would be only triggered if he managed to unite all of the lands. Conquering all the other locations after this battle was over wouldn't be that easy. Even though he had won and the enemy combatants were scattering, his side had suffered a huge blow as well. Around half of his units had been destroyed, and besieging all of the reinforced strongholds from the Woodlander territory would require some time. Could it have some kind of hidden favorability rating too? What if I can only complete this if everyone is living in one big happy kingdom? While thinking about the worst possible outcome and even a need for more time to pass in this hellish trial, something strange happened. The whole place began to flicker wildly. It was as if this virtual reality was having trouble loading assets. Suddenly the scenery switched to another location where he found himself in a large church. I now pronounce you husband and wife. May your children lead our kingdom to prosperity and beyond. What was before him was the Lord Commander from the Forester faction. It seemed that he had just finished officiating the marriage between Roland and the wooden wife that he made a promise to. The wooden woman with the drawn-on face was wearing a white gown with various shiny gems on it. Behind them was a crowd of people cheering for them at this lush-looking marriage ceremony. Wait, what's happening? He could only glance between his wooden wife and the ring on her hand in confusion. Before he could utter more words, the whole scenery blurred even more before him as he was taken to another location. This time he was in some kind of royal corridor. On the other side he could see a woman in what looked to be a maid uniform running towards his location. My liege, it's a healthy boy. Huh, a boy? Yes, the heir to the kingdom has been born. Now the line is secured. Oh, what a joyous occasion. To his side was his father-in-law, who was jumping in excitement. Apparently, his wife had gone through labor and blessed him with a son. With horror in his eyes, he was guided to the room that his son had been created in. The cries of a child were quite audible, and he was forced to take the wooden baby into his hands to cradle it. This is my son. Yes, dear, isn't he just the cutest? His wooden wife remained the same as before. Roland was unsure if she was smiling or not. Her face was still made out of oil paint. The child that he was holding was the same and was giving him a vacant expression while still crying. Soon enough another flicker to the environment occurred before he was taken to another location. Multiple such fast-forwarding events continued to play out before him. From the birth of his second-born daughter to his son taking fencing lessons, they flashed before him. It was like an ending to a game playing out with future events being listed down before the player. The trial was truly over and presented him with the history of his kingdom without him being able to change anything anymore. Finally, it was time for the last scene to play before him. He was sitting on a giant throne made of precious gems and metal. Before him was a room filled with his subjects kneeling before him. Above them, he could see a map of the region he was forced to partake in warfare. Before it was a place separated by borders, but now it had become one strong kingdom with one name over the lands. Does this mean that I have united the lands? He called out to his subjects while raising his kingly scepter that was in his hand. The moment he raised it, he realized that his hand had aged quite a bit. Soon enough he also noticed that a long grey beard was hanging down from his face. How many years had passed was unknown to him, but it was enough for him to become an old man. Long live the king! Long live the Timberling kingdom! Hooray! No one answered his question. He could only hear them cheering out loudly while clapping. It was like a cutscene from a game. The only thing that it was missing were the credits rolling down. Thus he just remained there and let it end, as within a couple of minutes everything went dark and he appeared somewhere entirely different. Gone was his old appearance and also the clothes he was wearing. Is it finally over? When he cleared his Runesmith Lord, a pathway appeared after he had defeated his enemies. This time wasn't the same. The whole trial area just vanished after he was given the ending recap. Instead of being given a new path to walk through, he appeared before a wooden door. I guess this should be where I gain my new knowledge, or he didn't want to think about the second option and the possibility of a second part of this trial. From reading some recaps, there was a possibility of multiple checks, but not when the main one had already taken a whole year. There wasn't even any mention of one taking this long, which made him believe that what he went through was quite unique. When looking behind him he couldn't see anything. This door was just in the middle of nothingness with not much light around them. He could even walk around this door that was seemingly floating in the air without being connected to any wall. No invisible buildings or structures were there, and without anything else, the door needed to be open. Thus he went for the knob that was sticking out from this door to turn it. Without much resistance, it opened before him, and to no surprise, he found something inside. The first thing that he noticed was the nice red carpet with runic patterns on it. It depicted some of the main runes that he had learned through the years. When looking further in, he discovered some shelves filled with thick books. On the sides he could see some shiny symbols, some of them he knew while others were familiar. In a similar fashion to his Runesmith Lord class trial, he was invited into a library. This one was a lot larger and contained even books with Tier 2 knowledge. From spending a year battling to now reading, high-level knowledge wasn't easily obtained. Simple skills could be injected directly into the brain after a person met the minimal requirements. Yet a skill like runesmithing at the Tier 3 level wasn't that simple. Roland didn't meet the requirements and needed to go through the knowledge here before understanding the basics. His theory was that a person's mind could not take the infusion of difficult knowledge, it would be unable to understand it. Thus a need for slow study in the trials was created to keep people from going crazy. Well then. The door slammed behind him and vanished instantly. He had a whole library filled with books to go through. He wasn't sure why there were so many Tier 2 ones around, but perhaps gaining this class had some other perks than just gaining the ability to comprehend Tier 3 runes. Greater Runes 101, who names these books? The first book he approached was out on the table next to the study chair. It would be the introduction to his new ability that he was so desperate to achieve. Now only the research part remained, and when he left this place he would finally attain his new class. Chapter 320. HNGH, what year is it? Am I really back, or is this some kind of illusion? A disoriented Roland grasped his head, which was on fire. He could barely keep one of his eyes open as the experiences that he absorbed in the trial came rushing in. This phenomenon wasn't new to him, but this time around it felt exacerbated. The trial space was a big mystery, but in theory, a person's soul was leaving their body. Then after it was finished, all of the information that was gained in that space needed to be somehow transferred also into the brain and body. This time around the transference was augmented by the fact that a change from Tier 2 to Tier 3 was different. While a person going from Tier 1 to Tier 2 wouldn't experience any growing pains, it wasn't the same in this case. There was a reason that people that managed to get into this rank were called the elites. Their bodies went through a drastic change as they acquired several skills that made them into enhanced superhumans. It feels like I'm getting bitten by thousands of ants. Even with his pain resistance and resilience skills working overtime, he felt like he would pass out at any moment. Normally he would have just accepted his fate, but after getting through so much time in the trial zone, he was fed up with it. His stubbornness had reached a new zenith as he decided to power through the massive migraine along with the pain his whole body was going through. During the whole debacle, he could only grit his teeth and look at the screens appearing to keep himself distracted. You have gained the Runesmith Overlord class. You have gained the Overlord's organs trait. You have gained the Overlord's muscles trait. You have gained the Overlord's skeleton trait. They just kept coming, and he kept reading through these strange passive skills. Roland knew that something like this would have happened, but he didn't expect to see those names. Usually what a Tier 3 class holder would be given were skills like Advanced Skeleton, not what he received. The probability of this just being a higher form of the same passive skill was true, but he had no research or guides to confirm this claim. You have gained the Overlord's tendons trait. You have gained the Overlord's nervous system trait. His whole body was changing. The moment his nervous system got enhanced, he could feel the pain subsiding in a more substantial manner. It was as if it gave him some control over the pain threshold even more. His whole body was enhanced and he started to actually feel it. After the worst part was over, the feeling of euphoria washed over his pain-stricken body that had gone through a change. Why do I feel so light? For the time being he ignored the other pop-up messages that this world's game-like system was giving him. Below him, a puddle of sweat was formed along with some strange pus-like substance. Roland had heard of something like this happening but had thought it were just rumors. It seemed that some of the toxins that were stuck in his body were forcefully pushed out, and after the process was over, it was as if all the build-up stress that he accumulated was gone. I don't remember the last time I felt so relaxed. It's as if I've finally gotten a good night's sleep in forever. After tirelessly working and not sleeping for more than a couple of hours a day, his body was slowly deteriorating. Roland had kept ignoring it, but sooner or later it would finally catch up to him. Even when there were potions to alleviate everything, he was never really at 100%. Now after going through the Tier 3 class change, it was as if his whole body was reborn and he was given a second chance. But what is that smell? While he felt refreshed, his whole body along with the chair and ground he was sitting previously in had been soaked by the strange body liquid. He really wanted to look over his new skills, but doing it in this smelly room wasn't optimal. There was also one other aspect of himself that he was interested in seeing, as his body had gone through some changes as well. The best way to get around this would be to take a bath and take a look in the mirror. Thus he headed out of the workshop where he activated the class crystal previously. For the time being he didn't bother with cleaning up as he was feeling a bit frantic. His mind had not processed everything that had actually happened. The time spent in the trial area was just tremendous, and he hadn't actually realized that he didn't really have an interaction with a real being for close to 2 years. Even the walk from this workshop had him feel that it was all a dream. So much time had passed during the trial with the wooden people, and then a period of learning was close to 6 months. There was just so much theory he needed to absorb and learn how to apply his mana to learn the new Tier 3 rune crafting skills. His steps were silent and slow, as in the back of his mind he dreaded that he would just wake up back in that library with more texts to go through. Woof. Agni? Finally, after opening up the door, going out of the workshop, and opening it up, he heard something familiar. Before him stood a large dire wolf with a manet composed of red rubies. He looked at it, and the wolf looked back without approaching for some reason. Usually, a tackle would come from the wolf's side, but instead, Agni was left smelling the air around his master. Agni. Worf. Roland was the first to initiate the tackle this time around. This was something that the ruby wolf was not prepared for, as he recoiled in fright. The power of his grip had increased by several times, so it was quite the tight squeeze. Agni started squirming around while howling and whimpering slightly. This caused Roland to quickly ease up without pulling back. It's nice to see you, but I guess for you I was probably gone for a few minutes. The time dilation in the trial was very real. Before going in, he left a little runic stopwatch running out of curiosity. While he didn't deactivate it instantly, it seemed that the trial took less than a minute, perhaps even just a few seconds, considering he was shaking in pain for a bit. Woo. Hey, weren't you always the clingy one? To his surprise, the ruby wolf that usually liked to jump on him and lick his face was trying to pull away. It took him a moment to realize that the reason was the smell he was giving off. The clothes he was wearing were soaked in that pus-like substance that came out of his pores. It was no wonder that his wolf companion that had a more sensitive nose would be affected by it. Fine, woof. It took him a lot longer than he expected to let go, but Agni was finally freed. The wolf started snorting and sneezing in a silly fashion while jumping away from his master. After an audible howl, he even stormed outside as if the whole house was now some kind of breathing hazard. There he goes. I should really take a bath. Roland's clingy behavior was attributed to not being in contact with an actual living creature in a while. His head was already filled with his other companion that he wanted to give him a big hug. Regretfully, she was out while he was taking the trial, and it would probably not be proper for him to run through the night to go meet up. For a moment he actually thought about doing it, but just being able to look at his home was enough for now. He was finally home and the big ordeal was over. Waiting for a few more hours to meet his friends wouldn't matter as much, and before that could happen he needed to do something about this smell. Then there was also the option of giving her a call through the crystal ball, which he was planning to do after he informed himself about his new class and some more skills. I think I lost some body fat. My abs didn't stick out this much before. After taking the bath and filling the tub with the toxic bile, he was back to smelling nice. Now he was examining himself in the mirror while looking at his status screen from the corner of his eye. His body looked leaner and his muscles had increased in size slightly. Then he also noticed a slight change in his facial structure. It made him look somewhat more handsome, and along with his skin clearing up, he could comfortably say that he had been upgraded in almost every aspect. Even my charisma has increased. Could this be because the Overlord Runesmith class has high leadership requirements? Name: Roland Arden. L176 classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L1, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25, X, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 37335, 37335 MP 75312 75312 SP 51516, 51516 Strength 247 Agility Dexterity 291 Vitality 259 Endurance 289 Inte. Wasn't such a big boost as it only went up by 3 stat points. Yet from what Roland knew, anything above 20 charisma put a person in the upper echelon in looks. A person with this stat wasn't necessarily always good looking, they could also instead just have a type of presence around them. This was the case with his own father and other military personnel that could force a reaction just by their leadership skills. Considering that he had to become a lord of a whole kingdom, this made some sense. I think there are some charisma-related skills that become open after gaining 20. There were some coercion skills that only had a charisma requirement that he could learn. Even some bartering skills could be affected by this stat and help him get better deals in the future. Yet they could also be countered by some protective charms that usually merchants could buy. Before thinking about those, his gaze landed on the two main things he was going for when attempting this trial. Runesmith Overlord class. This class gives a 100% bonus to HP, MP, SP. Mana cost of using runes and rune-related skills is lowered by 60%. Tier 3, Overlord. Trait adds a multiplier of 4.5 to all of the basic stats with the exception of luck and charisma. The first thing he looked at was his new Tier 3 multiplier. Basic Tier 3 classes had a multiplier of 3, but his Overlord class increased it by 50%. His old Runesmith Lord class increased it by a third, so this was a nice surprise. Perhaps if he had gone with the High Lord variant, the multiplier would be at 4 or a bit higher. This meant that for every 10 points of raw stats, he would be gaining 45, while others only gained 30, quite the boost. Considering that my previous multiplier was only at 2, I've gained more than twice my old levels. How much would I need to equalize the stats? More than double, and that's without taking the stat growth into account. Besides the stat multiplier, Tier 3 classes gained more of them in general with each level up. Now, after making some calculations in his brain, he could see how people that attained them were considered the elite. With just one trial, even the lesser Tier 3 classes doubled their seats to their Tier 2 counterparts. The discrepancy between Tier 3 class holders only snowballed from the point they attained it. Even more, if they gained a prestige variant just like he did, almost all knowledge about these classes was hidden away for a reason. Keeping the multiplier and the passives was an edge everyone wanted to have over their competition. In a world as cutthroat as this, there was no reason to make it public, and the ones in power would probably not allow anything that could knock them down a peg to get out. The Overlord passive is just a better version of the Lord one, but it's probably not cumulative. Even though his old Lord class lowered the mana usage by 30%, and this one by 60%, it didn't mean that he would get a flat 90% decrease. If a spell cost him 100 mana, usually what would happen is first the active class passive of 60% would be counted, which was 40 MP. Then the secondary passive would be implemented by lowering it by another 30% from the 40 MP. In the end, he would be left with a spell that cost 28 points and not 10. 10 would be the number if it went the pure cumulative way, while stat multipliers almost always affected only the base stats, without taking into account any of the other skills, even if it's not a full 90%. This is huge, and then I even got all these other skills. I can't see myself running out of mana during combat. There were a few level 1 skills that he received after attaining the Runesmith Overlord class. After reading some, they seemed kind of broken to the point of him not knowing if there would be some side effects. Some of his old skills had also gone through changes as they attained the Tier 3 realm. His Runic Eye of Truth was upgraded into the True Runic Sight, and his runecrafting skill was changed into Expert Runecrafting, which was the Tier 3 version that every advanced runesmith had access to. Yet instead of looking at all the old skills that went through a little name change, he focused on the new ones. Overlord's Might active skill. You gain the power of an Overlord. All your stats are enhanced for a period of 5 minutes. Forge Fire Control active skill allows the runesmith to alter the flames in the forge to their liking, increasing or decreasing their potency to suit their craft. Expert Forging passive skill unlocks the expert forging techniques of the blacksmith class. Aids in managing the forge, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. Rune Authority active skill. Objects containing the runic language and of lesser magical languages can be controlled. An understanding of the runes being used is required to allow this skill to activate correctly. Mana Overflow active skill reduces the mana cost for all skills and spells by 50%, and increases mana regeneration by 100% for 5 minutes. Manaflow Authority passive skill alleviates the side effects of using mana for extended periods of time. The user will not suffer any backlash unless their mana pool goes below 10%. These were all the new skills that he could spot, with a lot of the old ones just switching names to their higher Tier 3 variants. The last two that looked like they would fit a rune mage more were somewhat surprising, but after considering that his old Runesmith Lord class was a mix of two classes, it made sense. The Manaflow Authority one looked promising, as he would not be plagued with headaches even if his man was reduced to a minimum. Then the Mana Overflow one seemed like it would allow him to become a casting fiend capable of blasting everything without the need for any restraint, yet this was only the beginning of his new class. Considering that he had 100 levels to get through, it would be one that he probably was stuck with for multiple years. Some people never even managed to get past the first Tier 3 class they gained, so he didn't feel like he needed to rush. With the stat multiplier and the current skills, he already felt like he could probably win over anyone from that Platinum Adventurer party he encountered. The deed was done, and what he had set out to do was finally achieved. Over 10 years ago he set out on a journey that brought him here. The only thing that he wanted to achieve was self-sufficiency and control over his own fate. This was a giant step in this direction, as no one would be able to take him lightly anymore. The prestigious variant would put him on the level of other Tier 3 class holders in their 200s or maybe even higher. He had to consider his power skyrocketing if he was able to create the right armor from the right materials. If he also included some well-made golems, he could become a one-man army. I should probably not be thinking about work at a moment like this. After going through his status screen, he instantly forgot about all the new skills he gained while focusing on the knowledge that was now in his brain. A lot more possibilities were laid before him, as he could now actually create greater runes. He already had one in particular rune in mind that he wanted to make first. However, before making the trip down to the workshop, he decided to visit another room. There he got dressed only to quickly go for the inconspicuous crystal ball on the stand. Even though he wanted to just wait until the next day, just talking to someone after all the time spent was what he desired. Quickly he turned it on and waited patiently for a person to appear on it. Did something happen? You don't usually call at this hour? No, I just wanted to hear your voice and see your face. It has been a while. We saw each other yesterday. You look a bit different, or is this crystal ball faulty? He could see Elodia fix her glasses while squinting at the crystal ball before her. The only thing he could do was smile. Even though he gained so much power and took a giant leap forward, he was happier to just see her and be back at the place he called home. Chapter 321. Hey, what's wrong with you today? What do you mean? I'm the same as I've always been. I think, or was I different before? My memories are a bit cloudy. Did you mean to say that out loud? Also, why is Agni acting like this? A confused Elodia was looking at a large ruby wolf peeking through the entrance door. For some reason, Agni was unwilling to enter the house when usually it was hard to keep him away from his owner. She was also in a strange situation, as Roland was acting quite clingy today, more than ever. It was to the point that he was even following her around the house and breathing over her shoulder, while she was cooking breakfast before work. It was clear that there was something wrong. The change in his appearance was also apparent to someone like her. It would be strange if she didn't notice the change in his physical appearance after knowing him for this long. There were only a few reasons that she could come up with for such a change, but speculating about it wouldn't change anything. It was better to prod for some answers and perhaps force it out if he didn't come clean. Oh, perhaps he is going through puberty or something, Roland replied while also moving his head to smell himself, which made Elodia even more confused. Before she could prod for more, she was actually suddenly grabbed by the man of the house that was acting suspiciously. This was the first time that he had been this clingy, as he had actually pulled her into his lap. It wasn't like she was against the skinship, but the timing was a bit off. After breakfast, she was supposed to open up the store and get to work. Little Marcy was already here and doing a preliminary sweep of the shop. The young girl was quite helpful, and even decided to hang outside the shop to greet the potential customers that wandered from within the forest. Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you just take a day off? You want me to take a day off? What about you? Oh, I'm not in a rush. I haven't had a break in years. I could use a vacation. A vacation? She was shocked to hear Roland speak of a break. He was like a possessed workaholic that very rarely left his workshop. Usually, it was her that had to pull him away from his underground workplace. She didn't really like to be there. The magical light that illuminated the corridors felt somewhat off. It was much better to stay outside where the sun was shining and the air didn't need to be filtered by runic equipment. Are you sick? Perhaps we should go to the church and have you examined. Perhaps someone put a curse on you. A curse? No, I'm fine. Then tell me what's wrong. You're acting strange. Are you hiding something from me? She narrowed her eyes while trying to pick up any fine movements in Roland's face. After living around him for a while, Elodia had managed to ascertain a few things. It didn't always work, but if she focused hard, it was possible to tell her when he was lying or at least trying to hide something from her. This time around it was a bit harder, as his handsome face was a lot more distracting than it usually was. Hiding something? Oh right, just look at me through your identification item. Roland replied while removing the pendant that was usually around his neck even when he was bathing. This was something that he never did, and she knew that he was trying to hide his noble birth and true name. There must have been a reason for this, so Elodia was quick to activate the effect of her glasses that could mimic an analyzing skill. What is this? Yeah, I've gone through a small change. A small change? You better explain yourself to me and start from the beginning. Roland didn't leave anything out. It was actually nice to talk to someone real for a change. Even now he wasn't sure if everything around him wasn't an illusion, but by the way Elodia was acting it felt real. The wooden people didn't show as wide a range of emotions as the woman before him. Normally he would have probably withheld some information about the trial, the part about it taking more than a year to not trouble her. However, this time around he felt that he needed to dump some weight off his shoulders for once. More than a year? What kind of ascension trial takes that long? I've heard of them taking a few months, but a year, just as expected. She was shocked by the length of this trial. Elodia was someone that had worked at the Adventurers Guild for some years. She had to pass multiple tests about the theory behind passing ascension rituals if the need arose to explain. Beginners could need the information, but even gold adventurers that were attempting the plunge could come asking for help. Yeah, this one was special. I sure hope I won't need to go through something like this ever again. Also, did I change that much? You keep looking at my face? What? You must be imagining things. He wanted to smile as Elodia pulled her face away. After she got a read on his status screen through her glasses, she unconsciously started looking at him as if he was some type of rare animal. It was probably the first time she heard of a class called the Runesmith Overlord, but it was the same for him too. Normally he would have taken precautions to not leak information like this outside. After spending so much time in the trial area, he realized that doing everything alone wasn't the way to do it. Having his strange prestige class be known to others wouldn't be the end of the world. Some people like the Platinum Adventurers he met carried those classes like a badge of honor. They actually wanted to show that they were on the side of the elite as a lot of doors opened up before them. Maybe I should really close the shop today. The after effects of a prolonged ascension trial on the human mind could be devastating. Sorry, didn't want to make you worry. I just haven't talked to someone for a while that wasn't made out of wood. During his explanation, he described the whole trial to her. He did leave out the part about him getting a wooden child for obvious reasons though. It was rather cute to see her so interested in the conversation. There was probably no other ascension trial recorded that was similar to his. She was still someone that used to manage adventurers, so this was an interesting topic to speak of. A whole nation of wooden people. That sounds like something the kids would like. Now that you mention it, Roland was far too busy working on passing the test than processing the information about the world he was in. Now when looking back, it was something that he would have probably remembered until he died. Just the way the whole world worked with the wooden people was quite interesting, but the real one was much better. There was also no imposed clock pushing him to do things he didn't want to. Wait, it's been so long that I even forgot about that. The emotions of seeing Elodia and coming back to this world had taken over his mind. Now after getting it out there by talking, memories of his current situation were flooding back. Yesterday after taking a bath and having some small talk through the crystal ball, he just passed out on his bed. When he woke up Elodia was already around the corner, so he forgot about the current situation. Shit, I forgot. Huh, what is it now? Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. How about we don't close the shop for today? I remembered I need to do a few things. Suddenly he lowered Elodia down from his lap and started to storm out of the room while leaving her in the dust. She was left there along with a confused look. It was soon replaced by a smile after she realized that Roland was just back to his old self as he stormed off into the workshop area. Well, have fun, I'll be in the shop if you need me. Yet to her surprise, after Roland had left, his heavy footsteps echoed back. He appeared back in the dining room where the two were having a conversation. Before she could ask about what he needed, she found herself getting embraced by the large man. Thank you, for everything. I'm not good with these things, but I'll try to be better from now on. Yes? Just as quickly as he returned to give her the hug, he was back to running back to the entrance of his workshop. The speed was truly superhuman and something that only a Tier 3 class holder would be capable of. Her face was left a bit rosy after the gentle embrace and wondering if perhaps she should have him do those trials more often. What if they make a move now? I just made it into Tier 3, but I haven't been able to prepare anything. What should I do first? What are my options? Roland noticed that his body was feeling really light. When he was storming back into the room to give Elodia a hug, he felt the wood straining under his feet. His power had multiplied to an unfathomable level. When giving the hug, he realized that he needed to be really careful to not apply too much strength. If he did, then he could have actually cracked a few bones in the process. First, I should get this in check. Overlord's organs. Trait: advanced organs of an overlord. Enhances the robustness of internal organs. Overlord's muscles. Trait: advanced muscles of an overlord. Enhances the robustness of muscles. Overlord's skin. Trait: advanced skin of an overlord. Enhances the robustness of skin. Overlord's skeleton. Trait: advanced skeleton of an overlord. Enhances the robustness of bones. Overlord's tendons. Trait: advanced tendons of an overlord. Enhances the robustness of tendons. Overlord's nervous system. Trait: advanced nervous system of an overlord. Enhances the nervous system and everything related to it. Overlord's circulatory system. Trait: advanced circulatory system of an overlord. Enhances the circulatory system and everything related to it. This was one of the quality changes that a Tier 3 person went through, and it was making his movements strange. His body was now filled with power that was not there before. Even his skin was a lot tougher than before. When he arrived in his workshop, he decided to give it a few tests. To his surprise, an iron dagger wasn't able to pierce through it unless he applied quite a bit of that enhanced strength. Even then, most of the time only scratches were left behind. The multiplier isn't the only thing that makes Tier 3 people more powerful. These enhancements to the body make them, us, a whole new breed. Even the lowest Tier 3 class holders had traits like these. His theory behind these strange advancements was the large increase in various fields. First, there was the multiplier that at least doubled. Secondly, there were various skills that would triple, quadruple, or even quintuple someone's power. Without the advanced skeleton and skin, the body would sustain damage. The bodies that people of the races were born with had their limits, and after getting to Tier 3, they were broken. Swiftness. Eye trait enhances balance and perception during rapid movements. He had also managed to finally go past the 200-point threshold with his agility stat. This gave him this new trait. It wasn't the only thing he received, as there was a new trait that went along with gaining all 7 traits in his main stats. Equilibrium. Eye trait: a balanced body is a strong body. What is that even supposed to mean? This new trait was one of the cryptic ones. Luckily, he had prior knowledge of what this skill actually meant. It offered people with it some hidden resistances that came with having a good balance with their stats. By how much it was unknown, but it would give out a hidden buff to almost all resistances. True Runic Sight. L1 active skill reveals the truth of the world to its user. The side effects of using this skill are decreased, that one changed for the better. This was one of the old skills that had allowed him to study divine energies. Now that it was upgraded, he noticed a large change. At the moment he was actually down in his workshop and looking at one of his golems. When this skill started out a level 1, he was unable to even glance around without getting a migraine. Now he was actually feeling normal, there was no pain and his eyeballs weren't twitching. With the upgrade to all of my organs, blood vessels, and nerves, I won't be straining my eyesight as much. Should I give it a go? Before even trying out to craft a greater rune, he needed to go through some tests. This new body of his was something that he needed to get used to. Without knowing his own limitations, it would be hard to progress, so while he had the time, it was time for some testing. When thinking about this skill, 2 things entered his mind. One was the divine runes that he failed to fully grasp, and the other was spatial runes. I couldn't really examine this before, what about now? In the underground workshop, he had one of the lesser spatial bags on the table. This one only doubled the size of the bag and wasn't worth that much. When he activated the skill, the spatial enchantment was translated into runic symbols that he could actually understand. With his current knowledge of greater runes, it became clear, spatial runes all had elements of greater runes in them. Without being at Tier 3 and having the corresponding upgraded runecrafting skill, there was no way of creating them. Expert runecrafting allowed a master runesmith to stack several runes on top of each other. In easier terms, it was like moving from crafting on a flat surface into a 3-dimensional model. While to the naked eye the runes wouldn't look that much different, they contained a lot more ethereal pathways than a Tier 2 rune ever did. It was already hard to cram all the miniaturized traces into the runes he was producing. Now he had to do the same on multiple layers. The moment he was forced to go through reading the skill books in the trial area, he was stunned. It was truly a difficult task to perform the rune crafting procedure without making any mistakes. His brain needed to somehow calculate how it would look in a 3D space before the process started. Then a runesmith needed to actually somehow force this rune into a block of metal without losing their concentration. This begs the question, what should I make first? Now that he was out of the trial, there were several things that he wanted to do. First of all, his old forge needed to be upgraded to handle greater runes. Then probably getting himself a new set of armor that contained all his new knowledge would be in order. However, before that, Roland needed to test out his newly gained skills on something less expensive. All that red mithril ore that he saved up would not last him for more than one set. Then he also needed to test out all of his newly gained Runesmith Overlord skills. Perhaps this new forge fire control skill he received could allow him to work through a lesser forge. If he could keep the flames from melting the furnace while he was working on mithril, then he might not even need to upgrade it. There were also skills like Overlord's Might that needed a test run. He could see himself going through tests for at least a month before attempting to produce something worthwhile. At least this doesn't feel like working this time around. I want to make that one rune. While Roland was just freshly out of his test, for some reason he felt invigorated. With so many possibilities laying bare before his fingertips, there were just too many fun combinations he could create. It didn't really feel like he was back to work. This time it was as if he was just expanding on his hobby. This was actually what he was here for, crafting runes and not leading nations to victory. His passion for the craft had been reinvigorated, and it was time to delve into it once more. When he was done, a new world was waiting. Chapter 322. PND No 1-0 Report. Yes, Knight Commander. Most of the orcs are dead, but some of them have managed to escape. We believe that some of them might seek shelter close to the nearby villages. Should we pursue them? Pursue? How long will that take? We have already lost precious time. A fully armored knight looked at the commander before him. At this moment he was pulling out his large sword from the monster it slew. Blood ran through the blade and dribbled to the ground to only increase the puddle that was being made. A monster of large proportions that looked like an orc lay there. Its body was large, muscular, and covered in scars. The size went above what a Tier 2 orc variant was capable of evolving into, and it didn't seem like the night that fell this monster had taken much damage. The scouts believe that it shouldn't take more than 2 days. They believe that now that the orcs lost their chieftain, they will seek to establish their own lesser tribes. 2 days. The man was wearing glistering full-plate armor with a blue cape attached to the back. On that cape, the crest of the Valerian household was embroidered. The sword he was holding was a lot larger than a long sword. The thick blade and added weight would not be easy to handle. On his left side, there was a large oval shield that was quite thick as well. Even with all this added weight, it didn't seem that the man was out of breath or sluggish when moving or walking. We shall depart. We can't waste our time on these monsters. The Tier 3 is dead. Let the adventurers take care of the rest. Sir? Some of them fled in the direction of a village. If we don't. The knight stopped himself from talking as he felt a strange pressure fall over his body. It was as if he was sinking down into quicksand while trying to push a massive weight off his shoulders. Quickly he realized that the new knight commander was glaring at him. His eyes were peeking through that visor and giving him the shivers. I understand, Knight Commander. I will pass on this command to the other knights. Don't take too long. You have 10 minutes. Leave what we don't need. Lord Theodore expects us to finish this task as soon as possible. Yes, Knight Commander. The knight swallowed his saliva as he felt the pressure be lifted from his body. He had been assigned to this troop not that long ago and forced by the other veterans to relay the information to them. When walking back, he could even see some of them snickering as they probably knew that the Knight Commander would react in this way. The rumors of him being overbearing were true. Ha ha, newbie, you should remember this moment. Don't ever call to question any of the Commander's orders, that is if you wish for your head to remain on your shoulders. Why yes. The Knight Commander wants us to leave within 10 minutes. Heard that, everyone? Pack up, we are leaving. But Lieutenant Sir, these orcs must have had their camp. The citizens of the duchy could still be there. Shouldn't we at least investigate? You can go ahead and mention that to Knight Commander Emerson if you want. The knight that was talking looked back to the man in question. At that moment he was walking back to his horse that he dismounted to take care of the Tier 3 monster. It was a red orc high chieftain, a leader variant of an invasive species that liked settling near war climates and volcanic regions. During their trip to a city called Albrook, they had been unlucky and encountered them during their migration period. These monsters tended to move around a lot, which made subjugating them hard. Before an adventurer party strong enough could be formed, they would move out from the area and settle somewhere else. This was something that their leader should know, the fact that attacking their camp would have been the best way of guaranteeing their demise. Good, you're still young and fresh out of the academy, so it's understandable, your head is probably filled with saving fair ladies in distress. I'll give you some advice, you should drop that way of thinking or you'll suffer a quick death. Now get your ass in gear, we need to leave. The other knights nodded and laughed while quickly getting to their own horses. They didn't even bother with taking the mana stones from the monsters, only the one from the tier 3 one was worthwhile. The weapons that the monsters used were inferior to the ones they had. There was no reason to take them as they were not adventurers scavenging for loot. Soon all of them departed while leaving the massacred monster bodies behind. Even though they knew that this would attract some other monstrosities, this wasn't their problem. What the Knight Commander ordered them was their priority. Hey, quit it, not while the kids are watching. Ow, stop hitting me with that ladle. Roland rubbed his forehead, which wasn't really hurting. Instead, the metal ladle that he got hit had been dented. Elodia was holding it like a weapon as he had been sticking a bit too close while they were trying to eat. Marcy was with them and covering her eyes with her hands. Still, some wiggle room was left between those fingers to take a peek. Jorg on the other hand was holding his head down while looking at the plate filled with soup and trying to eat. Don't you have some work to do? Fine, I'll leave. Make me a new ladle while you are down there. Hey, don't ask a runesmith to make a ladle. Wow, the great Mr. Runesmith is too good to make a ladle now. The two started going back and forth with smiles on their faces before Roland made his way back to the workshop. Ever since leaving the trial, he was still getting used to actual real people around him. Only Elodia knew what he had been through, which left Banir and his wife a little bewildered when they saw how he was acting. There was no time to explain though, as even though he was enjoying his stay back home, a strange foreboding feeling was in the back of his head. For some reason, he was fearing for the worst, even though he had attained power it hasn't fully been expressed yet. While normal battle classes could just transform almost instantly after the ascension ritual, he wasn't quite the same. His real strength came from preparing for every occasion and luring his enemies into traps. After gaining his overlord class, he realized that the defensive approach wasn't always the best one. For this reason, he needed to expand his repertoire by preparing more gadgets and first most a better suit of armor. There were a couple of research fields he wanted to instantly expand on. These were ones that he wasn't able to complete when he was just a tier 2 class holder. Yet to complement his fighting style, he needed a few things. One of them would be reached by spatial rune research that was moving along smoothly. A lot depended on mastering dimensional storage, as he was reliant on external equipment to make his new class shine. However, before going through with that, there was one other itch that he wanted to scratch that should do it. Roland's hammer collided with a piece of metal. It was a thick square plate made out of deep steel. Usually, it would have needed to be hammered down into something thinner, but he was now working with tier 3 runes. Without proper materials that could take the increase in magic deterioration, he needed to increase the thickness. While he had some of the better ones saved up from farming the mine, he would not use them until his grasp of his new skill was adequate. This reminds me of the old days. This item before him was similar to the rough wand designs he made in the past. They were ugly in their appearance, but nevertheless worked as intended. This thing before him contained a greater rune, the first one that he actually made. Ever since coming out of the trial, he was dreaming of this moment. Even before he reached tier 3 he had contemplated what he wanted to make, and each time his thoughts were drawn towards one thing: flight. When you think about tier 3 mags, the floating spell is a staple. He remembered the time the Lick was chasing him and Armand's party down in the dungeon. This iconic spell was used by the monster, then allowing it to gently glide down without suffering any damage. The full name of the spell was Levitation, and it came in 3 variants: lesser, normal, and greater. What the monster used was the lesser one, which allowed a caster to support around their own body weight. Even the easiest version was a greater spell, and each upgrade unlocked a little bit more variation. The normal levitation spell increased the weight load further and even allowed it to be used on multiple targets. It was one of those spells that made tier 3 mags a sought-after class down in dungeons. With so many caverns and places that were inaccessible without flight or climbing, it was a game-changer. This was something that he should be capable of doing. His levitation spell would be a bit different, as he actually needed to support his armor along with his body. This spell was one of those that expanded on a mage's range superiority. It gave a mage some needed space between himself and the target. Yet due to the way it drained mana quickly, it couldn't really be used for actual fighting. Otherwise, all mags would just turn to helicopters that rained down fire blasts from the sky in every war confrontation. Now to test it, Roland looked at the square piece of metal before him. While a regular person would only see a rune that resembled a fish with tiny symbols on the inside, he could see a lot more. Many tiny traces went away from this rune and were integrated into the whole square block. These were the upgraded versions of ethereal pathways that he usually used to connect runic components on uneven materials. To him, they were like little shiny particles of light that made this cold piece of metal into quite the light show. Finally, his first greater rune was activated and the block of metal started reacting. At first, it started shaking slightly, but soon enough it started to rise up into the air. While the lesser levitation spell was the basis for this rune, it was not the only thing in the structure. That spell in itself could only cancel out gravity and even work against it. Thus it would only allow something to either float up and down at slow speeds. This was not something that he was aiming for, as Roland wanted to have something faster. The regular levitation spell is working. Time to go into stage 2. I hope this works. Before continuing with the experiment, he gave the floating cube a poke with his finger. It was a strange feeling to touch something that was just floating in the air. The cube really felt like it lost all of its weight. After shoving it around with just his index finger, he decided to move away and behind some metal lining. At the moment he was in the empty room where he usually tested his runic Eye of Truth skill. To be safe, he stuck a large plate of metal into the ground and surrounded it by some earth through magical means. There was a small slit left behind through which he could examine his creation, and enough thickness to protect him from danger if the test went south. It might have seemed that he was overdoing it just for a floating cube, but he had a reason for it. While the levitation rune was quite basic and something that he had already been able to research, it wasn't the same for the adjustments he made. He would not be satisfied with only recreating spells into runic versions of them. What he wanted to do was to customize all of them to fit his needs. That was his true power: modification, and tinkering with the limits. Thus he activated the runic program that he came up with for this occasion. Now that he was a Tier 3 class holder, he could do everything 10 times as fast. One of the reasons for that was his stat multiplier, and the other was the parallel thinking trait that had been transformed into an advanced version. It allowed him to focus on many more things at once. When coupled with his heightened calculation capability, it was as if he was working together with a team of researchers. Yet it wasn't really a skill that gave him multiple personalities or actual brains. It had its limitations. The cube's side started to change color, from a pale blue that represented mana to a red. Following this change, it jolted to the side at a rapid speed. A burst of magical energy that was on the red side made it fly at an increased speed. Before it collided with a wall, the red glow on one side died down and appeared on the other. A point of equilibrium was reached and it was able to stop before colliding with the wall. This was the reason that he was looking from beyond this fortified location. He wasn't sure if the cube wouldn't just collide with the wall when activated and then explode. Thanks to his remote control skills, he was able to control the cube by giving it simple orders. The operating system that it was running was still based on golemic creations, and inside the cube was a tiny core handling all of the commands. Fitting in a runic battery was also a lot simpler now, and it was thanks to his upgraded version of the old rune compression skill. Rune miniaturization L1 skill active allows the runesmith to decrease the size of created runes along with all of its components. This skill worked even on Tier 3 runes, while the previous runic compression one wouldn't. With it he was able to fit a lot of runic components into a smaller space. The skill was still only level 1, which meant that he would be able to fit more and more in as he advanced through his levels. Perhaps in the future, the runic batteries would be able to fit into a square cube of 1 centimeter. This went better than expected. Could it be thanks to my calculation speed? There was an incident where his first golem exploded. This was mostly due to hasty planning and material limitations. After it, Roland was sure to run his calculations through a couple of times before actually building a prototype for anything. Thanks to the increase in brain power, it was now possible for him to actually calculate all the possible failures. The floating cube before him was a testament to his new skills and a new weapon that was almost ready to be assembled. I should probably do something about the red glow. A capable fighter will probably be able to analyze it. Now, what should I do next? After grabbing the floating cube and deactivating it, he began to ponder. He could either continue assembling more prototypes for this type of weapon or begin drawing up the plans for the new armor. It would also be capable of some floating, yet it wouldn't be proper flying. What he was aiming for was an enhancement to his movement. By lowering his weight he would be able to jump quite high. This would allow him to move out of trouble without burning through all of his mana. Oh hey boss, are you done? Was there another accident? Burning? No, nothing broke this time around. Really? That's good to hear. As he was walking out of his new temporary training area he met Banir. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the young Jorg working on some in the ground. The room he was occupying was the large chamber where they performed most of the weapon tests. At the time being it was riddled with holes and the dummies had been destroyed. Will you tell me what you were testing in there? Oh, it was just some stuff. Roland didn't want to tell him that the devastation was due to his class advancement. After getting all those various skills and body enhancement he went through some tests. The testing room's devastated look was due to using his new gained power, a power that he hoped to use to protect his home. If you say so, at least Jorg will have something to do. I bet his skills will be leveling fast. That is true. Roland glanced at the half-dwarven youth patching up the place while thinking of what he had learned. Perhaps he had no new armor yet, but the class that he was using was quite ferocious even without his equipment. He could only wonder how tremendous of a leap he would take after assembling everything that he wanted. Chapter 323. Are you sure about this, boss? Yeah, just pull the trigger. Maybe I should move a bit further away. What if you can't dodge? I'm not going to dodge it. Not dodging? What are you testing then? Is there a hidden runic item in your sleeve or something? Not really. Stop asking questions and just pull the trigger already. If you say so. A confused Banir was standing 10 meters away from Roland with a runic weapon in hand. The weapon in question had the shape of a rifle with a square-shaped spot cut out where a cylinder would usually be. In there a square cube with various runic symbols was resting and was used instead of ammunition. After the class change and acquiring the upgraded version of the rune compression skill, the runic batteries had become much smaller. The need for Banir to carry a whole backpack as reserve ammunition with him around was not needed anymore. Not that long ago the upgraded runic rifle was handed down to Banir, who had been the one to actually make it. Roland just needed to infuse it with runes and then slide the upgraded version of the runic battery in. With his rune crafting skill being upgraded to the next tier, working with tier 2 runes became as easy as breathing. With only a couple of taps with his hammer, he was able to inscribe runic pathways. During the trial, he had to work tirelessly through many nights, which also allowed him to level up his skills further. Then thanks to his rune copy skill and increase in stats, he could perform this task on multiple objects throughout the day without even getting tired or receiving a headache. As long as he didn't let his mana slide below 10%, he would not feel the usual after effects of overusing magic. This opened up a lot of manufacturing possibilities, as he would not need to spend as much time crafting items anymore. While usually higher-tier runesmiths focused on creating level-appropriate gear, there was no reason not to earn some change by going with the factory approach. As long as he had someone else create the required items, putting a tier 2 rune on any weapon wouldn't put a dent in his mana reserves. This would allow him to create items for his store while still being able to work on other things. Then there was also the contract that he had with Arthur that forced him to put things up at the auction house. There was no need to show his hand yet. Before the announcement of his true class was made he needed to prepare. Today he decided to wrap up most of the tests before moving on to the next phase. Okay boss, here I go. Huh? Something wrong? It's not working, is it now? Try firing at one of the dummies then. Okay? The confused Banir looked at the firearm in his hand and pointed it toward one of the wooden dummies. The moment he pressed the trigger he could see the runic battery flicker for a second before the spell effect took shape. A bolt of blue energy left the gun-shaped barrel and connected with the wood. It was a clean hit that left a large hole in the wooden dummy. Is it working? Strange. Good, now try it on me again, just take a few steps back. Roland's assistant finally realized that something was going on. When he took 2 steps back and tried to fire again, the weapon didn't go off. Only when he was about 15 meters away would the weapon activate. The blue bolt of energy traveled in a straight line but connected with what looked to be a shield made of mana. Good, that's enough. I've got all the data I need now, you can go back. Was that all? Well, if you need any more help with something just call me over, boss. The two nodded at each other before parting ways. The mana shield that was created wasn't anything new, as he had just inscribed a rune onto a bracelet. The new skill that made runes smaller would allow him to actually put tier 2 runes on smaller items like this. Perhaps if it was leveled up even further, then perhaps even greater runes would be feasible. The Rune Authority skill has a range of around 14 meters, but that's not the tricky part. Today, he was wrapping up his testing of the skills that he had gained. The less destructive ones were being measured, as his weapon testing facility had almost been destroyed during an earlier event. The Rune Authority allowed him to disable other magical devices. There were a few drawbacks, one of them was the limited range. This put this skill in the close-range category, at least until he was able to level it up further. The second drawback was that he actually needed to know the way the item operated. In this case, where it was a rune that he created himself, it didn't take much brain power. It was like flipping an on and off switch. However, when something he wasn't familiar with was presented to him, it would not work. Before he called Banir over for the range test, he performed another one on a magical lamp. It was an old item he got when he was testing his runic Eye of Truth. It wasn't a runic item but was enchanted through a different magical language. The test was successful, and he was able to disable an item that was created in a different magical language that he was specialized in. Thanks to translating the enchantment into runic and understanding it, he was able to flip the switch off as well. I'm not sure if I should activate the eyes during combat though. It will depend on the complexity of the magical item and how much time I have. He could see himself being able to analyze other enchanted items through the eye skill. Even during combat, it would be a possibility, yet this would not be something easily performed. Roland needed to gain more practice in this field, as he had only now become resistant to the side effects of using this skill. Only now did it become manageable, but activating it during a stressful encounter would still not be an easy task. I probably won't be able to use it on anything too complex, but nevertheless, it is another tool that I can use now. I'd need to run a few tests before using it in actual combat, but Banir wouldn't be a good sparring partner. I also need something that I'm not that familiar with. To combine Rune Authority and true runic sight in combat, he needed a sparring partner equipped with an enchanted weapon or armor. Only if he wasn't aware of what they were using would it be an actual test. However, there were two problems with this plan. One was the right person for the job, and the other, the enchanted weapon. Should I have Elodia ask one of the kids to go buy one from the dwarfs? His relationship with the Union wasn't the greatest to this day. He couldn't just waltz over to one of their shops to buy an enchanted weapon. Neither could Banir's or his wife that had been blacklisted from their stores. That left other people whom he would need to ask for favors, or I could just go to the black market. They should have some enchanted weapons there, some that I might have not seen before. The black market was here and now. After the new dungeon was discovered, it would attract more dangerous individuals. Black merchants would probably see this as an opportunity to make a lot of money and soon congregate in this place. Thanks to his craft, the high prices down there weren't a problem. Some of the weapons were occult in nature or meant for assassination that usually didn't appear in regular magic smithing shops. If he could gain a blade with such an enchantment and have someone come at him in a controlled way, then it could potentially be a valid testing environment, but who could I ask? Banir doesn't have enough mana to wield an actual magical weapon, neither does his wife. That only leaves them. There weren't that many people that he trusted with his business. Of his acquaintances that could perform this task, only a few fit the bill. This was of course the group he went on the gold rank adventurer quest on, or Elodia's siblings. Considering that he didn't trust Armand to keep his mouth shut, that shifted it towards Lobelia. The girl was part of the Thieves' Guild as well. Having her use some type of poison dagger wouldn't even be strange. Griselda is an option too, but she could babble in a drunken stupor like that idiot too, and it's better to not show Senna too much. His opinion of that group wasn't made up yet. They had gone through a traumatic adventure, but this didn't mean that they wouldn't toss him to the wolves if things got troublesome. Lobelia was his best choice, as she was aware of a lot more than the others were already. There was no need to make things more complicated than they already were. For the time being, he decided to visit the black market to see if he could find something worthwhile. That is after he was done with testing all that he wanted to test. The last thing on his agenda was at his old forge. The runic furnace sprung to life even before he entered the room. The basic runic region skill had advanced into its regular variant and allowed him to control his creations from even further. Perhaps when it was maxed out, then the range would be around 100 meters, or even over it if he added all the stats he was receiving. After gaining the new class, the two truly new skills that could be considered smithing ones were Forge Fire Control and Expert Forging. The latter gave him knowledge of some crafting techniques that he wasn't aware of. Thanks to it, he would be able to always create something of high quality. It seemed like a reward for attaining a higher form of crafting class. It does let me control the flames, but I can already do that by altering the runes and magic output. Is this really it? Roland was somewhat disappointed in this skill. While it would allow him to manipulate the flames inside of a forge or a smelter, it was kind of pointless with the one he had before him. The runic program he infused along with the card system for Banir was already doing the same thing. This gave him a bit more wiggle room for fine-tuning, but would only matter if he worked on a regular furnace without any runes on it. What if I do this? This skill didn't appear during the trial, so he wasn't acquainted with it. The knowledge was implemented into his brain so that he could use it, and after fiddling around he found another use for it. His resistance to flames was quite advanced, and with the added enhancements to his skin, he decided to give it a go. Normally putting hands into a glowing furnace wouldn't be advised, but to a magical smith like him, it wasn't a big issue. It does work, neat. The flames from the forge heeded his call. They swirled towards his palm as if drawn to it and remained above it in the form of a twister. After drawing his hand back, the orange fire remained burning brightly while using his own mana as fuel. The first thing that he noticed was that the usage was a bit lower than what he needed to insert into the actual runic furnace. It seemed that this skill had some uses to it, as the flames could be moved around and even placed on different surfaces for a while. This requires a lot of control. It might take some time to get used to. Roland looked at the orange ball of flames swirling atop his anvil. The heat that it was giving off was highly concentrated on the inside. Normally this would be enough to make the deep steel anvil heat up and start to go red, but the skill kept the heat from escaping into the environment. Then, thanks to his parallel thinking trait, he could focus on crafting while watching over the flames with a secondary mind. After sticking an iron rod into the flames and watching it start to melt, he cancelled the skill. The follow-up test brought another thing to the forefront: he could not activate it from regular flames. Even if he created it from a runic item like his armor's gloves, it would just not activate. It's probably limited to things that are identified as a type of furnace. Will it work at a regular fireplace? Or a campfire then? Normally making a campfire inside of an underground workshop wouldn't be the best idea, but luckily there was a ventilation system here. After gathering some wood and lighting it on fire, he continued with the test. To his surprise, the flames were actually not reacting from the campfire. Only when he assembled something that looked like a furnace would the skill activate. Strange limitations. To him, this didn't make any sense, but at this point, he stopped questioning how this strange world worked. Normally the skill should be compatible with any fire source, but it wasn't. Perhaps the world didn't want any magically inclined crafter to use this skill for battle. Otherwise, they could create a concentrated ball of flames from a simple lighter or maybe even a spark. Could I make a miniaturized forge to use this skill? While he had no intention of using this skill for battle, having a portable forge with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Roland still had the intention of going down into the new dungeon and leveling up his class. The monsters on the inside would probably not pose as much of a threat as they did before. He wouldn't even need to use the cannon anymore. Winning with just his battle skills would be possible now. The idea would be to bring a small enough forge that could activate the skill and then use it to perform rune smithing. It was possible to force the runes into cold metal, but considering that he would be moving on to something much harder, the softening of metal process was a requirement. Even with the increase in stats, the process of cold rune crafting wouldn't be easy. There is a limit to the rapid machine reassembly skill. It probably won't be that easy to use it when I move on to mithril items. I will have to look into this later, but now let's focus on other things. Not much time had passed since he returned to his home. He managed to perform some of the tests that he wanted, and now the time for advancements was upon him. First of all, there was his current project that included assembling spatial runes. On the workbench, there was his first creation. As always it looked like an unsuspecting block of metal. Slowly he moved up to it and placed his hand over the surface. The length of this piece of metal was about 30 centimeters and the width was 10. The thickness was mostly what he was interested in as he was slowly attempting to lower the requirements. At the moment it was too thick to be included in his armor that needed to be made from red mithril. After injecting a bit of his mana into the runic structure his hand began to sink in. There was no visible change to the block of metal to indicate a spatial pocket. No dark spots, just his hand sinking in as if through a liquid to grab the item that was hidden inside. Soon he took out an apple that seemed to have survived the first spatial item he created. It somewhat works like a regular bag, but not quite the same. Roland nodded at the apple that he quickly cut apart to see if there was a change to it. There were various item bags with multiple functions. Some even provided a space that wouldn't rot food inside of them, while others didn't. The one he copied was just a simple one that would have the fruit inside age with time. Not enough time had passed since putting it in, but he assumed that this would be the case if it was left there for too long. Regular bags are always working and open. This runic variant requires me to open it with mana. This probably means that it just stores the coordinates to something like a pocket dimension, and when I use it, then the path is open. Even though he was a Tier 3 class holder and now capable of producing spatial runes, it was still at the copying stage. Perhaps with more time, he would be able to create a full-blown dimensional bag that wouldn't require a jolt of mana to open. The usage was still a bit high and wouldn't allow people with lower classes to activate this runic variant. This is still a step in the right direction, and having a spatial bag that can't be opened by anyone else than me isn't bad. Now, what should I do with it? After placing the sliced-in-half apple back into the spatial space he created, his eyes glanced at a pile of rocks to the side. They contained a lot of crimson ores and needed to be processed. Then on the workbench, there was also the old pendant that helped him hide his class. After examining it through his runic eyes, he found out its secrets as well. There were so many items he wanted to create, but not that much time left to go around. In his mind, trouble would be appearing sooner or later, as it always did. Chapter 324. Haven't been here in a while. There weren't this many people before. The race has probably already begun here. Roland walked into the large underground chamber filled with hooded figures. The place looked like some occult gathering with how many hoods and robes everyone was wearing. There was almost no one here that wasn't covering their face with something. This was one place where his hidden apparel didn't raise eyebrows as it did in the city. "Hey, what you looking at?" "That's what I thought." A man spat to the side while walking past him beside some of the market stands. It was chuckle-worthy to get a look like this from someone that was barely a Tier 2 class holder. If Roland decided to give him a smack across the face, probably no one would even help this guy out. However, he was not here to cause trouble. Instead of causing a scene, he wanted to buy some enchanted gear for testing purposes. That guy is going to die if he does that to a hidden Tier 3. While it was impossible to pinpoint a Tier 3 class holder in a mass of people, it wouldn't be strange if one or two of them had already arrived in Albrook. With the appearance of the B-rank dungeon, some people would arrive to look for money. Some of the less savory types that appeared would see this as a chance to rob some platinum adventurers or even join them on their adventures. There were also new merchants coming, ones that sold all sorts of equipment, even cursed items that couldn't be pushed forward on the outside. They required some protection, so moving with Tier 3 bodyguards or a large entourage of Tier 2s wouldn't be strange. When glancing out in the distance, he could see more tunnels being assembled and even a second level down being created. Probably in the future, this would become a much larger marketplace. Even if stronger people arrive, they shouldn't be able to tell who I really am. It's nice to be able to customize this thing for a change. Not even a skilled mage should be able to tell who I am now. Name: William L. 180 classes, T3 War Magus, L30 T2 Magic Swordsman, L50 T2 Battle Mage, L50 T1 Mana Warrior, L25 T1 Mage. L25 Roland had managed to analyze the pendant that he was lent by his old boss from Edelgard. The old pendant had certain limitations that made the item jumble up his status screen. After identifying the enchantment that was inside and comparing it to weaker ones, he was quickly able to go through the magical mechanisms that made it work. It took a few days of work, but now he could just implement the same effect into his armor. It would never fall off, and he could copy the rune on almost any piece of metal that he was holding. For the time being he went with the common name of William. The choice of War Magus came due to his fighting style, which allowed people to cast spells and be good with weapons at the same time. It was a somewhat uncommon profession, but known for high combat capabilities as it mixed in fast casting with melee combat. It was a means of scaring people off as there weren't many counter-tactics when facing a properly experienced War Magus. I could have used this during the gold rank test. They aren't as pedantic about your status screen during the platinum rank test. Now after gaining his new class it wouldn't be strange to go get a new rank. Normally a person expected the test requirements to be even more strenuous than the previous ones, but this wasn't always the case. The first requirement was achieving a Tier 3 class, but identifying it wasn't always required. Instead one could just choose to have their skill tested by the guild master themselves. This would probably be his fate if he decided to take it in Albrook. Auden was the guild master here and would face him in combat. That is if it would even come that far, as Tier 3 class holders were already treated as the elite. Due to this fact, it wasn't that hard to gain the new adventurer card. The fact that a person was able to get through their Tier 3 ascension ritual was mostly proof enough. Not much more could be learned by experience past the golden rank. What mattered was more the power a person gained after gaining all those Tier 3 enhancements he received. I should get this over with. Even though I'm stronger, it's better not to poke the beehive. Soon after glancing around, he noticed a new merchant stand that wasn't there before. It was somewhat eye-catching due to the two muscular bodyguards on the sides. The weapons that were being sold there were the same. They radiated a strange magical aura that he was able to pick up with his mana sense. All of his skills were enhanced, so he could already tell that these were items with curses and hexes placed on them. There were several magical languages in this world. One of them was runic that he used, and the other that was the widest spread was enchantments. However, those two were just the two most known and orthodox of them all. Besides those two, there also existed divine miracles and demonic curses. They were somewhat lumped into the same category even if the people using them disliked this fact. These magical objects were usually created by priests or occult leaders. They channeled the divine powers given to them by a higher being. Most of the time this was done by religious factions like the Solarian Church or cultists like the Abyssal Cult. In an unknown way, they would infuse weapons or items with their blessings to generate a magical effect. These effects Roland had already attempted to emulate and had achieved mixed results. Then there were other various hexes, sometimes produced by other means. Sometimes the craftsmen used strange shamanic rituals that were similar to the ones the demonic priests used. Other times they were done through alchemical means that added magical properties to the material in itself. I wonder if I can really analyze all of them with my eyes. It worked on the healing spells, so, in theory, it should work on the curses and hexes too. If it was up to him, then he would just try to get his hands on all of those items to try and translate the magic into runic language. Buying up cursed items was a thing that could get a person into trouble though. The same thing went for hexes. They usually had some type of effect that could affect the well-being of the user. The demons didn't lend power without taking something in return. One theory was that anyone using a cursed item would have their senses muddled by demonic whispers. Others believed that their soul would be slowly siphoned away into the demonic realm where the creator ate them up. It'll probably be better if I just get one of the hexes instead. Something like venom should be enough. I haven't really worked on anything like that before. It's a bit more rare than the common poison enchantments you see everywhere. After making his decision, he approached the stand. He started recalling the time when he had been cursed by a dagger stab. The pain that he felt that day would never be forgotten, and he could already see some blades with similar curses: curved dagger, high, deep steel 80%, necrosium 20%, curse of pain, common, curse of decay, common, short sword, high, mithril 5%, deep steel 75%, dark steel 20%, poison enchantment, common, bleed hex, common. His skill to analyze objects had ranked up as well. He was able to see what the weapons were made from. The necrosium metal included in the curved dagger was something that cursed items required. It was a material that mostly went into the hilt to keep the curse from seeping out and afflicting the person wielding it. Dark steel was similar, but it could be used on lesser curses and enchantments. The short sword was a mix of two. Poison was one of the go-to enchantments that the Thieves Guild used. It was something that could be made by regular magic smiths, and even Roland was capable of applying the runic version already. The bleed hex, on the other hand, was something he hadn't come across yet. This effect was known to him. It would dilute a person's blood and cause hemorrhaging of any wound. It would severely diminish the effects of healing potions as well. Whoever made this blade probably had it hexed after the poison enchantment was applied. Potions against poison effects are quite common, but not everyone carries specialized remedies to cure that status. How much is that short sword? I see that the gentleman has a keen eye. I'll part with it for a measly 10 small gold coins. 10? How about I give you 5? 5? You must be joking. Just because we are in the thieves' den, don't think I'll let you rob me. 9. 6 then, the craftsmanship isn't even that great and it has been used on something, look at that chipped spot. 7 and 9 large silvers. Even though the two were shouting at each other, no one really paid attention. Everyone else was doing the same thing. Bartering was a staple of any market and a common occurrence. It wasn't strange for fake items to appear here, and no one was getting their money back after a purchase. The prices here were a lot higher than at regular magic shops. Most of the tools here were tools meant for assassination that could never be traced back to their original creator. Take it or leave it. Fine. The hooded merchant started angrily shouting, but finally gave the weapon away. Roland managed to reduce the price by around 25%. Luckily, he was a craftsman who could spot all the blemishes and faults in the design that continued to drive the price down. He wasn't sure if the addition of his articulation skill and charisma added to the reduction, as the merchant here should have been wearing some magical items preventing such effects from working. The bleed effect will come in handy when fighting humans, but it won't do much against those skeletons. This spell was usually used by assassins, as higher tier monsters either were resistant to it or didn't even have blood in the first place. Humans, on the other hand, were very susceptible to this effect, as it was almost impossible to build up resistance. The only way would be to bleed someone constantly and then heal them up to full health. Perhaps some crazy cults and assassinations guilds went through such means to train their soldiers. Normal people and even regular soldiers did not. The only real counter was enchanted items and potions to counter the effect that cost a lot of money. This should be enough, but it won't hurt if I look over the new merchandise. Think that one stand had strange rocks on them. Maybe I could feed them to Agni, but I don't really want him to turn into a demon monster variant. This was a new merchant and he wasn't the only one. There were others here waiting to do business, and probably if he wanted something like necrosium, then it would be only sold here. Yet before he advanced further into the black market, a beeping sound inside of his helmet started going off. What? His mind raced as he examined the inside of his display. The beeping sound persisted as he examined the situation unfold. The alert wasn't anything good, and he knew this. With haste, he turned around and started running. He was stuck in the underground black market that was surrounded by a maze-like structure. It would take some time for him to get back, and for some reason, his monitoring system didn't send the signal fast enough for him to react. Nothing good could come of this, and he knew it. Earlier this day, Lieutenant, sir. Take a few men, find anyone that is related to the bastard, and bring them to the old Valerian villa. What if they resist, sir? Use force if you have to. We must make it clear that this city belongs to Lord Theodore Valerian now. Yes, sir. A group of knights on their horses was treading along a paved path. They could already see the city walls along with the familiar crest of the Valerian household. The knight commander was impatient. They were behind schedule due to the monster attack along the way. He couldn't put his finger on it, but there were some strange things that happened along the way. The orc attack wasn't the strangest one of the monster attacks, but it wasn't the last one. They had a handful of lesser encounters with creatures that shouldn't have been there. It was as if someone had led them there for them to meet. There was even an incident of a collapsed bridge that held them back by half a day, and then part of a narrow path had been collapsed. There were far too many setbacks for this to be a coincidence. Arthur Valerian, or someone working for him, was trying to buy more time. If there was an attempt at stalling, then he needed to be ready for some opposition. Yet he could not see the man that was referred to as the bastard of the Valerian house to pose much of a threat. Even if he managed to procure some tier 3 help, they would just end up on the end of his blade. No hired sword would engage in a battle to the death for a noble. Emerson knew that someone bought through money would never pose a threat to him and his lord. You heard the Lord Commander. Follow me. We will interrogate the guards first. Finally, the group was at the main gate, and when they arrived, everyone went silent. The sight of heavily armored mounted knights was a cause for concern. The common people knew that nothing good would come of involving themselves with nobles. They identified the crest almost instantly. The fear and respect for the family that ruled them for generations were quite real. "You there? Me, sir, knight?" "Yes, I wish to have a word with you." "Oh, of course, sir knight." Emerson glanced at one of his knights approaching the soldier at the main gate. The way they instantly put their head down was a testament to how this place was run. If he was at the old city that belonged to Ivan Valerian, then the soldiers would not have been that docile. It was clear that Arthur Valerian was not a true noble. His soldiers were meek and weak. Without a knight commander to infuse them with some bravery and dedication toward their master, they would quickly abandon them. The moment he arrived, it was already over. Emerson could see that the soldiers in this city had no true loyalty towards their own lord. The moment they all realized that he was an actual knight commander, someone with true power, they decided to back away. Even though he brought armored soldiers into the city, they could do nothing more than let him waltz through it and directly head toward the main house. These people would not pose a problem to him or his lord. They were just a bunch of leaderless pawns that just adhered to anyone more powerful than them. After Arthur Valerian joined his lord, they would swear their loyalty to their new master instantly. They could not be trusted, but had their place inside the war machine. What he was only worried about were the stalling tactics that were used. If he excluded Arthur from being the problem, then perhaps one of the other lords had something to do with it. Each and every one of them had their hidden troops. Skilled assassins wouldn't have problems blowing up a bridge. Though due to the fact that the rogue didn't attempt to blow up the bridge while they were passing through it, told him of their inexperience and cowardice. Who could it be? Could Ivan be trying to regain some ground by interfering? Or could it be Tybalt? The First Lord would probably not interfere in such a small matter, but the other two wouldn't be above it. The man thought about the true enemy that he was up against. If there were hidden masters around here, then perhaps this whole place would turn into a bloodbath. His hand gripped the reins harder to quickly push his horse forward. He had been ordered to take this place over, and as one of the new knight commanders, failure was not an option. Before receiving this chance, he was forced to spend his days out on the battlefield. His skill grew exponentially with the years, but that life was filled with hardships. Being allowed to swear himself to a proper duke household was his crown achievement. He would not let this chance slide and do everything in his power to remain in this position for the rest of his life. Chapter 325. I see. The pale light of a crystal ball faded as the magical connection had been cut. The man before it continued to nervously tap his desk while thinking. Ever since the dungeon appeared in this city, he wasn't sure if he could consider it a blessing. From what had become known to him now, it seemed that it could be turning into a curse. "My lord. You can come in." The door opened up and soon a person dressed in a maid uniform entered. She was quick to push the curtains blocking out the sun to the side. This illuminated the inside of the room and revealed the city lord's face. His gaze was plastered on the round object on the desk. It was clear that the news that he received wasn't the greatest. Before the maid could ask about the issue, he started speaking out. "Our backup plan won't be arriving for another day. We might be out of luck this time around. I'm sorry, Lord Arthur, it's all my fault if I had been able to impede them for longer. You did your best. I'm surprised that they made it here this fast. Their leader must be an indifferent individual. But in the future, I'd like you to refrain from using those types of underhanded means." "Yes, my lord." A sulking Mary was bowing down before Arthur. Both of them were inside the villa that used to be the mayor's house. Since they had arrived here, the building had gone through a renovation and finally began looking like a proper home for a noble. With the sunlight shining in through the window to this office, they could see out onto the courtyard. There some soldiers along with the staff were gathering to receive their new guests. "What about him?" "He said that he doesn't wish to be involved in things related to nobles." "That's what I thought. Can't really blame him. He's just an ungrateful coward. I knew we couldn't trust him." "It's not like we trusted him to begin with. Our little alliance had a shaky foundation from the beginning." Arthur shrugged while weakly smiling. The person that they were talking about was probably the only one that could help them out in this time of need. They already knew about Lord Commander Emerson the moment he appeared at the city gate. Soon he would make his way over to the villa without them having any proper protection. However, without the guild master's help, "This will put me in a bind. Are you going to sign it, Lord Arthur?" "That depends." The city lord started thinking of the issue he was facing. The hired muscle that was supposed to be here to act as a deterrent wasn't here. Without having any allies in high places, there was no one to ask for help or even for a deal. Other nobles that resided on this island didn't want to have anything to do with the Valerian house. They did not want to catch the ire of any of the sons of Duke Alexander without getting offered a proper payment. No one in their right mind would provide backing for Arthur, who was the least likely to achieve success. Some didn't even consider him to be part of the race for the Duke title due to his shaky birth. This meant that the young man would need to work extra hard to even out the playing field. Now on the other hand, with the rank B dungeon in his territory, he had become a valuable resource that the other brothers would attempt to conquer. What about the other offers? Mary looked at the desk that had some paperwork laid out on it. Theodore Valerian wasn't the only one attempting to get access to the resources from the new dungeon. He was just the one that was the closest to this location. Even if he was able to handle the knights that arrived in his city today, this wouldn't fix the issue. Arthur was the fifth brother from the line according to age. This didn't mean that he was the youngest, as their father continued to foster more prospects. During this short time span he received 2 other letters from other siblings that were asking for the same thing. While they couldn't legally force him to sign a contract, there was no one stopping them from being persuasive. Each and everyone that he was going up against had their own hired help. This came in the form of strong adventurers, mercenaries, and even more unsavory types. It wouldn't be strange if the knight that arrived today wouldn't leave unless he signed whatever contract he brought along. If he refused, then there was no telling to what length Theodore's men would lower themselves. Using force was probably not off the table. Oh, more of the same. Theodore's men just arrived the fastest. Perhaps if we can prolong the discussion enough to buy us some time, they could hinder each other. But will they arrive in time? I don't think we have any other options. For now, we can only delay. Arthur clicked his tongue in indignation. There was really nothing that he could see doing to avoid this confrontation. It was as if the world was against him. Perhaps the people that he was trying to pull to his side had already been bought out by his siblings, and it was never meant to be. Without proper protection and time, there was no chance of him ever competing with those brothers of his. They were treated differently. From the start they were given experienced knights as helpers. Their territories were already somewhat established, they just needed to know the basics of managing a fief. Other people were quickly drawn to those places offering money and power. Working for a duke's son and possible heir was a very attractive offer. Soon they were commanding large armies with multiple Tier 3 knight commanders. To Arthur, who wasn't even given a knight of that status, this felt unfair. His brothers were able to just send out a person of such power with leisure, and one of them was now at his doorstep. Normally, if he had gained the loyalty of a knight commander rank person, then no one would be able to bully him out in the open. They wouldn't be as brazen to send a large force like this into his territory without any approval. As it stood now, they were not afraid of any retaliation. They were clearly not afraid of any repercussions that could normally come out of attacking a fellow noble. What's done is done. Perhaps we can talk things over. Our helpers might still make it in time. More importantly, do you have any word of their movements inside the city? Yes, they have been gathering up our associates. They split into several groups and they are gathering up people associated with us. Merchants, business owners, even adventurers. I see, they intend to make a scene. They were gathering up people that were associated with his name. They were probably not in danger of anything and were just there for the spectacle. It seemed that he would be publicly shamed in front of his associates and retainers. Probably after he was forced to sign the contract, the knight commander would force him to make a speech. In it, his brother Theodore's name would certainly be mentioned as how he was the real lord of the city. They really want to make me look like a fool in front of all those people. Are they even going to bring him along? Arthur clenched his fist while looking outside the window. There he tried glancing into the distance towards the forest area. His associate that created a lot of helpful gadgets was living there. It was well known to everyone that the city Runesmith was working for him. It wouldn't be strange if the knight dragged him over here to take part in the scene. Wayland was smart, so there was no reason to be concerned about this issue. Instead, he was more concerned about the forced speech itself. After making such an announcement and word spreading, it would be over. In the noble circles, he would become just a henchman for Theodore, his brother. While he didn't care about his name as much as the others, it carried a meaning. No one would associate with him anymore and treat him as a lackey. Regaining his foothold would become impossible. He would probably be forced to accept an overseer inside of the city. This would turn him into nothing more than a puppet. Halt! Identify yourself. HMPH, mere soldiers dare stand in my way. Stand aside if you wish to keep your heads. Make way for the Knight Commander. Don't you see the crest, you fools? The commotion that was taking place at the entrance gate could be heard by Arthur. The guards that were placed there had been picked and trained in a more proper manner. Even though they knew that the other knights belonged to the Valerian household, they wouldn't just let them through. Mary, go out there before someone gets killed. Yes, my lord. After the maid left, he gave out a sigh. The people that he was assembling weren't all bad, some of the soldiers were even loyal. He had given them weapons and a place to stay. The more they were in his service, the more a sense of belonging started blossoming. Yet now, if they saw him capitulate in front of the first real obstacle, everything could be over. Still, he could not let the men just perish. Those knights from his brother's side would make quick work of them. He could hear the shouts thanks to a runic device that had been installed within the gate walls. Wayland had placed other such devices through the whole compound that made communicating a lot easier. Thanks to this, Mary could quickly take hold of the situation without even arriving at the front gate. Would those runic turrets be able to contend with a Tier 3 knight? Knight Commander Emerson waltzed forward while covering his face with the helmet. He reminded Arthur of his associate that also usually didn't reveal his face out in the open. The defensive turrets were installed in a couple of places and were a potential threat for the unwelcome guests. Yet, the Tier 3 knight wasn't the only problem, as many other well-equipped soldiers arrived as well. Their shields looked magical in nature and their numbers weren't small. Many people would die. For a moment he contemplated the nuclear option. He could claim that Emerson started it all, but his victory wasn't assured at all. When he thought back to the Lick monster that was able to easily crush the defenses of the man that created these turrets, then he started calming down. The man was a different type of fighter, but the weak magical attacks that these runic machines offered would probably not work. Soon he could see the group entering inside and spreading out into various areas of his temporary home. It was clear that they were trying to take over all the strategic locations. They wanted to assure their victory before anything started. They weren't attacking anyone yet, but were probably ready to turn this place bloody if he didn't comply with whatever they wanted. It might be better to go out there. Perhaps those turrets can act as a deterrent. Arthur smiled at himself as he wasn't sure what he was even thinking about. His face didn't show it, but he was under a lot of stress. Without seeing a way out, he could only think about bluffing. Yet, even he didn't believe that these bluffs would amount to anything. Leaving the city was also not an option, as he had no place to hide. Perhaps if he had a powerful backer, it would be possible to take a break at their villa. Otherwise, his brothers would just announce that he abandoned the city and take it over without him being there. I wish to speak with your master, maid. Show me the way. Lord Arthur is busy. Have you made an appointment? Emerson, the leader of the group, arrived in the middle of the courtyard. His gaze fell on the magical instruments that were pointing at his head. The maid that tried to welcome him was mostly ignored as his eyes darted around the compound. It was clear that he was checking for potential threats to his mission. After a few glances, he finally moved his hands toward his helmet, which was then slowly removed to reveal his rather bored expression, a rogue type. Were you the one? I don't know what you are talking about. Mary didn't flinch, but deep inside she was scared. The man had a strange presence that was unique to Tier 3 class holders. Anyone that was below this tier could feel a certain pressure applied to them. It also didn't help that the man before her was quite large and above 2 meters. Together with the full plate armor that he was wearing, he looked like a walking tank. It also didn't help that he was able to ascertain her hidden class through a glance, which was worrisome. It does not matter. You'll be under supervision soon. The Ravens could use someone like you. What are you? Silence. Where is your master? Bring him out. I need to speak to him. Mary gritted her teeth as she realized what the man was doing. Emerson was purposely talking around Arthur's name. This was something that happened when knights didn't respect the noble they were interacting with. Proper etiquette forced them to refer to Arthur by the name of his noble house. Yet it didn't seem that this powerful knight had any willingness to show proper decorum. What do I owe this pleasure? I didn't think my dear brother Theodore would send such a prestigious knight just to talk to me. While Mary was left wondering about her reply, the doors to the estate swung open. there a handsome young man with long white hair and green eyes appeared before them. His face was all smiles to mask all the worries on the inside. Emerson was sure to look at the man before him. Even though he didn't want to admit it, there was a certain charm that this person was radiating. At first glance, there wasn't really much that made this young man similar to his older brother Theodore Valerian. The two came from separate mothers, and it seemed that the younger one didn't receive much from his father besides the eyes. The gaze, even if mild, reminded him of his own liege that he had sworn himself to. Then there were those long white locks. It was more than likely that they were lengthy to cover up the blemish on the side. Arthur Valerian was a known half-elf, and his ears showed that fact. There were various types of elves in this world, and to Emerson, the lineage was also unknown. The coloring implied that the mother was a moon elf that were known for their snow-white locks compared to the golden ones the sun elves possessed. "Lord Arthur, I presume?" "How dare why dash, it's fine Mary, the Knight Commander is probably tired, why don't you fetch us some tea? How about instead of the stuffy mansion we have this talk out in the garden?" Mary nodded while disliking the fact that the knight wouldn't mention Arthur's full name. She wasn't sure why they were switching to the outside garden area, but considering that the runic turrets were also there, it made some sense. This point didn't go unnoticed, but it didn't seem that Emerson or his knights were perturbed by the magical devices. Perhaps the fact that there was a mage in the midst of this group of soldiers had something to do with it. Within some time they all arrived at a nice garden with something that looked like a large gazebo in the middle. Inside it, there was a large table with chairs around it. The area was designed for holding conversations with other nobles during events or get-togethers. It wasn't suited for large knights like Emerson, which was causing the regular chair to strain under the weight of that bulky armor. "Would you prefer black tea or maybe something exotic? If so, Mary here could conjure up one of her special blends." "Lord Arthur, you know what I am here for, let us discuss the issue of the dungeon." "Ha!" Arthur didn't really know what to say to the glaring knight before him. His people were all gathered around the area as well and ready to go into battle. The situation didn't look good, and he didn't know if his silvery tongue could get him out of this situation. Yet before the conversation could really switch toward the dungeon topic, an unforeseen event unfolded before him. "Knight Commander. What is it? Why are you disturbing our conversation?" "I understand, Commander, but we have been attacked." "Attacked? Who dares to attack the knights from the Valerian household?" Not soon after coming to the garden and sitting down, an armored soldier rushed inside. He looked to be out of breath and in a state of distress. Something had happened, and by the conversation, some type of fight had taken place. To his knowledge, there didn't seem that there would be anyone stupid enough to cause a disturbance with Valerian knights. Either one of his other brothers had arrived to fight for the rights to the dungeon, or someone extremely reckless had appeared. "Knight Commander Emerson, you're the leader of these knights, right? Come out, unless you're too scared to face me in a proper duel." "Huh? That voice? Wayland?" To Arthur's surprise, he heard a loud voice that had been probably magically enhanced echo through the entire compound. It belonged to someone that he knew, but the words didn't make any sense. Why was Wayland here, and why was he trying to challenge Emerson to a duel? Previously he ignored his Runesmith ally as he didn't see him being able to help. There was no sense in calling Wayland over, as he made it clear that in a fight between nobles, he would not lift a finger. Now for some reason, he was trying to challenge a Tier 3 Knight Commander to a duel. It was known to Arthur that Wayland was probably a noble himself. Could he have finally decided to drop the disguise? If he actually did, what could have maddened him enough to go to this extreme? Chapter 326. Thank you for your patronage, and please come again. Will do. A door opened with a bell sound as a rough-looking adventurer stepped through it. In his hand, he was holding a new magical longsword that he had been saving up for. With it in his hand, he felt like the monsters on the deeper levels wouldn't pose as much of a threat as before. While walking through the forest, he quickly unwrapped it to examine it closer. The design was quite simple, but the runic symbols on the blade and how his mana was able to circulate through them freely told a story. "This is one of the best enchantments I've ever seen. Now those damn salamanders don't stand a chance, can't wait to see those guys blue with envy." His grin was apparent as he wanted to show this weapon to all of his adventurer friends. Previously their party leader had bought a shield from the same shop, and after seeing it at work, everyone else wanted an item for themselves. Now he was the second person to get it and he would be sure to rub it in. However, while going through the road out of the shop he suddenly halted in his tracks. It took a moment for his mind to process a few things, but when it did, with haste he bolted to the side to make way. The weapon he was so eager to use made its way behind his back to hide it from view. In no way did he want to show that he posed any sort of threat to the people that were approaching. Phew, that was close. But why is a group of armored knights going to the magic craftsman? They didn't seem to lack equipment. I should probably tell the leader about this. His eyes were filled with fear after seeing the group pass by him. They looked strong and were armed to the teeth. The crest that was imprinted on some of their shields and armor pieces belonged clearly to the Valerian noble house. The fear of nobility was ingrained in the very being of every commoner. He could not help to step away and hold his head down even if he did nothing wrong. I hope that stall lady will be fine, and there was also that young lass at the entrance. The man quickly started running. There was nothing good that could happen from staying here too long. Even though he felt bad for the people in the shop, there was nothing he could do there. There were some bad rumors concerning some of the knight orders from this household. They weren't a unified faction, there were many Valerian siblings and each had their own sub-knight order to do their bidding. He could only hope that the ones that were going for the store were more of the honorable bunch. Hey, did the boss say when he will be back? I need him to look at something. I don't think he will be back for a few hours. He said he wanted to buy a few things. Well, when he comes back. Don't worry, I'll send him right over. Haha, Mrs. You're a lifesaver. Hey, stop calling me that. Elodia and Bania were having a little conversation in the store which left her blushing slightly. It's only a matter of time now. I'll head out then. Georg should be finished by now. Have to keep the boy occupied or he'll get lazy. Bania laughed while leaving the store through the back door. The day seemed very peaceful and the weather was fine. After Roland returned from his trial, the workshop was ready for a change. His two half-dwarven workers had been given the task of going through their stock and drawing up some plans for more rooms. This time, they would be going even further down, and even installing a contraption that would somehow bring them down to the lower levels automatically. I need to tell Diana to knock some sense into him. Worf? No, Agni, you can't bite him. Woof. Elodia was left with Agni inside the store. The Ruby Wolf usually spent his days around here and acted as a deterrent against potential sharplifters. The only problem was that he had gotten slightly too large for the inside. That ruby tail of his would sometimes knock wares off the counters, and thus he was relegated to sitting behind the counter without much room to move. On the outside, Marcy was greeting the customers and also waving to them as they left. It actually seemed to work, as people entering the store were usually in a better mood after seeing the cute girl outside. If this actually increased their sales was still debatable, but at least it made the atmosphere better. It's slow today. Usually there are at least some window shoppers around. It was strange not to see more people at this time of the day. New adventurers were arriving at the city after the dungeon announcement was made and their clientele began to expand. Yet, for some reason, there weren't that many people appearing today. Perhaps it was just a slow day or some other event was pulling their customers away. Growling, Agni. Is something wrong? Elodia looked at the Ruby Wolf that just a moment ago had a silly expression on his face. The tongue that was usually flopping out was exchanged by sharp teeth. It was quite unusual for him to act this way, and by the growling sound, it couldn't be anything good. Could monsters have appeared in the forest? She was a person that spent a big chunk of her life at the Adventurer Guild. It wasn't that strange for stray monsters to wander through these areas. Most of the time they tended to evade large human settlements or even this reinforced house area. They could somewhat feel the magical energies coming from this place that activated their preservation instincts. This mostly worked on the weaker monsters, but stronger ones would ignore such signs and instead be attracted to the potential prey. Marcy, come inside. Even though Agni could have been reacting to a person, this didn't mean that they weren't in danger. With haste, she walked out from behind the counter to go outside. If something dangerous was there, then the child that was greeting customers was in danger. Even though they had a person from the Adventurer Guild act as a guard there, it was better for her go inside. Is there something wrong, big sis? Just come into the shop for now. Okay? Marcy didn't really ask many questions as she moved away from the spot she was standing. She was old enough to know when Elodia was being serious. Just as she was going through the door, she noticed Agni moving in closer, which made it harder to squeeze through. The ruby crystals on his manet weren't the softest and could even cut a person. It was clear to Elodia that something got Agni spooked, as he was placing himself in front of her and Marcy. The adventurer that was on guard duty today was not someone that she knew too well. Griselda and the rest of the group that arrived at the city with Roland weren't here today. They had set off to the dungeon to earn some money and get involved with the new part that housed stronger monsters. This man was someone that she loosely knew from her old guild days that was considered somewhat trustworthy. If a monster attack did happen, he would not flee in fear unless the power differential was astronomical. Luckily, the whole area was outfitted with magical turrets that had been repaired after the incident with the lick. If something like that appeared, then she needed to get everyone to safety and use the hidden escape route. Roland can't be far away. Elodia thought back to what he had mentioned to her in the past. The area was outfitted with strange magical devices that he called sensors. She had no idea how they worked, but Roland assured her that if something happened he would be able to tell. If a monster was wandering around the forest, then perhaps he was already running back to be of assistance. Is this the place? Yes, Lieutenant. This is where the Runesmith lives. Good, move according to the plan we discussed, and be careful, you never know what you can find at a magic user's home. Yes, sir. Finally, they showed themselves. The trouble that arrived was a lot more grave than she expected. It was not a monster, but something entirely different and worse. From within the forest, a group of knights emerged. They weren't hiding their conversation, and she was quickly able to pick up the reason that they were here. What do they want with him? Does it have something to do with his noble roots? But that crest, it's the Valerian one. Could they be Lord Arthur's men? The thoughts raced through her head quickly as she tried to grasp the situation. Her heart started racing as more of the armored men emerged. One person from the group looked a bit different. He was wearing light armor and a robe over it. With the staff he was carrying on his right side, she knew that it was a rare magic user, and not someone that Arthur Valerian should be able to employ. A conversation that she had with Roland a few days ago popped into her head. Then they discussed the Valerian household in its entirety. Arthur was only one of the many sons of Duke Alexander Valerian. There were usually only 4 of the sons that were considered valid heirs. The first one was called Julius Valerian, the oldest of them all and the one with the most backing. After him was the second son Theodore Valerian that had his base of operations in a region nearest to Arthur. The third one, Ivan Valerian, was known for the fiasco during the Abyssal cult outbreak not so long ago. Then the fourth one was Tybalt Valerian that had rumors circulating about making some bold moves into Ivan's territory after the blunder was made. Could it be one of them? Roland mentioned that something like this could happen. Elodia was aware of the worth of the rank B dungeon. It wouldn't be strange if it became an asset for the siblings to fight for. Normally Arthur Valerian had all the rights to it as it appeared in his territory that was given to him by Duke Alexander. The brothers were supposed to use these given resources to widen their influence and prove themselves. While he had the rights, this didn't mean that he couldn't sign over the rights to one of the siblings or even work together with them. I need to calm down. If they are with the other nobles, then they are here for one thing. The situation was quite nerve-wracking, but escalating anything wouldn't help. There were more than 15 soldiers here, and some of them looked like professional knights. Even if she didn't want to, there were certain rules that needed to be followed. A knight wasn't truly part of the noble caste, but something in between. Yet one thing was certain, as a commoner she needed to heed their orders. There was no way to know what they could do to her or the people around her. With powerful nobles backing them, the knights here were the law. You there, woman? Yes, can I help you with something, sir, knight? While Elodia was racking her brain for some answers, the leader of the group that they referred to as the lieutenant pointed out to her with his finger. He was wearing a full suit of armor with part of his face sticking out through the visor. There was a certain grin on the man's face as she was replying with a proper bow. The way that he was looking at her was similar to some of the drunk adventurers with ulterior motives. She was not the only one that noticed as Agni's growls became even louder. Wench, quiet your beast down. Why yes, my apologies. One of the armored men shouted out from the side while putting his hand on the hilt of the sword. Elodia instantly started trying to push Agni back into the shop to keep him from attacking the overbearing soldiers. If he actually attacked one of them, it would be over. Not even Roland would probably be able to defuse the situation then. As it stood now, they probably wanted to take him in for questioning. He was an official member of Arthur Valerian's side and in a sense part of the household. There was no reason to fight as everything could be resolved in a peaceful manner. He just gets excited when he sees new people. While trying to laugh it off, Elodia managed to push Agni back into the store. It wouldn't be possible for her to force him in, but the Ruby Wolf was well behaved enough to listen to the order. Soon the door was closed and both Elodia and the adventurer were left behind with the group of armored men. It was clear to her at a glance that the man would probably not do anything if things got rough, but she couldn't really blame him for it. One wrong move and his life could be over. We came for Wayland the Runesmith. Where is he? Is he inside? Our commander doesn't like to be kept waiting. My apologies, but Wayland is out on an errand, but he should be back soon. He isn't here? Are you serious? She wasn't sure what the problem was, but the leader of the group looked annoyed. Ever since arriving at this place they were all acting strange and looking around. Their gazes also landed on the magical turrets that were pointing in their direction. It was surprising as most people that arrived here had no idea what these magical devices were. Lieutenant, what if the wench is lying? Yeah, what if they just want to buy more time? The commander will be angry if we don't bring the Runesmith over in time. That is true. What are you? The group of knights continued to walk forward while talking. They found themselves at the doorstep. Elodia was far too stressed to move out of this spot. She was afraid that if she actually started running that something could go wrong. In the past, she heard about stories where knights abused their power. Some would seek for the faintest excuse to exert force against a commoner. Please stop. Why are you doing this? Now that I'm this close, you aren't half bad. Why don't you join me for tonight? Ha ha, look at him go. He does this in each city. I bet he will get rejected again. The lieutenant towered over Elodia, who was stuck standing in front of the store. The adventurer on the side started backing away as he knew that this didn't look good. The knight grasped her chin between his thumb and index finger while forcing Elodia to look up to him. Should we be doing this? Won't the Runesmith be back soon? Newbie, don't be a stick in the mud. This is the best part of being a knight. Just relax. The lieutenant is just being a bit playful. Just keep your eyes peeled at those things. You know what kind of place this is. One of the knights that was standing in the back voiced some concerns about the whole situation. He was shot down by another one from the group and told to just watch. Instead of looking at the woman that was being harassed, his gaze fell toward the runic turrets. Please. Then suddenly the situation escalated further. Elodia's body reacted on its own by trying to push the hand holding her chin. The lieutenant's grinning face contorted into something ugly as he felt the resistance. You dare strike me? A Valerian knight? You? A worthless whore? I think someone needs to be taught a lesson. Elodia didn't even know when it happened, but a metallic taste entered her mouth as she found herself down on the ground. Her cheek was red and her head was spinning. The men that were around her were constantly laughing, and the man that initiated the hit was doing the same. Yet this wasn't what started the trouble. As soon after the sound of glass on the side entered her ears. It was followed by a ferocious growl of an angry dire wolf that quickly tossed himself at the man responsible for the injury to her cheek. Agni. No. She could only look in horror at the armored men going for their weapons and shields. The magical devices that were meant to protect her and the hose began glowing as the battle that she was hoping to avoid unfolded before her, and there was nothing that she could do to stop it now. Chapter 327. It's a superior Tier 2 magical beast. You know what you have to do. Move according to the strategy we discussed and there won't be any problems. The man in the most expensive-looking armor shouted out at the group of knights. A red wolf composed of a type of organic rubies just appeared from within the shop. Its growls were ferocious, but the men that were gathered here weren't fighting monsters for the first time. This was all something that they had gone through. The drills they performed at the training camp for such an occasion were ingrained in their very being by now. No, stop, what are you doing? In the back, there was a woman with a reddened cheek and a blooded lip. This was the trigger for the guard wolf to appear, but even though the knights knew this to be true, they didn't care. Their mission was to take the store owner with them to the Valerian villa, and the creature that stood before them was not an important part of it. It's going to use magic, get ready. Just like the knight leader mentioned, the beast opened up its toothy mouth to release a surge of magical flames. At the same time, two red orbs started circling around a horn that stood erect on the wolf's forehead. It was a combination of two skills. While the breath was a wide-area attack meant to distract, the real problem was the two floating spheres. First came the surge of flames, just like the Knight Lieutenant foresaw. It was easily deflected by the magical shields that the men had with them. The moment the flames collided with them, a chilling light was produced. All of the magical fire was pushed to the side without causing any harm or discomfort to the men standing there. Then, just like the knights assumed, the magical orbs were initiated. As the flames were surging forward to create a screen of flames, the two orbs shot out. One was aimed for the leader of the knights, while the other to another important target, the magician that was standing behind the wall of knights. A strange spinning motion was applied to these orbs, that at the enhanced speed looked like some kind of drill. This peculiar spell was not something even the mage that was there had ever seen before. The opponent that they were facing was a ruby dire wolf, a rare magical monster that sometimes appeared in volcanic dungeons. Its size was a bit larger than the variants the knights were prepared for, but even with this change, they were confident in their victory. Before the spinning orb could arrive at the mage's head, two heavily armored men with tower shields created an impassable wall. The magical orb that collided with their shields continued to drill into a point. The shields they were holding started changing to create a magical barrier filled with frost mana. Flame energy was a ruby wolf's elemental affinity, and so were all of its spells. Everyone here was already aware of the challenges they could be facing, and even a surprise spell wouldn't be enough to counter their preparations. It was the same for the lieutenant. Before the red orb could collide with his head, he was assisted by a few other soldiers. They all came prepared before this battle. The creature they were facing off against was known to them, and even a few surprises wouldn't be a problem. Icefield. After the initial attack of the monster failed, the mage was able to complete casting his spell. The area around them, with the center being in front of the magical store, filled out with icicles. It was known to everyone that beasts with a fire elemental alignment were susceptible to water and frozen energies. Turning the whole place into a frozen zone covered in ice would give them the edge to win. Take heed, the monster is faltering, but it isn't the only enemy. Even though the ruby wolf failed to produce much damage and they were able to push it back with the ice spell, it had some help. The magical contraptions that were on top of the walls activated soon after, and the knights knew it. Everything was playing out as their strategist informed them. Their group had an intelligence agency that went through this region before. They noted down all the important points about the area, and the Runesmith's home was one of them. Before arriving here, they were prepared to fight a magical craftsman. The traps that he liked to use, along with the turrets that could fire bolts of energy, were a known fact. There was a reason why they didn't go inside. Fighting the guard dog outside was much more favorable to them. All of their equipment was prepared to counter the Tier 2 spells that were being produced here. Their shields were capable of bouncing the energy bolts back with ease, and while the turrets were focusing fire at the knights that were holding them, the other ones utilized their own ranged means. You're not the only ones with magical equipment, use it now. Throwable magical bombs were part of their preparations. They were quickly thrown at the two turrets that were firing blue bolts of energy at them. Even though a magical shield blocked the first few ones, it wouldn't take long for them to get through. Magic was a strong means of combat, but even it had its faults. The knights reacted to the order by throwing strange pouches into the air. When they connected with the magical shields of the runic turrets, there was a reaction. The blue light started flickering before soon shattering into particles of blue light. Right after the magical bombs were used again, this time around there was no resistance. The devices that were effective against the swarms of skeletons exploded into chunks of metal. This silvery dust seeped into the turrets and interfered with the mana traces. It was a special alchemical creation that would disperse mana. Magical devices like the runic turrets were capable weapons, but if there was a disturbance in the mana inside, they would not be capable to function correctly. Soon enough, all of the defensive turrets were shattered and they could continue focusing on the crimson monster. Push it back with your shields. The alchemical powder will work on the monster too. Watch out for the golems. The leader continued to shout out commands while looking over the battlefield. Everything seemed to be under control, as even after a few golems that were shaped as spiders appeared, they were no match for them. Their group was large enough in numbers and experienced in this type of battle. With the support of their mage, they were able to combat the fast-moving automatons. The powder only affected objects and people that it came in contact with, so their spellcaster was safe from its influence. Lieutenant, this thing is stronger than it looks, it's breaking through. To their surprise, the monster wasn't slowing down. Even though the whole area was turned into a field of ice and was covered in the anti-magical powder, it was still ferocious. Its tail continued to maul like a whip and was even able to puncture through some of the weak spots in their armor. Only thanks to the number advantage were they able to escape from getting their throats ripped out by those sharp teeth. Ice prison. Soon all the pesky magical contraptions were turned to scrap metal and the knights were able to focus on the monster. The spell that was activated encased the wolf's hind legs in ice, which also gave the soldiers enough time to use their last tactical advantage, use the net. A large net was tossed over their enemy's large form. Even though it was able to quickly rip its legs out of the trap, it couldn't get out in time. The moment the net was introduced into the equation, the battle was over. Even when the creature tried to bite through it or raise burn through it, it was impossible. It was a special trap that worked against magical monsters and would disrupt their mana flow just like the alchemical dust. It also weakened the monsters in different ways, and with so many knights there to hold it down, the fight was over. Kill it. No. A woman's cry could be heard by all of the men, but they didn't pay attention to her pleas. Their spears and long swords made their way through the open parts of the net to finally draw blood. Even when their opponent started whining like a scared dog, they continued to plunge into their weapons. They were all trained in hunting monsters and knew that at any moment it could be their life on the line. Only when the monster stopped moving could they be assured of their safety. What do you think you're doing? Get of him. Yet before the killing blow could be dealt, a beam of light shot out toward one of the knights. It came as a surprise and right through his shoulder. The man recoiled in pain and was quick to use his good arm to shield himself. This magical blast came from the side of the magical store. The assailant was quickly identified as a dwarf-looking person with a strange magical weapon in his hand. It was clear that it was this device that produced the attack, as several other shots were released from it. The knights that let their guard down for a moment were forced to abandon the injured creature in the middle to take shelter behind their magical shields. The man above seemed to be enraged and shooting without any sense. Cease this instant, you are attacking the Valerian knights. If you don't stop, all of you will be detained. What's going on, knights? Why are you attacking Agni? I don't have to explain myself to a commoner. You are in violation of the law of this land. If you don't want to rot in the dungeon along with your family for the rest of your life, then stand down. The lieutenant was quick to identify the attacker. It was not the runesmith, as his appearance didn't fit what they were given. Instead, it was probably the other worker that was mentioned in the papers. He was aware of how commoners were. If he threatened them with the law and jail time, they were quick to cower in fear. Bringing in their family into the picture was just icing on the cake. Miss Elodia, what should I do? Where is the boss? I don't know, Benir. What if they hurt the children? That's it, stay there and it will all be over soon. If you even dare to move, I will all arrest you in the name of Theodore Valerian, this I promise you. The Duke's son? The same. He could see the confusion in the red-haired man's eyes. His hands began shaking as he was not able to go against the ingrained fear of the nobles. No one could go against the nobles' personal army. If they did, then it would be all over. They would be branded as criminals, and this was the same for their family members. This has gone on for long enough. You will all come with us. Put down your magical weapon and get down here unless you wish to be branded as a criminal. The man started shouting while looking up at the half-dwarven man. The weapon he was holding seemed quite dangerous if it was able to go right through one of the knight armors. What will you do to him? The beast? Don't concern yourself with its fate and don't test my patience. The knight lieutenant looked to the mage on the side that nodded. While they were arguing, another spell had been finished casting. The red-haired man was clearly not a composed fighter, nor was he paying enough attention. It was quite easy to let their mage silently cast a binding spell that produced a mass of vines to entangle him into place. Arg, what? Idiot, beasts that attack the Valerian knights deserve their fate. Don't think that we will be lenient with you either. You shall be tried for the crime of injuring a knight. Before he could figure out what was the right choice, a large number of green vines shot out from the stone floor Benir was standing on. The gun that he was holding on to shot a magical beam up towards the sky before it was wrapped close to his body. Now that he was disabled, the last form of resistance at this place was eradicated. What a mess. The knight lieutenant looked at his group of knights that had gone through the battle. One person had a big hole in his shoulder while the others had many scratches and nicks. He was maddened by the fact that this place and the dire wolf had given them this much trouble. The runesmith wasn't even here and they had already lost this much time. The Knight Commander would certainly punish him for this. Damn monster. With a long sword in his hand, he approached the one that was the cause of this mess. The red wolf was still under the net. Even though his body was riddled with holes from getting stabbed, it continued to resist. At least it could give him some experience for all this trouble. The final blow would be delivered by him. Hold it down. Yes, sir. In his eyes, this was what the monster deserved. It had attacked them first with no proper justification. Hitting the woman that was annoying was not something that he was even concerned about anyway. After killing this thing, he would just drag her and the dwarf-looking man to the meeting point. This runesmith that he was trying to get wasn't worth the trouble. Judging by the info that he was given, if they took the woman and the other blacksmith with them, the runesmith would come to meet them. Leaving a few knights behind would be probably enough, as they didn't have the time to waste here. If the Knight Commander saw that they had this much trouble with one magical craftsman, then he would certainly get punished. Thus he approached the injured creature. Even at the moment of its death, it looked ferocious. Perhaps if the net wasn't holding it back, the monster would even try to plunge itself in his direction. The teeth were still there, but they were now covered in blood along with the rest of its body. Even if he didn't deliver the last hit, the monster would probably bleed out in a few minutes. Leaving the experience out on the table would be a waste. If he delivered the last hit, a little bonus was waiting for him. The sword in his hand started glowing as he took aim at the wolf monster's head. It was a simple stabbing skill that he had practiced to a perfect form. He took aim for its head. There was no way of dodging his skill after it was activated. The speed and power would be tremendously enhanced. His hand turned blurry as the sword flew forward. The people that were related to this creature closed their eyes. He on the other hand had them wide open to relish in this monster's demise. Blood splattered everywhere as the skill was concluded. The sound of flesh being sliced apart was quite audible and hard to listen to. Banir along with Elodia could barely force themselves to open their eyes as they saw blood splashing everywhere. Yet to their surprise, the arc of gory liquid was not coming from who they thought it would. Instead, the Knight Lieutenant's whole arm all the way from the shoulder was flying through the air. This bloody appendage along with the sword it was clinging to just flew to the side, while the man it belonged to cried out in pain. They couldn't really tell where the attack came from. Their eyes were incapable of seeing it. However, in their minds, there was only one person capable and daring to attack a Valerian knight. Soon enough, they could see the surprised knights looking up towards a strange orb of concentrated mana. This glowing sphere quickly exploded into many tiny strings of light that each flew at the armored men. They were quick to jump back with their shields raised to protect themselves. Even the man that lost his whole arm along with his shoulder was quick to retreat at the sight of the sudden explosion of magical energy. The whole place was turned upside down by the sudden mass of explosions that was somehow focused around the injured creature. A cloud of dust from all the attacks quickly formed in the area as the group of knights attempted to get a grasp of their enemy's location. Defend the lieutenant. Arghhhh. Hide behind the shields. Their screams could be heard from within the dirt cloud that was constantly increasing in size. Only after the magical sphere in the air dispersed could they grasp the situation, as their new enemy had shown himself willingly. He was there, right in the middle where the dire wolf was bleeding out. Without saying anything, he was just glancing at the whimpering monster that for a moment looked to be at peace. Chapter 328. How could this have happened? Why was Agni dying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, and why were these knights here? These questions he was asking himself while looking down at his canine friend. He could not understand how a situation like this arose. There was no reason for a noble to attack his home. Roland was aware of all of Arthur's brothers, Theodore Valerian included. It wasn't strange for these men to arrive in this city, it was something that he actually expected. The thing that he didn't expect was that they would actually attack his home and hurt the people living there. Agni was certainly not at fault here. He would not attack anyone without being provoked. It's okay, I'm here. The knights that were around him were still a problem, but there were more important things to worry about. Agni didn't look good. He had multiple stab wounds all over his body. His hide was quite thick, and the added protection from the rubies allowed him to live to this point, but it was already a miracle that he had managed to stay awake for this long. The net that was on top of his body was also strange, as he could feel the metal having a peculiar mana-affecting quality to it. He quickly kneeled down to grab it. Only thanks to being a Tier 3 class holder with advanced mana was he able to counteract the effect. Without waiting, he quickly used all of his power to tear through the metallic structure of this net to free Agni from within it. The people continued to shout something at him, but they were not important. His hands were shaking with indignation, but he needed to concentrate as Agni's life was at risk. This net that he tore through explained a lot. His entire compound was outfitted with sensors that would inform him about any danger arriving at his home. The people that came here were capable of disrupting mana to some extent. Only after they arrived at his doorstep where there were more sensors was the alarm triggered. This caused him to arrive late from the black market where he had to run back from. Even the potions that he was pouring on Agni's wounds didn't seem to be working fast enough. The situation was really dire. Elodia, there should be an elixir in the safe, please bring it over here. But what about I'll go get it. Elodia finally ran up to Roland's side after being able to process the situation. She quickly pushed the door open and ran through the shop to get the magical concoction to Agni. This didn't sit well with the knights that were outside. Their leader had been hit by one of Roland's spells and lost his arm in the process. Seemingly a commoner had injured a noble knight in a scuffle. This was not something that would go down well with a group like this. What are you all waiting for? Kill him! While he was standing up with Agni in his arms, the enraged knight lieutenant started shouting. He was grasping the stump of his right arm that had become dislodged from his body. There were still a lot of his men capable of fighting, as his initial attack was not meant to eradicate them. It was a hastily produced solution to the problem of his tamed beast dying. Most of them were still standing and ready for round 2. In their eyes, he was still only a magical craftsman that had probably used one of his many tricks. Don't think that I have forgotten about you, just wait here. Roland could see that all of his spider drones and magical turrets had been destroyed. Yet this was not the end for them. With the help of his skill he could activate them all again. The knights that were already charging forward noticed a strange semi-transparent burst of electricity shooting out from the center where he was standing. It did not harm them in any way, but when crossing through the damaged runic equipment it produced an interesting effect. All the runic turrets that were in the vicinity started glowing blue and shifting back to their previous forms. The same was for the destroyed magical golems. All of the parts started quickly flying at each other to recreate their old forms. The knights were clearly confused about all the flying metallic parts combining back into their previous forms. Even when trying to interfere with the mana-interfering powder, it didn't seem to work. All of the golems that numbered 3 had been restored, and the turrets as well. This wasn't all though, as their bodies were constantly giving out a glow from within the runes. All of the traces and runic symbols were visible to the naked eye, and soon enough the knights would realize that the automatons that they were facing were a lot tougher than before. Roland, with his area of effect skill, was able to use all of his runic enhancement skills on all golems and turrets. Even though this would cause the runes to deteriorate, he could quickly mend them back to health. As long as he had mana to spare, the magical machines that he created could be put back into a working state. Arg, what are you doing? Block the attacks. The mana, it's not getting dispersed fully, our shields can't take it. The sounds of the men shouting outside were muffled by the door of the shop closing behind him. Agni was still the priority here. His secondary minds were controlling the golems and turrets outside so that his main one could focus on the problem here, his HP. It's still going down even after I gave them all those high-quality potions. Roland was Agni's master, which allowed him to see his status screen in more detail. His health points along with his stamina were dropping below critical levels. While this world was like a game, there were a few differences. A person could not actually survive with 1 point of health left on their bar. It was similar to him getting headaches whenever his mana points dropped below a certain point. Name: Agni, mystical ruby, dire wolf, organ failure, broken bones, bleeding, mana exhaustion, poisoned. There were a few persisting statuses that kept him from healing. One of them was familiar, as he had just bought a weapon with the same effect. The weapons the knights were using seemed to have been specifically meant to kill beings with high vitality. Monsters tended to be able to last through a lot more punishment than humans, even if their vitality stats were similar. They usually had some sort of healing factor, but with the bleeding status and multiple organs failing, this passive skill would become overloaded. Here, I've gotten the elixir. After placing Agni down on the floor of his runic shop, Elodia finally showed up with the high-quality elixir. In actuality, Roland wasn't sure if this would work. The concoction wasn't really made for monsters or animals. It was a holy elixir from the Sun Church that was capable of alleviating many of the status effects Agni was under. He could only pray that it would work, otherwise, none of the health potions he had would be of any use. It's okay. Everything is going to be okay. Elodia placed her hand on Agni's head and started stroking his rubified mane. Even though her hand became bloody instantly, he continued to pet the wolf that she grew to love. Roland quickly poured part of the elixir into Agni's mouth and then the rest onto some of the larger wounds, until it was all gone. Agni's whole body started to faint glow with a golden hue as the magical concoction started to work. He could see some of the statuses vanish, with the poison one being the first. The wounds were getting smaller and the bleeding was beginning to stop. It's working. Elodia shouted out with a smile on her face, but it wasn't long-lived. No, something is wrong, the glow is fading, the wounds aren't closing. Roland shook his head while glancing at the hole-riddled ruby wolf. The wounds that were just about to shut themselves didn't fully close. Even though the bleeding effect had vanished along with some of the others, he had just lost too much blood. No. I'll get more potions. Elodia was the first one to go grab a few more bottles. Yet Roland knew, he was aware of the fact that nothing that they had here would work on Agni to keep him from dying. The regular potions only boosted a person's natural vitality and regenerative capabilities. They could not counter the effect of organs and brain functions shutting down. If a high-grade elixir didn't work, then there was nothing much he could do, even though he didn't show it on the outside. Inside his mind was racing. Memories of the strange egg that he found in the dungeon came rushing in. The strange puppy that appeared in his bathtub and his first thoughts of selling it off to a proper tamer were all there. The many times he visited the dungeon in Agni's company and the close calls that both of them had. His first real companion that he grew a bond with was dying and he couldn't do anything about it. Roland didn't know what to do, his arms wrapped around the large wolf's trembling body. The whimpers were slowly fading away and he could only hear his panting slowing down. The blood along with the red potion mixture seeped into his body as his heart raced. He didn't even care about the shouting knights that were outside. What could he do? Was this really it? Would Agni just die here in his arms without him being capable of doing anything? No, there is a way. I won't let you die. His hand hit the wooden floor and went through it like cardboard. Soon he realized there was a possibility of saving Agni. There were holy spells that were capable of even regenerating limbs that were severed and bringing people back from the dead. If I can generate enough divine energy, then it might be possible. There was a problem with Roland's plan. He lacked divine crystals from the church. All the ones that he had were destroyed during the Lick attack. Due to the stock being extremely low afterward, he was incapable of getting any replacements and didn't push hard enough to get any. Even if he had one or two, they would probably not have enough divine energy inside for this to work. However, not everything was lost, there was still another way. What are you doing? Elodia? Give me some space, this might be dangerous. When Elodia returned with more potions, she saw a strange scene. Roland had placed multiple runic daggers and swords around Agni, who was at death's door. She wasn't sure what he was doing, but the runes on the blades were constantly shifting into something else. It was as if he was constructing a new runic device before her eyes. Arcs of magical energy started shooting between all of these magical objects, which caused her to finally back off. This has to work. No, it will work. A spectacle of unprecedented proportions started taking shape. The runic weapons that were shooting arcs that looked like blue lightning bolts started changing color. From a pale blue, they were transformed to white and then began to shift to a yellowish tint. All of this energy was concentrated on the injured canine in the middle, whose body started getting bombarded by this energy. Roland gritted his teeth while bleeding from his nose. The amount of concentration that was required for this feat was truly tremendous. He was unable to keep control over the runic turrets and golems that were fighting outside, but that didn't matter. The only thing that was important was to save his first friend. Soon the entire place was bathed in deep gold. The knights outside could see all of the windows shattering while the light escaped through all the cracks. A massive explosion of holy energy rocked the whole place and caused everyone to be pushed to the side. The massive surge of energy persisted for a good 10 seconds while enraged shouting was heard from the inside. For a moment he could not see anything, the bright golden light that he produced was just too overwhelming. In his state of emotional turmoil, he gave his all to recreate a runic version of a holy healing spell. He had never really attempted something on this scale, but there was no time to deliberate, he needed to act. There was no response to the treatment, the wolf continued to lay there without moving or reacting. His body had been healed by the divine healing energy, but something was wrong. Yet he did not give up, his hand was placed on Agni's chest. The armor plating on his gauntlet was already falling off, but with the help of his skill, it was instantly restored. Quickly after, blue arcs of electricity flew forward as he injected it into his body. Agni's body jolted from the shock, but remained without motion just like before. Roland wasn't sure what he was doing, he was not a doctor, but at this point, he was willing to try everything. Considering that Agni was a monster with high vitality, he decided to increase the output. The second and third jolts were a lot stronger than the previous ones. They caused the wolf's body to twitch, and finally, something happened. Thump, thump. Thump. A heartbeat, it was there. He could hear it, Agni's heart beating. The status screen that for a moment had gone grey returned. His health pool started shooting back up, and now with all of his internal organs mended, it would not fall down again. The life that had almost slipped out from between his fingers was slowly returning. Roland recalled the moment that he was finishing the divine rune. Agni's HP had clearly gone below zero and his name on the status screen had become grayed out. Due to this fact, Roland found himself overloading his healing rune in hopes of somehow going beyond regular healing. The entire inside of the store had been blasted into smithereens in the process. Even Elodia needed to hide behind the counter to not get injured. Is he? He is weak, but it should be fine now. Elodia removed herself from behind the counter. The floor had been destroyed and all of the runic equipment that he used had melted. This made it hard for her to approach the lying ruby wolf, but only after getting closer, and noticing the faint breathing motions of his chest was her heart at peace. Thank the gods, but what about them? Don't worry, stay here, I'll take care of it. What are you going to do? They are the men of Theodore Valerian. Yes, I know, it doesn't change anything, please just stay here with Agni, this won't take long. She wasn't sure what to say. The expression on Roland's face was strange, it was not something familiar to her. His gaze was cold, extremely cold. She was not sure what he was about to do. When looking at Agni, who had barely come out of this alive, it was hard to stop him. They had crossed the line, and deep down inside, she also wanted them to pay for it. Okay, be careful. Roland nodded while slowly walking outside where the knights were finishing up his golems and turrets. After he changed his focus on the divine rune, they made quick work of the damaged automatons. The door outside was holding onto the upper hinge, but after a little tap from him, it flew outside. It's that bastard, kill him. Huh, I'm the bastard? When he arrived outside, he saw 15 knights that had managed to survive through his turrets and golems. After what the Lick had done to this place, he didn't have enough time to recreate it all. His focus on attaining the Tier 3 class had lessened the defenses of his home, and he was already blaming himself for that. Yet he was not really the one that had chosen to strike first, it was their fault, and he finally came to a realization. Yes, you are the bastards, there will always be people like you, hiding behind a veil of righteousness or aristocracy. I bet you still think that you were right. There is only one way for people like you to go away. What nonsense are you spouting, a mere runesmith? I see, you must be still delirious from losing that arm, otherwise you probably would have fled by now. What are you? For a moment Roland stopped carrying, he would have perhaps not even pursued the soldiers if they chose to flee. Yet the knight leader decided to remain here, the mage behind him was already preparing to cast a spell. The other soldiers were also in formation, and even those pouches with powder were already heading his way. However, all of them had not yet realized the discrepancy between their levels. They still considered him only a high-level Tier 2 class holder. A simple barrier of mana appeared around his body. It spread in all directions to deflect all of the powder that interfered with mana before it could even be utilized. The follow-up flame blast spell that flew in his direction was unable to pierce through it and instead rebounded against the knights. Some of them were sent flying back by the blast, while others lasted through it with minor injuries. He did not really care about the minions, as the person that caused the most harm was still very lively. It was quite commendable for him to be able to stand up with such an injury. He had probably drunk some type of elixir, but it would take a high-ranked one for the whole arm to grow back. If you aren't willing to show any remorse, then why should I? Huh? The knight lieutenant found himself flying through the air. A mass of blue light gathered around his neck and pulled him back. It had a faint appearance of a hand, but he couldn't really tell. Something was pulling him back through the air, and like a ragdoll, he flew towards the man responsible. There was not much he could do, nor did he have any strength left to react. The last thing he saw was a large fist flying at his face before everything went dark. Only the other knights around the area could see what really happened. The scene was truly gruesome as their leader was pulled back only to receive a haymaker to the face. The moment the fist collided with his face, it was instantly crushed. Even though he was wearing a helmet, his entire head was dislodged from the rest of his body, along with parts of his spine. It flew far and wide in a nice arc, and lodged itself into one of the nearby trees without them being able to move a muscle. At this point, they finally realized. The man that they were fighting against was not what they thought he was. Their fate looked grim, and their knight commander that could contend with this person was not here. They could only slowly turn their heads from the crushed head to the man's bloodied fist and hope that there was still some reason left in him. Chapter 329. The lieutenant, he killed him, what should we do? The group of armored knights looked at the embedded head in the tree next to them. Just a moment ago their leader's head went flying into it after getting punched. They could not process this feat as no one had expected this much resistance coming from this place. Their spy network had never failed them before and had been ill-informed about this man's power. It was becoming clear to them that he was not just a simple Tier 2 runesmith, but something else entirely. Hold your ground. We are knights of the Valerian household. As long as we have the knight commander with us, we will be victorious. We must not waver as our cause is just. One of the older knights stepped forward to take over the situation. It seemed that he was next in line and now had become their leader. Yet just as he was shouting at the remaining men here, his body was yanked forward. It flew at the man that had killed their lieutenant with one strike to the head. You guys really like to prattle on. Do you actually think that you are the ones in the right? You unhand me. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? We represent the Valerian household. Your deeds will not go unpunished. My deeds? Do you even realize what you did? The man was floating up in the air while being held up by something that looked like a blue haze. These knights did not have the mana sense to see the spell used. The only one that was able to grasp the whole situation was the mage in the back. Even while the other knights were getting pumped up to give it another try against their opponent, he didn't want to do anything but run. His mana sense allowed him to see the difference in power. No one could really see the true magnitude of the man before them, but he could somewhat compare it to other mags or monsters. It was apparent that this person was a Tier 3 class holder and not someone that had just reached that point. Their mana was just too massive and comparable to mags well over level 200. This was something he could measure by the simple mage hand spell the man was using. The spell was something even a level 1 mage was capable of casting. It wasn't really a spell used for combat as it was usually sluggish, and the focus was more on precise hand movements than speed or power. He vividly remembered how this mage's hand grabbed their lieutenant, who was someone close to reaching level 150. The man was close to reaching his own class change, yet in a matter of seconds his head was flying from his body. This was not someone that they could face on their own, only their commander could do anything. The mage was certain that there had been some type of deception afoot. It was hard to believe that their spies would make such a blunder. If they knew that a Tier 3 class holder was holding out here, then their commander would be here to meet him instead. In the mage's eyes, this person was probably hiding their real status through magical means for years. They had attacked such a person without any knowledge, and there was probably only one way of getting out of this alive. The man before them was still only a commoner, just on the level of a platinum adventurer. Thanks to his class being related to a mage, the man here knew that their intelligence and reasoning should be above average. If he could just point out the downsides of the acts he was performing, the situation could be saved. He needed to act fast though. The second in command was about to get himself choked to death by the mage's hand spell, and the other knights would do a disservice to themselves if they attempted to save him by forceful means. Please wait. Stop. You want me to wait? I'm not the one that started this. Yes, please think about the repercussions of your actions. Do you truly wish to make enemies of the Valerian household? If you kill all of us here, you will be branded as a criminal. A criminal, huh? The mage nodded as he could see the man's resolve wavering. It was impossible to go against the nobles, and this problem was magnified when a duke was involved. There was no way that this man here wouldn't know the consequences. It was hard to see his facial expression as it was buried under a hood, but his words seemed to have calmed the situation down. Now they just needed to retreat, and their commander would make short work of this man for them. You make a good point, but let me ask you a question then. Yes? What's the punishment for destroying a knight's property and attacking his family members on the said property? Huh? A knight's? That would be, why you don't mean? Yes, that's right, my actions have been justified from the start. Roland remained silent for a moment while thinking. Only now did he have some time to cool off after almost losing Agni. The man that was responsible was already dead, but these people that were here were not devoid of any responsibility. They all had participated in the attack and did not blink twice before following his orders. While he knew that these people weren't entirely at fault. After going through the Tier 3 trial, he became aware of the layers of indoctrination needed to build up a reasonable army. It started at the Knight Academy, and following orders had been drilled into their very core. This mage is right. I've already become a criminal by killing that guy. It won't even matter if I try to explain myself. Before he could choke the other knight to death with his mage hand spell, the other person started talking. After killing the first person, his rage had gone down slightly and was steadily decreasing during the conversation. While he had become stronger, this strength would do him no good against a noble household. There were a few options that he could go with. One of them was murdering everyone here and then making a run for it. Escaping into another country was feasible if he was able to gain access to a ship and get off this island. It might have even been possible for him to take all the blame, which would save both Elodia and Banir from being taken in. Roland at least felt somewhat confident in his own skills for such a plan to work. There was even that woman that he had connections with that would probably smuggle him out of here. This was one option, but there were others. One of them would keep him here while giving validity to his acts. There was another way of getting out of this mess alive without any need of moving away from Albrook. However, if he decided to take this path, he would be constraining his own life considerably. Treading it would put him out into the public eye a lot more than now. It could potentially also alert his father to his presence. That is, if he actually revealed his true noble name, which wasn't truly necessary for this to work. A decision needed to be made, and it had to be now. There was no time to think everything over anymore. This was something that he managed to avoid for more than 10 years of escaping from his old home. Yet if he didn't make this decision, then his life in this place would probably be over. Knights from the side of the Duke's son would probably come for him. There was no such thing as a justifiable cause for a commoner to kill a knight, even less if this knight was related to a prominent noble house. The Valerians were known for not tolerating any pushback from their citizens, and Arthur would not be able to save him from this. There was just one possible route that he could take without giving out his last name to these people. This route would bind him to Arthur's fate at least until a proper heir for their Duke house was named. It would give him a reason for killing this lieutenant though, and also allow him to stay in this place where he built up his life. Perhaps if it was the old Roland from before, he would have been inclined to take the easier route out. Running away had always allowed him to survive, and building up a new base of operations with his current skills wouldn't be that hard. Perhaps after things had calmed down a bit, he would even be able to revisit this place again. No, this was not the way for him anymore. After spending over a year battling with wooden men, he realized that sometimes the best defense was a strong offense. If he didn't take things into his own hands here, then he would lose everything that he already built up. He was tired of constantly being taken advantage of by people he did not respect. If he didn't put his foot down here, then nothing would ever change. At another time a similar situation would arise, and perhaps then he would not be there to save his friends and loved ones. It was important to show people that they could not take advantage of him anymore. For this reason, he needed to make an example of someone like Knight Commander Emerson. It was still possible for him to talk it through with that man and make him leave. This was not the issue. The real problem would come from what happened next. Without showing that he couldn't be messed with, there probably wouldn't be much of a change. It wouldn't even be strange if another group from one of the Valerian Sun's sides appeared a week later. To keep this place secure, he needed to not only be a shield but also a sword. We didn't know. Please be reasonable, we all belong on the same side. What does he mean? The mage realized it sooner before anyone else here did. It was an easy conclusion he came to after exchanging a few words. There was only one way Roland had an excuse for killing the lieutenant, and that was if he was either a noble or a knight. While revealing his actual name was still a possibility, he decided to go with a different approach. It was a known fact that Alexander Valerian was forcing his sons to compete for the title. Each of them was given land to manage through which they were meant to show their skills. Even someone like Arthur that was not seen as a proper candidate still adhered to the same rules. Roland's ticket out of this mess was one edict in particular. The heir candidates were able to appoint knights for themselves. Usually, this act was carried out by proper nobles, but a duke household was at the apex and had some wiggle room. The father allowed his sons to appoint a head knight that didn't even need to be from a line of nobility or from an academy. Each of the brothers had already appointed such a person many years ago. They were even given strong men to fill that role eventually. Arthur, on the other hand, was unable to appoint such a person, as they needed to be a Tier 3 class holder to even qualify. There was also no one really willing to take the spot, as they could be pitted against other knights and lose their lives. Roland's relationship with Arthur was mostly neutral. From his standpoint, giving up ownership of this city was not a big deal. His life wouldn't have been affected by a leadership change, he would just have to make gear for a different person. Now, on the other hand, one of those potential bosses pointed a blade at his family. This was not something that he could look past anymore. "He means that you should probably run and tell your commander that I'll see him soon." The man in his grasp, who previously was trying to intimidate him with his status, found himself with a crooked neck. His body was tossed to the side while a spell headed his way. The mage that was trying to reason with him a second ago was already turning around to run. It was clear that this man knew what was going on and had no loyalty to the knights here. His body was becoming enhanced with various spell effects to probably make his escape faster, but not as Roland cared for this. His aim was not really to eradicate everyone here, it was actually better if some of these men survived the scuffle. He needed rumors of his ruthlessness to spread so that everyone would think twice before doing something like this ever again. Everyone quickly realized that they would be unable to reason through this situation. Roland also saw that some of the knights were still quite young. One, in particular, was barely above level 60 and probably a new recruit fresh from the academy. Yet only fate would decide who survived, as he formed many spheres of light in front of his body through the runes in his armor. These balls of mana flew forward in all directions while being aimed at the group of now fleeing soldiers. Some of them embedded themselves in the men's bodies, while others just grazed their limbs or armor pieces. Having to listen to grown men cry out in pain didn't bring him any joy, but a message needed to be sent. A few of them made it out alive. Thanks to the sensors and lack of mana dispersing powder, he could tell that 5 people had survived. While he could have easily chased them down to deliver the finishing blow, this was enough. What he needed to focus on was the part after. Emerson, this certainly won't do. After raising his arm up, he saw his gauntlet turning to dust. The number of skills and mana he used had burned through the runic traces. The metal was unable to tolerate his newfound power and had begun to disintegrate. Only thanks to constant uses of his skills to mend the runes was it even able to last this much. Luckily, the piece of armor he was wearing was a backup version that he used for black market business. He did not want people to recognize the usual armor designs that he wore. However, this didn't mean that his better suit wouldn't suffer the same fate. What are we going to do? Should we leave the city? But what about the children? I can't just. It's fine, just stay here and I'll take care of everything. What do you mean? How can you just kill knights? I don't understand. Elodia had managed to cool her head down and also realized that Roland was in a lot of trouble. She clearly didn't see a way out of this besides running. Have you forgotten who I really am? Who you really are? It took a moment for her to realize what he was alluding to, but this didn't fully remove her worries. Even though she knew that Roland was an actual noble hiding from something, it wouldn't be that easy. Are you sure? You've been hiding for such a long time, are there no other options? I'm sorry, this is all because of me. It's not your fault, and there are more important things to worry about now. Those knights had no right to be here and my actions were justified. The only problem that remains now is, the only remaining problem now? Hey, huh? While Roland and Elodia were talking about the whole situation, they heard a voice coming from above them. It belonged to the third person involved in this mess. Banir, could you help me out here, boss? These magic vines are really tight. The man had become entangled by the mage that fled and then remained bound for that spot for the entirety of the fight. With some help from Roland's magic abilities, the vines came undone. Those knights really pulled a fast one on me, but how is Agni? Did he? He is fine. I'll have to ask you to protect him until I'm back. He probably won't wake up for a few hours. Protect him? That's fine, but what are you going to do, boss? That's what I want to know. Nothing much, I'm just going to have a duel. A duel? Both Elodia and Benir looked at each other without really knowing what was going on. They didn't really follow the conversation and had no idea that Roland had just decided to become Arthur's head knight. This all without the noble even knowing what had transpired here. Chapter 330. I gave a nice speech, but now I need to actually do it. Not much time had passed since the knights invaded his home. First, it was thieves or bandits, then it was a murderous lick, and finally, he upgraded to the scariest of enemies, the nobles. All of them chose to attack his home where he just wanted to be left alone. If it wasn't for all those people, then he would have no use pursuing power. Roland never really was the adventurous type, nor did he want fame or glory. Having a place to call home with a small number of friends was what he was pursuing. He never understood people that pushed for multiple friendships or relationships with many partners. To him there was something lost during such a pursuit. There was also no time in the day to foster that many bonds. This was why his anger was reaching the zenith. Almost everyone from his limited friend group had been attacked by the armored men. Their leader was still in the city and probably at Arthur's estate, forcing him to sign over the rights to the dungeon. This was something that he had already expected and had prepared for. However, he had not expected something like an attack on his home to transpire. What should have happened was a transfer of ownership to another brother, with Arthur remaining a figurehead. His life was not supposed to change much, and while this was happening he would use this time to really build himself up. The armor that he was putting on was still the old model, as he had no time to innovate. His ascension to Tier 3 had been short-lived, as not even a week had passed since that day. It probably won't be as easy as with those Tier 2 knights. After the whole predicament with Agni was over, he had taken out his rage on the remaining knights. Some of them had made it out alive, and he had no intention of chasing them down. They were left alive for a reason, to send a message to their leader about what they did. If he eradicated them with no survivors, then the other party could claim that it was without just cause. He wanted to have people see them running through the streets to Arthur's estate while he got mentally prepared for what he was about to do. I don't know Emerson well enough to form a strategy, but I don't think he will run from the duel. Roland had made up his mind of becoming a head knight. The only real requirement was to be at an advanced level past the Tier 3 Ascension trial. There were no class limitations in becoming a noble's knight. Even a battle mage could do it if the noble gave them the title. I don't think Arthur will refuse either. This was all of course a scam. He did not get knighted, nor did he swear his fealty to the young noble. Luckily such things weren't forced on paper, so if Arthur followed his lead, everything would work out. It was the only part of his plan that was really shaky, as it was possible for Arthur to reject his proposal. If such a thing occurred, then he would need to go ahead with his backup plan and reveal his last name. By being a son of a baron, he had similar rights to his own possessions and still had a justifiable cause for killing the men. They could have waited a few weeks. After setting his helmet onto his head, he looked to the side. There he saw a small coin-sized piece of metal. It was quite shiny and looked to be made from a crimson substance. It was a piece of red mithril that he had processed from the ores he took from the dungeon. This would be the basis for his new armor in the future, but making it wasn't easy. Without his new forge fire control skill, it would have burned a hole in his current smelter. Fitting runes into the metal wasn't easy either, and required a lot of force. Then there was the problem of developing a whole new runic system of spells. He needed to base everything on Tier 3 rune designs that he wasn't totally an expert in. There were so many new spells and effects that he needed to practice with. Having a few months for all the trials would have been truly a blessing. Now on the other hand, he needed to quickly get rid of Emerson and start preparing. This was probably only the start of it all. Even after this Knight Commander was gone, others would quickly show up. What he needed to do now was to show that he couldn't be easily defeated. I can't let anyone think that I'm an easy target, or there will never be an end to it. They say that first impressions matter the most for a reason. Finally, he grasped a shield from the side along with his hammer staff. None of the golems would be joining him in this fight, as they needed to guard his home once more. With the help of his skill, he managed to restore them to a functional state, but they lost a quarter of their original fighting potential. The skills to repair everything through magic weren't perfect, and with too many uses all of his runic products would eventually break down. "Are you really going to fight their commander?" "Yes." After marching out of his underground workshop, he encountered Elodia. She was tending to the sleeping Agni that had not woken up. The procedure he went through where he was blasted with divine energy and then electricity wasn't something normal. Roland didn't really know how long he would remain like this, but the more he looked at him, the more angered he became. "Is there really no other way? What if something happens to you? That commander can't be weak and you've just advanced. Perhaps there is. Perhaps he'd even apologize to me and give me some gold as an apology, but sometimes there are actions that are inexcusable. I see that you have made up your mind already, but why are you wearing that?" "Oh, you mean this?" "Well, I'm playing the role of a Valerian knight, so I needed to look like one." Roland had taken one of the Valerian banners that he had stashed away in his workshop and attached it to his neck. It didn't look too great as he didn't have enough time to figure out the right dimension or the correct way to attach it to his armor. Luckily Elodia was here and noticed that it wasn't really positioned well. "Give me a moment. You can't really show yourself to the public like this." Elodia took out her sewing kit and got to work. The cape just needed a few attachments, and with some helpful skills, it wouldn't take her long for the task to be complete. The Valerian house was represented by a standing stag with a crown on its head. The material had a crimson tint to it and somewhat went well with the dark and silvery armor that he was wearing. After a few minutes, the cape stopped looking out of place and he finally fit the image of a gallant knight. "Take care." "I will." For a moment the two remained inside the house with Elodia's hands hugging him from behind. They didn't exchange many words and finally, he made his way out of his home. There he encountered his trusted assistant. In his hand, he could see a runic weapon that he had previously utilized to injure one of the knights. "Give em hell, boss, and don't worry, they'll be safe with me." "I will." He nodded at Banir while heading towards the reinforced gate. When outside he looked at the store that was missing glass in the windows and had a lot of melted weaponry inside. Some time had passed since the incident, but he was having a hard time remaining calm. On the outside, it didn't seem like much had changed, but on the inside, he was ready to snap. The knights that had attacked his home had around 20 minutes head start, but this didn't mean much. With his current body, it wouldn't take much to catch up to them. His foot moved forward as he started walking into the forest. His steps started getting faster and faster until he was already running. Even though he was wearing full plate armor and had a cape fluttering behind him, the speed was tremendous. "Huh? What is it?" With large strides, he arrived at the fork in the road that on one side took him to the city and on the other to the dungeon. His descent from the forest was drastic as he scared some adventurers by heavily landing on the ground with both his feet. Normally the stares he would get were ones of curiosity, yet today they were of fright. The moment the people here noticed the crest on his new cape, they dropped their heads down immediately. In his current getup, he didn't look much different than the group that arrived at the city. Rumors of them howling people over to the Valerian estate were probably already in circulation. After a silent moment, he resumed his charge towards the city gates, at which he noticed the usual guards, but today, they were not alone. With them, there also were a few new faces that belonged to his now enemies. Halt. To no surprise, the gate guards here had already capitulated to the group of knights. The two of them were throwing their weight around without giving any space for the old guards to speak up. Roland wasn't sure why they were acting like this. Their friends that he dispatched had probably already passed through this path. Perhaps they were in such a hurry that they didn't explain the situation to these two who were now blocking his way. "Move out of my way. Who do you think you are? A mere knight like you doesn't have the right to know." Knights were not nobles, but just like in the latter a pecking order existed. It started with a regular knight and right after was a knight lieutenant. Then it was followed by a knight captain and finally a knight commander. While there were many knight orders within this kingdom and each noble had their own group, there were some ranks that sustained their worth outside their own orders. These were knight commanders that needed a tier 3 rank for their rank to come into effect. This would also be the rank that he would be given as Arthur's head knight. The men that he was interacting with were far below his level and would normally have to bow before him. In the case that they weren't, he had justifiable cause to punish them for it. Thus while moving forward he reached out with his hand in the direction of the knight that spoke out. He treated him the same as the lieutenant. With a simple spell the man was flying through the air and drawn over to his hand. After arriving before him the man was grasped by the neck and lifted up for everyone to see. Roland made sure that everyone that was gathered here to see his actions. It was something that he actually wanted to spread as rumors throughout the city. With a little wind spell, he also made sure that his cape was fluttering and showing off that Valerian emblem to everyone. You dare stand in the way of me? A knight commander from the Valerian house? A knight commander? That's preposterous. We would have been informed about such a person if he exist. Silence. The man was instantly thrown to the side like a doll made of straw. The amount of power that Roland was in possession of was truly tremendous. This knight with all of his heavy armor tumbled around for a good 10 meters before colliding with the wall to the side. This Tier 2 man was unable to make any sense of the situation as he passed out from the collision. He was still alive, but some of his bones were fractured in a few places from the drastic toss to the side. Why you dare attack the Valerian knights? Do you have a problem with your hearing, soldier? Move to the side while I'm feeling merciful. This was the main gate and entrance to the whole city. On the side, there were many carriages with merchants and adventurers that were watching this strange scene playing out. They all could see the fluttering cape and stag that represented the Valerian household. The same emblem was fluttering above them on one of the flags, which to them meant that it was some strange internal issue between knight orders. What are you waiting for? But he said, he must be lying. Why would a commander from the Valerian order be here? The knight that remained at the entrance gate was almost foaming at his mouth. The soldiers that were here were composed of people from the city. It seemed that all the other knights from Theodore's side were busy somewhere else. He could do nothing more than to rely on the manpower that was given to him, but it wasn't working. Even less after Roland activated the skill that he learned during his Tier 3 trial. I said, move. The armor that he was wearing started glowing and showing off various runes that were inscribed onto the metal. A suppressive wave of energy washed over the entire area, causing people's knees to buckle. It was his runic suppression skill that informed everyone about his Tier 3 status. No one that was gathered here could resist the pressure that was coming from his armored form, and soon the situation shifted. Welcome, sir. Knight Commander. Make way for the commander. Some of the guards had probably figured out who was under the armor, but they could not be sure. Sometimes rumors about Roland being something more than a runesmith circulated throughout the city. After the Lich was defeated, some even believed that he had killed it himself. With this information and the knight covered in runes, they could only move. It did look like this man belonged to the Valerian household, so there was nothing that they could do. No one could say anything. They just watched him strut through the area with everyone moving to the sides. It was a strange feeling for Roland. It was as if he had finally gained the recognition that he was owed. Perhaps some people would be ecstatic to be given this treatment, but he wasn't. Putting himself in the spotlight wasn't something that he enjoyed. After this day was over, he would probably need to get used to this type of treatment. Is he gone? Who was that? I thought I'd suffocate. Is that what a Tier 3 person feels like? I thought I would die. Could that have been Wayland the Runesmith? The armor looked familiar. The Runesmith? You must be joking. I'm sure that the Runesmith probably just made that armor. Only after Roland had left the entrance gate and vanished behind the corner did the people gathered there dare to speak out. They were all suppressed by his new skill that didn't discriminate between individuals. Even some high-level adventurers that were mixed into the crowd could not keep from sweating. Some of them were already running towards the Adventurer Guild to tell the news of the maddened knight that was stomping towards the Valerian villa. Their conversations didn't really go unnoticed, as all of Roland's senses were enhanced after achieving his new class. This included his hearing, through which he could hear them talking from afar. He could only increase his pace while the people continued to speculate about his arrival. Soon enough his goal became clear as he was storming for Arthur's estate, where all of the other knights were gathering. Just as I expected. They won't just let me through that easily, but it doesn't matter. Hey, what are you? Stop him. How? When going through the main gate, he encountered some of the proper Valerian knights. Some stood in his way and were even able to somewhat resist his suppressive skill. Even when they did, there was no way to stop him. Even simple mana spells were enough to send them flying to the sides. All arrows, ranged attacks and magical bombs that they came equipped with could not get past his shield. Get out of my way. Finally he was there at Arthur's villa, but he did not see the owner anywhere. It seemed that he was either inside of his home or somewhere keeping Emerson busy. He was aware of some of his schemes, but it didn't seem that any of the platinum adventurers that he previously met had arrived. There were no other Tier 3 class holders in the vicinity, only one fit the bill and was also showing up on his map. Knight Commander Emerson, you're the leader of these knights, right? Come out, unless you're too scared to face me in a proper duel. He shouted loudly while enhancing his voice with a runic spell. The large dot that represented his enemy was quick to react to his taunts. He wasn't alone though, a lot of the armored men he arrived with were also here. They were quick to come out from the sides to encircle his location and probably waited for their leader to give them the order to attack. Even if it was Roland, he wasn't sure if he could take this large group of people alone. So that's him? He looks big, might be a strength type, or a defensive one. Finally, he saw the man who he would be facing. He exuded a certain aura and carried himself to fit the image of a knight commander. The armor that he was wearing looked bulkier than the one Roland came equipped with. The sword on his right side was also quite thick and the shield on the left would not be easily broken. However, this did not stop Roland from taking a few steps forward. This man had to go down. The way he carried himself spoke more than words. It was certain that this man had gone through his share of hardships and managed to come out on top. It didn't seem that he was that rattled by this forced encounter or the duel either. Roland didn't show any fear either. Instead, he activated his analyzing skill to see if perhaps he could gain some data about his new opponent, level 215. This might not be as easy as I assumed. Chapter 331. Wayland did? Are you sure? Yes. Isn't it interesting? Who would have thought that he was an actual knight? Yeah, who would have thought? An elven woman dressed in the guild receptionist attire along with a large bald man were peeking out through the window. There they could see a barricade of soldiers in the distance blocking the way to the Valerian estate where Lord Arthur lived. Not so long ago they all heard the news that some trouble between the nobles were brewing. Are you sure the information is correct? Is it really that Wayland? My sources said that it was a man dressed in runic armor. It did look like the one Mr. Wayland uses, but perhaps it could have been someone else inside. Solana the Sun Elf receptionist answered while also trying to peek at the knights. Some of them were frantically running around with no purpose. It was as if they were caught with their pants down and didn't know how to react. Then there were also the regular soldiers that belonged to the city lord. They were on high alert. Guild Master, will you get involved? Why should I? Oh, I don't know, Tilda. What if it's really Mr. Wayland? The elven lady chuckled while leaving the Guild Master in his office. The large man's lips started to angle down as he watched the scenes play outside. He had chosen to ignore the city lord's call in favor of the older brother. In his mind the bastard son had no way of winning and putting his neck out could only cause him harm. Yet if this new head knight could cause a reversal, it could put him in a bad spot. Is this why he hid his status screen? Did I misjudge his worth? He asked himself a few questions while giving out a sigh. In reality, he didn't feel that he did anything wrong. With the information that he was given, this was the correct choice. Theodore Valerian or one of the other brothers would normally be the ones to take the dungeon over a hidden knight. Could he be his head knight? Then what was it with that offer? To him, it didn't make any sense. Was Arthur several moves ahead of him? The position of a knight was also offered to the guild master. It wasn't that strange for powerful adventurers to be given these positions, but he chose to refuse it. Was this all just to test my loyalty? Ha ha, did I fail then? Interesting. Well then, let's see what this knight can do. That Emerson should not be an easy target. After putting in some thought, the large man finally smiled. He was now actually interested in who this new player was. Could it actually be Wayland or someone that was just using his equipment? There was a large possibility that it was just a platinum adventurer coerced by Arthur. However, if it was just an adventurer, he could not see him easily winning over that knight commander. There was a difference when it came to fighting monsters and humans. Adventurers delved into the depths of the dungeon and spent most of their lives there honing their skills. Knights on the other hand were primed for war. Their skills were developed to kill other people of the races, and this duel was probably something a powerful knight would be used to. Stop. Why should I listen to a lowly knight like you? Don't you realize that you are in the presence of your superior? The Valerian knights that arrived at the villa some time ago were confused. Some of their people had been tossed like rag dolls to the side while attempting to stop an armored man from entering this estate. He had a certain presence that could be attributed to Tier 3 class holders. It was clear that they would not be able to easily subdue him. If you understand, then make way. Your commander owes me an explanation and I will not leave without one. This person was not kidding. Soon after arriving he was shouting and trying to duel their leader. This was not something any of them expected. The injured group of knights that returned from their mission from the forest area must have been responsible for all of this. 5 returned from a group of 15 and apparently, the lieutenant had been slain by this person. Who are you? Do you expect me to believe that someone like you is part of the noble Valerian knights? Finally, all of the knights gathered here looked at their savior. There he was, Commander Emerson, one of the strongest people that they knew and their leader. When he appeared, all the fear that they were feeling instantly went away. It was as if there was no foe they couldn't defeat as long as he was fighting with them. They knew that this man would not stand for any of this and that this false knight before them was a dead man. Name, Emerson. L215 classes, T3 Spirit Blade Guardian, L65 T2 Spirit Sword Knight, L50 T2 Shield Knight, L50 T1 Squire, L25 T1 Warrior, L25. He is not using anything to hide his status screen. And look at those tin soldiers. Roland wanted to laugh at the lower-leveled knights that were quick to hide behind their leader. When he arrived at the scene, they were like headless chickens, just running around and covering in fear as he used his suppression skill. While it was not powerful enough to make them kneel, it was enough to affect their behavior. However, this skill could be countered by another Tier 3 class holder with a similar one, and Emerson clearly owned it. A Spirit Blade Guardian. At least it's not an aura one like that woman. The man that he was facing was 39 levels his superior. Normally this would not be a level gap that could be easily bridged. The levels weren't even the main problem, as the difference in skills would be the bigger issue. The almost 40 levels in difference indicated a difference in years of training and honing. The only thing that Roland had going for him was the broken stat multiplier that potentially put him over Emerson's stats. Roland's information about other Tier 3 classes was very limited. The names were dropped here and there, but not much information could be gathered about the skills these classes used. By the name, he could be sure that this class had something to do with the defensive Guardian class. The Spirit Blade part indicated that he could potentially have some powerful offensive sword skills that he needed to watch out for. The equipment that Emerson was wearing was the second tip. The moment the man came out, he was already trying to analyze the enchantments that were on that piece of armor. Just as he expected, the weapon, shield, and even the armor had greater enchantments on them. They were not of runic origin, but ones probably created by a master enchantsmith. This complicates things a bit. The skill that he used to identify magical enchantments wasn't perfect. There was a problem with him being unable to see the entire structure from up close. Even though his eyes had become enhanced, analyzing intricate enchantments wasn't easy. Then there was the other issue: these magical words that were spread over the armor were not concentrated as runes were. Parts of the symbols were on the back of the man's armor, and the same was true for the weapon and shield. For Roland to be able to truly analyze everything, he would need to see all of those items from all sides. This didn't mean that his skill would be useless in this fight, it just meant that he couldn't use it right now. While he could tap into the golem eyes of the turrets that were placed here, the skill used to analyze the enchantment wouldn't work through them, and the image quality left a lot to be desired. Who are you? Why do you come here to make a scene just to remain quiet? You wish to duel me? Do you even have the right? Emerson was not amused by Wayland's appearance, and even less about him just remaining silent for so long. For Roland, the battle had already started the moment he appeared before him. To the others, it looked like the man that was calling for the duel had gone quiet and perhaps gotten cold feet after seeing the Knight Commander in person. Who am I? Did your men not inform you? Did they also not inform you of their offense against me? Did they not tell you of their attack on my land or how they injured people living under my care? Roland finally responded while focusing on the task at hand. The man didn't react at all and didn't even glance at the injured men that made it out alive from his home. In the group of 5, he spotted the mage along with the young knight that had made it out with a small injury to his shoulder. With the mage there he was sure that they explained, but he would still need to make the announcement here himself. Lord Arthur, who is this man? Impudent, you dare to speak to the Lord without permission? Arthur had appeared along with Emerson but remained slightly in the back. He was still confused about the whole situation and Roland had no real way of informing the young noble about the issue or his plan. This was also the moment that he had to play it up. Emerson was still retaining his superiority over this place. The way that he talked to Arthur was inexcusable. Knights were not free to talk to noble children like commoners. Only if the noble in question allowed it, was it permissible. It was a different thing if there was an existing master-knight relationship already formed, but Emerson was an outsider here. Normally he would need to keep proper decorum and let Arthur take the center stage. By how he was acting it was as if he was putting himself above the city lord, which could not be allowed. Roland wasn't sure how to start this thing, but he was now given another excuse. Having their lord disgraced in front of a knight was not something they could let slip by. Thus, to show that he was not joking around, he raised his arm at his target. Everyone could spot the massive amount of mana gathering in front of the armored gauntlet the moment it was getting charged. Emerson could feel it too as the torrent of magical energy was pointing his way. What are you? His large oval shield was raised to intercept the magical spell. Just as per usual, a drilling effect was added to this beam of energy, the same one that turned all those skeletons into minced meat. Now, after passing and ascending to the higher tier, he did not need the large cannon anymore. He could easily generate the same amount of force just from his runic gauntlet. Emerson was not expecting this turn of events as he was not even wearing his helmet. He also only now realized that Roland was not someone that he could just brush off with words. The defensive shield that had easily defended him against the Orc chieftain was buckling under this attack, and his feet were sliding back against the pressure. Without much thought put into it, he activated one of his defensive skills. It added a reinforcement around the shield that enhanced the protective enchantment that it came equipped with. Only after stacking these two on top of each other was he able to actually keep himself from sliding back. His hand moved to his large blade as he now knew of his opponent's capabilities. Stop this instant. What are you two trying to do? Yet before Emerson could charge forward to attack his new foe, he heard the voice of young Lord Arthur. The moment the noble got involved, the stream of blue energy halted. Roland stood on the other side, and the moment the voice was raised, he continued with his act. A head knight needed to listen to their lord, and thus he performed a small bow. Knight Commander Emerson, halt your actions right now. Don't draw your weapon in front of me. Roland could see that the man was conflicted about the situation. This was somewhat according to his plan. Now that his presence and strength were revealed, even this person could not act out. If one tier 3 knight was here, then perhaps more of them were waiting somewhere. A good leader would now try to recess the situation, not jump into a battle they could possibly avoid or lose. Have a word with me. Sir. Wayland, and all of you, put down your weapons. I will not allow this to turn into a bloodbath. As you wish, my lord. Arthur had been able to figure out what he was going for without an issue. The soldiers that Emerson arrived with had their weapons raised and were already waiting for their leader to give them the order to attack. The same could be said for Roland's side. The soldiers that knew him had realized that a tier 3 knight was now on their side and finally saw a way for them to win this. Previously their egos had been hurt by the arrival of these outsiders, but they outnumbered the enemy forces, and now could see a way to victory. I blocked out the sound, they won't be able to hear us talk. Roland proclaimed while still acting very knight-like toward the confused Arthur. Even though the other soldiers could see them unless they were able to read their lips while looking at their backs, there would be no way of knowing what the two were talking about. What are you trying to do? The circumstances have changed. I want to make a new deal, and for that, I need to be your head knight. You want to willingly be my head knight? Were you hiding your true strength, so this is how you were able to defeat the Lick by yourself? Something like that, but that's not important now. Let me duel Emerson. Why would you want to do that? And why did you kill his men? It didn't go unnoticed to Arthur that some of the knights that returned were injured. From the conversation they had with Emerson, it was clear that they had suffered casualties. The party responsible was Roland, and this was obviously an attempt to get out of trouble. If Arthur accepted the offer, he would also become responsible for the deaths of those knights, which could complicate things. They did something that they shouldn't. They attacked my property without provocation and hurt someone dear to me. I see, so you need me for your excuse for your vendetta. In short, yes. At least you are honest about it. Arthur looked like he wanted to cry after hearing Roland's explanation of the situation. He was smart enough to figure out the logic behind the plan. You probably already figured out my circumstances. Now that it has come to this, I won't refrain from using my true name if I have to, but you should make up your mind fast. I don't think Emerson will wait for much longer. While Arthur and Roland were having their conversation, their main foe continued to move. He had taken his helmet from the soldier that was holding it for him and was ready for battle. The knights on the sides were also ready to follow their leader into battle. It was clear to the two that a battle was imminent. Can you win? I can. This was not an easy choice to make for the young lord, but after everyone else had abandoned him already, this was the only thing that remained. When he needed someone to lean on, Roland appeared and made him an offer. This offer was quite insane, but also had the potential to further his cause. If Emerson was defeated in a sanctioned duel between knights, not even his brothers would be able to say anything about it. Theodore's men were the ones that poked the beehive. If Roland was truly Arthur's head knight and a knight commander, there was nothing wrong with the actions that he took. It was even something that was expected of a proper noble knight. His mind was torn, but finally he nodded. I hope you won't regret this choice. I already am. Ha ha. Arthur almost burst out in laughter at the quick reply with no hesitation behind it. Very well, sir. Wayland, I will allow for this duel to happen, but after this is over, we will have to have a little chat. Thank you. Finally, the sound barrier was removed and everyone's gaze fell on Arthur, who moved into the middle of the courtyard. After clearing his throat, he turned toward Knight Commander Emerson. My knight has informed me about the transgressions that your men conducted. The fault doesn't lay in the soldiers, but in the hands of the man that gave that order. If I'm not mistaken, this would be you, Knight Commander Emerson. Arthur's words were thrown around to give Roland validity to this confrontation, and the soldiers gathered here already knew where this was leading to. In light of these events, I, Arthur Valerian, will sanction this duel. Both armored men weren't even listening to the words of the noble. In their minds, the fight was already happening and they just needed him to move so their clash could commence. Soon all the soldiers were spreading to the sides while creating space. No one wished to be entangled in a battle between Tier 3 class holders. Let the duel commence. Arthur removed himself from the middle and took his place next to Mary. Both of them were then surprised by the gust of air that instantly followed those words. The speed the two showed off was tremendous. Yet the more surprising thing about it was that the person that was being pushed back was Knight Commander Emerson. A large hammer had connected with his oval shield and sent the huge armored man flying backward. The weaker Valerian knights could not believe what was happening, as their leader had to already regain his footing after the first exchange. Chapter 332. He took it? Roland's hammer had just connected with Emerson's large oval shield. The force that was generated caused a little shockwave to spread in all directions. The sound his weapon made during the collision was a bit off. He intended to blow away the man's shield and then follow it up with a blast to his face with one of his shoulder cannons. Instead, he just slid back a bit while lowering his center of gravity. Those defensive skills are troublesome. He could feel the force from his attack getting dispersed and lowered the moment it collided with his enemy. Some of the tiles on the ground started crumbling from this transfer. The initial analysis of the skill implied that Emerson was somehow able to force the magical and kinetical energy down into the ground. Then the rest was absorbed by the armament's enchantment and his vitality, producing almost no damage. He pushed the commander back. Who is that person? I've never heard of a knight named Wayland. Yeah, someone this strong should have been discovered sooner. While Roland was disappointed by his initial hit not connecting right, the Valerian knights on the sides were stunned. In their eyes, their commander was a monster that they could never beat. They even saw him dueling some other knights without even once dropping down to his knees. Here on the other hand, he was already buckling under the pressure of the first hit, which didn't bode well for their side. I'll admit it, you have some strength, but with strength alone, you will not defeat me. Emerson didn't seem like a very talkable person, so when hearing him talk in a relaxed tone didn't bode well. It was true that with his current multiplier, the stat differential favored him. Yet Emerson was able to take a full blow that was even further enhanced by some buffing spells. Roland wanted to end it fast, but his plan backfired a bit, and just as the man was talking, some type of skill was activated. The other knight's armor started being surrounded by a strange phenomenon. It was as if small blocks made out of rocks assembled themselves around his entire frame. They were somewhat transparent and looked to not be made from mana. Instead, Roland was sure that this was the man's spirit resource by which his class was enhanced. Right before the orange light faded, Emerson's body started looking like it belonged to a golem made of rocks and cinder blocks in particular. It must be some type of defensive skill that protects his whole body from damage. Regretfully, unlike with mags that used long chants that allowed people to predict attacks, it was not the same with these skills. The only way to figure out what was happening was to have information about the skill used, and what skills the person had prepared, or identify them by the visual cues. It was clear that it was a defensive skill, but he didn't know how it worked. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and allow his opponent to continue using skills. Instead, one of his shoulder cannons aimed and produced a more concentrated blast of energy. To Roland's surprise, Emerson chose not to dodge this attack, nor did he put up his shield to defend. The beam of light that had the diameter of a middle-sized coin drilled into his chest, but was unable to pierce through the strange orange energy. Instead, an image of the blocks that formed this strange skill was seen. It was as if he was hitting a holographic image that was imposed over Emerson's body. Some of the orange blocks were damaged, but after the attack was over they started to assemble themselves back into place. This was quite a hard pill to swallow for Roland, who expected to at least be able to get through this defensive skill and graze the metal on Emerson's armor. Instead, the only thing that was damaged was his shoulder cannon, which was ill-equipped to handle his increased mana capacity. His armor was made for a person that possessed Tier 2 power, but he went well above it. Each time he cast a spell he could hear the sizzling of the runic components. During this fight, he could see the limitations of his fighting style. Even when he was now stronger, his old armor was working against him. He would need to take care of that issue later, as concentrating on this confrontation was more important. The knight on the other end charged forward with his large sword in his right hand. His speed wasn't anything special, which allowed Roland to fire off a couple more blasts from his shoulder cannons as well as his hammer. The weapon of choice that he brought along was his runic hammer. It had a retractable handle which allowed him to wield it as a one- or two-handed weapon. When elongated, it also became a proper mage staff and could discharge various runic spells. While holding it in Emerson's direction, he discharged a massive blast of magical energy almost instantly. The whole place became quite bright as the magical energy flew towards the charging knight, yet right before it connected, another skill was used by his opponent. His large body blurred and appeared a bit to the right. The beam of mana energy that was focused on the middle was now directly targeting the large oval shield. Even though this blast was strong enough to take out any of the skeletal beings down in the dungeon, it wasn't capable of getting through this charging knight. Roland found himself retreating while his shoulder cannons blasted at the right side. Though just as before, the man ignored the lesser beams, as they could not pierce through that defensive skill of his. To make things worse, he was also capable of his own ranged attacks. That huge sword that would be hard to hold in two hands was utilized. Emerson performed a strange quick thrusting motion that produced a strange roar. A lion's head was visible as it formed on the tip of the blade. Soon after, this lion head charged forward along with a beam of light. It was some sort of energy skill that had an added sound wave added. The growling caused his muscles to contract for a fraction of a second right before the hit. To his surprise, he was unable to dodge. Instead, a thick slab of mana appeared before his body. The lion's head connected with this defensive shield that he produced almost instantly. Sounds of something cracking filled his ears as his mana shield was having trouble containing this strange attacking skill. Then, to make things worse, the enemy was actually able to bridge the gap between them. With his multiple minds, he was able to keep watch over Emerson's every movement and even produce multiple spell effects at once. While the skill was flying his way, he made sure to produce some rock pillars along with spikes to block his approach. This didn't affect the man that much, as he just bulldozed through everything. Roland's tactic of outranging his opponent wasn't working as he intended, and now he had to contend with those close-range sword strikes. Normally, a person with superior stats should have also been at an advantage in close-range combat. Roland had examined his opponent and realized that he was somewhat of an all-rounder with a bit more of a focus on strength and vitality. In theory, he should have been able to overpower the other knight with pure stats, but there was a reason that he couldn't. The sword moved at a strange angle while he retreated. For a moment he could follow the trajectory, but then it was suddenly gone. His armor, which came equipped with an automatic barrier, was quickly activated as the sharpened blade connected with his body. Instantly, he produced multiple magical effects to push the man away. Yet before he could, another blade strike grazed his side and even cut into the metal it was made from. Roland pushed himself back and quickly made some space. The shoulder cannons automatically started shooting multiple blasts of magical energy at the opponent that continued the chase. Now that Emerson had managed to shorten the distance, he was unwilling to let him escape. They continued to dance around the large courtyard while their skills and magical spells rained down everywhere. The knights on the sides even had to pull out their shields to defend themselves and the people around them. The area that was chosen for the duel was quite large, but with all this running around it was getting riddled with holes. The commander is winning. I knew he could do it. The people in the peanut gallery cheered while Roland tried to examine his opponent. His eyes and even multiple minds were unable to follow those movements. Even though he had some fighting skills, he lacked the experience or training that a warrior class went through. This man was around 40 and had gone through more than 20 years of rigorous training and also battles. For Roland, that spent half his life in the workshop developing magical tools, this was not something he could easily counter. His opponent knew how to move and read the flow of battle to use it to his advantage. Even though his stats were lower, he had the technique and skill to win a direct confrontation. If he activated his skills, they would instantly boost those lower stats and put them over Roland's. He knew that throughout a warrior's life they continuously faced opponents and became better at their craft. Reading an opponent's movements and predicting what they would do was one of those skills. He had something similar with his multiple minds, but he was still lagging behind in reaction speed. Emerson, on the other hand, was reacting on instinct, and then coupled with the increase in power his battle skills gave him, the advantage was on his side. The only thing Roland was actually good at was overwhelming his opponents with pure magical power and fast casting speeds. Mags had superior firepower compared to warrior types, but suffered from long casting speeds. Whenever an opponent closed the gap, that was usually it for the mage, yet a wide array of spells wasn't that easily breached. If Roland's armor had been up to date and outfitted with state-of-the-art greater runes, then it would be different. In his current state, he was still using outdated equipment that paled in comparison to his opponents. Analyzing the enchantment on that armor was also being sluggish, as he couldn't concentrate. Things weren't looking great as he was put in a defensive position. The shield that he had momentarily magnetized to his back had been activated already, and now he was getting pushed back, while Emerson was unloading various quick-paced skills. Finally, after a brutal back and forth, he managed to shake his opponent off with a huge windstorm that he created around his whole body. The cyclone covered a large part of the area and even caused Mary to cower behind one of the walls. "Is this all you are capable of? I have faced battle mags like you before. There is nothing you can do to win, but I won't let you surrender," Emerson gloated while moving his shield to the side. When looking at both of the fighters, it was clear who was winning. On one side was Roland, whose armor was falling off. The runes were just not able to take all the enhanced mana that his body was now able to produce. The metal on his breastplate and gauntlets was peeling off and even falling to the ground. It seemed that after the next clash, he would be done for. Is this all? Not really. You know what they say, don't reveal your cards from the start. The shouting knights were stunned for a moment as they saw the damaged armor that was falling off and mending itself back to shape. All the parts that were scattered around this area were drawn back to Roland's form. Within a few moments, the armor that he was wearing was fully restored and ready for round 2. I can't keep doing the same thing. If I stick to that tactic, it will just be a battle of attrition. Either my mana or his stamina will run out faster. While his mana reserves were large, they were not unlimited. Sticking to the same tactic would probably not work. Warrior types tended to run out of stamina a lot slower than mage types did with mana. This tactic could work as he felt himself to be superior in that regard, but there was something else that he wanted to try. There was a certain way of close-range fighting that he had wanted to develop, and this Emerson here was the perfect sparring partner. There was one problem that never really allowed him to use his mana senses that much. There was just too much mana being used at the same time for him to be able to control it and not suffer a giant migraine. Now that his stats had been increased and he received one helpful skill, he was ready to test it out. It was a timed skill, so he needed to end this fight within 5 minutes, but by his calculations that would be all that he needed. Given that he was able to blow his enemy away by the cyclone, he decided to prepare. First off, the 2 cannons that were attached to his shoulders were torn away. This of course confused everyone that was watching this fight along with Emerson. Following this act, he also grasped a set of small throwing knives that were attached by magical means to his armor. Well then, let's go mana overflow. He called out the skill's name in his mind. As it was activated, his whole body started giving off a radiant blue hue and were accompanied by tiny blue bolts of electricity that arced around the metallic armor. To further the strange spectacle, the torn-off shoulder turrets started floating upwards while accompanied by a blue haze. Almost instantly he tossed all the throwing knives up into the air in random directions. They were not aimed at Emerson, who was holding steady and assessing the situation. Some of the arcs of blue magical electricity for a moment traveled to those thrown blades along with the seemingly floating shoulder cannons. The moment they did, they created a spell, an enhanced guiding arrow spell of immense potency. Multiple of these arrows started shooting out at Emerson from random directions while Roland charged forward. The Knight Commander was surprised by the massive number of magical attacks going off from various directions. He could take a lot of them, but his defenses weren't unlimited, and sooner or later his skill would disperse. Instead, he needed to focus on Roland, who was seemingly blindly charging at him with a simple battle stance. Before the energy projectiles could get through his protective skill, he would finish it, yet to his surprise, something was different. He could not deliver a decisive blow. It was as if his movements were being read and reacted to just at the right time. The person that he considered on the level of a trainee knight when it came to combat was starting to outpace him. Coupled with the rain of magical projectiles coming from random directions, he was forced to retreat. It's working. I can see it. You have gained the Eyes of Mana active skill. Roland was too focused on what he was seeing to pay attention to the system informing him that he had gained a new skill. What he was seeing was a world composed of blue light. It was as if he was staring at a new reality that was just composed of magical energy. This skill was obtained by combining his mana sense skill with his eyes as he was trying to read the flow of Emerson's movements. This was made possible only thanks to his mana overflow skill. It allowed him to regain copious amounts of his magical energy while lowering the cost of using all of his spells and skills. It turned him into a bright burning furnace filled with almost unlimited energy. Even though the skill was very taxing on his mana reserves and even though he was using various spells to attack Emerson, it was still sustainable. Every living being in this world had mana inside of them. Even the rocks and trees possessed this strange energy. Each time a person moved, the mana would move first, and thanks to this new skill he was now able to see it. The moment Emerson activated a skill, he could see a phantom of it going off. Coupled with his multiple minds that helped him analyze the magical energies, he was now capable of reacting. This was his counter against warrior classes that got too close. The advantage that his opponent gained through years of experience and training started to thin out. Each movement could be read through the mana flow and reacted to. If Roland knew where the strike was coming from and which spot it targeted, it wasn't hard to focus his shield there while simultaneously sending a barrage of ranged attacks from outside. His mana hand spell was used with the shoulder-mounted cannons to hold them up in the air. Coupled with the throwing knives that he could effect with his runic skills, he was able to produce many attacks that came from the man's blind spots. Soon enough he had him on the ropes, and suddenly a large sword was twirling through the air. How could this be? A rather bewildered crowd of armored soldiers looked at the man down on the ground. To everyone's surprise, it was Knight Commander Emerson that found himself kneeling on one knee instead of the man that challenged him. This quick turnaround was not feasible for many of those people, but they could not turn their eyes away. The hammer that had managed to send that large sword flying was now coming right for their commander's head. If it connected, it looked like they would be in a heap of trouble. Chapter 333. I surrender. Huh? Roland had managed to overpower his enemy with the help of his mana overflow skill. With this skill, he was able to constantly restore his damaged armor while also being able to barrage Emerson with multiple spells. Normal spells didn't seem to work, so he got a bit more creative with the shoulder-mounted cannons that he controlled with the help of his mana hand spell. It didn't take long for him to finally overwhelm the Knight Commander from all sides. There were just too many attacks coming from various angles. Even his defensive skills weren't able to keep up, and that orange armor was quickly peeled off. Then, along with his new eye skill that allowed him to react to the attacking skills, there was no way for his opponent to be victorious. Finally, the last blow was approaching the knight's head. He expected the haughty Emerson that seemed to have a lot of pride to never surrender. This hammer to the face would probably knock him out, but his life would not be lost. Yet before he could go through with it, the man shouted out that he didn't want to continue, something that Roland did not expect to happen. You yield? I yield. Roland's momentum was broken as he halted his last attack before it connected with the man's head. His strength was immense and produced a gust of wind that made Emerson's helmet rattle in all directions. While he had no stipulation about harming this person or even killing him, there were a lot of people watching. To make things worse, he was also in the process of gathering evidence for the validity of this battle. If he killed this noble knight after he surrendered, this would be a blemish on his honor as well as Arthur's. In this world, knights were very prideful and worked on their own set of rules. Sanctioned duels like this had certain regulations that needed to be kept, and any knight that went to the academy would have it drilled into them. Even though Roland didn't go to one, he spent 5 years at an estate built up by a proper knight. You do realize what this means? His hammer, which was releasing blue arcs of lightning, was halted. Even this item was quickly peeling away and needed to be constantly restored by his skill. The effect that this combination was producing made him look like some kind of magnetized glow stick. As the battle was over, he could finally turn off the effect to end it. Fine then, the man that encroached on my property has already been dealt with. You as his superior hold some of the responsibility for his action. As the law states, you will be held captive. Emerson didn't reply, but there were strict rules in the code that knights followed. Usually, even when they dueled, they would not kill themselves. There had to be some deep-rooted personal grudge between the two soldiers for something like that to occur. Instead, the losing party would be placed under house arrest or thrown into a dungeon. Then they would be ransomed off to the noble that they served under. Considering that this was a knight commander, Roland and Arthur would be receiving a hefty sum. There was also a possibility of no gold arriving and the noble abandoning their knight. Then the knight that won the duel or the noble they worked under could decide on their fate. Sometimes they would just be disgraced, stripped of their title, and released back into the world. Other times, they would be sold as slaves and perhaps even killed. Considering that he was this fast to surrender, he thinks that Theodore will pay up quickly. If he doesn't, then that armor he is wearing should be enough. After a duel was done, the knight that lost in a way belonged to the victor. Even if Theodore Valerian paid the ransom in full, Roland didn't have to give everything back. It was normal for the knights to take something as a trophy for their victory. The oval shield was nice and the sword was as well and could allow him to focus on something else to build. The enchanted armor was not something he was that interested in, as his new one had to be custom made. This didn't mean that he couldn't auction it off or give it to someone that could use it later. Your silence is enough, my lord. I await your order. Roland knew well about how a proper knight should behave, but this didn't mean that it didn't feel awkward to roleplay as one. For the time being he needed to play the part as there were too many eyes on him. His hammer was moved to the side and he looked in Arthur's direction, who was still shocked. Even Mary that was standing next to him had her mouth open wide while looking at the mostly destroyed courtyard. Take him away. This duel is over, I pronounce, sir. Wayland's Vict. Knight Commander Emerson, what do you think you are doing? After Arthur processed the situation and realized that his side had actually won, his smile was hard to hide. Soon he was ready to pronounce the victor, but suddenly he noticed something. Emerson, who was previously kneeling down on the ground, did something that no one expected. He threw a hidden dagger at Roland's face. He then quickly grasped his large sword that had previously been smacked out of his hand and began shouting, "You're too naive." The large sword that was covered in spirit energy collided with Roland's own shield. The blue glow that covered his body had just subsided, and it seemed that Emerson was aiming for this moment. This runic shield that had been enhanced by a protective spell was actually sliced in half by his sword. It seemed that the man was conserving some power and previously also didn't use this sword's enchantments to their full extent. It was some type of powerful cutting spell that just ripped through his defenses that had become exposed. You are a disgrace to the Valerian Knights. Shut up. I refuse to be defeated by a wretch that works for a bastard. Valerian Knights, to me. Roland found himself on the defensive and Emerson was not letting up. If he decided to go this far, then his intent was obvious. The knight's honor would be put in question if this event got outside, so it was probably that he would silence everyone here, permanently. This was not even a duel anymore, as he had shouted at the soldiers that were watching, and now even they were going to get involved. It was clear that the knight commander attributed his loss to his mana overflow skill, that had gone into a cooldown period. Roland had to at least give it to this person as he had identified the type of skill he was using. Whenever a timed skill was ended or cancelled by the user, it would go into a cooldown period that would usually take at least an hour. It was the same for him, and Emerson saw this as the chance for his victory. Without mana overflow, Roland could not sustain all of the spell effects that he previously did. His reserves were deep, but now he even had more people to contend with. The Valerian Knights answered the call of their commander. It seemed they were aiming to kill the only real obstacle in this whole fight, and silence anyone stupid enough to announce their leader's loss in the sacred duel. Cease this instant if you all don't want to die. Roland's voice echoed through the entire area and caused everyone that was not tier 3 and above to stop. Even Emerson was surprised by the strange red aura that was being projected. He couldn't stop though. Roland's shield was already broken and his whole left side was open for an attack. Only his hand was left to protect it, but it was not an obstacle he couldn't go through. The enchantment on his blade was activated, and along with his blade skills that were enhanced with spirit energy, he would take out his enemy. Huh? How could this be? Emerson was truly surprised by the hand that actually grasped his blade while it was flying forward at supersonic speeds. The sound barrier being broken produced a loud banging sound, but even then his sword didn't draw any blood. Instead, it was being suppressed by some type of chaotic magical glow that looked similar to a regular mana shield. Your plan wasn't bad, but you made one mistake. That wasn't my only trump card. Perhaps if he had gone with the High Lord class, then this battle would have become a lot more troublesome, but as it stood now, he just couldn't see himself losing. The Overlord class came with one very specific skill that was more than he ever expected of getting. Overlord's might had been activated and his body quickly went through a massive transformation. The change was mostly visible in the difference to his mana and its pattern. It shifted from a blue color into a pulsating red one. Controlling it was not any harder, but it made short work of this armor that he was wearing. Even as he was holding Emerson's sword back, his whole gauntlet was melting away. This was the main reason that he didn't really want to use this skill. It changed his mana into something that the runes he created couldn't handle. Yet even when his armor plate was melting away, it didn't matter as much as the boost he was getting was tremendous. He didn't need to use anything flashy, his physical capabilities along with the newly gained Eyes of Mana skill were enough. His right hand blurred along with the hammer that it was holding. Emerson raised his shield to defend himself. The enchantment that was on the shield was fully activated, but before the imminent collision, it flickered out of existence. The Knight Commander was left stupefied by this strange occurrence, but did not have time to figure out the reason behind it. When the runic hammer collided with the oval shield, a massive dent was created. Arg! The large man's body was tossed to the side as he was unable to disperse the kinetic force anymore. His frame flew up into the air like a rag doll, and the protective skill that covered his whole body was instantly shattered. However, this was not yet over. While Emerson was flying to one side, his opponent was there to greet him. With the increase in all stats, he was now able to move faster, hit harder, and perceive the world in slow motion. Emerson found himself getting pummeled into submission by someone he considered lesser than himself. The soldiers that were on the sides could not believe that their powerful Knight Commander that had just given them the order to attack was getting turned into a punching bag. It was a one-sided beating that didn't involve that many hits. The difference between stats had become so severe that Roland didn't really need to follow the flow of mana anymore. He could just comfortably dodge any attempts at retaliation as he had already gotten used to all of the skills. There was nothing more that his opponent could surprise him with, and soon his mangled body was flying through the air. A lone fountain stood on the side of the courtyard, and it became the Knight Commander's resting place. His whole body crashed right onto it and remained motionless while the water mixed with his blood. The man that everyone considered a monster had been soundly defeated and was now left with a body with broken bones, his life quickly fading away. The whole courtyard was filled with silence. The sound of parts of the fountain dropping down could be heard as no one dared to raise their voice. They were all busy looking at the man covered in a haze of red light. No one knew what was about to happen. Their lives were all at risk, but they could not see themselves getting away from that glowing monster. Do I have to repeat myself? All of you, lower your weapons and surrender, unless you want to end up as that honorless cur you call your commander. Roland raised his voice at the knights gathered here. They were trained to follow the orders of their commander, so he couldn't put the whole blame on them. After he was taken out, there was no reason for more bloodshed. Luckily power was something that they feared, the whole battle left them shocked and unable to continue. Soon the first sword was thrown to the ground and followed by many after. The duel was finally over and Knight Commander Emerson's actions would soon become known to everyone. Is he actually dead? His fist had rained on the man's body and dented the enchanted armor that he finally disabled. Right before his hammer collided with the shield he had finally managed to figure it out. Then it was as easy as activating his rune authority that also worked on lesser magic languages. The whole set was something that enhanced Emerson's main stats. It mostly just boosted his skills by using similar effects. It took him a bit longer than he anticipated to analyze it as the items were a third type that he didn't have much time to study. Usually, magical items either came with charges or were activated by a set amount of mana. His were a bit different as they were based on limited charges that could restore themselves with time, something only greater enchantments could do. After he figured out the type it became a lot easier and finally, he was able to make use of his authority over enchantments. It's a shame, this armor wasn't bad, only the sword is usable now. Roland strutted over to where Emerson landed. His frame was still giving off a reddish tint that he hoped everyone would interpret as some type of aura skill. There were similar looking skills so he expected the intelligence agencies to go with that theory. After yanking his body up he was greeted by a swollen face and broken jaw of the Knight Commander. Damn, tier 3s are really something. He is still alive, even though the man was fully passed out and his body had been folded in several places. His HP was still not at 0. Probably thanks to the advanced internal organs he was somewhat able to survive. You are a disgrace to the Valerian household. I should kill you right now, but you need to pay for your transgression against Lord Arthur Valerian. Roland gazed at Arthur that looked as if his soul was about to leave his body. It took a side poke from Mary that was on the side for him to finally realize that everything was over. Soon he was giving out orders as it was proper for the leader: throw that man into the dungeon, restrain all of them. Even though the quality of the Valerian knights that arrived with Emerson was higher, Arthur's men outnumbered them 4-1. Now that Roland was the victor they had no way of getting out of this predicament in one piece. They needed to surrender and wait for their Lord Theodore Valerian to respond. Just like Emerson they had worth and could be bought back. The damages that were done to the city and courtyard would need to be reimbursed by the losing side. I don't believe it, you actually did it. I only did my duty as your loyal knight, my lord. Arthur looked a bit taken aback by how Roland was still acting. They had moved a bit to the side but the man still continued his chivalrous roleplay as if he intended to continue with it for longer. Could you stop talking like that? What is it? Does the Lord dislike this sort of treatment? Was it not convincing enough? Should I have bowed a few more times? That's more like it, but could you perhaps start explaining yourself? I see, well look at this. This is? Roland's right hand was devoid of his usual knightly gauntlet as it had been trashed in the last part of his battle. Instead on his left side, he presented a small hologram. On it Arthur could see Emerson's treachery that had been recorded. It's a recording of the duel. I had to play it up a bit, but with this, no one will be able to deny that Emerson was the one responsible for everything. Wayland, you're a genius. Arthur's smile could not be hidden as he looked at the magical recording. Roland had set this whole place up with runic turrets and golemic cameras. The former were actually able to store a limited amount of footage which he had been recording ever since his arrival here. It could be easily proven that the recording was not tempered if they went to court. With this, no one could accuse his side of throwing the first stone. Everything they did here was justified. Finally, this event was behind him, but while it ended this was only the start. Now that Roland had proclaimed himself as Arthur's head knight his life would be changing. More duels like this were a possibility, but after word reached of Emerson's loss, he didn't expect that many willing commander-rank knights coming forward. Even though he was probably not going to get challenged too soon, it was a possibility. The runic armor that had served him during his Tier 2 days had been mostly destroyed. It was an essential component of his safety and needed to be quickly replaced by a higher tier variant. Considering that Arthur didn't have multiple knight commanders like his brothers, he needed to be ready. Chapter 334. Thud. Were you there? No, is this person really a knight commander? He was. I'm not sure he will be commanding much anymore. That's true. A guard smirked while looking at the man that they shoved into a cold cell. They were standing near the iron door while listening to him grunting around. His body was covered in bruises, but he didn't seem to be in danger of losing his life. Can we just leave him in there? What if he gets out? This door doesn't look that sturdy, and the bars are made from normal metal. Isn't he supposed to be a Tier 3 class holder? That's true, but see that thing around his neck? Oh, is that? Yeah, it is. He won't be able to exert much strength with that thing around his neck. I heard that the ones that they make for people like him are special and won't work unless the person is knocked out. Are you sure that it works? What if he escapes? How are we supposed to stop a Knight Commander? He'll escape and do what? Get his ass beat again by the head knight again? He won't do a thing. The guard that was talking smirked while going into the cell. His boot then quickly landed on the stomach of the prisoner, which sent him tumbling to the side with a groan. Hey, what are you doing? Just showing you that this bastard isn't a problem. Just do your job and don't let them get to you. The other guard looked at the beat-up man for a moment before stepping to the side to let his co-worker out of the cell. He knew that the other guard had some bad blood with these Valerian knights about something relating to his family member. This man was not the only one trapped here, as almost all the cells were filled up to the brim. What do you think you are doing? That's the Knight Commander. Shut your trap. He is no knight anymore, not after what he tried to pull in that duel. While leaving this cell, the two guards heard the complaints of the other knights that were apprehended. All of them awaited the nobles to make a deal about their future. Theodore Valerian was still in a higher position, so they all expected to be let go. Shut up, the Knight Commander just what? He tried to backstab Sir Wayland and got what's coming to him. You should watch it too. Our Knight Commander might not be so lenient when he hears you taking his side. The imprisoned knights went silent the moment the scary Knight Commander they witnessed battling Emerson was mentioned. They still didn't know what to make of the duel they witnessed outside. At first, it seemed that their commander would come out with an easy victory, but then he was quickly turned to minced meat. It was as if this Sir Wayland had been just playing with him before actually taking it seriously at the end. That's what I thought. The loud guard just laughed while leaving the dungeon level with his companion. The other guard remained silent as he didn't really know what to say. Hey, are you sure that you should be talking about Sir Wayland like that? I don't remember much being known about him. What if he overhears it and we'll get punished? Don't worry about it. The more they fear him, the easier the job will be for us. Now that we have our own Knight Commander, things will change around here. I guess so. The two guards straightened out while walking outside the dungeon. At least in their minds, there was a lot of meaning behind getting a proper Tier 3 head knight into their city. It increased their prestige and set a precedent for the future. It wouldn't be strange if they acquired more Tier 3 personnel and knight regiments to bolster their forces. With them around, they would not have to fear for their lives anymore. They finally had a large shield to protect them from any rogue Tier 3 class holders. Am I responsible for those guards now? Roland looked at one particular loud guard antagonizing the new prisoners and throwing his name around as a shield. This he achieved through some golemic eyes that were placed around the dungeon. Previously, he outfitted a lot of areas with these runic devices at Arthur's request. The young noble was fascinated by them as they allowed him to listen in on many interesting conversations just like this one. Thanks to his various runic skills, he could of course tap into the network and listen in as well. I hope those idiots won't start throwing their weight around and get into fights with soldiers from other cities. Wayland, is something wrong? Oh no, it's nothing. Where were we again? Oh, we were just talking about my elder brother and the knight that he sent, but more importantly, could you explain another thing to me? What thing? Well, Wayland, who are you really? I didn't want to ask, but now that it has come to this, I think I'm owed an explanation. Roland was in Arthur's office along with Mary and the two other knights stationed outside. After he defeated Emerson, the news started spreading like a forest fire. Almost everyone now knew that he was a Tier 3 class holder and a head knight of this estate. While this was a good thing for Arthur as he had gained a powerful ally, for Roland this was not such a good exchange. First of all, he would be responsible for Arthur's safety from this point on. This could force him to act as a bodyguard if for whatever reason his new lord decided to leave the city, or have a conversation with someone powerful. It kind of tied him to this man and the city even more as he was expected to be his right-hand man. Luckily they didn't really sign any contracts about this issue, nor was he under some type of chivalrous oath. If things went sour, it was still possible for him to get out. The title of a head knight was special, so he wasn't expected to fully follow the chivalric code of conduct. Then if something happened to Arthur under his care, he would just be considered a disgraced knight that allowed his liege to perish. His title would be stripped from him and his good name would be tarnished, but this was fine as he did not care about such things. Perhaps you are. If we are going to continue with this, you might deserve to know. Now that it came to this, he needed to have a long conversation with his new lord. He did not intend to be a mindless knight that just performed everything a noble asked of him. The only reason he duelled Emerson was to have a reason to kill those knights that hurt Elodia and almost killed Agni. He needed to create a boundary for this alliance that perhaps in the future he would abandon. Before that, first I have to ask you, do you actually intend to become the heir to the Duke's title? Because I'm not sure if that's a feasible dream. I do not desire that title, but, due to some circumstances, I need to participate in the succession process. Roland nodded his head while staring into Arthur's eyes. It didn't seem that the young man was lying, and this was probably the case. If he actually thought that he had a chance of coming up on top, then Roland would consider him crazy. The only real way for a bastard of becoming the main heir was by having the others perish. Even if the other candidates were highly incompetent, their blood just carried this much weight. It's not anything nefarious, is it? Let me make this clear, I will not kill for you. No, it's nothing like that. It's quite simple, I just need to win a bet. A bet? Yes, for this I need to amass enough power until a certain date. I'll probably need to explain a few things to you, my head knight. You'll have to perform a few new duties from now on. Arthur nodded while smiling. Roland wanted to press more, but he wasn't really interested in the reasoning behind the noble's movements. It was enough for him to know that he wasn't really aiming for the title. This squabble of the sons would probably also continue for a while. The oldest wasn't even 30 and their father would probably not be giving up his position in the foreseeable future. There was enough wiggle room to get out of this situation, as even though he had been named the head knight, his position wasn't set in stone. It was possible to transfer the title later on to another person through various means, and he would cross that bridge when the time came. New duties, right about that. I still have a lot of work to do in my workshop, so I'll have to ask you to transfer most of those duties to those two other knights that are standing outside. I understand. That's fine, but I'll have to ask for your attendance if something like today happens again. Of course, that's fine. Now then, Sir Wayland, who are you? Roland thought about this issue before coming here. Having his real name mentioned wasn't something that he was that keen on doing, but he was also tired of hiding. Considering that his father had some type of backing, his name did carry some weight and could act as a shield later. Arthur didn't seem like someone that would babble out his secret, nor did he really have a reason to. Have you heard about Baron Arden? Wentworth Arden. Baron Arden? That name sounds familiar. Arthur started scratching his chin while looking out through the window. After a few seconds, his eyes opened wide as he recalled hearing this noble name before. Ah. Do you mean the Silver Wolf, one of the heroes of the previous war? I see that you know him. Was he that famous? Who wouldn't know the tale of the Silver Wolf, the man that through his courage ascended into nobility? I remember reading some old records that mentioned some of his tales, like the one where he fell one of the Empire's knight commanders in single combat. Ah, yes, something like that happened. Roland nodded while Arthur started smiling and listing down some of his father's exploits. It was a bit surprising to see that the Baron household was this well known here. However, it didn't seem that he knew anything else about him besides some old war stories. So how are you related to Baron Arden? Are you his? Yes, I'm one of his bastards. Oh, the moment Roland mentioned his relationship with his father, Arthur's smile turned upside down. The young man here was in a similar situation, but their motives were reversed. Roland wanted to stay as far away from his father to the point of hiding out in a remote city like Albrook. On the other hand, Arthur desired to show off his skills and prove something to his dismissive father. Ha, this is great. It's great? Yes, don't you see? Two bastards working together. This must have been fate. Fate, huh? To Roland's surprise, Arthur's solemn expression quickly vanished and he started laughing. The whole predicament was quite peculiar, as both of them were bastard sons of famous nobles. One was an influential duke that every noble knew in the kingdom. The other was an old war hero whose acts turned him into a living legend. Celeria must have a sense of humor if she let both of us meet like this, but I don't dislike this. Let me reintroduce myself to you then, my friend, Arthur Valerian, pleased to make your acquaintance. Both Arthur and Roland were sitting opposite each other in this exchange. The noble stood up from his seat to lean forward with an outstretched hand. Roland looked at this hand for a moment before deciding to grasp it. Roland Arden. Roland? I like it. Thank you, but, I know, Sir Wayland. The two smiled at each other while Mary finally decided to butt in on the conversation. In her hand, she was holding a bottle of some expensive wine. Now that the two lords have become best friends, would you like to drink some wine? The vintage on this one is quite nice. Sorry, I don't really drink anymore, Roland was quick to reply, as he had grown a disdain for drinking beverages filled with alcohol after a few incidents in his past. With how paranoid he was about everything, he wanted to retain a clear mind, and also not get himself poisoned when eating food that he didn't examine previously. Well, now that we introduced ourselves again, I think we need to discuss the future of our new partnership. Partnership? Yes, to be honest, I don't think I can offer you that much in return. I'm not even sure I'm in the position to make any demands. Roland was a bit surprised by how Arthur was acting now. After he revealed his true name and standing, the noble had become even more casual with him. It was true that Arthur would probably not have that much to offer him, but this was not the time to be joking about it. Normally, he expected another deal between the two to commence and perhaps even a new contract to be formed. Yet it was as if Arthur was considering him a friend or something close to that. I thought you were better at bartering. First, I think we should have at least a week before Theodore reacts, that is if he actually does anything in the first place. We are of the same mind, he might abandon Emerson to not be held responsible for this incident. Yes, I fear that he might go with that option. The two nodded at each other, as it wasn't set in stone that Theodore would pay up for Emerson's misgivings. He could announce that his knight commander was acting on his own accord and that he didn't have anything to do with it. That would be troublesome. He could deny paying the compensation owed and even demand we release the knights that were just following orders. But I think your little recording could help us out. Yes, even if he could denounce Emerson for his misconduct, people will see it as his fault for hiring a man like that. Theodore was still the person that hired Emerson and gave him a spot inside the Valerian Knights. If the recording of this night became known where he attempted to backstab his opponent after surrendering, then Theodore's name would be dragged down along with it. Nobles were kind of a reflection of the staff they hired and trained. He would become a laughingstock for allowing a man like that to work in such a high position. Will you contact your brother and explain it to him? I don't even want to think about it, but it has to be done. I can help you play the recording. We can do it now before I leave. What now? I think this can wait. I need to make some preparations. How about we talk about something else, like expanding the knight order? Now that there is a head knight, Roland didn't continue pushing the issue as he saw that Arthur seemed uncomfortable. It wasn't strange considering that Theodore was the second-born son and a prominent figure in the Valerian household. It was possible that Arthur received his fair share of bullying when he was younger. Feeling uncomfortable when confronting such a foe was understandable. I guess we can do that later. I'll leave the recruitment to you. I haven't really been formally trained as a knight. It would be better to let someone else perform this task. I see. I'll prepare a speech for you then. I'm sure the current soldiers will love to form their new knight commander. A speech? Yeah, that could boost morale. Oh. You're fine with it? Why shouldn't I? Arthur was a bit confused by Roland agreeing to perform a speech in front of the other soldiers and knight candidates. Normally, he seemed like someone that didn't like performing such tasks. However, after Roland's stay in the Tier 3 trial, he had somewhat become aware of the ways of running a kingdom. As the knight commander, he needed to perform a few tasks that he normally would try to avoid like the plague. You are full of surprises, or was the previous persona just an act? Something like that. The two nodded at each other and continued to discuss some issues concerning Albrook. The platinum adventurers that Arthur was attempting to recruit were also mentioned and perhaps now could be drawn into joining their side. There was a lot of work to do and a lot of eyes would now be pointed in their direction. A lot of work awaited Roland in the future, but first, he needed to get back to his workshop. Now that the issue with the knights was resolved, he needed to get back home. Their Agni along with Elodia were still waiting for him. With potentially more enemies on the horizon, he needed to get stronger again. His power was above the average knight commander, but this didn't mean that he could relax. With Arthur's backing and the new dungeon filled with large amounts of materials, he would become stronger, strong enough to take his fate into his own two hands. There was no going back now. A new era had arrived for him. It would probably bring a lot of trials and tribulations, and he could only face them head-on. Hiding was not an option anymore. A time when he would need to take the offensive again could be right around the corner, and he needed to be ready. I might be missing a few things, but I can't wait anymore. I need to make a new set before it's too late. Chapter 335. My lord. I told you that I didn't want to be disturbed, Reginald. I hope for your sake that you have a good reason for this. My sincere apologies, but the Black Ravens have sent an emergency report. An emergency? Could Julius be planning something? It can't be Ivan, so it should be Tybalt. It's from the Fallen region, my lord. From that bastard? Did something happen to Emerson? Just give me the report. Yes, my lord. The butler strutted in while holding a letter with a raven seal on it. This time around it was a tad different, as instead of it being black, it was slightly crimson in coloring. Theodore Valerian, the master of this place, started going through the writing. His eyes traced the letters with haste as he couldn't believe what the letter was saying. Soon enough the whole piece of paper was a crumbled-up mess which he threw into the nearby fireplace. How did he manage to fail? Was he this incompetent? Was there a variable? No, this doesn't make sense. Who is this unknown knight? Could that bastard be working with one of them? The man leaned back in his chair while thinking. A lot of things didn't make sense to him, the main thing being that Arthur had acquired a head knight that was above Emerson in strength. Even though he had failed, his defeat should have not come that easy. A regular platinum adventurer would have not been able to achieve this task. Have the Ravens gathered more information? Did that bastard say anything? Not yet, my lord. We are waiting for their demands. Many of our knights have been detained, but no price has been presented to us. It would be unsightly to contact them first, so wait. Should I contact the accountant? Do so. The man leaned back in his chair while continuously trying to figure out who was really behind all of this. It made no sense that his younger brother would be able to achieve something like this. There had to be someone backing him, and his brothers were the obvious source of that. His image of an honorable leader had to be kept. Even though he wanted to let every one of those knights rot, it would be a blemish on his name. After reading the report, it seemed that the duel was justified, but he could always attempt to deny those claims. Before he reached a decision, he needed more information. Theodore was not someone hasty. Now that a variable appeared, it was time to take a step back. Have the Ravens monitor Albrook. I want to know if any of my brothers came in contact with that bastard. I don't care if you have to search the main house for some proof. They could have been working together since the start. Yes, my lord. The butler nodded while hearing out the orders. His eyes glanced at the man before him that continued to throw out slow orders. Each time he took a little bit of time to think over his spoken words and remained calm. His build wasn't too big nor too small, and his facial features were considered quite handsome, just like all of his brothers. His nature of acting only within his means, and if the information he gathered allowed him to, had brought him this far. Already the butler could see him trying to predict a few moves ahead of the unknown opponent to figure out the puzzle that was presented to him. While the caution he displayed was the safest approach, it sometimes prevented him from achieving a breakthrough. Soon the man left with a list of orders to carry out. With a B-rank dungeon escaping their grasp, this issue was becoming larger than any of them anticipated. Now, with the threat of one of the other brothers getting involved, there was not much time to be wasted. However, before a full report could be made, he did not see his master making an aggressive comeback. That clears up things with Arthur, but what now? Roland was on his way home after eviscerating Emerson in the sanctioned duel. His talk with Arthur also ended, and the only thing that he wanted to do now was to get back home. Even though the Platinum Adventurers were said to be coming soon, this wasn't his concern anymore. He had left in a rush, so now the only thing on his mind was the people at home. His old armor had been trashed in the fight, not by his opponent, but by his own runes. Only now, after the live battle test, did he have enough data for his rapid machine reassembly skill. It was now clear to him that it wasn't limitless, and the more it was used, the more of the creation was lost. Each and every time he recreated his armor, some of the materials were lost. At the end, there was nothing left to restore as the connections between the molecules holding the structures together were fully destroyed. At least it leveled up a lot. Rapid machine reassembly had been the last skill he received from his runic engineer class. At this time it had reached level 8 and was close to reaching the maximum. It was still a tier 2 skill that had been used multiple times on high-grade equipment such as the golems and his armor. Restoring so many complicated runic components while engaged in combat boosted the skill's leveling potential. I wonder if it's going to upgrade into a new skill after level 9. He was not sure if this was possible, but if his Overlord class was prestigious enough, there was a possibility. It was a given that all of the skills he gained as a Runesmith Lord could be turned into higher tier 3 versions of them, as the class was a direct upgrade of the old one. Considering that the Overlord class was a prestige class above the likes of Master Runesmith, there was a possibility of it also being one above a tier 3 Master Rune Engineer. It would have been a blessing if this was the case, as he could see himself using this skill in the future a lot. Awoo! Huh? While he was immersed in his thoughts, he heard a familiar howl. His home was still out of view and covered by trees. This didn't stop his fateful companion from running out to greet him. The sight of the ruby wolf that had a brush with death brought a smile to his face. Agni, are you feeling better? Woof! The ruby hound was quick to jump into his master's arms. Any regular person would have their body fly back in the opposite direction due to the weight and momentum. Roland with his current stats was like a brick wall, but to make things easier on his injured wolf, he decided to roll with it and landed on his back. Hey, stop licking my face, Worf. Roland responded to the barrage of licks coming his way. The helmet that he usually wore had become bent out of shape to the point of him removing it. This gave Agni the perfect opportunity to slobber all over his face. Normally he would have pushed him off by now, but after seeing Agni almost die had softened him up. Okay, that's actually enough now. Yet after giving his wolf a bit of leeway, his face had become drenched in slobber. Soon enough he found himself pushing the overzealous wolf away while also noticing that he didn't come alone. Right behind him was a person with elongated ears that was quick to give him a shout. Wayland, is that you? Lobelia? What are you doing here? What do you mean? I heard what happened and rushed over. Now that I see your face, it does fit a knight. So, you know, of course. Lobelia smiled while giving Roland a thumbs up. She was part of the Thieves' Guild, so it wasn't strange that she already knew the news. Something like a head knight appearing out of nowhere would have spread quite fast. All the underground companies that sold information would be quick to inform their patrons of this event. The name of Wayland the Runesmith would now be changed to Wayland the Head Knight. For a moment he considered giving himself a second secret identity. During the debacle, his face was covered by his helmet. It might have been possible to still be a craftsman at day, a knight at night, as long as he didn't show his face. He had to throw that idea out of the window fast though. First of all, there would be a problem in justifying the duel. The deed to the land was still in his original name. It was possible to falsify the records with Arthur's name, but it was dangerous. If any spy managed to find out, Theodore would have an excuse to retaliate. Then also, as a knight, he needed to follow certain standards. Sometimes removing his helmet before a noble was a must. Sooner or later his identity would be exposed, so he gave up on that idea. Instead, he decided to focus on getting stronger along with figuring out his standing within this world. Now that I think about it, who can I really trust here? After going through more than a year of warfare, his outlook on the world had changed. The trial showed him that when going into the world of nobility and leadership, one had to know their allies. He would be going into a new world filled with subterfuge, schemes, and liars. This was the thing that he was hoping to avoid after having to spend 5 years as a child in the Arden household. Even to this day he was convinced that someone had sent that soldier to kill him. I should make a list. Lobelia here started wrestling around with Agni as the two headed back to his home. Along the way, they started discussing the event that transpired. So not much is known yet. That's good. Can I ask you a question? Oh. Ask away. Have you ever thought of expanding into a different field of work? Different field? What do you mean? I mean, one not involving the underground, something that is more legitimate. If you're asking this, you must have something in mind. Roland nodded at Lobelia as he considered her somewhat trustworthy. At least as long as he was associated with her elder sister Elodia, the half-elf would probably never do anything rash. She was an experienced tracker and had some connections. This was an excellent set of skills to be part of a noble's intelligence network. Mary, who was Arthur's maid, was probably the leader if such a group existed in Arthur's ranks. If he could get Lobelia to switch jobs and work together with the cat maid, then he would have someone on the inside. Arthur was one thing, but Mary seemed like the type of person that would push him over a ledge if it allowed her lord to achieve his mission. His position came with a lot of responsibilities but also contained some boons. He was now in a similar position to Knight Commander Emerson, who had his own battalion of soldiers. It was even possible for him to lead thousands of men, just like in the trial that he finished. Getting a few capable people on his side was paramount to his survival. It would be strange if some of the new soldiers that they recruit were planted spies. There was also a possibility of bribes already in the works, or someone already being from the enemy camp. Yes, I know that you dislike nobles, but I think you'll be a good fit. You want me to work for that noble? But I'm not a knight. There is no need for you to be a knight, you'd be part of the hidden unit. Oh, an assassin. Well, close but not quite. Lobelia seemed interested for a moment, but her imagination was flying all over the place. She must have heard all sorts of rumors of nobles having assassination squads ready to slice the throats of their competition. While this wasn't that much off, he wasn't planning to put her in that kind of position unless she actually chose that life. We should discuss the details later, maybe bring that idiot along too. I might be able to find him a spot somewhere. Even him? What are you planning? I'm not sure yet. Roland paused for a moment as they finally arrived at his home and were greeted by both Elodia and Benir. The two looked well but worried. The information about his duel had probably reached this place if Lobelia was here, so he wouldn't need to explain that much to them. Heh, does this make me a squire now? It actually might. Maybe I should make you a proper sword and armor. Whoa, slow down boss, I was only joking. I can't even ride a horse. Benir started sweating after Roland went along with the joke. In actuality, he would need to hire a squire, so having Benir do the job instead wouldn't be such a bad idea. Forcing him to go along into noble homes and parties would have probably been amusing, but it was probably better to let him stay at the workshop as his right-hand man. Now that he was part of Arthur's entourage, some trips outside the city were a possibility. Just like Emerson had ventured outside to take care of things, he could be ordered to do the same. I'm sure we could teach you eventually. I feel stupid for worrying about you. While he was making fun of Benir, a finger made its way toward his side. Elodia was there, shaking her head at Roland, who was acting like a teenager. Soon all of them made their way into his home to discuss a few things. Now that he had become the head knight, he needed to explain how things would change. Sorry about that, but we need to talk about what is going to happen. As you already heard, I've become a knight. After some small talk, he gathered everyone that was around for a little strategic meeting. While he had decided to go along with the head knight position, this didn't mean that everyone here had to go along with it. Even the job offer he handed to Lobelia was a shot in the dark, as he wasn't really sure if she would even consider it. This was a decision that I made. I'll understand if you'd wish to avoid anything that involves nobles. What are you trying to say? Elodia asked while seeming a bit mad at what Roland was insinuating. I'm saying that something like what happened today could happen later, and I'd understand if you'd wish to leave. The room only contained Benir, Lobelia, Elodia, and Agni. There weren't really that many people that he knew or cherished that much. Benir and Elodia were the two that were the closest to him, and if they decided that it had become too dangerous for them, he would be fine with it. What are you even saying? Whoa, not even a second passed as he received a kick to his shin from Elodia. Yet the only thing that had suffered damage was the same foot that kicked him, as his body had become too sturdy. That's a stupid question to ask. If I wanted to leave, then I would have already gone. She wiggled around a bit after her big toe got the brunt of the attack. Benir was the second one to speak up while laughing joyfully. I never liked nobles, but if it's you, boss, then I can make an exception. I also want to see the look on the faces of those Union bastards. He could see his assistant laughing and plotting something involving the other dwarfs. Considering that he was now a knight commander, the dwarfs would have to fear him. Previously they could have easily boycotted someone like him, as he was seen as a commoner. Now they would be directly spitting on the Valerian household if they attempted the same. Well, you can count me in too. I might even give that offer a thought. Lobelia on the other hand shrugged as she didn't feel strongly about the whole thing. Her involvement was quite small as her only concern was her sister that got hit by a Valerian knight. Now that this knight was already dead there was not really much to do for her. Roland nodded while discussing a few other things with the group. One of them involved bringing over a better-looking Valerian crest and hanging it outside. With it there everyone would think twice before causing any more trouble. I need everyone to get stronger. That area can still be used for power leveling. He already had a plan in his head to get a few of his new associates more power. The first one would be Mary, who would probably become a good asset in the future. With some of the old tools that he needed to revisit it wouldn't be hard to get her to level 150. However, before that started his next move would involve drawing up a schematic for his newest creation. I might not have much time for this, but I don't have to make all the parts at once. Chapter 336. It's never easy. If something comes easy then it never lasts long. That's what my ma used to say. I guess she was right. Well, I'll go get the things from the list, boss. See you later. Roland nodded at Benia while staring at a schematic that he hung up on a wooden board. It was mostly a sketch of the end product that would be his armor. He stayed up half the night yesterday just to make it. After his battle with Emerson, he discovered a few flaws in the initial design that he came up with before the battle. After activating both his Overlord's Might and Mana Overflow skills, he recognized a problem. Even the red mithril has a limit. I didn't account for the chaotic mana that skill gives me. Then if I combine both of them at once this happens. On the table before him was a thin plate made of red metal. It was the alloy that he intended to use for his new creation. It was mostly made from the red mithril ore that he slowly mined from the dungeon area. Another additive was Ethereum, which lowered the durability against physical attacks, but would allow for it to be more resistant to runes. On the plate, there was a tier 3 rune inscribed which contained the levitation spell that he previously studied. When he activated it, the small rectangular plate started to slowly move up into the air while the rune glowed. When examining the process he could see that the metal was letting the mana flow exceptionally well. There was almost no deteriorative effect to speak of. It looked to be fine when taking in his mana through his runic region skill, which allowed him to activate runes from afar. The next part of the test was to activate the Mana Overflow skill, which generated a blue hue over his body and added arcs of blue lightning. This jolted the plate slightly and he could see that the metal was having a harder time containing the charge. Then for the last part of this test, to confirm his fear, he activated the Overlord's Might skill. It produced a red aura that together with the blue light of the Mana Overflow skill turned everything purple. If the flashy color of combining these two skills was the only downside, then it would be fine, but that wasn't the main problem. The plate that was previously gently floating in the air started twitching around while glowing purple. This was not something it was supposed to do. The chaotic mana pattern that came from his Overlord skill was interfering with the runic components. When looking over everything with all the skills and senses he developed, he could see the problem. This red mana is very unstable. The mana pattern is constantly changing slightly and making all the components go haywire. Even if it's just jittering slightly, it could create a bigger problem in a more complicated structure. This new skill was hard to control and could cause havoc on his new armor, which would be composed of greater runes. If during a battle he attempted to create a defensive shield and this chaotic mana caused an error, he could very well die. Mana Overflow, on the other hand, was a lot more stable by itself, but when the two skills were combined it also enhanced the deteriorative effect. The thin plate of red mithril was slowly starting to give out some smoke the longer the purple haze continued. This was the second test that he conducted, now using both of the skills. Overlord's Might used by itself was slightly less damaging to the structure, but it would be a shame if he couldn't use them at once. I might have to make the armor a lot thicker than I expected. The easiest way to alleviate this problem was adding some bulk to the situation. Below the floating plate, there was another metallic item that looked like a cube. It had some thickness to it and was also equipped with the same levitation spell. Before his skills ran out, he activated this piece to float up. Thanks to the thickness, some of that chaotic red mana was being contained better and the jittering had been halted. But is this the only way out? After finishing up with the test, he glanced at the armor set on the board. If his calculations were correct, then the thing would weigh more than triple that of his older creation. This could be alleviated by the heightened stats he received from his Tier 3 ascension. He would still lose some speed, but the added mass would make him also harder to knock down. Considering that he was still more of a ranged combatant, this was fine. The weight aspect shouldn't really be a problem if I can use those skills. All my stats will be boosted even further, and then there is also the levitation spell. If it was someone else, then the weight might be considered an issue. It would slowly tire anyone down and affect the person's stamina that was wearing it. Roland, on the other hand, had some magical means to alleviate this problem. That spell in particular could be used to lessen the weight and could be used similarly to a buffing spell. With a few alterations, it could lessen the weight by 50% without affecting the metal at all. A suit custom made for me and trash for everyone else. Think this is probably the best I can come up with. No one else would probably be willing to use this type of armor. It was too heavy for mags that could actually utilize the runic spells, and the warrior types would quickly get a migraine after using even one of those spells. It was something that only he would be able to control, and this put a smile on his face. Won't really need the shoulder cannons anymore, which will save some space, but I can also make them detachable. Previously, when he was fighting Emerson, he decided to rip away the shoulder-mounted firearms. They did their job well, but now that he had figured out the floating spell, he would upgrade them into something else. The prototype that he had developed could be made with the help of lesser metals and easily replaced. Just like before, it had a cube as its base. On each flat side of this cube, there existed a propulsion rune that shot out a funnel of air and flames. At the corners of the cube, there was an iron wire going up at a 45-degree angle which then straightened out forward. There were 4 of these rods sticking out on one side which represented the front of the cube. Roland had hoped to mirror these points to the backside, but that would only complicate the operating system. As things stood now, he needed to minimize the design and cut corners. The enemies that were on the horizon could come at any moment, and he had no working armor yet.asa base for the flight system for this floating cube. He used a golem core. It was buried inside of it and had been copied from a peculiar golem monster. This type had been a floating rock with one giant eye in the front. From within this eye, it would fire beams of heated energy, very similar to what he was going with his design. This core had been one that he examined throughout the years, and now with his Tier 3 abilities, copying the base system and making alterations to them wouldn't be that hard. What would have taken him months previously now could be solved in a few days. Thanks to his multiple minds, he could go through the math while going through the crafting procedure. These things would replace the shoulder-mounted cannons and be controlled without the need for the mage hand spell. By automatically firing at his enemies and evading attacks at the same time, they were like small golem companions. The more of them I can make, the better. He wasn't quite sure what his limit would be for controlling them. Even though they would be fully functioning golems, he would need his multiple mind skill to keep feeding them information. The more of them were made, the more brain power he needed to relinquish. With his current skills, it was better to make many smaller golems to augment his fighting style. Other golem makers usually concentrated on creating the best golemic creation they could. This mostly translated into huge metallic monstrosities that were almost impossible to damage. While they were tough and hit hard, they needed a lot of materials to make. The armor that he was making was hollow inside, but a golem of the same size wouldn't. The cost of making a human-sized golem was astronomical, and it also required a gigantic power source to move that type of giant body. However, even with those downsides, he couldn't say that there was no reason for making something like that. A huge golem like that had its uses, and after this was over he wouldn't be against making something larger. Just like in the bank he visited once, a big bulky golem would be the perfect visual deterrent for potential future threats. If there was a group of 3-meter-tall metal monsters guarding his shop, even those knights that appeared from the Valerian house would have probably withdrawn before attacking. Let's see. This should be enough, but barely. After looking over a few other things, Roland was finally ready to get the show on the road. In his hands, he was holding a dented shield with the Valerian family crest in the front. To the side, there was also a similar-looking armor that had the imprints of his fists on it. Both of these would be turned into filler for his red mithril base, as he was lacking enough for the bulkier variant of his new suit of armor. Luckily this thing has a lot of mithril inside of it too. What Emerson was wearing was an expensive suit of armor made mostly out of regular mithril. It would blend well enough with the red one, just affecting the fire resistance properties slightly. The rest were filler metals that he could do without, and luckily there was an easy way of separating them from what he wanted. For this occasion, he would utilize his new forge fire control skill. Without a proper smelter that could handle these enhanced metals, he would need to use up a lot of mana. Luckily with his current stats, this wouldn't be that bad, and with the help of the mana overflow skill, things would be even easier. Mithril was a staple tier 3 metal that made up the bulk of weapons at this level. It was a well-rounded material that boasted high defenses in all fields. The elemental variants also showed off how well it worked with mana. Many mags of tier 3 usually included a little bit of it into their wands and staffs. It was finally time for him to join this group of elite mithril users and cover his entire body with it. Luckily I won't need that sword, I'll just erase the enchantments and use it for now. The sword that Emerson used was also here. For the time being, it was on the side as it was still in working order. The enchantments weren't that great, but after most of his gear was destroyed it was better than nothing. Even the hammer he was using had burned through a lot of its runes and would probably not last more than one other duel. This sword had the largest quantity of mithril compared to the armor and the shield. Only due to the thinner plates was he actually able to dent it with the help of his fists. Yet even with those dents the structure was never destroyed and it never broke. It seemed that the alloy that all of this was composed of made the armor a lot softer than what he was looking for. I need to separate the other metals from the mithril or my armor could end up the same. Mithril had a high melting point, it would take quite a lot of heat to soften up before treatment. It was actually really hard to get to this melting point that turned it to liquid and made it very difficult for molds. This was a stark contrast to something like adamantium, which was one of the strongest metals that this world could offer. That one was many more times resistant than mithril, but also sometimes simpler to work with. A craftsman only got one chance to work with it, as after the ore was brought to a melting point it was impossible to repeat the process. After hardening once, adamantium would become unable to be worked on in a regular way. It was practically indestructible after the process was done correctly, but it had to be all done in one go. To get what he wanted out of the suit of armor and the shield, he decided to put it through a liquation process. Thanks to his identification skill, he was aware of what the alloy was made of and the melting temperatures that he needed to apply. The mithril that he desired had the highest resistance to heat and would be the last to melt away. Thus he just needed to heat all of it up below the melting point of mithril to receive a pure ingot afterward. This process was quite simple and known to him, as he had used the same way to purify the red mithril ingots previously. Thus he just needed to repeat it with the suit of armor and shield. Similar to adamantium, after the initial ore was processed, mithril was harder to work on. Thus to enhance the old smelter that he previously used, he needed to add some of his own heat with the forge fire control skill. Finally, he got to work by first stripping all of the plate armor from things like straps and rivets. Some of the parts that didn't cover critical locations weren't made of the metal that he wanted, so they could just be tossed away from the get-go. What remained was then placed onto a slope that was under a large furnace. The angle would push the liquidized ore down into an ingot mold that he could use later. Thus he initiated the process and added his mana to the mix to get things going. The armor pieces started glowing red and slowly but surely liquefying before his eyes. This entire workshop quickly became filled with immense levels of heat that was then quickly suctioned outside by runic fans installed in the walls. All the heat was removed from this main workshop and then utilized elsewhere. Using steam was a valid way of generating some extra energy. While he mostly used wind turbines now, he fixed up the place to generate a small amount of extra charge through a steam generator. All the heat that was generated during smelting could be used to boil water and make steam. Due to the slant on which the metals were resting, the liquefied parts started pouring down. It started out with small red droplets, but soon enough the ingot mold was becoming filled out. The process was slow and grueling, but it was necessary for the creation of his armor. With time all of the impurities were removed and he could turn up the heat. Now that almost nothing but mithril was left inside, he could create separate ingots for his initial purpose. Luckily these fantasy metals were different from regular iron and steel. Even if they went through multiple melting sessions, they would retain their qualities. Oh, are you finished, boss? Bernier? Did you get them? Hee, yes I did. You should have seen their faces when they saw the letter. Would have been nice if I could have been there. After spending several hours down in the workshop, Roland was able to create the mithril ingots from Emerson's armor. Bernier on the other hand returned with a few useful tools. They were placed by him on the workbench and spread out for him to see. The first tool that he grabbed was a regular smithing hammer. Luckily our dwarven friends had some mithril tools out for sale. Yes, very lucky, for us. What Banir had done was taken an official letter to one of the dwarven workshops in the city. Now that Roland was a head knight he could use the Valerian seal for various reasons. This day he decided to strong-arm the Union dwarfs into selling mithril tools to him. To save on time and resources he decided to not make his own set just yet. His new position made it impossible for the dwarfs to refuse if he asked for it now. These aren't bad, they had to have been made by a good master blacksmith. Aye. Well then, grab the tongs and help me out. Aye, boss. Banir's eyes were sparkling like mad. Ever since he found out that they would be making a runic suit of armor made of mithril his assistant was restless. He was truly a craftsman at heart. Being able to assist in the creation of something this grand was an honor for the half-dwarf. Roland could already see him rubbing it in during one of his visits to the pub. We will focus on the gauntlets first. With an unknown amount of time remaining he decided to focus on his hands. At least with a set of gauntlets, he would be able to cast a few devastating spells. Afterward, it would be either the breastplate component of boots. Soon after a little break the forge was turned back on and the time for hammering was upon him. Chapter 337. Well, so you finally decided to show yourself, little brother. Greetings, elder brother Theodore. This might be the first time we had the pleasure of talking since our last meeting. Last meeting? I'm not sure I recall, but we are not here for idle chit-chat. What do you want? Straight to the point. I always liked that about you, elder brother. Arthur was showing one of the fakest smiles that he could while trying to remain calm. This was his older brother that was potentially going to be the next duke. While he was taking part in the succession war, there was no way of him ever truly coming out on top. However, to achieve his goal he needed to prove his competency to his father. If he was able to do that, not even his older brothers could seek vengeance. I'll cut it short then. Your knight unlawfully caused damages to my head knight's property. As you already know, a sanctioned duel between the two had taken place and my man won. Thus I think you know what this entails. Who was it? HM? I'm not sure that I follow, elder brother. Who was what? Stop playing games, Arthur. Who put you up to this? Was it Julius or Tybalt? Or did that idiot Ivan start getting desperate? Oh, I assure you, none of the other elder brothers had anything to do with it. You want me to believe that? Nevertheless, if you don't want to talk, then that's fine. The truth will come out eventually as it always does, but don't think you'll get one silver coin from me. Arthur continued to smile while trying to contain himself from any potential angry outbursts. This brother of his started going on a strange rant. Apparently, he was being underestimated. Theodore was quite convinced that one of the other brothers was behind him and the true perpetrator. When I drag you to the noble court, everything will be revealed. You wish for the court of nobles to get involved? Even nobles could be sued and taken to court, but only by other nobles. Depending on the status of the nobles, they could be dragged over to one of two. First was the royal court, which involved the highest degree of nobles that were the dukes and could also force the king to appear. For someone like Arthur that was a bastard son of a duke, this was not the one Theodore would force him into. Instead, it was the court meant for lesser nobles that were composed of nobles up to the rank of count. Everyone could present their case in front of this officially assigned noble that acted as a judge. This person would be randomly chosen with neutrality in mind. If this happened, then Arthur would probably need to travel to a different duchy that wasn't related to their Valerian household. Though on the outside this seemed fair, it was anything but that. There was nothing like true neutrality, as most nobles would take the side of the more prominent son. Bribes were also a possibility, which put Arthur at a big disadvantage and was something his brother was aiming for. Why wouldn't I? Even someone like you should know what will happen there. So is that your aim? I don't know what you mean. Justice will prevail. The two were conversing through magical means and the help of crystal balls. Both knew that it was possible to record exchanges through these devices. Theodore couldn't outright blackmail him or threaten him due to this. Instead, he could just tiptoe around the issue. Arthur assumed that this threat could be dealt with by allowing the captured knights to leave without him receiving much or even anything as compensation. If he received a single gold coin from Theodore, it would be similar to admitting that his knights wronged Arthur. I see, but dear elder brother, justice is on my side and I can prove it. Prove it? How, do you think anyone will believe your head knight instead of mine? I know that this Wayland is no nobleman, nor did he attend any knight academy within the kingdom. His word is worthless here. Oh, what if the words came out of your own knight commander's mouth? From Emerson's? Are you insinuating that he would betray me? Are you mad? My dear brother? How about you take a look at this? It was time to present Theodore with his only real trump card. He had received a magical device from Roland beforehand just for this occasion. His new ally wanted to present it himself during the talk, but Arthur preferred to keep the conversation with his brother private. What are you doing? Just give me a moment. There we go. Theodore's crystal ball was on the larger side so he could even see Arthur from waist up. Now instead he was looking at a flat surface with his brother standing behind it. On this surface, some type of illusory image started appearing. Let the duel commence. Is that? Yes, it's a magical recollection of the duel. Theodore squinted with his eyes, but he could clearly make out Emerson from this recording. He was battling another person that he assumed to be Arthur's head knight. It didn't take him long to figure out what the point of this magic was. I'll fast forward this a bit to the important part. Fast forward? Yes, I heard some mags call it like that. Arthur just parroted Roland's explanation that attributed strange phrases like pausing and rewinding to this magical device. Soon he came up to the ending part of the duel where Emerson surrendered. This was then followed by the most important phrase, "You're too naive." The knight commander had surrendered and soon after charged at his opponent when his defenses were down. It was a clear indication of honorless behavior and something that was frowned upon by any knight. He broke the code. Are you surprised? You want me to believe in this trick? This magic must be fake. Is it fake? You do know that they will be able to test it during the court review. This wouldn't prove anything, do you really think so? It will be enough to force a true confession from the other knights, and you already know what happened that day. Arthur could see his brother's face changing into something ugly. This brother of his was known for his calm mind and demeanor. It was clear that this case would not be an easy one to win. With the added magical evidence, it gave him a good foothold. Theodore knew what Emerson did and Arthur was aware of this. His spy network was extensive and there were ways of forcing confessions out of the lesser knights that were involved in this event. So you finally grew a spine. Are you sure that you want to play these games, Arthur? Oh. Is that a threat that I feel? Will you send your assassins into my territory? Are you sure they won't fail as your little knight commander? Will they do a clean enough job or will father notice? Don't get conceited, you damn bastard. Ho ho, so are we done pretending? I know very well what you think of me. Both Arthur and Theodore started to slowly drop the facade of brotherly respect. None of them really liked each other, and this whole conversation was reaching the climax. Arthur was aware that his brother could easily kill him with the help of the power that he amassed. He also knew that he was very pedantic and careful. With the appearance of a hidden variable in the form of Roland, he would not act. If you don't want it to be known to the world that Theodore Valerian employs knights who break the code of chivalry, and can't even handle one little bastard, then you will agree to my demands. Your damn demands? Do you think that I'll pay to get that fool back? Oh, you will pay. I know how much you care about that name of yours. Do you want to be known as the noble that abandons the people that swear their oath to him? Arthur could see Theodore's face going red, but soon after his brother was able to calm himself. Even though this was a hit to his prestige, the amount of money he would pay to get this sorted out wasn't that astronomical. One thing became clear: if Theodore pushed this onto the noble court, some things that he wanted to remain hidden could be unearthed. It would also give the other brothers an opportunity to drag his name through the mud. The involvement of the other brothers was also an unknown factor, and with Arthur acting this confident, there had to be a hidden backer. Thus, after thinking about the pros and cons, a decision was finally made. Fine, how much do you want? I knew that we could come to an agreement. Arthur's frown quickly turned upside down as he saw his older brother come to a decision. Now it was just a matter of getting a good enough deal for the both of them. He knew of the usual rates that were asked during incidents like this, so he wouldn't be scammed out of money. I was thinking of, Lord Arthur, are you all right? A bucket. Yes? Quickly, find me a bucket or something. Mary had walked into Arthur's office after hearing the magical device being turned off. In front of her, she was pushing a small trolley with tea and some cake. It was known to her that her lord was having a stressful conversation with his older brother. When she got in though he did look quite pale and was holding a hand in front of his mouth. "I'll go ask one of the maids to bring one over." No, tea, that will do." Her eyes went wide as she saw Arthur charge for the tea set. Instead of grabbing the teacup or the cake, he went for the pot. He was quick to open it up and poured the warm beverage from inside onto the floor. Before she could ask about what he was doing, she heard a rather audible sound of him vomiting. Blarg. The pot was able to contain around 1 liter of liquid inside and was quickly filled up. This unsightly display was not something that she expected to see when walking into this room. "My lord, are you unwell? Should I call for the doctor or for the priest?" No, it's fine, I'm fine now, here." She was given the vomit-filled teapot by her lord, who took one of the napkins from the trolley tray. Mary wasn't sure what to do with this thing besides closing the lid to avoid the smell. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Just be sure not to mention this little accident to anyone." "Of course." "Phew, that was something different. Also sorry about this." "It's fine, my lord, I'll clean it up." The color started returning to Arthur's face after this little incident. Mary was quick to call over some other maids to take care of the tea stain while she disposed of the vomit-filled teapot herself. When leaving the room, for some reason the young lord looked content. It was as if he managed to push through one of the walls that blocked his way. After returning to the office, she found him sitting behind the desk again. He was busy writing up some new documents. After another glance, it became clear that these documents involved the apprehended knights that had invaded their lands. She wasn't sure what the deal was yet, but it was clear that they would be getting some compensation for the recent attack. "Damn, not another one." "Don't worry, boss, we have 2 more that you can work on." "You sure are going through them, so this is how a master blacksmith does things." Roland nodded at Benier, who along with his wife Diana was bringing over a large deep steel anvil. The 2 previous ones had suffered a gruesome fate of crumbling. His upgrade in stats brought along a lot more power, coupled with the new mithril hammer and magical energy, brought the anvils to their knees. This wasn't the end for it, as his gauntlets were becoming a reality. The one to cover his right hand was already assembled on the side, while he was now completing the second one. With the lack of proper tools to handle the new metal, Roland needed to get a bit more creative. Heating up the ingots was not that hard with the help of his new forge fire skill and his increase in mana capacity. With his current class, there was also a decrease in mana requirements for any runic spell he created. The only problem was that he still lacked the tools that could handle the mana. Even thick anvils made of deep steel were unable to handle the continuous pounding. The design wasn't much different than the old gauntlets that he made, but it needed to account for the added bulk. The thickness couldn't get in the way of moving his hands, as he needed to be able to hold onto his weapons. Usually in these suits of armor, a leather glove would be used as a base, but he decided to go with one fully made of merthil with some flexible chainmail replacing the leather inside. This was done for one reason: the skill used for repairing his runic creations didn't work on organic matter. In some of his previous designs, he used monster leather that was resistant to the magical strains, but continued uses of his skills would eventually burn through this type of material. Thus he decided to go with a material that could use his newest skill along with the rest of it. Building everything wasn't actually the hardest part, as it was doing the right design. It reminded him of following instructions when assembling furniture in his past life. He had become the person to make that manual, as he needed to find ways of connecting all the parts to each other. Luckily, there were people that came before him that already tested a few things. By adding his own flair, he just needed to make some alterations. Thanks to his improvements, he was able to even work with the precision of a lathe. The trial area allowed him to brush up on every possible smithing technique and also provided him with various skills for measuring. As long as he had the schematic in his mind, he knew exactly where to cut or hammer. He didn't even need to think about where to hit and how much force to apply. It was as if this world system was guiding his hand and performing these tasks for him. No wonder it's hard for these people to innovate past what the system provides them with. While others probably loved how easily they could build things without thinking much, he was looking for a way to make the process even easier. If he had the right equipment, it wouldn't be hard for his assistants to create some parts to make things go faster. The next time he had enough time, he would probably start designing golems that could produce these parts by themselves. As it stood now, he would need to bother with everything by himself. Even if he made a few adjustments to the runic spells that allowed him to create a vibrating blade to cut through some thinner parts of metal, he needed to spend massive amounts of time on everything. With unknown amounts of time on his side, he needed to speed things up. Soon the third anvil was a goner, but finally, the second armor piece had been created. They were composed of red mithril, which would normally give everything a shiny red tint. Yet with the addition of the regular silver mithril variant and Ethereum, it actually became darker due to the latter's presence in the alloy. It was his first time creating this alloy that ended up being a darker crimson. It was not something that he expected, but was a welcomed accident. Having a darker tint was much better than one that could be seen from a mile away by everyone. Roland's hand moved into the newly created gauntlets. It went up to around the middle of his forearm and still required a vambrace and then something like a cutter to shield his elbow. The right one fit perfectly, and with his current enhanced stats didn't restrain his movements that much. Boss, are you sure you've gotten the balance right? Should this be this heavy? Yeah, it's fine. Banir handed him the left one, which was a struggle to pick up even for his muscular hands. After the two were connected, he activated the mana pathways that were previously integrated into the smaller pieces one by one. The greater runes started glowing and becoming visible through the metal, but the traces were not as much. With how much thicker this was than the previous design, and thanks to the Ethereum, the glow was a lot milder. Only the larger congregations that made up the focal points of the runes could be seen lighting up. He moved out his palm to the forefront. Down on it, a larger circle could be spotted. When concentrating on the ingrained runic spell, this area started glowing brightly. Soon a swirl of green energy started to blow upwards and caused both Banir and his wife to grab onto the walls. Whoa boss, what are you doing? Sorry about that, I should have done this in the testing area. The small green tornado that was being created was quickly shut off before his work companions were blown up into the air. The power of a greater wind spell was not something to joke about. With this he needed to continue. 2 pieces were made, but more were required to complete this suit that would allow him to take on harder foes. Chapter 338. I'm glad to see that you're doing fine, Lord Arthur. Yes, I'm glad as well, but I would have been even gladder if the bodyguards that I hired actually kept the side of their deal. We are terribly sorry. The repair of our equipment took a lot longer than we anticipated, and we also encountered some wandering monsters on the way here. I see. What do you think? It's possible. Sometimes craftsmen overestimate how much they can handle at once. Arthur, along with the 2 people in this room, looked toward the new addition to the Valerian household. It was the man that defeated the enemy knight commander and who was forced into a special knightly get-up to represent his lord. On his upper body, he was wearing a specially made gambeson with the household crest around his heart. A set of belts were keeping it tightly together, and black gloves adorned his hands. To the side, he had a ceremonial longsword that the sun elf in the room was glancing at. Aubryn and Myrtle from the Platinum Adventurer party had arrived late and as punishment was kept from meeting the city lord. Arthur needed to show them that they were actually replaceable, and for this reason, Roland had been asked to come here. After spending half a week in the inn, they were finally called to his mansion for another talk. Master Wayland. Oh, please excuse me, it's Sir Wayland now. I'll have to apologize for the treatment from my group during our small expedition. That's fine, they didn't know. You are truly magnanimous, Sir Wayland. Aubryn, how about you say a few words too? Yes. I must apologize for my previous behavior. The woman mage that looked like a witch was all smiles, but her companion was not the best at playing it off. Previously, when he was with them in the dungeon, they treated him as a common blacksmith and a porter. The only one that showed some interest in his work was this older lady. Was she so nice to me because she expected something like this to happen? At that time he was not a Tier 3 class holder, so there was no reason to be nice. She was the party leader and perhaps assumed that he was special in some way. Roland didn't really have anything to substantiate his claim, but those were the qualities that a leader should have. By her acting favorably, she was able to get rid of a potentially messy situation. The Sun Elf, on the other hand, was straining himself to apologize. Considering that a knight commander was beaten that out-leveled all of them, he was probably feeling threatened. It's fine. As I stated before, you couldn't have known of my position. However, now that you are aware, I will expect you to handle yourselves as proper bodyguards. I expect you to execute your duties properly from now on, and if something happens to the Lord, you will have to answer to me. Do I make myself clear? Of course, we shall perform our duties as was stated by the contract. Why yes we will. Roland found this a little bit cathartic. Usually, it was he that needed to lower his head before people, but now it was the other way around. Unless another higher noble than Arthur arrived in the city, he wouldn't really need to bow his head. Even though he was just a son of a noble, this noble was a duke. Considering that Arthur was taking part in the succession battle, he was an officially acknowledged member of the Valerian noble family. Even though almost no one treated him like that in his own household, people from the outside couldn't be as dismissive. Even if he didn't win this race for the main title, he could potentially gain a different one. The title of the duke could only be given to one of the sons that continued the line. Any others that stood out could become viscounts or counts and form a branch family. Usually, they would just continue to work under the duke household as a regular lord and become something like an official. Roland, on the other hand, who was only a son of a baron, couldn't even become a proper lord. Instead, his career would usually involve becoming a knight just like he did now. Then perhaps if Arthur managed to become a count, he could be granted some land along with a baron title for his services. There was always a limited quota of how many nobles could reside in a kingdom, or empire. It was limited by the regions that these nobles were assigned to. Even his father owned land and managed it after being given it for his services. If every area that the kingdom was divided by was managed by a noble, then no more titles could be really given. It was possible to divide some land here and there, but this didn't really happen often. Thus usually only thanks to war, death, or bankruptcy did a new noble come to be. You're not bad at this. The blood of the silver wolf really does run in your veins. Really? I thought that I might have gone too hard on them. Roland shook his head at Arthur after the two platinum-grade adventurers left. The contract that you made with them was quite vague. They were actually following it, so we can't really punish them. How troublesome. If I knew this would have happened. I really did overpay for this one. Arthur seemed dejected after the interaction. Even though they had apologized, they didn't seem like proper allies that he could count on. In the contract, they were supposed to act as his bodyguards, but they didn't really need to go against people like Emerson that were nobles. They couldn't duel anyone like Roland did, and if they were hindered by outside sources, then they wouldn't be punished much besides getting a pay cut. Thus it was possible for them to come up with an excuse, and Arthur could not really do much about it. That you did, but this place should start making money soon. Yes, my brother will buy out those knights, so you might want to watch your back. For Emerson? He must have a lot of spare change to pay up, but not like I can refuse the coin. Just be sure to spend it well, like on some proper nights. Ha ha, I will. Arthur looked a lot chipper than usual, and Roland wasn't sure why. Even with him around, the situation didn't change that much. Theodore would probably not send out any knights anymore, nor his brothers. That approach that had already failed would only cause more harm than good for the participants in the succession. The battle for resources was important, but not like they needed that much more money. All of them were already established lords with grand cities and small armies in their grasp. In Roland's mind, violence was not always the answer. It was possible for a person like Theodore to use bribes, but he couldn't see Arthur selling the city out. Previously he mentioned some type of bet, so joining one of his siblings was off the table. They won't send assassins out for me, will they? There was a possibility of him becoming the main target of people that wanted to infringe on this city. Currently, he had a small amount of protection as Arthur's movements were considered mysterious. After Emerson's fall, everyone would probably send out their spies to find any other potential players in the city. Then after it became clear that he was the only obstruction in their way, his head might be targeted. He was working tirelessly on his new armor, but this was not the only way of defending himself. Just like in the Tier 3 trial, there were times when others needed to be utilized. While he was the strongest piece on the chessboard, this didn't mean that he couldn't get some help. Right on cue, one of the pieces that could lessen the burden on his shoulders showed up. My lord. Mary? Come in, we are finished. Good day, Sir Wayland, would you like some tea with cake? He remained silent for a moment as he wasn't paying attention to Mary but to the status screen in front of his face. Both the maid as well as the lord were wearing an enchanted trinket on their body. These types of enchantments lasted for quite some time, but had the downside of only allowing simpler effects. The pendant that he received from his old boss was the same, and it could absorb some of the ambient mana to keep the enchantment in effect. Thanks to this enchantment that he had studied, he was now able to see through similar magical devices. Mary's and Arthur's status screens became visible to him after he disabled the magical tools they were using. Name: Arthur Valerian, L96, Classes T2, Spirit Fencer L46, T1, Sword Warrior L25, T1, Warrior L25. Name: Mary, L135, Classes T2, Ninja L35, T2, Infiltrator L50, T1, Thief L25, T1, Scout L25. Sir Wayland? Level 135. Mary, would you like to reach level 150 within a few days? Excuse me? How did you? I have my ways, but Arthur, your level is quite low. Think you should at least go through your second tier 2 class. It's fine, Mary. Arthur raised his hand up to stop his maid from spazzing out. She realized that Roland had somehow seen through her status screen that should have remained hidden. It was the same for her lord that didn't seem that perturbed by it. If he compared Arthur to his older brother Robert, his level wasn't that low. Usually, noblemen and knights didn't gain that many levels in their teenage years and then quickly move through them in their 20s. What did you have in mind? Do you want Mary to leave for the dungeon? Yes, it would involve her going there to kill the tier 3 skeletal monsters. How would I do that? Mary seemed confused and also not very trusting in his proposal. This was quite normal and he was expecting this. Even though Arthur was very lax around him, his guard was not. By helping her achieve the tier 3 class change, he was hoping to alleviate that problem, and having someone stealthy on his side was always a boon. I'm sure you know that you won't get much experience from killing higher tier monsters if others do it for you. Yes. She nodded along with Arthur, who was curious about where this conversation was going. What about killing higher tier monsters with the help of magical equipment like explosive scrolls? That shouldn't affect it as long as they are activated by. You don't mean? Yes, that's what I had in mind. I'll prepare a few things for you. Mary realized what Roland wanted to do. The ways how some nobles leveled up fast after going through their training period were known to her. Normally the world did a good job of disallowing any power leveling from happening. A person couldn't be aided by higher level people with more experience, as the kill would not count. There was some leeway for it, and this was something that Roland had been exploiting for many years. If someone else used something like his large mana cannon to kill the tier 3 skeletons, they would gain a large amount of experience. Are you capable of making such powerful weapons? But what if it fails? Can you guarantee that Mary won't be harmed? If she follows my instructions, then nothing should happen to her, but it would be easier if the mine area remains unclaimed. This time around Arthur was the one worried. It was normal for him to assume that his maid would have trouble with the skeletal monsters. She was an assassin type and wouldn't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation with a monster like that. Roland couldn't see her skills, but when looking at the infiltrator and ninja class, it was clear that she was probably proficient at sneak attacks. There were 2 ways that he could see her getting through the dungeon without his help. The easiest way would have been similar to his grinding approach. She could use the mapping function just like he used before to lure monsters up to the entrance. Then after they turned around, she could use a magical weapon that he fashioned. Thanks to his rune compacting skills, he was now able to fit a lot of runic batteries into weapons. It would still be somewhat bulky, but nowhere near the size of the mana cannon that he used when he was a tier 2 person. The second option would be to go into the dungeon and plant runic mines by tracking the monster roots. With enough explosive force and divine power, it was a possibility. After the incident involving Agni, Roland had become capable of using this type of energy. He would not directly pronounce it out there, but filling up runic scrolls with holy energy wouldn't get him in trouble. Just like he saw with the Lick, the skeletal monsters were really weak to even tier 2 divine magic. If he fashioned a few 1U scrolls even at that tier, defeating those monsters wouldn't even require a bulky cannon. The mine area? Yes, I'm sure the Union had already sent you their demands. You didn't sign any contracts yet, right? No, I left it out on the table, but they are offering quite the sum. I would advise you to not accept those terms. The red mithril veins and mana crystals along with the Ethereum could be used elsewhere. Roland knew how the Dwarven Union operated. They wanted to get their hands on everything related to ores and minerals. The sum they offered looked enticing, but by his calculations, after about 5 years they should be able to make it back, perhaps even sooner. It was a nice immediate injection of money, but there were other ways of using the resources that could be mined there, elsewhere. I assume you already have an idea of what to use it for instead? Of course, how would you like to be the owner of the next runic city of Albrook? Runic city? Arthur was intrigued by the name and probably had an inkling where Roland was going with it. Yes, I'm talking about magic lanterns on every street. Runic cold boxes and heaters for every home. Runic cold boxes and heaters? Yes, could you imagine how much more tax revenue it would bring in? I'm sure your father would appreciate the coin. That he would. Roland had created a runic refrigerator before, and even one of those models was inside of this mansion. The true worth of that mine was actually the abundance of mana resources. There was no need for even using his generators, as the crystallized mana that could be taken from there would be enough. Then in the future, if the city grows, he could slowly introduce generators as a solution. This is slightly hard to follow. I think you'll have to explain everything to me in simpler terms. Of course, as you might know, runic enchantments require mana to function. The material is also important, and for something like a magical lamp, it won't use up much. Still, the mana will quickly drain without something providing replacement mana, and for this, we first need to create a power plant. A mana power plant, to be exact. A mana power plant? Yes, we will need to place the structure in a safe location and store all of the Elekin's fluid and crystals there. They will power all the runic devices in the city through a cable that we can construct in two ways. There was nothing like an overhead power line in this world. If he got Arthur on board, then they could distribute the mana energy just like people in his old world did. It was possible and safer to place the cables underground, but it would require more work than just constructing power lines. On that topic, he wasn't quite sure, as with the help of earth magic it would become easier. Mana power lines. Yes, we'll have to consult with someone from the Builder Guild to draw up some plans, but I don't see a reason for it not being feasible. I'd start with the runic lamps, as they will catch the eyes of the residents. After that we can push for heating and home appliances. Roland could see Arthur's brain working overtime. It was becoming clear that when thinking about the future it was better to refuse the dwarfs from taking the mine. He was sure that his new partner would see the bigger picture. People in the modern world were unable to live without electricity and the boons that came with them. This was his plan, to make them addicted to the day-to-day enhancements these runic devices brought with them. It was time for an affordable magical revolution, and it would start here. Chapter 339. I bring some ill tidings. What happened? Weren't ye supposed to close that deal? What's hold up? Well, sir, it seems that City Laird decided to not sell us rights, nor does he want to rent it. How come he wouldn't? Did ye offer him usual cost? Does he expect more? Nay, he wouldn't even budge when I showed him premium prices. I think he wants to keep exclusive rights to mines, or does he want something else? Junan was having a conversation with one of the other dwarfs that helped them manage the Union branch here. Ever since the new part of the dungeon was discovered along with that mine, they wanted to get their hands on it. While the dungeon was a neutral zone where everything could happen, they didn't want to battle against adventurers while mining. This neutrality could be taken away if the city lord sold them or rented out the mine. With them having the right papers, they could send in the Valerian soldiers after anyone that attempted to take materials from this mine. Without them, they would have to establish a large protective force to keep their miners safe. Now on the other hand, it looked like they wouldn't even be able to do that. If he wants to keep rights for himself, does he intend to establish his own mining company? It does seem so. I bet that Runesmith had something to do with it. It cannot be a coincidence. Wayland, Junan recalled the recent events which involved this person. He had been announced to have been actually a knight, the head knight even. This didn't make sense to the dwarf. How could a runesmith become a noble's knight? Was he really a runesmith to begin with? They had been dealing with him for years now, and their attempts of cutting him off from the market had been unsuccessful. Someone had been supplying the man with materials for his shop that was able to survive. The magical weapons that he supplied were real though, so either he had some type of runesmithing class that was unique or someone else was making all of them. Now that he was ousted as a knight, this all made more sense. It was possible for this ploy between the city lord and the runesmith to have been decided years ago. Perhaps the city lord knew that he would arrive in this city and had his head knight establish a foothold before he arrived. Junon was aware of all the sales numbers and they were a bit behind the other cities. The Valerian house also had its own auction house that sometimes sold runic items that were seemingly produced by this runesmith. They lost some market share due to his involvement and the magic store outside the city had become quite an eyesore. Now they couldn't even stop him from directly getting their wares as he was part of the ruling faction that missed be it, Tai planned it n want to profit mines. The dwarven leader slammed his fist onto the nearby workbench while scowling. Without those papers, they couldn't do anything and how things were going, they probably would be pushed out even further. It was becoming clear that the lord of this city had taken Wayland's side. Their direct competitor here could not be touched. This wasn't even the worst part of it. If the man wanted, he could make things really difficult for all of them. Sir, we have a problem. Human Runesmith is heir, what now? While Junon was trying to think about who he could bribe to get this sorted out, another member from the smithy burst into the room. It was one of the dwarfs that worked in the nearby store that he decided to visit today. After hearing that Wayland was there, he started getting a foreboding feeling. Was he here to pay them back for what they did to him? Calm down, I will handle this. Junon was part of the upper echelon of craftsmen here. Previously he thought that this place had been a dead end, but after the dungeon's rank increased to B, there was hope again. The Union was already talking about sending out a master craftsman to help with the infusion of platinum adventurers. If there were enough of them in this region, then they needed to create equipment for them to buy. It was a chance for him to learn from a real master and then later advance to a master blacksmith himself. However, it would look like he was incompetent at managing the Union branch for allowing the mine to slip from their hands. He might not care if it had been a long-lasting ruse thought up by the humans. Thus, he rushed to see what this human was planning. Perhaps he could turn this whole thing around and everyone had their price. After arriving at the shop, he saw the man of the hour, Wayland, the current head knight of Arthur Valerian. Junon wasn't that well versed in the ways of nobility, but it was clear that this person carried a lot of prestige. Besides having the backing of the city lord, he was also a tier 3 class holder that recently pummeled another strong knight commander almost to death. He was still just a regular blacksmith and a merchant. He knew that antagonizing this man was now out of the question. What does he want? At the moment he was just standing around the large store owned by the Union of Dwarfs. Junon was quick to pull one of the clerks to the side to get an answer. I don't know, he just came in started snooping around smithing tool section. His appearance was also different. He was wearing some type of armored shirt with the Valerian crest over his heart. The face that he used to cover up with armor or a robe was out in the open. Some of the clients were constantly staring at it as the man's face was appealing to look at. Junon didn't want to say it, but he did fit the image of a knight, which was probably his true identity from the beginning. The dwarf tried remembering all the interactions that he had with this man. His mind couldn't recall anything pleasant as he usually just made snarky remarks whenever they interacted. There was nothing that he could recall that wasn't an attempt of aggravation, and this was even without all the sanctions they brought upon him. Nevertheless, if he had backing from the city lord from the beginning, then their resources spent on bribes were ill-spent. He had been able to get resources through Arthur from the start. They had been getting played from the beginning. At least this was the scenario that played out in his head that made the most sense. Perhaps now that the cat was out of the bag, they could remedy the situation. Junon, was it? Could you stop staring? It's becoming uncomfortable. Don't worry, I won't stay here for more than I have to. Before he could even utter the word to the man, he was spotted eyeing him from behind a corner. Instantly he made himself noticeable to not seem like some type of common miscreant. I don't ken what ye mean, this is my shop. Why wouldn't I look at folk that comes air? Is that so? Then that's fine. Even though he didn't want to sound arrogant, he instantly blurred out some words that sounded off. He was used to talking down to people thanks to all the backing. And even nobles couldn't look down on the power that the Union carried with it. I'll take this. That? Yes, this. That's not for sale. Junon's eyes become larger as he spotted the item that this fellow wanted to take. In hopes of getting on the master blacksmith's good side, he was already assembling the right workshop. The tier 2 tools that they had gathered would be ill-equipped for such a prestigious craftsman's hands. Thus he was sure to call up some favors, and also emptied his purse to get a few things sent here. One of those things was a large anvil that was made from mostly mithril, a very resistant material. Yet this wasn't all. This smithing tool had one more thing inside of it that made it special, and this was orichalcum. Orichalcum was a very rare metal, much more than the mithril it was mostly composed of. Thanks to the inclusion of this metal, the anvil would not conduct mana as well. This meant that during the process of enchanting, the deterioration factor would be lower by a substantial value. If the anvil was fully made from orichalcum, it would not allow any mana to pass through it. This was the bane of any magic user, as it had an almost full immunity to magical effects and attacks. It was a true anti-magic metal that even tier 4 mags would not stand a chance against. Yet the biggest downside of this metal was the rarity. Assembling even one set of armor made out of orichalcum would empty the coffers of any noble. Junon wasn't sure if even one of these armor sets existed in the whole kingdom. While a suit of armor like this was resistant to all types of magic, it also couldn't be enchanted in any way. Thus it lacked uses besides anti-magical combat, and when going against warrior types, it would lose much of its worth. It's not. Don't worry, I know what it's made of. I will pay the usual market price for this piece. I said that he's not for sale. I want an anvil, then pick out another one. Junon started getting annoyed. Even though he knew that he should not talk back to this person, he could not let himself get bullied. This store was connected to a workshop where a lot of craftsmen worked. They were all now peeking out to see what all the commotion was about. To someone as prideful as Junon, this was the worst possible situation. Oh, so you intend to continue? I see how it is, but two can play this game. Wayland replied while slowly walking closer. His stature was that of a blacksmith. Even though he wasn't as stocky as a dwarf, he was still quite muscular. When paired with his height of over 190 centimeters, he towered over Junon. A rumor has been going around the city. A rumor? Yes, my men told me that cursed weapons have made it inside the city gates. Cursed weapons? I dunno what you're talking about. Ye will not find one cursed items in MR shop. Are you sure about that? Can you vouch for everyone involved in the union? Do you really want my men to search through your wares? If we find any amount of necrosium anywhere near your union's workshop, then you know what will happen, right? Are ye threatening me? Threatening? I don't know, am I? Just giving a good friend some advice, the human started whispering while getting closer. His palm landed on Junon's shoulder, and instantly he started feeling a strange pressure wash over his whole body. It was as if a pile of sandbags were weighing him down. This bastard, even if he doesn't fin anything, I am sure he'll just claim he did. The dwarf lived long enough in this world to know what this was about. Even if nothing was found, it wouldn't be hard for Wayland or any of the Valerian soldiers to plant the necrosium in one of their warehouses. Junon wasn't even sure if that would have been necessary, as he had been turning a blind eye to some of his workers. It was possible that some of his people had some dirt on them, and launching an investigation into all of their dealings would be devastating. A friend? Why yes, we your good friends, ye enemy. Ye kintak th anvil. You've made the right decision. There should be enough in here to cover the cost. Aye, this should be enough. Junon didn't want to spend any more time arguing with this person. Losing the anvil would set him back for a small amount of time. He was also getting gold coins in return, which he could just spend to order a new one. Pushing back the creation of the new workshop was better than ending up in the city dungeon for smuggling cursed weapons and materials. Good, I'll be taking the anvil with me then. I will have someone carry it over. That's fine, I can carry it myself. The onlookers along with Junon were baffled by how easily he was able to pick up the heavy anvil. This smithing tool looked similar to any other anvil, but it was much denser and heavier. Its weight was well over 100 kilograms and was easily picked up as if it was a bag of groceries. It became clear that the strength of a tier 3 knight was nothing to scoff at, and his decision of selling it off was the correct one. That relieved a lot of pent-up emotions. Maybe I should have taken something else besides that anvil? Roland was on his way back home from attending a meeting with Arthur. He had tried explaining a few things about the Runic City project, but he wasn't sure if he sold it well. Retaining the mine was something he hoped for, and thus he came up with a way to move Arthur. The young man clearly needed money and a way to stand out, so he expected him to think this matter through. There was a lot of money that could be made along with many new innovations. While there were magical cities out there, they didn't really push their innovations into the city's infrastructure. Mags tended to gather around in large academies to do magical research and practice their spells. Then later, after gathering enough merits and money, they would attempt to establish something like a mage tower. One of such towers even existed back in Edelgard, but it was out of reach of the commoner district that he was a part of. No one really wanted to bother making innovations like affordable magical heating or water purifiers. Instead, they continued to play around with spells, just enamored in the pursuit of true power. While all the things that he wanted to implement had already been created before, they had one big downside. They were costly to produce and also required a mage to work together with a competent craftsman. What ended up happening was usually a disaster, with not much progress being made and both sides expecting to get reimbursed for their time. Hiring such a dysfunctional worker force was quite a headache for any noble that wanted to invest in magical innovation. Thus, instead of spending the money on new research, they just used older technology that had already been tried out. This was kind of where he wanted to put himself in. Creating affordable runic devices that increased the standard of living and generated taxes. It would be something that every noble would like to sink their teeth in, and it would raise the happiness level of the citizens. This was quite the endeavor though, and he would probably not be able to do it alone. It made him think about potential help. With a large Dwarven Union presence in the city, he was even considering them for a moment. Yet after remembering what they did to him in the past, he decided to throw this notion away. There were other guilds that hired craftsmen that could perform the task, like the Builder Guild that also helped him assemble his home. It was easy to work with them, and as long as they got paid, they didn't ask many questions. After his mind turned to the Union, he remembered the lack of anvils in his workshop. Both his gauntlets had been already created. The Sabaton element for his feet had also been assembled, but the last anvil was broken before the creation of his greaves. There was one place selling anvils around where he was walking, and thus he ended up at Junan's workshop and store. Nah, better not push my luck. If I intimidate them too much, they might do something drastic, and I don't need more enemies before getting that armor set done. I did not expect to find orichalcum here. This must be my lucky day. The anvil was placed over his shoulder as he strutted through the city. The anti-magical component would disperse all of the energies from his runesmithing blows without damaging the metal. This thing would last him for quite some time and would have probably required a long waiting period if he attempted to buy it himself. The only downside was the money. I'm almost broke. All of the money he saved up had gone into restoring his home from the lick attack and now into buying out the proper tools. If this continued, he would start asking Arthur for a larger payout. The thing that could alleviate this problem was one proper dungeon run into the area filled with Tier 3 monsters. I don't think I'll be able to sleep well for a while. Roland shook his head while going through the main gate. There he was saluted by all the guards, which he would need some time to get used to. Things were looking good for him, but how long this would stay like this depended on his skills and was a truth that he was aware of. Chapter 340. This material really isn't bad. Didn't know the dwarfs were hiding onto it. See boss, I told you this would be much better than using a chainmail. Luckily those bastards can't deny us anymore, but they seemed even more docile than usual. Did you say something to them? I just gave them a small pep talk while picking up the anvil. Roland shrugged a bit at Benir's inquiry, as he didn't want to let it slip that he was already abusing his new position. While they were talking about the union of dwarfs, it was still a slippery slope. If he let his new position get to his head, then he would not be any better than the people that wrong him. While he didn't want to be petty, he did like the payback he got by threatening one of the union branch leaders when he grabbed the anvil from the shop, if you say so. But how is it? It allows for better finger movement without decreasing the bulk at all, won't need to make any other adjustments. His hand was inside of his new gauntlet, and thanks to a new innovation it was pretty good for gripping. Some space between the finger joints would always be uncovered to allow for a person to move their fingers in their full range of motion. The more metal put in place, the worse this range got. The simpler gauntlets were usually just metallic on the upper portion with a leather glove fitted underneath. The same was for his early armor designs, but now he wished to encase everything in his alloy. However, this was not such an easy task if he decided to go with the old technology, but there was a way out, and this was liquid metal. The Dwarven Union was stocking up on rare materials lately, and this became apparent after he encountered the orichalcum anvil. With it, he was able to finish up the other foot and now could start connecting the pieces. The original plan was to use a chain shirt to go under it, but now thanks to this strange liquid alloy, there was no need for it. Roland had heard about the technology before, but it was not something readily available to him. This combination of alchemical techniques along with smelting metals was not something that he could do himself. Thanks to Banir hanging around the Union stores in search of better tools, this topic came up. Then it was just as simple as taking enough to cover his body parts in it. This is pretty ingenious. It just hardens around my body and keeps the elasticity of a leather glove. Yeah, good that we caught on before everything was finished. Remember to remind me to give you a raise later. Bernice started grinning after hearing that, and considering what the two were through, he needed a little bonus. His wife was also in a bit of a problematic situation, due to her belly recently expanding in size to the point of it affecting her work. For the time being she was to remain in the city. Normally no one would give her any coin for not working, as in this world people expected the man of the house to cover this part. Luckily, their boss was a person from modern times that believed in maternity leave. The alchemical alloy they were using was called Silver Grace Alloy. The name stemmed from the silver coloring and how gracefully it allowed people to move in it. Its weight was slightly above a chain vest, which added even more weight to the current design. How it worked was very simple. First, a mold needed to be formed and filled with the concoction. After sticking his hand through and using some mana, the alloy would start to harden to create an elastic shell. This shell would be similar to leather but more resistant to outside shocks. It could be made relatively thick to boost the defensive ranking without losing that much elasticity. It was the perfect material to make use of his repairing skill. It was an alloy, so it could even allow him to integrate some lesser runes or more traces. However, it wasn't the best material for rune crafting, as it would start melting and losing its properties rather quickly when coming in contact with runic enchantments. It did its job as a filler material to keep the joint areas protected. Should I make a whole suit from this instead of splitting it up into parts? When interacting with this new material, he remembered things from the modern world, in particular wetsuits. It was possible to create something that would fit over his whole body, and would integrate him into the new armor much better than any separate part could. I'll just need to create simple runic traces over the whole structure, and it won't hinder my mana from going into the armor. For now, it'll be easier to make it separate from the armor, but later on integrating it fully into it might be the better solution. To cut corners, he decided to go with the wetsuit idea and leave a part in the back open for him to slip in. With a large backplate protecting his rear, this small weak point wouldn't really matter. He would be fully surrounded by metal from all sides, and perhaps in the future a sturdier version of this silvery suit could be made. He might even be able to integrate thinner armor onto it, so even if the outer shell was destroyed, he would have some semblance of runic spells to work with. Normally introducing changes to the design so late into the build wasn't advised. Yet he could not deny the advancement this new suit could bring to his fighting capabilities. It also opened a new field of research that he needed to look into and presented something that he was lacking. The methods that he was using now were above others in certain places, but in others, he was trailing behind. While he didn't think that any master runesmith was above him in crafting runes, he was still inexperienced in the basic constructing methods of this world. There were still things that he could learn, and perhaps more research was in order. Thus hours continued to wind down as he along with his assistant resumed their work. Some time was spent to make the human-sized mold to fit Roland's whole body, but it was a necessity for this procedure. After being encased by it, Banir just needed to pour the silvery liquid inside while he focused mana around his body. The alloy would react to this veil of mana and begin to harden while the rest remained liquefied. This allowed for the creation of a much less precise mold, and would even work if he just submerged his entire body in this magical liquid metal. The end product fit around his body quite nicely, but there were some parts that needed to be smoothed down. Yet the result was something that he could work with. Soon more days passed and the assembly of the other parts could continue. With the platinum adventures around, the burden on his shoulders could be lessened. He was aware that potential spies had already started going through everything. Just like those knights were informed of the defenses at his shop without him knowing of it, it would probably be the same a second time. There was already one solution to this problem, but first came the armor. The parts to protect his shoulders, thighs, and then chest were all made soon after. The limited amount of mithril alloy that he created was all spent until almost none of it remained. The last element to fashion was the helmet, which would be larger than the previous iteration. With the increase in bulk of all the other parts, there was a bit more space to work with. The visor was expanded to cover more of his eyes and to also allow the implementation of a better integrated monitor. Through it, he would be able to use his radar and take better advantage of the enhanced sensors. For a moment he considered ditching an outer visor and encasing his whole helmet in metal. Golemic eyes could be placed in strategic locations instead to act as live cameras. This idea had to be ditched due to the lack of picture clarity. Before he acquired some Tier 3 golem monster eyes, to remedy this issue the regular visor design would need to be implemented instead. We did it. Kind of, what do you mean, boss? It's just an empty armor. Before the operating system gets fully integrated it won't be much better than regular enchanted armor. It's fine, you can go home, I don't need you for that, you did enough already. Roland glanced at Banir who was down on the ground. The fact that he was able to work through all of the craftings with a workaholic like him told a lot about his tenacity. He didn't sleep much and had to use several stamina potions to get himself through all of this. His body was probably exhausted, but he lasted through all of it. Are you sure, boss? I can at least stay to help you get into this bulky thing. It's fine, as you can see I don't really need more hands as I already have multiple ones. Ever since using the mage hand spell in the recent fight, he had become proficient in using them. With a small enhanced runic version that he could integrate into this new silver armor suit, he could generate very dexterous mana hands. With their and his multiple mind skill he could act as his own assistant and putting on this new armor wouldn't be an issue. I see, but could you stop doing that, it looks eerie. Banir was looking at a bunch of floating armor parts that Roland lifted up in the air. Due to his lack of mana sense and basic crafting profession, he was not good at seeing low-cost mana spells like this. It looked like vague, flashing, and transparent blue hands were creepily holding up all the items in the vicinity. You'll get used to it. Now go home and call me if you need any help, but you'll need to wait for that raise. We're a bit in the red this month. Boss, I know. Finally, it was time to get into the nitty-gritty of it all. While the shell of his new product had been constructed, there was still more work to be done. All of the runes were in place, but they still needed a functioning system to run it all. The old one could be used as a base, but needed to be modified to fit the greater runes. Being able to switch through the various spells fast wasn't the only thing he wanted to implement. With something like the levitation spell becoming possible, a lot more calculations were in order. At least I have something to work with now. Things outside had become quiet, but I don't have that much time left before Theodore's people arrive. While tinkering through the system he reminded himself of the issue with the other Valerian brother. After Emerson's defeat, he was given off for ransom and his master Theodore decided to pay up. This meant that a company of knights would be arriving to pick him up. This of course meant trouble for him and anyone involved in the incident. It would be stupid for them to attempt another open duel, but I can't discount it. It wasn't probable, but there was a chance that things could go wrong. What if 3 knight commanders appear to grab Emerson and then decide to team up? Without this armor being fully functional, he would probably not stand a chance. If they actually figured out that Arthur lacked any trump cards, it could be over. There shouldn't have been enough time to go through everything though, and the Platinum Adventurers will be there too. It should be fine. Roland tried to lessen the burden on himself by remembering the backup that he now had. Outright fighting between the forces that belonged to the Valerian household inside of the city was not something probable. Arthur's father would probably not let them be for making his family look like savages. Theodore or the other brothers wouldn't do anything hastily, they won't do anything out in the open, but this just complicates things. Now that he exposed himself he had become a target. It was possible for a lot of trouble to come his way. He was the head knight and a hurdle for the other Valerian successors. Taking him out would be one of the main moves that Arthur's siblings could go after. I'm sure someone will try to make contact with me. I need to prepare for that occasion. If this thing explodes on me, then I'm done for. While thinking about the future he placed his hands on the chest piece of his new crimson creation. The metal had a dark red tint and right in the middle housed a crystal. Instead of the replaceable magic gems that he used with the previous model, he now had an integrated concentration point. There was a trade-off, as after firing once the ray of magical energy would need some time to cool down. To the side, he had 2 of the square cubes that he designed to replace his shoulder cannons. His naming sense wasn't the best, so he decided to take things from his memory and call them bits for the time being. With the dawn of spatial magic, they could be stored inside a cavity in the backplate. With a simple spell, he could then allow them to escape for a surprise attack. For the time being he was limited to the size of his armor, thus storing a whole spider golem within a spatial space at their current size wasn't quite possible. The rush to finish this product before visitors arrived intensified. He continued to work tirelessly through the night as always, and finally, it was finished. The first real creation that he made after ascending to this new level of power. Due to his inexperience, he was aware that this was only the best item that he could make at the moment. The Silver Grace alloy made him realize that there were things outside that needed to be researched. This gave him hope for continuous growth and an ability to tackle difficult tasks that could arise in the future. I just need to connect these traces and it should be complete. Roland performed runecrafting on all the separate parts beforehand. At the end he just needed to connect a few runic traces and fiddle with the integrated operating system to finish the product. After getting the basics going he finally connected all the missing parts to let the mana structure function correctly. Yet just as he was about to get inside this new suit of armor, he was surprised by a strange prompt that he never expected. Congratulations on creating a unique armor set, please give it a name, huh? At first, he wasn't sure what to make of it, he had never seen something like this before. After the message was over he was greeted with an empty screen. It remained there without moving as if it wanted him to do something with it. It wants me to name the armor set? Has this happened before? In truth, Roland didn't really have much experience with high-level equipment. Emerson's suit of armor was the first true Tier 3 item that he ever got his hands on. Everything else that he interacted with was either on another person like the Platinum Adventurers, locked away in the store, or used against him by the Abyssal Cult. Wait, aren't there some named legendary items in the kingdom somewhere? Or like the church, think the robe the Pope wears is supposed to have a name. When thinking about it he realized that there were certain legendary named weapons and armor in certain places. He read about them when he was younger and didn't really think much of it after getting integrated into this world. Perhaps his assumption that these people just liked giving cool names to swords was wrong. Considering that a system existed here that gave things titles and for performing certain tasks then naming stuff was a possibility. A name for this armor set? I'm not good with names. When glancing at the crimson armor parts on the table some names started flashing through his head. Crimson armor? No, that doesn't sound right. The bulky red? Runic Avenger? Wait, if I make a new set, would I have to name it again? If that's the case then how about Rune Mark I? Registering the name Rune Mark I. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. After blurring out the name he realized his mistake. The system was just waiting for him to speak out some words before instantly applying them to his suit of armor. Yet he didn't really mind. The simplicity behind the name would allow him to keep track of all the named iterations of his wares if they actually continued to pile up. Without thinking much about that part he activated his advanced analyzing skill. To his surprise, there was a purpose for the naming. It gives the set a bonus if all parts are worn together. Thus Roland's first greater set was created and finally, he could truly take a step into the realm of Tier 3 class holders. Chapter 341. Recognized Craftsman title achieved by craftsman acknowledged by the world. Another vague title. Roland glanced at the new title that he received after finishing this new armor set of his. To his surprise, after it was all done the world system allowed him to name this item. It was quite the finicky method as the first words that he blurred out were applied to this item. What would have happened if I said some random words? Would it register anything or does the intent count? It was a good question, but he probably wouldn't ever find out. If he ended up making another named item it would be better to not give it a stupid name. If he was able to perform this act then probably other people were also able. Considering this existed the analyzing skill should have been able to identify this new runic set of armor he made. Thus Roland picked up one of the gauntlets to give it a look. To his surprise, a few new things showed up besides the usual metal composition. Name Rune Mark I Gauntlet. Classification: Unique. Durability 90, a 90 armor rating. B set bonus 2, plus 10 intelligence, 4, plus 10 endurance, 6, plus all runic spells deal 5% more damage. Could this be the function of the title? What his eyes focused on was the classification of this gauntlet, which gave him a unique one. He wasn't sure what it meant, but some of his old game knowledge gave him an idea about what it entailed. Before he confirmed the hypothesis his gaze landed on the set bonus that included 6 parts. The bonuses weren't that bad, and the increase in flat damage just for wearing a suit of armor was a nice surprise. 6 parts. Does it only count the main parts of the armor set? From what he could gather, the system decided to divide his armor into 6 main parts. The boots included the sabaton and greaves. The pants probably included the cuisses and what was below his waistline. Cuirass for the chest piece, gauntlets for the hands, pauldrons along with the re-brace, and finally the helmet. Does it discount the silver grace suit, or does it see it as a part of the whole set? Some tests were in order before he figured everything out. His theory about the new title was easily confirmed after he used his identifying skill on some other items around the smithy. The sword that he got from his fight with Emerson had the highest rank for the classification bit, and gave him an idea of how they were graded until that point. Name: Enchanted Mithril Greatsword. Classification: Rare. Durability: 69/75. Attack rating C+. Name: Runic Ether Durasteel Shield. Classification: Uncommon. Durability: 45/45. Armor rating D. Name: Runic Ether Durasteel Longsword. Classification: Rare. Durability: 40/40. Attack rating D. The lowest thing he could find was one of the old iron tools that he had made sometime in the beginning. It was of the crude classification, and this was probably the lowest grade possible. After that was the common classification, and it was followed by the uncommon one, which was his Durasteel shield. Rare came afterward, and he was actually able to discover items like that among his creations. This showed that the materials that the items were made weren't the only thing this classification accounted for. It was possible to have a better version of the same item, and perhaps the enchantments included on them made the difference. The longsword had a higher tier 2 spell placed on it, while the shield just had a simple tier 1 mana shield on it. Crude, common, uncommon, rare, and then there was unique. For some reason, this naming scheme didn't fully stick with Roland. Unique was synonymous with one of a kind, it didn't really go along with the other 4 names. Could there be an irregular category that the system isn't able to fully measure? Well, it doesn't really matter that much, I just need to start identifying more items. This new title gave him the ability to see the classification of items and also any set bonuses that they had. It would allow him to pick up better items from a pile without the need of going through their metallic composition or getting too close. It would provide him with information when facing off against opponents. Someone decked out in rare items or above would pose more of a threat than someone adorning common weapons. I don't have much time left, I need to move to the testing phase, but before that, Roland turned off all the recent prompts and was about to give the armor a test run. The last thing on his mind was his first level up. His level reached 177, and he was curious about how many stat points he received from his new class. When it came to tier 1 classes, usually all the gains were capped out at 1 point. Then moving on to tier 2 classes, they were doubled to 2 points a level. Now that he was tier 3, it was probable that he could gain 4 or 3 stat points a level up. Name: Roland Ardenel. 177 classes, T3 Runesmith Overlord L2, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25, X, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 37756, 37756 MP 76084 76084 SP 52062, 52062 Strength 250, +3, Agility 205, +2, Dexterity 293, +2, Vitality 262, +3, Endurance 292, +3, Intelligence 343, +3, Willpower 332, +3, Charisma 21, Luck 12 HM. It seems that 3 is the maximal number, but I'm not getting anything under 2 points, so it's a big improvement over tier 2. After using this level up as an indication for future level ups, he was shocked. This meant that he would receive a minimum of 200 points in each stat until reaching max level of his Runesmith Overlord class. While his class was a bit special, this didn't mean that the other tier 3 class holders would be that far behind. This does explain the discrepancy between tiers. There is no way someone at a lower tier could compete with such a stat difference. It was clear that the gap between tiers continued to grow, the chasm just got more massive. Roland thought back to the time that he fought the Lick and the miracle of his surviving the confrontation. If he was facing off against any other creature that didn't have an obvious weakness, then more than likely he would have been dead. Now he had reached this stage, but it wasn't over as stronger foes awaited. The next confrontation was already scheduled as Theodore Valerian decided to send out some people to pick up Emerson. It was probable that at least one other Knight Commander would appear and perhaps be accompanied by other Tier 3 class holders. Just like Arthur hired Platinum Adventurers, the same could be done by his older brother that possessed deeper pockets. The group could potentially outrank the 5 Arthur hired. It might be up to him to do most of the heavy lifting if anything went wrong. I don't think they'll go for another confrontation this early, but I need to get ready for any potential fights. Roland looked at the large greatsword that Emerson was using. It would be a slap to his face to have it on him while the man was being released. He didn't really have a choice though, there was no time to make a new weapon for himself. There were only 2 days left and that would be only enough to perform a few tests on his armor, and maybe replacing the enchantment on this sword was possible. It all depended on how many tweaks to his new armor he would have to make. Would be better if I did this somewhere else. Roland arrived at the testing facility. Previously he destroyed the place and almost collapsed the roof above him when he was first playing around with his Overlord's Might skill. He made sure not to place this large chamber directly under his house, but if it was destroyed, then a few of his wind generators would collapse along with it. His power had become superhuman and simple rock walls were not enough to contain the magical blasts, or even punches that he could produce. I need to make this larger, the ceiling is too close too. Maybe making some construction golems won't be a bad idea, I don't really want anyone snooping around this place. After giving out a sigh he got to it. The silver grey suit that he created was already around his body and quite the tight fit. It didn't leave much to the imagination as he wasn't wearing much under it. Besides the underwear to cover his nether regions, the rest of his body was exposed. Transferring mana was much easier through skin contact and he wanted to have as much of an advantage while using this set as possible. Finally, the various parts of the armor started floating around. The Mage Hand spell was fully utilized to get them in the correct locations for integration. There was no real need for leather straps anymore as the suit had been designed with latches and clasps in mind. When it was in the correct location, a magical signal would push every piece together and slightly magnetize everything to the bendy metal suit. I could probably make this more streamlined, just as he could use the Mage Hands. It could be done through runic items. It was possible to program in a dressing up sequence where the armor used the spell by itself while using the silver grey suit as a reference. He could already see himself T-posing while the armor parts flew to him from the other side of the room. For now, at least, he needed to get through this in a slow and steady fashion, by placing the parts one by one. Last came the helmet that he just placed over his head with the help of his own 2 hands. For a moment he deliberated about making a large movable face part which would open up as a hood of a car upwards. Yet after considering the time and how the moving parts would introduce weak points to the design, he decided against it. Perhaps in the future when making a Mark II version, he would implement such a solution, but for now, this would be it. The visor was slightly larger than his older design and when being used gave out a lighter glow. Through it, he was able to see everything unperturbed and with the advantage of miniaturized screens on the side. Those screens would allow him to see his blind spots with the help of a few golem eyes that were hidden in the back portion of this helmet. The image would be a bit hazy, but enough to warn him about any potential threats. I've gained some size with this armor on. The first thing he realized was the increase in his height, which now reached 2 meters. This combined with all the armored pieces gave him a more intimidating appearance of a Tier 3 Knight Commander. He still needed to add a cape to fit the role, but at least in appearance, he did look the part. Okay, let's run some diagnostics while I give it a little jog. With the dawn of Tier 3 runic constructs came an improvement to the all-around runic operating system. It was like moving from DOS, which required many prompt inputs, to Windows, which actually had a proper graphical interface to work with. It was possible for him to have it send out a small mana jolt through all the traces to check if any of them were being blocked. While it was doing that, Roland took the first step forward. The boots he was wearing had a bit of a footprint, so it took him a moment to get used to his new frame. Yet after a few minutes, he was casually sprinting around the testing facility without hearing any crunching or screeching from metallic parts rubbing against each other. The system really helps with the measurements, it's just like on the schematic. He had to give it up to the skills that he gained. After following the plans that he drew up himself, he managed to make the perfect replica. The weight distribution was perfect and it didn't feel awkward to move in this armor piece at all. It was even possible for him to jump and perform some kicking motions without too much of a problem. Yet the weight was still there. If he gained too much momentum it became harder to stop, obviously. Some time needed to be spent on training before he fully mastered this new piece of equipment. Before mastering it fully he would need to be careful, and perhaps relying on powerful Tier 3 spells was the way out. His hand moved forward and he pointed out with his palm on a set of slabs of metal. The first one was a block of iron, after it was steel, and behind him durasteel.at. The bottom of his palm was a circle that started glowing pale blue. Soon it switched to a brighter red color before firing a superheated energy bolt at the blocks of metal. A loud bang hit his ears as it connected with the target and quickly melted right through it. Both the iron and steel blocks were not able to resist at all, and only until it got to the last one did the attack subside. Those weren't thin sheets of metal either. Roland compared this little hand blaster to the large mana cannon he designed to defeat the Tier 3 monster skeletons. This one shot wasn't that far off from the power of that mana drill, and he wasn't even utilizing it to full capacity. With how spammable this palm blaster was compared to the bulky mana cannon, it was a massive improvement. The testing continued with him trying out a couple of different spell combinations. This brought the first problem to the forefront and one of the downsides of this armor set compared to the other one. Greater runic spells were a lot more complicated than common ones. This caused somewhat of a control issue in the operating system through which he was activating it. His suit of armor was clearly lagging behind, and even when utilizing his multiple minds it was becoming problematic. Spells that he could utilize in a matter of seconds was his biggest advantage over other people. He was still ahead of mags comparable to his level, but creating grand spells would put a strain on the system. Should I try alleviating this or go with another approach? A few golems and the bits could buy me enough time to initiate the spell. It takes time for the mana to go through the larger structure of a greater rune. Could there be a way to hasten the process? For the time being he decided to leave this problem alone. Besides attacking spells he wanted to test something different. The first Tier 3 spell that he analyzed had been the levitation spell. It was capable of moving objects and the caster up in the air and reducing falling speed. However, was it really capable of only that? For this test to proceed he needed to get outside where there was no ceiling. The moon was shining out brightly as he had worked into the late hours as always. Agni was there to greet him and was not fooled by the new armor set at all. Woof. Give me some space, Agni, I don't want to crash into you. Woo. The wolf moved his head sideways as if he wasn't sure what his master meant. Roland tried to ignore the lazy wolf that just sat down next to one of the windmills. Their spinning blades continued to generate a little bit of sound as he got ready for a little experiment. His body blinked a few times as the spell was activated. The feeling of weightlessness took over as the levitation spell commenced. With a little jump upwards he started floating and gained a whole 5 meters in height before slowly descending down to the ground. After a few hops around the compound, he was getting the hang of it. Should I go for it? Roland asked himself as he wasn't sure that this was a good idea. The levitation spell was usually meant for reducing fall damage, or rising into the air to reach locations that were inaccessible to the caster. What he was about to do was inspired by his modern mind and too many shows with flying robots. After another jump, the soles on his metallic boots started giving off a red glow. He had decided to utilize a similar propulsion system that existed in rockets. With the levitation spell active, there was not much weight for his rocket boots to lift, and thus he started gaining altitude. Whoa! Is it actually working? I can see the whole house from here. Roland's expression wasn't visible, but under the helmet, he was actually smiling. He was rising up into the air and could even see the city of Albrook. It was filled with many small lights that represented torches and moving city guards patrolling the area. In the other direction, he could even see the dungeon that had its opening illuminated as well. Wait, his mind was brought back to reality as he realized that he had gone too far up. When glancing down, his home was quite a distance away. While his mind remained calm and he knew that slowly lowering the output of the thrusts would remedy this situation, he was not very experienced in this field of flight. By bending his body in the wrong way along with his feet, he started rearing off to one side. Oh shit! I can't balance it out. The 2 thrusters on the boots filled out the sky as they started propelling him all over the place. Even his attempt at stabilizing himself with the help of his hands, which were also capable of discharging flames, failed. His armored body flew to the side and into the trees in the nearby forest where he had his first crash landing. Only thanks to an emergency mana shield and his newly attained body enhancements was he able to come out with only a few bruises. Yet as he lay there in a crater of his own creation, his mind drifted towards a solution to this dilemma. It seemed that retaining balance in the air wasn't that easy and would probably become even harder the more complex magics he utilized. However, there was someone that seemed to do fine when casting the levitation spell and was quite competent in using it. While chasing Roland down in the dungeon, I wonder, could it be possible? Chapter 342. I know that I placed it somewhere in here. There it is. After the little crash landing, Roland quickly gathered up his armor and returned home. Considering that none of the parts flew off his body, it at least proved that the silver grace suit was clinging to the parts well. Even when receiving some physical trauma from the fall, the magnetism helping to hold everything together still worked. Even if he was all out of mana, he implemented a few runic batteries as a backup generator. Unless his new armor received some critical damage, it would not peel off easily. It's still cracked, but I should be able to copy or transfer the data that's stored in it. He was looking at a small cracked orb that belonged to the purgatory lick that invaded his home. After the predicament with that monster was finished, this piece was stored by him in a safe along with some other valuables. When flying through the air, he was having trouble keeping balance as the levitation spell was not meant for such a use. Its intent was to float up in the air, only thanks to the power of propulsion was something like flying even possible. It was a little experiment that he performed in the hopes of gaining some air mobility. The mana cost of such a combination technique was actually not that bad. While the levitation spell worked at minimum capacity to reduce his weight to almost nothing, he could use tier 2 fire spells to propel himself forward. There was one big problem though, he was not versed in flight and had no idea how to balance everything out. While making the armor, his thoughts weren't really on gliding through the air, which would require constant adaptive movements to not overshoot. Thus the damaged monster core of his latest monster enemy came into play. After the Licker's defeat, Roland did a small investigation into the Purgatory variant. They were quite powerful monsters that if not killed fast could evolve into something truly disastrous. Then there was their specialty that in later stages involved actual flight. Considering that this monster core was a database of the monster's memories, there was a possibility of gaining that knowledge for himself. After working with golems, Roland was convinced that there existed other variants that were similar, this monster lick being one of them. Instead of having a brain made of flesh similar to humans, it possessed a core that worked like it instead. If he was capable of taking monster cores and implementing them into his spider golems, then it was probably the same for this thing. I haven't really ever tried working with the previous operating system though. Maybe I should perform a few tests on regular golem cores before fiddling around with this thing. While the idea was interesting, there were a lot of drawbacks. This core still belonged to a monster that was hungry for his mana. What if he inserted it into a golem which would instantly go berserk and try to kill him? Without spending some time adjusting this thing, there was no way of him knowing about what could happen. Perhaps it might be better to just use a golemic core of a floating golem. But there aren't really that many variants besides that, I think. He tried to recall any monsters that could do the same thing instead and were not bent on feeding on his flesh. There weren't that many resources available, as most monster golems encountered in dungeons were lumbering giants. Other craftsmen also preferred to produce similar variants as it decreased the work they needed to perform on the monster cores. Making one from scratch was a possibility but would probably require years of research and then extended tests. This thing is also perfectly aligned to my mana pattern. Integrating it into the system wouldn't be that difficult, and it also is a core of a rare tier 3 monster variant. They aren't that easy to get. Roland was a magic caster, and implementing something like an RE program that previously belonged to a magic caster would go well with his design. The lick was primed for using many minions, so it could help him control the increasingly more complex golems that he was going to start building. Even if he had the multiple mind trait, there was no way for him to control all of them at once. They needed to work on some type of operating system, and a helper could be something he could use in the future. While due to being a human from the modern world his mind went towards artificial intelligence, such things weren't really that foreign in this world. Other mags could gain some help with their spellcasting work from summoned creatures. There were even specialized ones integrated into mage towers. Roland wasn't sure how they really worked and what they did there, but it wouldn't be much different than his attempt at integrating this core to help him with some calculations. Well, I'll decide later. I need to rework the mithril greatsword before Theodore's knights arrive. It would be great if I could examine a mage tower, could help me with the research. It was late, so for the time being he decided to put the core away and keep this idea for later. First, he needed to get through the ordeal of the next day. Now that he had become the head knight, there were certain responsibilities that weighed down on his shoulders. After finishing up with the blade, there were things he needed to attend to at the Valerian barracks. Get your asses into gear, the commander will be here any minute. Who would have thought that the Runesmith was a hidden knight? I was rude to him once, do you think he remembers? Probably, those tier 3s have a good memory, you're probably done for. Hey, stop joking. Shut your mouths already. A group of soldiers were standing around a field while wearing standard soldier armor. It wasn't full plate armor, as it lacked some metallic protection around the thigh and upper arm parts. This was defended by a lengthy chain shirt and a piece of plate armor designed to protect the upper thigh called the tasses. Their helmets had no visors, and while they offered less protection, they didn't limit their sight as much as the bulkier counterparts. Around 100 of these soldiers had gathered at their training ground. On their left side each came equipped with a shield of the runic variety. Their main weapons consisted either of shorter one-handed spears or a long sword. All of the weapons had runic enchantments on them and were made from duosteel. The man that fashioned these in the past was on his way here, which felt a bit strange to this squadron of men. Sir Gareth and Maurian will arrive with the new knight commander. I want you all to be on your best behavior. You want us to sing him a song, Captain? Ha, that's a good idea. Davin here knows his way around the loot, we could share some drinks. That's a good idea. The soldiers nodded while their leader, Guard Captain Edmund, slumped his shoulders. He was well aware that the soldiers here weren't quite trained. They mostly consisted of previous adventurers or farmers' sons that acquired the warrior's class. Some chose to become city guards instead of roaming the dungeons and getting killed by scary monsters. Now they had become part of the city and needed a lot more training. Shut your mouths or I'll do it for you. Whatever you do, don't speak out without getting asked by the knights or your head will roll. Edmund was forced into scare tactics as he didn't want a slaughter to commence. The new commander was apparently Wayland the Runesmith. The man was stoic and very rarely talked. It seemed like the type that wouldn't appreciate a unit of sloppy soldiers. If he saw this scene, Edmund feared that someone could lose their life or a limb. He heard some horror stories of knights making examples of sloppy guards to strike fear into their underlings. This was not something that he wanted to happen to his men who he was responsible for. The knight commander is coming. Everyone, get to your spots, and don't dare to move. One of the soldiers that was instructed to inform him about Sir Wayland's arrival finally showed up. He quickly placed himself next to the other armored men and remained silent. Even though everyone was loud and cheery just a moment ago, now even a pin dropping would be heard. Their heads remained facing forward, but their eyes continuously glanced at the entrance through which their new leader was supposed to enter through. Many of them had already been there during the confrontation of the two knight commanders. The impression that was left was quite overpowering. To them that had never seen a proper battle between Tier 3 class holders, it was eye-opening. Gareth stepped through the threshold and next to him was Maurian. Both of them were suited up and wearing heavier plate mail suits of armor. When the two first arrived in the city they were quite eye-catching, but now they didn't look like much, even less when compared to the person that was slowly walking behind them. The guards and soldiers were stunned by the appearance of their new knight commander. His armor was a lot more intricate than the one that he wore before, and he had also gained an increase in size. Emerson the knight that appeared before was wearing something flashy, but this exceeded their expectations. The weight of this suit was not something they would have been able to handle, and all of them knew it. Yet the crimson suit with darker silvery outlines wasn't the thing they were focusing on. Their gazes caught something else that was following next to their new commander. Around 40 centimeters off the ground, a sword was floating. There was a visible blue hue around it with runes giving off similar light. The sword was long and bulky and not something that should be easily able to hover in the air. All of them wanted to start asking questions about the magical flying sword, but they couldn't. The moment this man arrived before them, a strange oppressive aura surrounded the entire training field. It was as if they were looking at some kind of ferocious dragon staring them down. They all felt as if they would lose their heads if they tried to speak up or move a muscle. Even Captain Edmund was shocked as the previous time he had seen Commander Wayland, he was wearing something more casual. Now he looked like someone ready for war. I won't take up much of your time. As you might have heard, I'm your new Knight Commander. His voice was quite strong but not oppressive. There was some roughness to it but also a strange softness in the tone. The moment most of the soldiers heard it they were knocked out of their stupor. Even though he wasn't saying much, the knight before them was able to keep their full attention. Sir Gareth and Sir Morian will explain your mission. You have been handpicked to act as the vanguard for our Lord, Arthur Valerian. I will make sure that you don't dirty the noble family's name. Some of them were stunned by the announcement. There were more soldiers within the Valerian compound, but 100 were chosen to gather here. It seemed that they were planning on giving them some special training, which was a big opportunity. They were not knights and lacked some of the proper training given to them. This was turning out to be an opportunity of a lifetime that could potentially earn them a pay raise. Sir Gareth, if you would. Of course, Commander. Soon their new leader took a step back and remained in place while the two other knights filled the soldiers in on the new mission. Just as they expected, they would be receiving some new training along with new weapons and positions if they made it through. It seemed like the noble wanted to create a smaller unit of elite soldiers and they had the chance to get into it. What do you think? I'm not sure, they need a lot more training. The highest level was around 70. You might want to ask for some proper knights from the academy. The graduation just ended, I won't be able to gather any worthwhile recruits at this time. HM. Mary, did you spot anyone suspicious? No, there didn't seem to be any spies within this group at least. Roland nodded at the reply while peeking out of the window. He could see part of the barracks from here and the sounds of their new training regiment were quite audible. MHM, we still need to be careful. After the unit is created, they could be retroactively recruited by Theodore or one of the others. I agree, it's better to be careful. His visit to Arthur's villa was to present himself to the new soldiers. To make a grander impression, he used his runic suppression skill along with some visual cues. The floating sword was one gimmick and gave him an air of mysticism. He wanted to give the impression of a no-nonsense leader similar to the way Emerson operated. From these 100 or so men he wanted to get rid of around half. The rest would be put to work in the dungeon to gain some quick levels, but first we must get through the exchange. I'll be counting on you for tomorrow, my head knight. Yes, leave it all on my shoulders. After this is over, I'll have you both work. Yes, sir. Arthur chuckled while looking at the grumpy Roland. Soon the time for letting out Emerson would arrive and they needed to get ready. The stage was prepared, but they had no idea of knowing what would happen. Would Theodore go with the nuclear option and send out multiple knight commanders and troops to get Emerson back? Not paying for his release was an option if he could force his way through, but that was what he was here for, to act as a deterrent. Soon the time arrived and Roland was left with a swarm of butterflies floating around in his belly. Thanks to the armor shielding him from the outside gazes, no one would know that their pillar of support was having second thoughts. This was not something he wished to do, but there was no way out of it. To protect himself along with the people he cherished, he couldn't retreat anymore. Around 3 weeks had passed since the confrontation with Emerson. The signs of battle in the courtyard had been mended and the defenses were being enhanced. Runic turrets capable of killing Tier 3 class holders would become the norm the moment he had some time. As it stood now, he needed to rely on this armor that he created. His opponents might decide to test him again in this land where might made right. I guess I'll first go with Plan A. Well, my knight, I think you are needed elsewhere. Yes, my lord. I will take care of it swiftly. Arthur smiled as Roland switched to his knight commander persona. At least when they were out together, he needed to fit the role. With time he hoped to get replaced by one of the two knights that were loyal to the young lord. Together with Mary, they needed to get through a quick leveling course and become his real pillars of support. As it stood now, he still only saw himself as a temporary ally. Whenever the chance arose, he hoped to free himself of this burden of nobility that for some reason didn't want him to find peace. Outside, a row of soldiers stood at attention as they formed a pathway to the Valerian villa. Emerson, as the most important part of this exchange, had been transported here. The rest of the knights would be released shortly after the money was transferred in full. Arthur didn't need to make an appearance during this exchange. With Roland around, there was no need for him to bow his head before other knight commanders like before. It was fine for him to remain in his office and keep a lookout, Commander. Both the guard knights that usually guarded Arthur were now assigned to him. Their levels had gone up since the last time, but weren't much over 100. Roland was not sure if he was trusted by these two, but that didn't really matter. They would not betray Arthur, and at least he could count on them not interfering in things as long as he acted in their lord's favor. Soon they were walking through the villa's corridor to go outside. The maids, butlers, and even the cooking staff were all hanging around the windows. To them, seeing so many armored men gathering together was quite the spectacle. Bring him along, but remain behind me. We will not hand him over until they give us the correct sum. Yes, Knight Commander. On their way to the exit, they were greeted by 4 soldiers. They were holding on to Knight Commander Emerson tightly, who was unable to muster much strength due to the collar around his neck. He didn't say anything while glancing at Roland's new armor, but the moment the floating sword was seen, his eyes began to twitch. As I expected, he sent out another Knight Commander and a party of Platinum adventurers. I hope this goes well. At the side, there was his own party of Platinum adventurers. They were on standby for the time being. If a fight broke out, they would be the main backup for his side. The time for the trade was upon them, and he hoped that this time around, no blood would need to be shed. Chapter 343. Name Alphonse L. 235 Classes T3 Spirit Champion L85 T2 Spirit Sword Knight L50 T2 Sword Knight L50 T1 Squire L25 T1 Warrior L25. Roland glanced at the status screen of the person that had arrived. His level was above Emerson, and just like the other Knight Commander, he had a spirit variant of a class. It seemed that Theodore Valerian didn't just allow anyone to become a Knight Commander. Having at least a somewhat prestigious class was a requirement. Usually, classes like High Knight were more prevalent among Tier 3 class knights, but both of the people he was hiring had prestigious variants of already more prestigious class versions. This made him believe that whoever was the head knight might actually match his own overlord class, or at least be somewhat close. I'm not sure if spirit variants have any multiplier advantages, but it could be possible. His knowledge of Tier 3s ended at the names. All the books that he read before didn't really explain the skills or advantages they brought. It was a brand new world on which he could only speculate after going through the names. This Alphonse person, for instance, was clearly focused on swordsmanship while wearing heavy armor. Just like any other knight, he was wearing full plate armor, but it didn't look as heavy as the one Emerson arrived in. It was clearly made out of mithril and probably had a higher concentration of it due to the magnified silvery sheen. His helmet came equipped with a blue comb on the top and hid away eyes of the same color behind 2 slits. The design was quite intricate, with a lot of blue outlines that fit together well with the silvery metal. The weapon of choice was a regular one-handed longsword that didn't possess the bulk as the one he grabbed from the other knight. It radiated magical energy and was clearly enchanted. His mana sense didn't allow him to figure out the exact magic, but it had several layers to it. This time around, it was an actual runic enchantment, and even without being able to glance at the runic structures, Roland could feel it through his enhanced mana sense. On the left side, he was holding onto a kite shield with the Valerian crest on the front side. It was a lot smaller compared to the heavy oval shield his other opponent arrived with. This item had obvious runic traces and even some runes on the front. Even without using his eye skill, he could quickly decipher the defensive spells it was equipped with. It's a Tier 3 version of the mana shield and has several layers to it. To a magical craftsman like Roland, who didn't have the leisure of having a proper teacher, this was more interesting than the scene that was playing out now. The runes were of the charged variety, and they seemed to have 3 versions of a similar shielding spell on it. With the help of the debugging skill, it was possible to figure out most of the uses, and that the defensive item was based on renewable charges. I'll probably have to focus on charges when making weapons for the other knights. Their limited mana pool won't be able to sustain the higher tier spells. While deliberating on some future tasks, he continued with his assessment of the situation. This man was probably more nimble on his feet than Emerson. His focus was swordsmanship with some added defenses thanks to the shield and armor. This was a bit concerning, as his latest skill that allowed him to see the world's mana flow had its limits. When against a somewhat slow class like a Guardian it worked fine, but when the movements became too fast, even Roland's heightened reaction speeds might fall short. He wasn't really sure, but this was the conclusion that he came to after the last duel. This didn't mean that it was totally useless. With time he expected to get a better grasp on it. Then even speedy opponents wouldn't be able to hide their intent during combat. Bring forth the prisoner for the exchange. Roland called out while stepping to the side. Behind him were the other two official Valerian knights, Sir Gareth and Sir Maurian. They were sticking to Emerson like two ticks. The man had a greater size than both of them, and even without the armor, there was a stark difference in power. Only thanks to the collar around his neck were the two able to drag him forward. HMPH. The shackles that he was also wearing around his wrists rattled slightly as he walked forward. His gaze almost instantly fell on the hovering sword that previously belonged to him. Roland could see his facade of the stoic warrior drop as his eyes widened, but somehow the man was able to stop himself from speaking out in anger. This trade was taking place outside. To a knight that lost a duel, presenting himself to the public was a big hit to their pride. Yet there was a need for this little show everyone was allowed to see. There needed to be made an example before all the other knight commanders and nobles. They needed to know that if they went against this city and their lord, this could happen to them. I thought they would start shouting about now. Are they actually afraid of me? This was something new to him. Even though he could feel some of the anger coming his way, no one uttered a word. His presence seemed to weigh heavily on the people here. Even the Platinum Adventurer party that was here to back him up wasn't getting as much attention. The enemy had also come forth with their own group of adventurers, and his side was outnumbered when it came to Tier 3 class holders. 11 against 6, on the surface, it looks like we are at a disadvantage. They also brought a higher level mage and a few Tier 2 mags. To counter a magic user, another magic user is usually needed, but it should be fine. Subterfuge was part of this game. Many runic turrets were placed in this compound and they were pointing at the enemy combatants. Roland was in control of them and made sure to make their cannons point right at the enemy knight commander's head. With an unknown amount of firepower on his side, he didn't believe that this exchange would fall through. As you can see, Sir Emerson is well. I hope that you have brought the agreed upon gold for the trade, Sir Alphonse. I see that thou have done thy due diligence, Sir Wayland, was it? I'm pleased to make thy acquaintance. The pleasure is all mine. He nodded while exchanging a few words with the other man. While the two knight commanders were talking, no one dared to raise a word. This knight's voice sounded somewhat gentler and not filled with much animosity. Yet it also carried a sharpness with it. This was a man with a lot of experience, just as the two lords have agreed on. 1,000 gold coins for the knight commander and another 500 for the others. The man clapped his hands to signal some of his soldiers to move forward. Two men brought forth a heavy-looking chest in front of the man wearing the silver mithril armor. This was quite the sum of gold. A normal person could retire and live a good life with that amount. Yet someone like Theodore could just wave his hand to produce this amount instantly. When the chest appeared, all the adventurers in the vicinity instantly started stealing glances. Even to Tier 3 class holders, this was a large sum of money that would allow them to get some powerful magical weapons. They continued to watch it as it was brought to the middle of the courtyard where the exchange was taking place. I'm sure you won't mind if I check the contents of that chest. Sir Alphonse? Are thou implying that we brought an incorrect amount? Sir Wayland? The chest will be accepted by my lord. It must be examined beforehand. I'm sure you understand the procedures. The man in the silver armor begrudgingly nodded. This wasn't anything unusual to happen during an exchange. A non-combatant like a butler and a few lesser soldiers would go through the contents of the chest. They needed to check for potential traps or curses. Even if the gold was there, it was possible for it to be rigged. Even Roland would be able to apply a rune to a gold coin that could explode when the time came. Thus for this reason he decided to put on a little show which would put him in a little bit of danger. What are you? Alphonse was the first one to notice that something was off. Instead of the usual servant appearing to check, the large armored man's aura changed. After him was the Tier 3 mage that grabbed his staff quickly. His mana, it's shifting. A blue haze collided with the chest in the middle of the yard while some of the people on the other side panicked. Soon the chest full of gold was floating up into the air while opening up. It was a simple combination spell that included an altered mage hand magic to allow him to test for possible magical signatures. Stay thy hand. Alphonse was quick to hold his men back. While what Roland did was perhaps not very appropriate, he had a proper excuse. A message needed to be sent. The trust between these two factions was non-existent. Believing that some type of monster or magical bomb resided in the chest was not that outlandish. It seems that you have brought the correct amount of coin, very well. Release the prisoner. The people on the side started sweating as no one expected to see a light show to appear before them this fast. Roland could see that he even spooked the platinum adventurers that were on his side. Aubryn already had an arrow notched in his bow while aiming at the opposing platinum archers, with no more roadblocks. The trade was taking place. He guided the chest over to their side while Emerson was left to walk toward his people. To the people here it felt like an eternity to watch this man covered in chains slowly walking over to the enemy side. The possibility of a fight breaking out the moment he was on the other side was a possibility. Luckily no one was stupid enough to start a bloodbath between members of the Valerian household. On this day a precedent was set, and Arthur Valerian could not be ignored anymore. The fact that the stronger knight commander didn't allow his troops to go forward said more than words. It became clear that he was not confident of an overwhelming victory like Emerson was before him. The extent of Roland's power was unknown, and the devastating amount of magical energy that he was radiating was giving the mags goosebumps. The key. Yes, sir. The last thing to be given away was the key to the shackles. One of the side soldiers moved out after being ordered by Wayland. Yet before he could relinquish this item to one of the other soldiers, Sir Alphonse moved his hand up. That won't be necessary. As if to return the favor, the man moved his hand to his sword. After gripping it tightly, the blade made its way out of the sheath rapidly. The aim of the sword slice was Emerson, and before anyone knew what was happening, the shackles around his body had become undone. The blade moved in a strange way as it created afterimages. Within just a matter of seconds the other knight commander was free. This little show of skill didn't move Roland from his position. He just stood there with his hands crossed over one another. It was important to not show any amount of weakness. Even though his eyes could not follow the attack at all, it was important not to show it. Although it might have seemed that the enemy had gained another powerful Tier 3 combatant, this wasn't true. While the slave collar was down from his neck, this wasn't the only measure that was taken to keep the man at bay. A special alchemical concoction was used to produce several debuffs. Even though Emerson was free, he would not be able to bring out his Tier 3 skills and would not be much stronger than a level 100 knight. I see. Then I think we are done here? That we are. I bid thou farewell, Sir Wayland. I hope that our paths cross again. Till then. Yes, please just leave already. Roland nodded at the man without replying. The whole exchange took around 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Having to focus all his senses on the people here was very strenuous. Luckily the gold was now in their pockets and the other side didn't try to pull a fast one on them. If something actually was wrong with the chest, he would be required to act. While he was playing the role of the head knight, losing his life for Arthur was not part of his agenda. Slowly people left the courtyard where he remained. The other soldiers that were stationed here followed after to keep watch, but they were ordered not to engage without him around. Just for this event he had placed various runic devices on the main roads. Even without them following, he was able to know of what transpired afterward. Thou art a disgrace to the Valerian household. How didst a bastard like thou achieve knighthood? Thou allowed our adversary to steal thy weapon? A gift granted thee by our lord? Aye, after we return, thou shalt be punished. To no surprise, Alphonse was furious and probably holding it in during their encounter. During the walk back through the streets he continued to berate Emerson about his failures. Roland wasn't sure what this man's punishment would be. He was still a strong Tier 3 class holder that wouldn't be easily replaced. The defeat in the duel was a big blemish on his record. The fastest way of clearing his name would be winning a rematch, but that was not a realistic solution and could tarnish his name even further. He'll probably be worked down to the bone to gain all that gold back. Gaining some merits is what he needs. That Theodore decided to pay up meant that he intended to use Emerson to some extent. Maybe his position would be taken away, but he could still be used in other fields. Lending out strong knights was a possibility, so it was possible for him to disappear from the island for the time being. He would perform various missions in the Empire to earn back the respect that he lost. I guess that about wraps it up. Now what do I do? The knights didn't stay, they instantly left the city without even using the inn or other facilities. They were probably ordered to retreat and wait for more information to arise. A period of Cold War was upon them, and before another battle commenced he needed to get ready. Around a month had passed since he achieved his new Tier 3 class. In this short span of time, he had become a knight, taken part in a duel, and created a heavy suit of armor that caused the other Tier 3 class holders to tremble. All eyes were now on this region as a new force was being created. Arthur's previous position was quite unfavorable as he found himself between two large territories. To the west side was Theodore and to the east Ivan. Even though the latter had suffered a big loss, a large chunk of his forces still remained. If not for the cult, Ivan might have decided to show himself in this city too. Luckily Tybalt and Julius are on the other side of the island. This should give us some time. While Ivan was an injured tiger, he still posed a threat to his brothers. They couldn't just move through his lands to arrive at this city. Instead, Roland expected a slower push through various other means involving capital. While Ivan is busy defending himself against Tybalt, Theodore might feel pressured by Julius. They will probably still not see Arthur as much of a problem. This will be our only chance to make any substantial progress. We must use this opportunity. Roland nodded while looking towards the Valerian villa. There in the window, he saw the man that was the supposed mastermind behind it all, Arthur. He was incomparable to his brothers, more similar to a paper tiger than anything else. Yet he had room to grow, and for that to happen, some changes needed to take place. His gaze landed on the person next to him, a maid with cat ears. I guess now is the time. We need to strike the iron while it's hot. Chapter 344. Now that it's over and I have some time, I need to give this a go before it's too late. What's that, boss? Looks complicated. Burnett commented while stoking his own beard as if he was a researcher himself. It's just a part of an illusory rune that I've been working on. I'm missing a few elements, but now I can at least piece some parts together. Is that so? Well, I'll leave you to it, but you might want to postpone that. Oh. Your guests have arrived. Already? I guess it's true that time flies by when you are working. They do? I always thought it slowed down instead. Bernier gave out a chuckle after leaving Roland's office. This was a smaller room where he usually spent copious amounts of time doing research. It was filled with large scrolls and books covered in runic designs, and what he had been researching was quite the peculiar rune.it, was quite difficult to understand even for someone like him that managed to reach a level of a master runesmith. Even after the Ascension trial had given him all the basic knowledge to work with greater runes, he was failing on recreating this one, which consisted of multiple ones and was probably a grand one.it, was an incomplete schematic that lacked the most integral part, the runic operating system. It was like the chassis of a supercar that lacked the proper engine to make it run. This was the same diagram that he lifted from the monolith belonging to the cult, and when looking at it, he could somewhat connect the dots. It had many obvious elements that a craftsman like him could find in runes primed for illusions. To the uninformed, it might have seemed that magical spells that could produce their own worlds required a lot of mana, but in actuality, it wasn't so. These spells affected the brain of the target and altered the perception of the world around them. The spell didn't create holographic images in the real world, it just injected them into a person's brain. Even when there was nothing there, the person's mind made it a reality. There was no way for him to recreate the spell. Even if he recreated everything through the schematic, it would probably not function to the same capacity. Tier 3 runes work differently than the other counterparts. There were a lot more ethereal pathways spread out throughout them. Then there was another main problem. This particular spell was similar to the divine runes that he investigated. The abyssal cult worshipped some outer-dimensional being or god. It, just like any other god, came equipped with its own strange magical wavelength. While Roland had been successful in figuring out one of these waves, it was not easy to calibrate to another one. The fastest way would be through catching a glimpse of an abyssal priest performing some spells. They were the main worshippers that were attuned to their evil god. This didn't mean that the schematic was pointless. Thanks to it, he could see all the components involved and also understand the three-dimensional structure of the multiple greater runes it had. He speculated that Tier 4 runes were just multiple Tier 3 runes put together. There was a similar distinction when it came to lesser and common runes that he was able to comprehend even when he was a runic blacksmith. The only problem would be the complexity, but he would be at least able to do some research. When he started out as a runic scribe, he began the process of disassembling runes into smaller components. With time, this translated from lesser to common runes and now even played a role when working with greater ones. Thanks to this methodical approach, he was capable of finding the important parts in this huge and strange schematic. He just needed to spend some time, and a way of blocking out the signal would be found. Wish I had the time to spend on this. I bet the cult would send out their assassins here instantly if they knew what I could do. For the time being he covered up the schematics and all of his research that made their way into a nearby safe. He had no idea how far the cult had reached. It was better to keep everything hidden away, as a possibility of his compound getting infiltrated was there. There existed many spells and creatures of the night that would allow people to sneak into these parts. If they found schematics with the abyssal cult's fingerprints all over them, he might not live more than a few days. It wouldn't even go over with the people that should be on his side, the Solarian Church. They might accuse him of being part of the cult, and with the runic schematic just here they would have a case for it. For such a thing to not happen, he decided to have the safe to blow up if anyone unexpectedly arrived. Luckily the lick that was here didn't trigger this failsafe, so he still had the old plans to work with. Let me get a move on before my guests get bored, huh? As he was finishing the sentence he heard a loud bang coming from upstairs. The whole workshop was rigged with speakers to inform him about any loud noises while he was working. However, this was not a burglar or an uninvited guest, it was one of his closer acquaintances. Did that idiot start something? I need to get up there before they destroy my house. Roland quickly rushed through his workshop to get to his home upstairs. When he arrived there the trouble revealed himself in the form of his favorite muscle head. Armand was down on the ground smiling, his body went through the dining table. The person that was facing him was an unsuspecting woman dressed in light armor. From the way everything looked he could tell that she had thrown the large man onto the wooden furniture piece. What are you two doing? What did you do to my table? Hey, it's not my fault, I just wanted to greet her, and she did this. I'm the victim here. I'll make you into a victim if you keep talking like that. How dare you try to touch me, you damn brute. Hey big sis, calm down for a moment. His dining area was occupied by exactly 3 people. Armand was down on the ground with a big shit-eating grin covering his face. It was clear from a glance that he was in some way messing with the other person. This person was Mary, the cat girl maid who at this time was pointing one of her daggers at the muscle-brained idiot. Then to the side was the third participant, Lobelia the half-elf. Knock it off. An aura of oppression filled the whole house as Roland shouted. Some of the windows started shaking as the skill was activated. Thanks to him now being a lot stronger than this bunch, there was no need for him to plead. Just by activating the runic suppression, he was able to make their skin crawl. They were quickly forced to look his way as their knees buckled under the pressure. Whoa, hey stop that, I didn't even do anything. I'm sure Armand is to blame, you could have at least stopped him, but that doesn't matter, clean this mess up first. You can't just, I can't? Mary raised her head in protest, but when she saw Roland's angry face her ears moved back in fright. Soon all 3 were working together while gathering the splinters from the floor. Luckily the cat maid had been properly trained so the cleanup was done in an orderly fashion. Will these 3 be able to work together? Maybe I shouldn't have invited Armand over. What Roland needed was some help. There were no tier 3 class holders in the city that he could really trust. The platinum adventurers that Arthur hired could easily be bought up by Theodore that had deep pockets. It wouldn't be strange if he was already attempting this after they were identified during Emerson's exchange. During the Ascension trial, he experienced backstabbing from one of his wooden people. This was always a possibility, and the vaguer the relationship between the 2 parties the more shaky it became. To remedy this fact, there was a need to gather more resources in the form of helpers. Armand along with Lobelia were the only 2 adventurers with enough competency to be of any help. From the other side was Mary, whom he didn't really trust, but she would certainly not go against Arthur and any of his interests. He could at least trust her to never betray the city lord that he had formed an alliance with. That's enough. Follow me and try not to break anything. Damn, you sure have gotten bossy since becoming a head knight Wayland. Have I? You must be imagining things. Roland turned his face away from Armand after the reply. All of them soon made their way down into his workshop where none of them had previously been. What stood between them and the entrance was the automatic door. It could be opened by Roland's mana or by a metallic card that could be fashioned by him. Banir and his wife along with Elodia all had their own clearances, and now he would be adding these 3 to the mix. A card? You are very perceptive. Mary frowned a bit after receiving the card covered in runic traces and small symbols. After examining it she was not able to discover the meaning behind the item. The other two received their own card and were quickly informed about their use. Try not to lose that, or I'll be forced to replace all of those cards for everyone. To enter my workshop, just insert half of the card into this reader here. If you do it correctly, then the armored door inside should open. Oh! It's opening! Armand's eyes increased in size as he watched Roland demonstrate how the runic card worked. After the lick trashed the whole place, this vault-like door was placed in as a replacement. It was really thick and would give even a Tier 3 monster some time to break through it. Each card had its own unique runic password. While this meant that he wouldn't actually need to make new cards, it was better to make up the lie to enforce the rule. I'm in Wayland's workshop, if only the guys knew. If you tell anyone from there, calm down, I'm not going to tell anyone, my lips are sealed shut. Lobelia smiled widely while Roland gave her a bit of a side glance. He was aware that the Thieves' Guild believed that there was a treasure trove inside this place. The possibility of her actually breaking in here was low, but he couldn't discount the possibility. To combat this issue, he was now installing dividing thick doors for each chamber. Everything would be divided by a grade, and Lobelia would require a lot more clearance to get into the more interesting parts of his underground lair. What's that? Is that an enchanted great axe? Hey, what is that thing for? Whoa, it started glowing, can I pick it up? Can you please not touch anything? Do I have to call Elodia over to keep an eye on you? Hey, are you implying that I need a babysitter? I'm older than you, you know. I don't think anyone would believe that. Roland rolled his eyes while Mary remained silent. She was quickly using her eyes to look over the room they entered. Not much besides regular wares that made their way into his runic shop were gathered here. Then as they continued, a few golems could be spotted crawling around, and finally, they arrived at the main testing chamber. Here was their first destination, where he intended to inform these three about the plan. Yay, we made it without Armand blowing something up. Shut up. This must be a new world record. Lobelia cheered while jumping around the room. Mary, on the other hand, seemed a bit too reserved. This he attributed to her line of work and all-around mistrust for anyone other than Arthur Valerian. In her head, the possibility of getting lured into a trap and getting killed was always on the table. The other day when he explained the issue to Mary and Arthur, the young lord was actually eager to join them in this event. Mary didn't want to hear anything of that. It was surprising how much say this woman had, and understandable that she reacted this way. Their next destination was the dungeon, and with the help of some of the items he prepared, they would start leveling up. Roland knew that disposing of a body in the dungeon was an easy task. It would be absorbed by the strange place, and everything could be blamed on the monsters. If he was in Mary's shoes, he would probably act the same. While for some reason Arthur trusted Roland to not attack him there, the woman's job was to keep him alive. Even if there was an inkling of a possibility, she needed to watch for it. This was actually fine with him, as getting Armand and Lobelia up to the limit was more important for his own safety. They would protect Elodia as she was their sister, and after some adventures together he learned to trust in these two. Mary would just be given the tools to progress, and then she could hand them over to her lord when the time came. He also considered his other friends from his gold rank test period. Yet some of them were a bit too money hungry for their own good. Calm down, we don't have all day, come over here and take a look at these items. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Did you make new weapons? New weapons? Will I be getting an enchanted bow? An enchanted bow? Do I get some magical gauntlets made out of red mithril like that new armor of yours? Sweet! Not exactly. What is this stuff? Are those supposed to be weapons? Roland nodded while the three people here looked at something that looked like large pages filled out with runes. Right next to them, they could spot a whole notebook with similar pages that was greater in size than a regular book. Then to the side, there was a strange metallic backpack with wires connecting to a rod-shaped object with handles. These throwing knives look fine at least. Are they made from mithril? You have a keen eye for these things. Roland nodded while taking one of the large pages from the table. It was time for the presentation of this one-off weaponry. While he was able to shrink down the magical scrolls when it came to common runes, it wasn't that easy with greater ones. What he ended up with were these bulky pages of costly magical parchment. They also required special ink that had a steep price. Luckily, thanks to Emerson's contribution, he was able to get enough to last him a while. Step back for a moment and watch. Is this far enough? He glanced back while holding out the page towards one of the dummies. Both Lobelia along with Mary took the hint and quickly hid behind a plate of metal. There was a small slit with special glass that they could see everything through. Armand, on the other hand, didn't move from his spot at all. He was just half a step behind Roland, who was holding out the scroll towards the target. "Are you going to use it or not?" Armand broke the silence, and it didn't seem that he was reacting to the glare he was getting. Roland could only give out a sigh while looking forward and activating the runic item. The moment he did, the symbols along with the traces lit up in the color of the morning sun. Right from the middle of this one page, a bolt of strange radiant flames shot forward and collided with the wooden logs in the shape of a human. My eyes. His helper covered his eyes as he was surprised by the bright flash. The girls that were hiding in the back quickly came out from their cover to look at the flaming dummy. "Those flames, they are different. I see that you noticed." Noticed what? It didn't even do that much damage. Are you sure that's the right scroll?" Mary along with Lobelia looked at Armand with disdain as they realized that the spell was more than met the eye. The radiance and strange flame color was something only a divine spell should be capable of. "Is that a holy flame bolt spell? How did you get your hands on that ink?" "The church usually reserves it for their own paladins when fighting against undead monsters." "Well, don't worry about it," Roland replied while trying to act naturally. In reality, for a divine spell on a scroll to work, specialized ink needed to be made. The way to make it involved priests, but was hidden away from the public. The ink that he was using wasn't that special. The important part was the customized rune that hit the correct wavelength. "Luckily it's not that easy to ascertain that ink from this. As long as I shut my mouth no one will know." While the power wasn't that much above a tier 2 flame bolt spell, it would be enough to devastate the tier 3 undead monsters in the dungeon. With the help of these scrolls, this team of 3 would be allowed to quickly rise through the levels. Their road there would be a lot less bumpy than his, but also required him to continue to replenish these items. After showing off some of the others, the time for a dive back into the dungeon would be upon him. Though this time around, he wasn't planning to just remain at the entrance. Chapter 345. Woof! A rather excited-looking ruby wolf charged at an unsuspecting salamander. Before the creature could even turn around, its head was between a set of sharp teeth. A crunching sound was heard by the nearby people that didn't even really pay that much attention to the low-level creature being slaughtered. "We are already in the lower section of the dungeon? How long have you known about these tunnels?" "That's a trade secret. Agni, be sure to take out these monsters when you see them." "Woo! He sure is enjoying this." "Yeah, he hasn't been here in a while and he loves eating the mana stones." "Mana stones?" asked Lobelia while wondering if she should pull out her bow or not. Agni was running around and defeating all of the monsters around here, which left nothing for them to do. In her mind, this was a strange tactic for them to level up. However, after Roland presented them with the plan, she could see how using these low tier 2 monsters as experience was inefficient. "Yes, he has an interesting diet, but we should move on. We are already drawing in too much attention." "That's probably because of your armor." Roland frowned under his helmet while grumbling. The larger armor composed of shiny mithril was truly a sight to behold. The design was a bit more intricate than what he usually went with. If it was the old him, then he would have probably looked like a trash can with arms. Instead, he looked fashionable and knightly to fit in better for his new role in the city. He considered putting on a robe over it, but it would just melt instantly if he produced any type of attacking spell. "This place is too well lit for its own good, we should move along." The sword that he made to float was just strapped to his back. Even without it, the armor was eye-catching enough, but at least it blended in well with the red glow of the lava pits. The runic traces and runes weren't as visible as on his older creation. With the added thickness and increase in the quality of metal, they didn't show through unless he actually activated their effects. Only then would his enemies know that he was wearing enchanted gear, but then it would already be too late. A large sword. "I wish that emulating swordsmanship skills would be possible for me." Roland had trained a little bit with swords when he was younger. Throughout the years he had to give up on increasing them as there were just not enough hours in the day for everything. Focusing on runesmithing had allowed him to come this far and was the right choice. It was possible for him to learn some advanced combat skills now, but leveling them up was the true problem. After interacting with Emerson and the other knight commander that left the other day, He wasn't sure if he needed to go outside of his current comfort zone. While the man he faced in the duel had some nice defensive skills, they weren't really different from what he was able to produce with mana. The only drawback was when going against anti-magic, but other energy sources like aura had similar deficiencies. Without his runic eyes working on skills, he could not copy them as he did with the divine spells. It seemed that there was a difference somewhere that perhaps couldn't be covered by wavelengths. Yet, after seeing some of those skills, he could see how he could integrate them into his own system. Skills seem similar to something like automatic combat. The person performing them is limited to the motion decided before their activation. Hey, one got through. While walking towards the lava lake, they encountered a few other monsters. One of the fire salamanders popped out of a nearby pool while he was passing by. This was nothing out of the ordinary, as the monster's speed was far below something a Tier 3 class holder was capable of. His hand moved to the side and he spread his digits as if waiting for something. This was the cue for the large sword on his back to fly out. With the help of the mage's hand skill, it was quickly propelled into his grasp. After getting a good grip, he thrust this weapon forward while activating one of the basic skills that he had learned. Instantly his sword was guided forward and his body performed the motion perfectly. Just like Knight Commander Alphonse, he did the same. The blade connected with the monster's head and produced a massive hole in it. This skill was just one of the basic ones every swordsman or even warrior was capable of, called the sword thirst. Through its use, Roland was aware of the skill effects and of their one major downside. The parts of the body that are required to perform the skill are locked into the motion for a moment. This usually won't be a problem, but can still leave a person open to a quick counter. Roland's mind was indeed made up about the usage of